About to lose it. I think these some pretty decent topics. I hope they don't lose their shit. I think, like, seriously, how many of us have asked ourselves these questions? What's up, Agar? That's good, Samuel. Are you American, Samuel? Are you American? Not yet, Winnie the Pooh. I don't let anyone up until the show starts, and we're only at 10 shares, so um, we don't start pulling up guests until we get to 100 shares. But I do see you in the guest request. What's up to the YouTube family over there? Oh, you said, yeah, sadly, you're American. That's good that your parents didn't indoctrinate you into Santa Claus. I think your parents did you justice there. Do you believe in God, though? Let me fix this. What's up, Nelly, now?
Hey, now, I'm about 2 minutes from my truck, so I'm going to be good when I get there, but I had to get on, so.
Okay. Oh, it's good. It's good. You do, but in
Yeah.
specific form. What do you think about our questions tonight, Nelly?
Actually, I can't see them. They on my
Oh,
phone.
let me tell you what they are. Hold on.
Okay.
I was sitting here listening to people on Justin's live, and it's interesting to me the thoughts that they have. But we learn to live without Santa. We can learn to live without God.
Right.
How does belief in Santa work differently than belief in God? God and Santa are the great deceivers, and God condones slavery as Santa. Gagar, you said your own early. What's up? What's up? So affirmations. What do you think about our topics tonight? You think it's
I,
festive
th-
for the holidays?
I think it's a very, very good topic, because I would have a lot to say about those topics, because, I've spoke on those type of topics, and I have a segment called The Land of Make Believe, and I talk about that. So yeah, I think that's gonna be real good conversation.
Yeah, I think so too. Um, Damn, they be getting mad. They be getting mad. Hey Tiana, like damn, if God makes you react like that, at least Santa doesn't, right? Like Santa Claus has never told anybody or made anybody call anybody a nigga. Can you think of a time that Santa has made anybody or moved anybody to call anybody a nigga?
No,
I don't think so.
not at all.
I think a belief in Santa is less harmful, although quite it can be quite disturbing or heartbreaking when you learn that Santa Claus isn't real. But I think it's less harmful than a belief in a God.
I agree with that. I mean, um, I like I said, I talk about that kind of stuff, and I think that it is very healthy in a child to be in the land of make believe because it helps them with coping skills. It helps them to be able to deal and solve problems. The land of make believe does that for children. When they're playing house and acting like they're driving a car and stuff like that. I think that is very healthy for a child, but for an adult, I think it's something wrong with that because you know when you grow up, there's a time you're going to have to come out of the land of make believe and come to reality.
But I think like
And
the indoctrination into Santa is practice for the indoctrination into God, right? Like if you can get a young mind, right, to believe that a big jolly man flies around the world in one night, well, Like, first you have to like teach the child that this man knows everything that you do throughout the year. Then you have to teach the child that you can write a letter to this man and he will fulfill your desires for gifts and toys, right? And then you have to believe that this man can fly around the world and be all, visit every household in one night, that he's magical, that he's powerful. And he has magical people like angels or elves that help him get it all done. I think it's practice, like for the adult, to indoctrinate them into the belief of a God. Because the letters to Santa is just the prayers to God, right? The
Yeah,
the
I agree.
yeah, like he knows whether you're naughty or nice. That's the fucking sin. That's it. Like, God knows when you're sinning. And then the naughty or nice list, to me, is similar to the book of life. Like, if your name isn't in the book of life, then your name is on the naughty list. All right, the nice list is the book of life. And then God has Santa has the Grinch. Like, it's, to me, it's just, it's the baby belief into the big one, the more harmful one, that like indoctrinates you and creates and fucks up your whole entire head.
Yeah, and also, I think I agree with that because they actually, moved Christianity into this belief of Santa Claus. Christmas is more related to Jesus than it is actually Santa Claus now because they do these plays and baby Jesus is born, all that. They do the manger thing. I you know I got notes on that because that started way back in the day when they actually would start doing these plays. I got the dates and everything. I just have to be where my notes are, and I don't have my notes with me. But yeah, I agree with you. It is the first form of indoctrination for this God.
Yeah. And then the child cries for a little bit when they find out that it's not real, right? They're hurt, but they get over it. They're resilient. They bounce back. They realize that they can live, right? They can enjoy Christmas without believing that Santa is real. But when a person is met with the idea that God does not exist, it fucks them up and they become violent.
I agree.
Yeah. What's up, M's? Y'all remember that we have to get the shares to 100 in order for us to bring up our first guest. Don't forget the heart me's and the team bracelets. Um, and the gifts. If TikTok doesn't think that they're going to make money, they're not going to push this out to the FYP. So please don't forget. Don't forget that. It's too early for us to not be hitting all of the buttons. I know y'all fall asleep in the middle of the night. And that's what we are here for. Like, we love being here for you for that. But please help us get on the FYP. Thank you for so much, so much. You said, Astronova says, I regret doing Santa and Tooth Fairy with my kids. I don't necessarily regret it. For me, it's a fun thing. Like I said, I think indoctrinating a child into the belief that Santa exists is less harmful than indoctrinating them into a lifetime belief that a God exists. So for me, I don't necessarily regret it. It does kind of like hurts to see them disappointed. Sometimes they get disappointed and they cry. Sometimes they're like, what? And then they shrug their shoulders and they're like, or they'll say, I knew it. I knew you were the one putting the gifts out. Sometimes they are smart as fuck and they already know. Kind of like adults. Like, some adults already know, right, that they're kind of telling themselves that a God is doing things for them, or that a God is hugging them in their sleep. They just, won't say anything, but they already know. Like, the kid already knows that they saw their daddy playing Santa Claus. And I would say that other humans would be in the role what the parents are when it comes to Santa. Like the parents are the ones fulfilling the prayers. I would also say, or I see it as like the humans in society that do things for other humans play the role of the God. And that's why people say, "Oh, I thank God that my light bill got paid," and completely like ignore the humans that loaned them the money or that paid the light bill for them. Those of you that are in the guest box, I will bring people up as soon as we hit our share goal. Hey, Maureen, what's up? Hey, Cindy. Jacksonville Kid on YouTube says, a fat man that comes down a chimney and delivers presents, a fairy that collects teeth and leaves money, a spook in the sky with magical powers. It's all the same thing, right? And they're leaving. You have this belief in them, and then they give you some desire in your heart, right? It's all the same thing. Candace. Candace says, you're getting cold for disrespecting my savior, Saint Nick. All right, y'all. We are at 100 shares. Don't forget, don't stop sharing. Don't stop gifting. Don't stop gifting. While we talk about the reason you should stop believing in Santa Claus. And we're going to bring up our first guest. Here we go. If one of the mods are in here, I know Lala is traveling right now. Do that, or Selena, if one of you can come up on stage with us, I appreciate you. Hey, Travis, Merry Christmas. Don't tell me what to do, Machiavelli. Like, you have to wait your turn. McKnight, are you there? Hey, Rodney. Michelangelo, how did you connect and then disconnect? Michelangelo, are you there? Okay.
Thinker, I'm going to switch over to my tablet and come right back up.
Okay.
All right.
You undercooked the shrimp.
Man, I swear, God's be having some of the worst people that believe in it, and it needs it. Like, I swear, y'all need a God, because sometimes y'all be some horrible ass people. Y'all need a God. That's ridiculous. Like, are you that mad about your imaginary friend? Who is she? You thought that was a she, Machiavelli? Like, y'all are some, like, the reason why y'all can still believe in God is because some of you are still children in your minds. Some of you never matured. And the behavior that y'all display in here when we are talking about this belief, about this text, CNH, get out of my box. I thought we blocked CNH last night. But some of you never grew up, and that's why you can still believe in a God.
Is it okay if I give a response?
No, I wasn't talking to you. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? Thank you. Do that.
I am I don't really have a particular like faith or disbelief. I have none of those things. I live. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, you just don't believe in a God. You just live your life like most people who are atheists.
I don't. I do not consider myself to be an atheist.
And
No.
right, but you just don't believe in a God. You just live like most people who are atheists. I didn't say you consider yourself an atheist. You live like most people who are atheists.
Okay. All right. So are we going on belief structure or behaviors?
You literally said that you don't believe, right? You don't not believe. You just live. That's what
Yes,
you
ma'am.
said, right?
Yes.
That's what an atheist, right? Either believes, just not believes, or don't care, right? If there's a God, they just live.
No, ma'am.
Yes, they do. They don't. An
Well, no,
atheist
no,
does not
no.
believe that there is a God, right? Some say they don't care if there is a God, right? They just
I'm
live
not
their
an
life.
atheist.
I didn't
I'm not.
say you were an atheist. I said like an atheist.
Okay. Okay.
Like I said that twice. So what did you come up here for? Like you don't believe in a God. Like the other topics are about belief in a God. What why did you want to come up here?
Well, I was thinking that I can give a perspective that probably wasn't touched on, but I didn't
About
want to just
what?
um, about being somebody that's not necessarily an atheist, but also at the same time not somebody that has a blind faith, if that makes sense.
You don't have a belief, okay? But
No,
what
no, I have a
perspective?
belief. I have a belief.
You don't have a belief. You don't believe in a God.
No,
Listen,
I don't.
I understand that you're saying you have a belief, but you don't have a belief.
No, ma'am, you're not understanding. What I'm saying is like I have
Give
a
me just a
belief.
second. Don't use caps in my comments. That will get you blocked. Do not use caps in my comments. That's for mods and people with vision impairment only. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Machiavelli.
What I was saying is like again, I'm sure you've already repeated this over me because I'm not an atheist, but I'm also not a some sort of like monotheistic believer or anything like that. But I do have a structure in some
Do
sort
you
of
believe in a God, Machiavelli?
yes, I do.
Okay, so you are a believer in a God. What topic did you want to discuss?
I was hoping to discuss what the topic that you were trying to.
There are 4 topics on the screen. Can you see them?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, which one of those did you want to discuss?
Well, considering the topics and considering, ma'am, do you believe in Santa?
What topic, Machiavelli, do you want to discuss up there? And then we can get into a discussion. Which one does your perspective fall under?
God condones slavery.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, of the 4 descriptions that you have on your billboard,
These aren't descriptions, these are topics.
topics and also descriptions, because they do give an example of what the subject matter is going to be.
Nope. That's
Okay.
called a topic. A description would be me describing something, right?
Right.
I'm not
This would
describing
be-
anything in We Learn to Live Without Santa. We Can Learn to Live Without God. I would then have to go forward and describe how, right? We learn to live without Santa and how we can learn to live without God.
Which topic is that?
It's the very first topic.
All right. What about the other 3?
there are questions. How does belief in Santa work differently than belief in God? Like, I don't understand. Like, do you not know what a description is versus what a topic is?
I believe I do, ma'am, and I respectfully. I'm trying to hopefully make a particular distinction. Like I hope I'm not like misunderstanding.
Well, if you think that these are descriptors or descriptions, then you are misunderstanding. These are topics for discussion. You picked a topic for discussion. Now it's your time to discuss that topic.
One moment, ma'am. I am so sorry. I honestly believe that I think that as far as God condones slavery, I think I think God pretty much told the world like, hey, he didn't care about the rest of us.
I'm sorry. You said God condoned slavery because he told the rest of the world, hey, he didn't care about the rest of us?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to converse with you and also trying to converse with the chat.
Don't converse with the chat. Like when you have conversations, Machiavelli, if you're talking to a friend and there are people in the room, right? Like if you're in a big crowded room and your friend is standing in front of you and you and your friend are in a one-on-one conversation, do you talk to your friend and then yell across the room in the middle of the conversation with you and your friend?
It depends on what kind of beer I have.
So are you intoxicated right now?
Oh no, ma'am. But
So why are you doing behavior that you would do if you were inebriated while you're talking with me?
well, as far as inebriation goes, like I would enjoy having a non-confrontational, odd conversation, and I understand that I'm probably not expressing myself in the most proper way right now, but
You think?
yes, sir, I do think.
You picked the topic. You said God. You picked the topic. God condones slavery.
Yes, I do believe that.
So you do believe that God condones slavery?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, I guess there's nothing else to talk about then.
Actually, there is a lot to talk about because that would mean, as far as if you, I don't like, I want to kind of dive into certain aspects, but I don't really know where our ideas are. I was trying to fish her out, and she was fishing me out, but I want to kind of like understand where we're going as far as this whole thing is like all of these questions.
Like
Okay.
like for you to have a conversation, you have to know the end result of the conversation before you can
Not
participate in
true.
the conversation.
That's not true.
Then why are you? What is it that you're trying to understand?
Well, like if you have a conversation with somebody, you like, how can you how can you predict the end of a conversation when you're beginning a conversation
I
about a
didn't say
particular topic?
predict. Who used the word predict?
I believe I maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I could have sworn you
I
said like
asked, do you need to know, right, the end of the conversation in order for you to have a conversation?
no, ma'am, I do
Okay,
not.
so what is it that you need to understand again?
I'm not trying to understand anything. I'm
I'm sorry. Did you,
hold
Nelly?
on, hold
Am I
on.
hearing things? Because did he
No,
not
you're not
say
hearing
that he
anything.
needs to understand where this is going?
I
Did he not
confused
say that?
myself.
He
I
said
did
that
say that.
exactly.
I did say that. I apologize. I did say that.
I'm not sure this conversation is for him.
You're on mute, Machiavelli.
can't hear you. You have to unmute, sir.
I honestly thought somebody put me on mute. I was going to say I apologize. I misunderstood the purpose of this live, so I'll let you beautiful people continue.
Have a good night.
You too, ma'am.
I don't know that I believe he's not inebriated already. Because he definitely sounded like he was.
He said, "Yes, I think."
John Paul, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
47.
How old?
I'm 47.
47. Are
Yeah.
you a believer? Are you deconstructing or are you a non-believer?
I just come on the live now. Trying to understand what you guys were talking. I'm a believer
Okay.
in Christ.
Okay. Do you see the 4 topics on the post in front of you?
Okay.
Okay. Which one of those topics do you want to discuss with us?
What about the last one? Hold on. We can talk about the last one about slavery.
Okay. What are your
How
thoughts
God
about
come
that?
in slavery. Well, when I read the Bible, I get to understand that there was God chose some people, and whenever they go against the hardest set of people, God allowed them to let these people work for them. You know,
Wait, are
I,
you
I,
saying are you let God let what people work for
I'm
what
just saying
people?
what I read. I'm
I'm asking.
saying what
Hey,
I
hey,
read.
hey, John Paul. I'm asking a
Hmm?
clarifying question.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
When you said those, you're making a lot of noise in the background, John Paul. Do you
I'm
realize
sorry.
that?
No, I'm at work. I'm not really making noise. I don't know if you're hearing the generator from a distance. You're hearing a generator from a distance.
I
A
don't
boom,
know
boom,
what
boom,
it
boom
is.
noise.
No, it was like a
Okay, that's
scratching
it.
noise.
Oh, yeah. I just opened a door. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So when you say that the God allowed those people to work for them, I need you to specify who those people are and who the them is.
All right. When I read the Bible, I realize that God called Abraham and promised Abraham seeds, some lands, and when Abraham have to go through the battle receiving these lands, there are some people, the Amalekite, the Hittites, the Amorites, and all of these other people, and he tell him to get them out of the land. I when I read further, I realize that whenever they have war and they kill off some people, when they capture the women and the children and some of the people, them they would have them to work for them. But when I read, I realize that there's different slave in the Bible. You have slave by people who are your enemy, who you turn slave, and you have people who turn themselves in slaves, meaning that they are poor and they cannot find it. So what they do, they work for the family for a period of time. Some of them can be free. Some of them, I remember reading the Bible where it said that you have to slave your brother. If your brother become your slave, you have to have a period of time. Him can free himself and redeem back himself, and you can give him back the land. So I realize that there
Hey,
are
you have a that
different.
beeping noise. Hey, that beeping noise is like really loud.
Oh, let me take off the earphone. I don't know if the earphone is drawing the beeping noise. Let me cut the earphone off.
And then I don't know, like being able to like put your thoughts together a lot quicker. Um, shouldn't that like be a normal thing?
Yeah, it should be, but we have different type of believers.
It could be that he's like splitting his time between work and talking to us. And like the guy said last night, 50% of his consciousness is here on earth, and the other 50% is with in the spiritual realm with the gods. So the message is being transmitted, right? And so they talk slow because they're receiving information from God. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, a lot. The download is happening. Oh, you saw that, Brian. Yeah. Download on download. That's diabolical. John Paul, are you able to come back, or do we need to move on and bring you back up when you are ready? Oh, okay.
All right.
That sounds a lot better. Happy and don't care. Thank you. I love you back. Uh, are you, that sounds a lot better, John Paul. Can you do me a favor?
Uh-huh.
Okay, because we are on TikTok, and we don't have a lot of time, right? Are you able to like be more concise, with your point that you're trying to make?
All right. What I'm trying to say, I'm just telling you guys what I read in the Bible. You know, I was just explaining that there, when I read the Bible, there are two slaves in the Bible. One who is poor and he give himself over to their master, and they work for the master and they get paid, and they live with the master, whatever the master tell them they do. And there is another slave when you go over and you capture a country. Whosoever you capture, you let them become your slave. But when I read in the New Testament now, God don't really, Christ don't really condone slave no more. Everyone now is equal because salvation is for everyone.
Okay, I'm going to put you on mute while I respond and give the chat a break on their ears. Okay. So just so that I can make sure that I understood what you said, when you read the Bible, the only types of institutions of slavery, or instances of slavery that you see is people being captured in war, or people voluntarily selling themselves to the Israelites. And because they are God's chosen people, God allows them to put these people to work when they go to war against them. And then when you get to the New Testament, Jesus no longer condones slavery because everybody is equal in salvation. Because somehow your soul being saved is the equivalent to you being out of physical slave bondage in the material world. Am I understanding that I get that correctly? And I just need to know so that I can respond. Did I understand you correctly, John Paul? Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, sorry about that. You that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I'm going to put you back on mute and then I'm going to respond. So there are times in the Old Testament where the Israelites go to war, but they are told by the God not to enslave the people that they go to war with, right? Because they were considered the heathen nations, or under what is called devoted to destruction in the Bible. So those people, they were told to completely annihilate and not leave anything that was breathing alive. In fact, there was a law where they could not even enslave those people in the temple if they took them and offered them up to the god. They had to put them to death. In Deuteronomy 20, you see the God giving these types of instructions, and he tells them to get their labor, their corvée labor, from nations that are far away from the inheritance land, like from the Canaanites, the Ammonites, the Herizite, the Hittites, Perizzites, those, all the ites. They were to kill all of them and not enslave them. They were to get their slave labor from nations that were far away. And what they were told to do was to offer terms of peace. So when they go to one of these foreign nations far away from the land of Israel, they were to say, hey, we're going to give you guys an opportunity to surrender and become our corvée labor, right? And if they accepted it, then great, right? You don't go to war, all is well. If they did not accept it and they decided to fight against Israel, trying to force them into corvée labor, or forced labor, then they were to go to war. They were to kill all the men and take the women and children and everything else for themselves. So the war in this sense was initiated by the Israelites. It's not like, Israel was attacked and then, they just took captives. That's not how that worked. And then the other institutions of slavery in the Bible that we see, as you mentioned, debt slavery, indentured servitude, which we see the Israelites participating in if they had a debt and that they could not repay that debt, then they could voluntarily or involuntarily pay off that debt through slavery, later on servitude. And then there was chattel slavery, where they could go to foreign nations and buy debt slaves from foreign nations and bring them back to Israel and make them lifetime permanent slaves. Also, women and children were already chattel slaves. They were already lifetime permanent slaves in Israel. And if a man who sold himself into debt slavery temporarily for 6 years, if his slave master gave him a wife while he was under that time frame of debt slavery, and he wanted to stay with that wife and that they had kids, then he had to volunteer and become a lifetime slave, a chattel slave. So there's multiple types of labor in the book. And that's what we mean when we say God condones slavery as sinner. Because, we don't know if the angels would be considered slaves in heaven, right? We know that the Israelites are considered God's servants, i.e. his slaves. Jesus says that you are to call yourself a worthless slave when it comes to him. So, they like slaves. And, Santa had elves. I don't know if Santa's elves were slaves. Nelly, were Santa's elves paid?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So yeah, Santa had slaves because God had slaves, or has. Did that make sense, John Paul?
Yes, it did. Yes, yes. Make a lot of sense.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
No, I said it make a lot of sense. Make a lot of sense. I was listening to everything you said, and I agree with everything you were saying.
Yeah, and then so you also said that Jesus no longer condones slavery, right? Because salvation was equal to all. Well, I agree that salvation was offered to, the free as well as the unfree. But just because they could, get to know Jesus and call Jesus their Christ, did that set them free from physical slavery on earth?
Yeah, I agree with that.
You're
Because,
not listening to me because I asked you a question.
yes, I
What was
said
the
yeah. The question that you said that you asked, I said yes.
so tell me how?
Because a man become your brother now. Everybody in Christ become brothers from all different nations. And then there was a law in Moses that you must enslave your brother.
Nope. The law in Moses is that you do not enslave an Israelite. There were foreigners who who converted to Israelitism, but they were not considered a son of God, right? They did not then share in the land inheritance, right? They were not then bound by the covenant that God had made with the Israelites. So, no, they were not automatically set free from bondage of slavery just because they could accept Christ.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Are you so I don't think that you're able to participate like in the conversation. Like the one word
Yeah,
responses
I
is just
was just
not.
gonna say to you,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying to a point, but probably another time I have to call and finish it because of the noise. I don't want to disrupt you guys thing that you got going because of the
Okay.
noise around me.
All right.
I just
Thank
came to a
you.
ear that is a lot of noise, so
Okay.
I'm glad to be
All
here.
right. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good night.
Yeah,
Okay.
same to you.
All right. Man, like sometimes it puts me in a position to feel like I'm being rude. Like I shouldn't have had to like butt in. I get him saying the noise. I'm gonna come back later. Bam. Okay. But to say it 3 times, like I feel like I have to be. I shouldn't have had to do that. Feeling like I'm rude, cutting you in and rushing you off. Like what is that about?
Yeah, and you can't have a good, respectful conversation if you got other things going on around you and you trying to do this, that, and the other. I know people multitask, but I mean, I'd rather a person pay more attention to the conversation. You know,
Yeah. Josh Lovett is not there, so we're gonna move on. Raina,
Oh my gosh.
it was an accident.
That definitely was an accident, girl.
It's okay.
What
It's
the
okay.
hell?
It's all right. I'll take you down. Have a good night, okay?
You too, sis.
Thank you. I love those type of songs. Like those are the ones that turn their phones off and throw them are my favorite. Oh my gosh.
yeah, I think I'm gonna start investing in phones so that way, hey, I sell your phone. Don't worry about it.
Simon, hi. How are you? Simon. Okay. Josh, are you there?
Hi, y'all.
Josh, what are you doing? Are you in the tub?
No, I just left my room where the TV was at, so you heard the
Oh,
TV.
oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Please do not use caps in the comments. Like I don't want you to get muted or blocked, but the mods will mute you and block you with no question asked. If you want to stay and listen to the conversations, just respect the rules of the live. Don't make us get batty batty. Can you replace the word God with another word and interpret the teachings in like good? Uh, I don't know what you mean by that, Chicano. Um, Josh, how are you today?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are
Good.
you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Now, can you explain to me what deconstructing is?
Where you are taking time to ask hard questions about your current belief structure, your ethical framework, doing the research, uh, analyzing it, doing away with the harmful aspects of it, putting it back together in a more healthier way, or just completely ridding yourself of it altogether?
Oh, I obliterated it. I destroyed it. I blew it up. C4.
Okay.
Period. Yeah.
Are you chewing gum,
I'm
Josh?
sorry. Damn.
You know we have headphones on, right?
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
gonna chill out.
All right. What did you come up here to talk about?
I wanted to talk about the first one. We learn to live without Santa. We can learn to live without God.
Okay.
With me, I would make it more specific. I've learned to live without the God that they speak of. And I've learned to just focus on what I call a creator. And yeah, I've learned to live without the other God, which basically is just like, the rules and regulation, and just really get my own, I want to say spiritual growth, I would say it's called, or just growing up, like a maturity where once I decided to say, okay, there's a creator, I'm a creation. And then all of it started to just come to, it just came at it just became clear to me what I'm supposed to do. You know what I mean? So it was
So,
like,
so when
well,
you say that it became clear what you're supposed to do, are you still receiving messages? Like when you say a creator, does this creator still like sit in the sky, or like is it still a deity?
honestly, I don't even put it anywhere. I just say it is, and it's like, wherever it's at, it's at. I really don't care. It's just, I know I was made and I ain't make myself. So it's like, okay, anything else is his business or her business. I don't care.
So,
It,
so it's still a belief in a God, right?
I don't, well, I guess I will say you can call it, if they call it God, they call it God, but I don't really give it a title. I guess creator is a title, but I just look at it as a fact, like I was made by the creator. So I don't really say if it's God or anything. I just say it's the creator.
So can I ask, like, what would be the difference between the creator and a God? Not a specific God, but what's the difference between a creator and a God?
Um, because I be paying attention to how people can actually label men as gods. So it's my thing. It's like, I really can't say, I don't know. I would say the difference is that I think a God, honestly, anybody can be made a God. You know what I'm saying? As much as we're capable of doing, I think we can still have that aspect of become like we're that great that we can be deemed a God. And it's like, I honestly think that there's something beyond just what can be a God. To me, the creator is more like it's bigger than that. You know what I mean? Like, I look at it like anybody can be a God. You know what I'm saying? We
So
all,
does the creator still like communicate with you through like spiritual means?
it's like, it's, how you just growing up, it's like, I look at him like, I would say yes, because even in my dreams, it's like really, it can get really like, I've had like futuristic dreams, or I've been like talking to, like, getting answers. Like, I might ask a question. I'll literally be talking to people and like just having a conversation with them and them giving me answers. But it's deeper. It's more like, I'm learning, and as I'm maturing, it's like I'm sensing it. It might be corny, but you just know. It's like, okay, I see what's happening here. So it's more like I'm getting how I should be in certain situations. I look at it as simple as this. You're handling situations properly. Like, this is how you handle the situation. I believe all the answers come as I just get more discipline. So it's like, it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like complete communication, like he's talking directly to me type of thing.
But do you
But
like? Are you talking to the creator like via form of prayer?
I don't listen. I don't do anything. It's my eyes are like, well, the way I see it is, I'm a grown up now, so I'm not a child. So it's like I look at the creator as a being who's like he's busy. You know, he has a lot of things going on, or she has a lot of things going on. Like I pretty much everything, however it's happening, where I don't pray. I may say thank you. I may realize how stupid I was, and I'll say sorry. But I think a lot of things I never really had to pray for. It's just the more it's like things come to me as I go. You know how you just sit there and like you'll get this thought or something come into your head and you'll do it, like things like that. Like I was told, like I sat on the back of a bus and it was just like something out of somewhere just said, "Be still," and I just listened to it. I just did it, and I be still. And the more I sat still, the more I realized my body was full of pain. Like it was just painful to me to just stay in one position. It may seem like, what? That's weird, but I'm just staying in one position. Just don't move a muscle. It was like that. And I realized just how the lack of discipline I had, you know, like it wasn't told audibly, but it was just like, it just came to me, you know,
So
and I just
like
put,
it sounds similar to what, believers of a God, right, would
okay.
say, how a God would communicate with them. Does this creator have the ability, or does this creator like guide you in like the
I would,
decisions, your
I would
moral
say
decisions?
it's like, yeah, it's like, it's yeah, as simple as like, we got the information already, right? So it's like all the information was already here. So, because I don't know how long the earth was here, but we've been taught. Generations before us have been taught. So we always have the information, but it comes to me in a manner in which like, okay, now I actually can do this. Like I will literally I'll start saying things I've never said before. Like it'll just come to me, you know, but the information is already in existence, but it comes to me when it comes to me. So I look at it like whoever has gotten this information before, they probably got the information in the same manner, but I'm getting it personally to me and my own as I keep growing and growing and growing, get more
So
self control.
yeah, so like so far, just the two things that you've named, like it still sounds like a God to me,
Okay.
and I get like I don't necessarily see the difference because
Hmm.
most people who believe in a God believe that that God is also a creator. I do understand like where you say God's like men can name anything a God or anybody a God,
Hmm.
uh, but so can they call anything a creator, right?
Right.
Um, and so I don't necessarily see a difference, but
I see
like
what you
if
mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, because I was
yeah,
trying to
like
understand like exactly where you was coming from, but I see what you was trying to say. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
yeah, and then so like the topic that you picked was like we learn to live without Santa, we can learn to live without God. But like, did you believe in Santa Claus when you were a kid?
Um, Honestly, I never really even delved that deep into it. It was like a come and go type of thing. I didn't like dwell on it. Like I knew my mom. I went with my mom to buy the gifts, so it wasn't like Santa's going to give me anything. It wasn't that type of thing.
So you never believed in Santa?
I never like it was like okay, Santa's an idea. Like I had it for a moment. I was like, "There's a Santa," but it wasn't like. I guess I did it that short period of time, but it wasn't like Santa Claus is gonna give me something. You know?
Yeah, so you did at one point in your life believe in Santa, and you outgrew that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and so at one point in your life, you believed in a God, like that's tied to a religion. Which God did you deconstruct from?
The Christian God.
Okay, and so you deconstructed from the Christian God, but held on to a belief that there is a force that created you that still communicates with you through dreams and visions. It just doesn't come with the politics of church and the rules in the text. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that. Yeah, I would say that.
So
Yeah.
would it be fair to say that you learned to live without Santa, but you in fact have not learned to live without God, but you've learned to live without the politics of church
Yeah, it
And
was like my specific is I learned to live without the Christian God. I'll say that, but I haven't learned I don't think I can like live without my creator type of thing. You know what I mean? Like I don't live by the Christianity stuff no more. You know, it's just like I'm separate from all of that, and I'll just get it from however I get it, however the source gives it to me. So I guess I didn't learn to live what I got. I don't think I can, type of thing.
yeah, so like, and what I hear you saying, right, is that the God is giving you some intelligence, um,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah,
that you
exactly. That's
didn't
perfect.
that you
Yeah,
didn't have before. Do me
yeah.
a
It's like
favor. Do me a favor,
I'm
Josh.
sorry.
Yeah, let me finish my thoughts, and then you can respond. That way we can have a decent conversation, because like what you're saying right now reminds me of a conversation that I had with a Muslim man this morning, and he said that Allah is giving him wants him to have faith, to have like this higher consciousness, to gain this higher intelligence, right? And he told me that the higher intelligence that Allah gave him was that the earth was an upside down cone shape. And when he said that, I didn't want to focus on the fact that what he's saying is just absolutely ridiculous. But like, if let's say that that's true, that the earth is an upside down cone shape, and Allah wants people to know that. What would be the purpose of this higher intelligence is what I kept asking him, right? And so I would like to ask the same thing. Like, so the creator is giving you access to higher intelligence that you didn't know otherwise. Like, can you share like what, or an example of what that higher intelligence is, and how does that affect society? Like, how or you as a whole, as a human, or affect society? Like, what's the purpose of your creator saying, Josh, I need you to know this information, and then I want you to do what next with it?
Okay, so can you like condense that so I can really like know exactly what you're saying?
Yeah, so you're saying that your creator gives you higher intelligence, like information that you didn't know before. I'm asking, like, can you give me an example of that, and then what your creator wants you to do with that information? Like, how does it affect society or you as a whole?
Got you. Okay, clear. Honestly, I look at it as I'm an individual and everybody's an individual. And based on my experience, everyone has to get whatever they can get at the time. So for me, right now, I'm learning a lot more discipline. I'm learning a lot more of everything that I've been taught can finally be genuinely put into, can be a part of me. So I basically think what is given to me is for me. And I think it's based on me just becoming a mature human being. So whatever comes after that, if my maker decides to say, okay, give this and give that, then I can do that. But at this point, it's me just becoming a better person, So really it's just about me becoming. And that's it. I think all the information I have, I think honestly is just for me to be a beacon. I think all of us walk on this planet while either we're either immature or we're mature. So it's almost like just be who you are, become who you're becoming, and whatever comes after that comes after that. It's like I don't really think it's like me having to tell anybody anything, because it's either just going to be an argument, we're going to be fighting, and there's no point of me trying to convince you. It's just, this is what I've learned. This is what I see being the case. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't really have to press that to anybody. You're going to get what you get individually.
So the purpose of it's individualistic, is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and it's to guide you to be a better human. Like, is this information that you can only learn from like this communication or this relationship with this creator, for you to be this mature human? And then is there like some goal at the end, like for
That's a
this
good question.
creator to be concerned with your maturity here in the physical realm? Is the creator getting you ready for like something after death, or like is there some goal for you?
I don't, you know, I really am not so sure. Like things come to me as I continue. It's like I think everything is given to me when I'm ready to be able to bear with it or handle it. So I think it's just I have my goals. Like you know how you know how you can meet somebody who's like can be speaking the same things as you. They're similar to you. They seem to be speaking the same information as you. I think all this information we get is coming from a source. You know what I mean? So just like the first person who got it, you know, probably was, you know, whatever happened
Can
that
you
another
can you
person got it.
can you
What
give
was
an
up?
example? Give me just a second, because Dudette is up here. She needs to make an announcement. And then
Okay.
can you give an example um, of the type of information that you're saying came from a source once she gets done?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dudette. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays, everybody. All that good stuff, mumbo jumbo. I'm not a sentimental type of person, so
Oh.
That was
blah
hard.
blah
Was that
blah
hard for
blah
you?
blah. Yes, I don't like mushy stuff. Anyway, y'all please tap the screen. I'm gonna tell y'all my how I like to see y'all work the likes. It should be easy for you all to reach 50K per hour. That's what I'm looking for. If you're not reaching it, I'm muting you. I'm not going to let you speak until you engage with the live. I know you all enjoy the conversation, so please tap, tap, tap. Also, I don't know of any other space than Thinkers where you can listen to a good conversation, um, receive education, and also counseling. And she's not even a therapist. So she does a lot of hard work up here. Please, please, please help her reach her gift goals. She usually has a daily goal that also helps her to stay on the For You page, get more people in here, increase engagement, and also sharing the live. And so she does have a gift goal of, I think it's love us up there. I don't have access to that. So you would have to put the banner forward in order for me to send it. I don't know if other people are having that issue, but I can't send them for some reason.
Really?
Yeah. I don't have
Oh,
access
okay.
to it. So y'all, please help her reach her gift goals tonight. Um, Thank you so much. Y'all don't know how much she appreciates that, and I appreciate you for gifting her because she goes hard in these lives, and I'm sure it can't be easy because I'm usually fuming in the comments um, and messaging her while she's on live. So please continue to gift, share, tap the screen. Also, follow her on YouTube because she's streaming live there um, at the same time that she's on live here, and visit her the link in her bio for her merch. So please support her that way. You know, just show your love and appreciation for her because she deserves it. And thank you for all of her dedicated supporters. All right.
Thank you,
I'm going
Dudette.
to
And
stay up here.
please
You're
don't.
welcome.
Okay, thank you. And don't forget to give Dudette and the panelists of your choice as well. The mods, especially when they're in here, because they keep the space safe. And Dudette ass don't play. I know how much y'all love Dudette, so don't forget to show your love to Dudette as well. Josh, you can continue.
Okay. Like, you know how, let's say we go back to the beginning, when, everything's created, and, somebody, let's say he just made them, and then, they were able to just communicate somehow, like what's going on, yada, 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 like, however things all evolved to become. Somebody got information from it, from the source. I'll call it the creator. I'll say it's the creator. And then, things were passed down, yada, yada, yada. Maybe they communicated with, everything that's on the spiritual side face to face, maybe, so then, as time goes on, whatever happened, how everything, but that same information is the same information that we have today. You know what
But
I'm
what about
saying?
biology? Like, we know that a lot of the information that we know was done by very immoral practices, right? Some of this information was practiced on women, was specifically practiced on black people, right? By inhumane experiments. Were practiced on kids on the reservations, native children on reservations. It didn't necessarily come from some like magically dropped from some source and somebody got a download.
Hmm.
What
So
about
you
that? What
are
about
you
that
are you
information?
are you referring to like uh as far as people just
Like
doing
knowing about our
experiments?
bodies, right? Like knowing,
Oh, okay, 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 okay,
yeah,
okay.
like knowing
Wow.
how
See,
our
but I'm
how.
saying
One
we
second.
know.
One
Okay,
second, Josh.
okay.
For example, understanding the reproductive process, right? A lot of experimentation was done on women, right, to understand that process.
Mm,
Knowing how to fight certain diseases. A lot of really harsh experiments were done on humans, right, to learn. What harms our body and what doesn't harm our body. The nutrition facts that we know. Was some horrible experiments done on native children in these reservation schools. Like, this information was not just dropped from the source or this creator.
mm. Okay, let me say this. Now you got that was. I'm glad this came to me because things come to me as I listen. Let's say somebody got information right, but somebody can tell you exactly what to do or how things happen, but you probably won't even listen to them. Or some things we want to learn about, but we really don't have to know this. But some people are curious about it. But for me, it's like it's not important for me to know anything about that. I just know what happens. But then you got people who probably wouldn't even go to wherever they got to go to just to get the information. They want to do different things. You know what I'm saying? They want to do. Now again, I firmly, based on experience, we are built the way we're built, and we're built with what we're built with. But then again, these things, they come into existence as we examine and we we see it all around us, and then this information, wherever it comes from, the things we think up, the things we just conjure up. I would say it comes from, who's to say it doesn't come from that source? It may sound really strange to us, like why would it even be like this? You know what I mean? But these things happen. People may do more inhumane things because that's just what they seem to be able to do. You know what I mean? But who knows
No,
what's
are
behind
you
it all?
saying that the source, this creator, told them to do these inhumane experiments to get the
I'm
information?
saying wherever it comes from, this, for them to even conjure this up, or for this to be a thing, it comes from somewhere.
Did
Now,
it come from
I'm
the
not saying it come,
creator though?
I'm not sure about that. But here's my thoughts on that.
Hold on,
It's like,
let me
okay,
speak.
yeah,
Okay.
okay,
All right. So, okay. So, like, with you, what I can say is that we don't have a large number of scientists, right, or biologists or medical doctors saying God just told me, or a creator just dropped this information into my spirit, right? The information that we know about our bodies, right, comes from experiments that have been tested, right, and proven. I think that if a creator who, if there is a creator that created our bodies and they know how the body works, they know what harms the body or how to heal the body, and they're giving higher intelligence regarding that, shouldn't we have higher numbers of people saying, God told me how to do this, without having to conduct these harmful experiments, unless that creator just enjoys torturing humans?
Well, let me say this. How many people have stood up and said things like that and people have dismissed them?
Well, it like I said, if they're able to show that the information that they received is true and it works, like most people are not going to care if it works. But most of the time, when someone says God told me this, it's illogical stuff. It's stuff that can't be proven, and it's stuff that doesn't work, or that doesn't necessarily resemble our natural reality, our physical reality. So that's why when people say I received a download, right? People don't believe it, because most of the time it's illogical information, like the Earth being an upside down cone.
Now, did he mean by wait? Did he mean like the point is up and the hole is down, or like the cone is like it's just a cone?
No, he said an upside down cone. So like the like Abraham Lincoln's hat, right?
Okay,
And,
okay,
Abraham turned his hat upside down. The long part is at the bottom, and the
okay.
rim is the floor of the earth. Is the earth.
Oh, okay, okay. Not just thinking about it. I mean, it. I want to say it's illogical. I mean, it kind of makes sense in a sense because the water has to go into something for it to even be there. I can see why you would
So
say
like you
that.
believe the earth is flat?
Um, I don't think the Earth is flat. How would the water even be on the Earth if it's flat? Don't
Right.
make
So in
sense.
order for this to make sense, right, the earth would need to be flat in order for the earth to be an upside down cone, because the brim of the hat is flat.
Right, that's true. Well, yeah, I get. I would say yeah, but we still need the bottom of the hat for the water. That's what I would say.
So then what, the earth is round, and then it has like a cone at the bottom of the round, like the earth is the ice cream sitting on top of a cone.
I don't know, and honestly, I don't care. But to just answer the question, looking at it, I would say the brim of the hat. I would say it makes sense because of the water, and I would say there may be like that flat surface that makes sense, and then you got maybe the ice cream because there are hills, there are mountains, and things like that. It got to, just the top part. You go up and down. Look, that's my vision. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
And see, and this is why, like, when I question like the higher intelligence thing, right? Because like, again, if a person is communicating with the entity that created all of this, right, then that information should be spot on, right? Like, but scientists have debunked a lot of the religious texts from prophets claiming to get divine inspiration from a god or a creator.
So can I ask you this? Let me ask you this. I'm cracking up. Okay, yeah. So let me ask you this. So basically, what I'm hearing is because of science, you can't accept the information from people saying that they heard this from God. Now, I understand the illogical stuff that
Not
just
because of
don't make sense.
science. That's not what I
Okay.
said. I said science has debunked a
Okay.
lot of the claims of the higher information that came from a god or a creator. And so
Okay.
if someone is the maker of a computer, right, and you call the maker, you think you're calling the maker of the computer to share, that the computer isn't working, right? And they tell you how they built the computer, and you need to do XYZ to fix it. But as they're talking to you, you know damn well that the things that they're saying don't fit your computer. Like, your computer doesn't have an i7 processor. Your computer doesn't have a internal camera. Like, they're talking to you about things that your computer doesn't have. right? And then they call the computer something else. Are you going to believe that you're talking to the creator of that computer, of your computer?
Well, yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. Like it's based on the information that we've received, and yeah, science may have debunked it. So basically, people are just saying that they heard this from such, but they're actually wrong. And that's another thing I would say. That's another reason why I tend to like step away from like the Christian God and all that, because whoever you're talking to, I don't know who I'm talking to, and my mom, the way I think is like this thing could be a whole liar. You know what I mean? So I never was the type to like run off saying God told me this, God told me that. You know what I mean? I had my episodes where I thought things was happening. I had people around me that I think were influencing me. But yeah, like I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, I don't really believe in like getting information like that because I'm not on that type of level. You feel them? Whoever's doing that, whatever, if you're telling me something that don't make sense, of course I'm not gonna believe you. That doesn't even seem like what? That sounds stupid. That don't even make sense. So, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, and like for me, I think when people say that they're talking to a creator, a lot of times it just sounds like their own thoughts, and it doesn't. The information or the higher intelligence information that they say that they receive doesn't typically sound like anything that a person couldn't one think of themselves or get from a book.
And you know what I'm saying? And I say that too. I think this is how I think of my creator. This is what I think of him. I think your creator has already said, I've given you enough. Like I think everything that even the just the simple things as having some discipline, having some self-control, being able to live in harmony with things, I think that type of stuff, that's the stuff I'm concerned about. All the other stuff, I don't care. I don't
But you
care.
don't think that we can do that without God?
But listen, what I'm saying is I think he's already given us that. But we don't tend to give him, because to think about it, it's like that's not nothing that we really deem something that's like we have to get from the creator. But I think that's what he's already given us.
Where has he already given that to
The fact that
mankind?
it can be a thing that's just given to us as we go along. Let's just say you learn from experience. If you touch the fire, you get burned and you feel pain. So that's something he's putting us already to be. All right, I'm gonna keep my
But
hand
that
back.
doesn't necessarily prove that a creator did that. That's experience, right?
But I'm saying,
A
how do you
person.
get
Hold
it
on, can I
though?
finish
Okay.
talking? A person can go through life without ever, right, believing in a God or a creator, right, and learn that touching a fire will burn you, right? People learn from their daily and life experience every single day, right?
Right.
They learn from other humans. They learn from reading books, right? They learn from teachers. They learn from mentors. Like I definitely think that what you're saying, that higher intelligence that you're saying that the creator that is giving you, like to me it sounds like we don't necessarily need that information to come from a creator. And so like I still think that if we as children can grow out of the belief of Santa, we can grow out of the belief of the God and be just fine.
Okay. Can I say this real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing with belief, like, let me say, okay, again, I say it's because these things have been already built. It's like you get the information. How do we even get this? Like we're already created. So however we're created, we're able to, however we're built, we can get the information. But maybe that's how it was meant for us to get the information. Again, we're not the creator. We haven't made ourselves. So the thing with belief is it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter because we're made, like, yourself, you learn yourself. We have to learn ourselves because we didn't make ourselves. That makes sense to me. We have to learn ourselves. So me believing in anything honestly doesn't matter. How I think it works is you may never believe it, but it doesn't mean it's not true. It's always going to be that. We think like that
Well,
as human beings.
so again, like even if you don't have to believe it, that to me says that we learn to live without Santa. we can learn to live without God. If I can go through life never ever believing in a God, and you're saying that the God is still making me learn what I'm learning, then I'm living without the God. I'm living
So
without the
you mean a
Creator.
belief? You mean a belief? That's what you're saying.
I mean, like, it doesn't exist,
And I'm
honestly,
reading that.
right?
I'm
Until
reading.
a
I'm so stupid.
person like you
I get what you're saying.
you saying to me that even if you don't believe, right,
Yeah, yeah,
the Creator is still talking to you. The Creator is
yeah,
still guiding you.
yeah.
Like, that
I would
doesn't
say
make
that.
sense,
I would
right?
say that. No,
Like,
listen,
Josh, do you, like, when you're talking, I'm quiet. Do you recognize that?
yeah.
And I deserve the same respect, right? And so, and like, just that example right there, right? Like, your Creator didn't teach me that it's better communication skills to listen to someone when they're talking and be an active listener, right? And be engaging in the conversation so that I can hear what you're saying and completely understand what you're saying and respond, right? With logical responses to further the conversation. Right? Your Creator didn't teach me that, but I've had to ask you multiple times during this conversation to let me speak.
And I never stopped you from speaking.
In the gum, Josh.
I never stopped you.
Yeah. You still, like, you still don't understand, like, what I just said, right?
I do
And
understand.
you don't, like, for
I
your
really do.
response to be, and I never stopped you. I don't understand that response when I'm talking about the numerous times that you've cut me off while I'm talking.
I never cut you off. I
Okay,
chimed in.
that's cutting me off.
I
Like,
never cut you
if
off.
you can't
Well, I won't
talk at the
argue about
same
it.
time that I'm
That's how you look
talking,
at it. That's how
that,
you look at it.
well, I mean, like, I can tell you this, Josh, the Creator that is talking to you, right, has like, didn't teach me what I know about how to engage in effective conversations, right?
You sure? You
Yeah,
sure? I'm asking you, are you sure? How you know?
because you don't know how to, and you're talking to that Creator.
That's what you say. That's according to your standards.
I mean, ask the chat.
That's what you've been taught. That's them. That's the few that side with you. And there are a few that side with me.
Well, ask the chat.
I don't have to ask them.
You don't want to prove what you're saying?
What do you mean? Like, you're
I mean,
basing it on other people. You're basing it on other people. I don't listen to other people. I get the information on my own.
right. So you get that. Like, first off, Josh, the gum is driving everybody in this room crazy, right? I've tried to, like, I've said something about it one time. I've ignored it.
I'm really not
The
sure
chat has been.
how
Look how
much
you're
it's
cutting me
going
off,
to.
Josh. Look how you're cutting me off.
Because
Like, I've been respectful to you. I've allowed you to cut me off several times, and I've reminded you several times to allow me to speak. The chat has been texting you multiple times asking you to stop chewing in their ear. I've said something about you chewing gum at the beginning of the conversation, and you just reject it all. You reject it all. And this is like, truly believe that if you are talking to a Creator, that Creator isn't one that I would be interested in learning anything from, because it sounds like if your Creator can, if your belief is that your Creator taught me how to have great communication skills, but you're the one communicating with this Creator every day, either you don't trust the Creator to, when it tells you how to have great communication skills, because you don't have them. You think that talking at the same time is good communication, and chewing gum in people's ear. And I'm not even trying to be rude, because I think you could be like a really cool person. But if people don't agree with you, you just, like, totally throw it away.
If you're talking, you're gonna have to come off mute.
if y'all don't mute me, if y'all muted me. But honestly, it's just me having the habit of chewing gum and still trying to get in the habit of actually not chewing the gum for other people. So it's not like I'm intentionally trying to chew the gum, but it's just a habit of chewing gum. So
Yeah,
it
you
doesn't,
just
it's not going to happen so
out your
quickly for
mouth.
me to stop, you know?
Can you just take the gum out of your mouth while you're conversating, please?
Oh, sure, I can do that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll do that. All right. So, is there anything I was supposed to like respond about, Thinker?
Well, unfortunately, I was gonna ask you to reiterate the last point, but someone just paid to drop you, so I do have to end the conversation
Okay,
here
cool. That's
as the
fine.
chat controls the stage. Hope you have a great night.
I couldn't wait to kick him.
That gun was, man, I had to turn my volume down. It was just, and then I'm like, yeah, dog, man.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. So,
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, and so did could you recognize that the conversations are one on one while I was talking to Josh?
Yeah.
So why were you like adding me in the comments and let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up? She won't let me up. I've been requesting for a while. She won't let me up. Why were you doing that while I was conversating with Josh?
Oh no, I was just trying to see if there was gonna be anybody else that was gonna be able to join.
And but after you did it one time, right? And I didn't add you to the stage, like the constant. Do you think
Because I wasn't
you
sure
think
if
that's rude?
I just wasn't sure if anybody else was coming up, and I was just asking. I haven't requested in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, you saw, right? Like you said, she won't let me up. I've been requesting for a long time. Let me up. Yo, let me up. Let me up. Yo, let me up. Let me
I
up.
never said no. I never said let me up. I was asking.
No? That behavior is like really, really irritating, right? When someone is having a conversation with someone, like it's really irritating, like to do
Okay,
that,
I understand that.
right?
My apologies.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are you sure that you are 27 or 26? How did you say you were?
26.
Okay. What year were you born?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What year were you born?
2000, May 29th.
In May 29th in 2000?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be 26. If you were born in the year 2000, right? It's not even 2026 yet. So I got to take you down, okay? Have a good
Okay.
night. Damn, can people not do basic math?
Nope, they can't.
Hey, Dr. Kip.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Goodness gracious.
That was
Like,
pretty.
he said he was like literally, bro. That just common sense should have said not to say 2000. Like, I don't.
Yeah, it was surprising, but
Oh,
I guess some
Michigan.
people can.
Hold on, she is knocked out. What did you say, Dr. Kip?
I guess some people can't math.
And they can't, and that's what I be trying to like express in here. How the U.S. education system, like they'll just pass a child, even if they don't have the basics down. Like they'll let them graduate without having basic math, basic reading down. Right, a lie don't care who tell it. Miss Charlene, I see you in the guest box. I'll bring you up in just a second. Michael,
Good evening.
good evening. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Are
And
you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a believer, and if I could tell you why, I'll give you a great
It's
example.
okay. I don't need to know why.
Well,
That's okay. It's okay, Michael. Like, let's get into the topics if that's okay. Which one of these topics did you come up to discuss with us?
I'll be honest with you. Santa Claus came to my house and shoved a bowling pin all the way up my asshole and said, "Merry Christmas, you piece of shit."
Wow.
I don't think humanity is okay. I swear, humanity is not okay. Like, there's no way people can make me believe that there is a God, right? Humanity is not okay. Like, these believers would come up here and say God is giving them higher intelligence, right? Like, God gives them power. There is no way that there is a benevolent God and humanity acts like this. None.
A bowling pin.
Like, and they think that shit is like, at this age, right? That shit is not.
Holy
That shit ain't cute.
hail Satan. Oh my god.
Hail Satan, Cal.
Bowling pin?
So I take it that you are not a believer.
Oh, it depends on the day.
Are you a believer or not?
I do believe that there could be a God.
Okay, so you're agnostic. And what did you come up to discuss?
Well, before the bowling pin comment kind of derailed my train of thought.
Okay, do you want me to move you down to the comments, let you get your thoughts together? You can
Yeah,
request back up.
let's see. What about Santa? No, I prefer to believe in the Krampus, to be honest.
I don't think either of those questions ask which do you prefer to believe in.
Oh, right. I'm stuck on bowling pins.
So I'm going to move you back to the comments, let you get the bowling pin out your ass, and then I'll bring you back up when you're ready, okay?
Listen, I can kick people really fast while I'm up here, and I'm
You,
loving it.
you did that really fast because I was on my way
So,
to doing it.
I hope
y'all don't
Thinker.
play when you come up here.
I hope Thinker never gives me a mute button.
I can't believe that Michael guy was not blocked. The one that said
He is
that.
now. He's
Okay,
blocked.
thank you, thank you. The JEs. Hey, how are you?
I am very well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
Great.
What did you come up to discuss?
I would say it's the first one. We
Okay.
learn to live without Santa. Why can't we live without a God? I am deconstructing. So I can admit I did believe in Santa, you know, excuse me, for quite a while, actually. I think all the way up to like 12, maybe. I don't know, just this wanting to believe in it, right? And I think what shattered that was two things. I stayed up one night believing that I could possibly see him. And when the sun came up and I didn't see it, I was like, well, I don't know, maybe I fell asleep for a couple seconds or so. And of course, seeing my parents with the gifts that I quote unquote asked Santa for, I was like, okay, I get it now. And how I got to deconstructing, at least from Christianity, because I was born and raised in a Bible Belt, church, like, pretty much my whole life. I started reading that book and I was like, wait a minute. I get that man is flawed. I understand that some of this stuff may not add up to the other here and there. Okay, whatever. And then reading where Jesus called a woman a dog, I'm like, yo, wait a minute. That kind person? I don't know. So I'm trying to see now, even with deconstructing, I believe that there's still a possibility of a God or creator, the conversation that you were having earlier. And I got in my mind the difference between the two because I do believe there's a difference. I think a God would be a God is being with broader authority and influence, often worshipped or involved in the moral or existential aspects of life, right? While a creator may simply be responsible for the act of creation alone with no further involvement or divine attributes. Like, at best, under the creator idea, at best, we are a science project. And I don't know what our creator grade is going to be. Honestly, at worst, we're something that creator started doing in the garage and comes back occasionally, you know.
Yeah. That to me makes a lot more sense. You know, first off, let me say your voice is amazing, and
Oh,
then the
thank you.
the music in the background just makes it that much better.
I'm settling down. So,
Oh, okay. I can tell you got the fireplace going. Got you, you know, you just like chilling. I love it. Um, but yeah, that makes a lot more sense, and I can understand why someone would say, you know, that they believe in a creator versus a God, because the idea of that question of how did everything get here, right? It's still in the mind of that person, and the answer is there is a possibility, or a creator did create it, but that creator doesn't necessarily engage itself with the likes of its creation on a daily basis. And it kind of like when you shared your story about the night that you stayed up and waited on Santa till the sun came up and you didn't see him, and then you started questioning yourself, and then you put the onus on you. And that's kind of what we see believers doing when they have a belief in a God, right? Um, the whole free will thing. When you said maybe I fell asleep and that's why I missed him. Although you know you stayed up on purpose and you saw your parents with the gifts, and so you didn't allow yourself to entertain or engage with that piece of evidence, and so you were willing to like question yourself, question your reality, and then take the blame for it. We see believers do that every day in these conversations, and then with the creator, you don't have to do that with the idea of a creator is responsible for creating the earth that I live on, the my existence, right? And you're able to take responsibility for your what you do on this earth, while still answering the question of how did I get here. Does that make sense?
oh no, absolutely. No, it does. And I think I've found some level of comfort, if you will, in the idea that there might be a creator more so than a God. Like, if I'm looking at it philosophically, right, the concept of a God would raise questions about purpose or morality, and the meaning of life, that thing that we always go back to, especially as believers, the meaning of life. And if God exists, it implies a universe with intentions and design. While with a creator, it will focus more on the origin of existence rather than the purpose or meaning. The creator's existence may not imply any deeper moral or existential framework, right? So philosophically, for a God, you would question, why do we exist? And that same question for a creator would be, how did we come to exist? Which has a bit more of a headache as well if you're trying to really tap into that. And it's also because of that I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of trying to figure this out. Maybe it's none of it. And one day we just showed up and continued to grow to this form. And I don't know, in the next 100, 200 years, we'll be a different form.
Yeah, and I think I think our attention is more powerful when we focus on like our existence is already here. You know what I'm saying? Like we're already here, and it's for me, it's more impactful to focus on that than the how. Like it's that to me, the how we got here is a nice to know, unless you're answering the questions that help us understand our bodies better, right? In a scientific way, so that for medical purposes, psychological purposes, holistic purposes. But other than that, I think it's more powerful to focus on the actual existence while we're here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think a part of that is just living, really. because I feel like when you get to the point of where you're asking so many questions, then you're missing the statements that are being made in front of you every day. I think about Odin's quest in Norse mythology and how he was willing to give
Give
up.
me just
And
1 second. 1 second.
please,
To the YouTube mods, I see your messages. I messaged you on Discord. YouTube mailed me a 4-digit pin to verify my address, so they disabled my monetization until I get that pin, because they need me to verify my address. So right now I can't do super chats. So that's why it's disabled, and I'm waiting on the pin to come in the mail. But I saw your messages. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh yeah, no problem. You're the second person, by the way, I've heard say that about YouTube. Yeah, that pen thing.
Yeah, it
But
was weird. Like I've never seen. Like it's weird, but yeah.
yeah, it's crazy. But I think about when we consume ourselves with these questions and this quest for knowledge, in which when we're having this quest, it is understanding that it's never ending, and to sort of take your time with it. Because I think about Odin's story, if I'm not mistaken, in Norse mythology. At one point, he was willing to give up an eye just so that he could learn more. And he continued trying to learn more until he got to the point of giving up his life. Until the face was like, look, we gonna spare you this time, but you would never know all that there is to know. And I'm trying to find comfort in that idea, because having these questions actually got me further away from Christianity. And now that I've gotten out of Christianity, is I thought I would be a bit more comfortable, but I'm consumed with even more questions. So I'm trying to find a way to find a balance between questioning and just enjoying what's in front of me.
Yeah, I think getting comfortable with I don't know. Like questions are good, right? Curiosity can be good, but getting comfortable with, just not knowing too. Even after you like try to find an answer to your question, and it may be that there is no answer right now, and being comfortable with that, right? I think is a good balance. One of the scientists, I can't remember which one, I don't know if it was Isaac Newton, but one of them, after they, achieved a specific discovery that they had been working on, they wanted to go further and know more, but it drove them so insane, right, that they ended up taking their life. And I think, sometimes like being able to get to a point of knowledge and being content with that, is a good balance. It's not new. I don't know which one it is, but they ended up taking their life after they achieved one goal, they won an award, and they wanted more, and it ended up driving them crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing that drives me up a wall, honestly, because I'm like that at this point when it comes to my writing or any other creative venture that I'm going down, where I'm on this quest for perfection and this knowing that it can't be reached. But even when I get just that close to it, I'm like, all right, so what's the meaning of anything else? It's like, why am I still here now past this? And I don't know, Christianity made me tired of questions, especially when I started asking questions, and the elders in the church were either telling me to stop asking questions or search for myself. And when I started to search for myself and interpret that book for myself, it was like, whoa, 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 wait, not interpret it like that. and in that interpretation, when me asking questions, it's like, okay, if we're supposed to build our own personal relationships with this God and with this Jesus, and interpret the Bible for us individually, then does that mean that there are all these individual heavens? Or once we get there, it's like, oh, well, you interpret the Bible wrong, so you can't come in here. And they could never really answer my questions.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But I think that's all I had, though. And Look, I enjoy the space. I don't come up a lot. One, because I'm usually in my truck when you're on. And I agree with most of what's going on here. Like, for example, God and Santa are great deceivers. And God condones slavery as Santa. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. But that first one really caught my attention. So thank you so much for the time. Y'all have a great morning.
You're so welcome. Are you a truck driver?
I am, yes.
Okay, so safe driving while you're on the road. Hope you have a happy holidays, and thank you for coming up.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That was pleasant.
Yeah.
All right, y'all better get to tapping. Y'all got 11 minutes to get the likes to 100K. Thank you for keeping up with the gifts, but get the likes up. Visit Thinker's link in her bio. Follow her on, subscribe to her YouTube, and get the shares up to 200 at least.
Hey, Auntie, how are you?
Hey, my sweet peas. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good.
Good, good, good. Hey,
Hey,
Dooley. Hey,
Mama. Hey.
Nelly. Everybody doing well. I wanted to come up and talk about the God and Satan are the great deceivers.
Okay.
I I believed in Santa Claus, and I believed in Santa Claus very hard. My grandmama, she raised me, and I was the baby girl, and plus she spoiled me rotten. And my Santa Claus, I mean, we would go all out. My Santa Claus, I would leave him cake and coffee because my Santa Claus did not like milk. He liked coffee. So I would leave him a nice cup of coffee and a nice freshly baked piece of cake that my grandma had baked. And every morning I'd get up on Christmas morning to go see. The first thing I wanted to see was if he had his little snack, and he had. And then all my toys would be up under the Christmas tree waiting for me. So I believed whole heavily in Santa Claus until my best friend told me that there's no such thing as a Santa Claus because she and her sister would help her mother bring their toys in on Christmas Eve and put them up under the Christmas tree. And I just couldn't believe that. I could not believe that my grandmama would lie to me like that, and have me going through all these changes. And when I found out the truth, it was my granddaddy who was my Santa Claus because he liked the coffee and the cake. I was just so dis. It hurt my feelings so badly. I lost faith in them in that, and I said, whenever I had my own children, I would never tell them that Santa Claus lie, and I didn't. When I had my own children, I told them there's no such thing as Santa Claus. Me and your daddy, we go out and we work, and whatever you see up under that tree, that's because we put it there. And I felt the same way when I found out about God.
Really? Because I was gonna ask, like, your friend is kind of like us. But like, guess what I found out? Right? Like, she accidentally saw or somebody told her. Say it again. Like somebody told your friend that
No, her,
her mom. She
her,
saw them.
no, her sister used to help her mom bring the toys in
Did
on
her
Christmas
sister
Eve.
tell her? How did she find that out?
Her older sister, her older sister told her about it, and then she told me, and of course I didn't believe it. I said, nah, you lying, nah,
How
This
old
is,
were you?
oh God, I had to be about 6 or 7.
Wow.
I know, I was so hurt. I said, nah, I said, it's a Santa Claus. They try to go to well, how Santa Claus come to everybody? You ain't even got a fireplace. And I kept
She
saying,
started
no.
deconstructing you right then and there.
She did. She said, y'all don't even have a fireplace. So how Santa Claus coming down at you?
She
I said,
said
well,
y'all don't have a fireplace.
no. She just destroyed me. You hear me? She destroyed me. And I kept going, no, this is Santa Claus. My Santa Claus like coffee and cake. She said, yeah, ain't no
Oh.
such thing as no Santa Claus. That's your grandma. I said, no, no.
So
I mean,
did you react the same way when you started, seeing that God was not real?
pretty much. I was going, no, no. I mean, what I told you, when I was having questions and things weren't, making sense to me. But of course, the thought that I would ever say, I just don't believe in this mess no more. I just didn't see that until I came across you. And I sat in your audience and I started listening, and I was like, but I had those same questions. And no,
Damn,
no.
I was in the place of the friend.
Yeah. It took me a minute. I wrestled with it because again, I felt betrayed. I felt, and I took it personally, which I'm sure is stupid, but I did because again, I was introduced. You got to remember, the same woman who introduced me to Santa Claus introduced me to Jesus.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you think about it, she got me a double whammy.
Yeah. That's what I was telling Nellie when we first started, that indoctrinating a child into the belief in Santa is kind of like practice for their belief in God, right? But I think indoctrinating a child in the belief in Santa Claus is less harmful than indoctrinating them into the belief of a God.
Well, it is. It is less harmful because again, Santa Claus didn't have anything to do with how what I considered my soul salvation, and how I looked at my whole world around me. That was just my little piece. But it was still. It's still. I can honestly say that the Santa Claus thing scarred me just as bad. I mean, really, because I believed the whole thing. I believed it just like I believe Jesus. I believe the whole thing. I felt gullible.
When where I'm from a Bible Belt state, which is Oklahoma, and they went as far where I can remember as a child, because my mother and father, I mean, they really indoctrinated me with Santa Claus. And I mean, as a child, it was fun. And I'm not going to lie, I had a lot of fun and everything. But the state I lived in, they would actually, I mean, the newscast would
Mm.
actually show this sleigh and these reindeers on radar saying Santa
Mm-hmm.
Claus is on the way.
Uh
Yeah.
Da,
huh.
da,
Uh
da.
huh.
And mama would say, all right, Stanley, you go in there and you get in the bed now because they're coming. And my father would go so far for me and my sisters to get on top of the damn house and stomp around on the roof
Oh,
when we
see,
thinking it's Santa Claus up there.
that was some deep stuff right there.
I mean,
That
They
was some
got
deep.
on the roof?
he got on the every Christmas. My father got on the roof. Me and my sister swore up and down that was Santa Claus. Now we didn't have a chimney either. Mama said, "Well, we leave the door open. See, he come through the front door. But if you up, he ain't coming. So you better make sure you in there sleep. We in there,
Okay.
boo. Oh man, I mean, but we had a lot of fun about it and everything. And of course, when I got about 9, 10 years old, mama told me the truth. She told me, what daddy did and everything, but as a child, it was innocent. And but like I said, it did start me in a belief of this Jesus and this God, because we would reenact the birth of Jesus
Mhm.
every Christmas. We had the play. Mama make sure I'm in the play and this, that, and
Mhm.
the third. So Thinker has a very, very good point of that is the beginning of indoctrinating you over to Christianity, especially if you're in a Christian home. So yeah, but I don't do my grandkids like that, and I did. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I did my kids like that.
I did too. Like I put out the cookies and the milk, and I would put out the gifts. Like I enjoyed them waking up. Like they would come and wake me up around about this time, and be like, Santa came. And I enjoyed
Yeah.
it. I still have videos of them opening their gifts and like being happy. But like, I never did the naughty and nice thing. I never told them that they had to be good all year. If they were bad, that they didn't get things, they didn't write the letters to Santa, except unless the school, like it was some project at school and they wrote a letter. I still have some of their little things that they did at school, but I never like indoctrinate them into, oh, you have to ask Santa this, and if you're good, you'll get it. If you're bad, I never did that. That part, my parents didn't do that to us either, and I actually forgot about that part. I only remember it in the song. You better watch out. You better not
Mhm.
pout. You better not cry. I'm telling you why. Like the whole "you better not cry." I'm telling you why. Like that to me also like indoctrinates people into not being able to deal with their emotions, right?
Mhm.
Or
Mhm.
thinking that crying, that it's wrong to cry or to express how you're feeling. Like things like that, I never indoctrinated them into, but it was just the part that allowed me to experience their excitement in their imagination as a child. That to me was the best part of like the whole Santa Claus thing. And then when they found out that it was me, they were not disappointed. Like there wasn't this big. It was like oh, I knew it. I don't remember having to like console them when they found out that it was me. And then like my um, there wasn't some big, you know, reveal
Mhm.
with them. So like, yeah, I don't know. That's why I say like it's less. It can be less harmful than the indoctrination in a God, because the God's naughty or nice list is attached to hellfire, right? It's attached to your blessings. It's attached to your healings. It's attached to your life after death,
Right.
whether you burn in hell or whether you go to heaven. And it's harder to deconstruct from. Like it's not something that, a child is resilient and they bounce back once they learn the tooth fairy isn't real or that Santa Claus isn't real. They're able to like shrug their
You mean the
shoulders,
tooth fairy ain't real either?
and they like they're able to like get over that pretty quickly. But
Yeah.
when you tell an adult, or even just have a conversation with an adult and entertain the idea that God isn't real, a lot of adults just fall the fuck apart, or they get really, really offensive, and sometimes get violent, right? So I think it's more harmful.
you know, and, just based, I'm speaking from my own deconstruction journey. To me, it seems that it's harder for a person to deconstruct when you have been indoctrinated since day one of your remembrance, because as a child, I mean, as a 2 year old, 3 year old, this, that, and the other, they're teaching you how to pray. You don't even know who you're praying to. You
I
just pray.
know.
And you're copying and you're praying and you're copying. You see your mother, you see your father, you see them doing this. And then they take you into church and you see them doing this. Now, that is a harder, to me, it's a harder deconstruction when you're raised in a Christian home from day one than it is for you to go not raised in a Christian home and then become a teenager or an adult and start uh, just fall into Christianity because maybe a friend or something or whatever the case is. I think the deconstruction journey for that person is a lot easier, because their mind, they were into themselves, more so before they went into Christianity. But for me, it was hard because, you know, I didn't want to, and to this day, until my mother passed, I never tried to. My mother would say, "Oh, God did. Oh, God's blessing me. God did it," and I never once said it wasn't God. I couldn't do it. I just could not do it, you know, because no matter, I looked at it this way, because I was very bad. I'm not gonna lie, I was bad, and whatever my mother prayed or however she did to Jesus, whatever she did, you know, um, you know, watching my mother, listening to my mother, helped me to become a better person and a better man. So I felt as if I could not say, "Mama, Jesus ain't real," "Mama, God, this ain't real. This is this." I couldn't do it to. I couldn't do it to my mother. I just could not do it. So I just feel that the deconstruction journey for a person that's raised in a Christian home is a lot harder than it is for a person who come into Christianity as a teenager or an adult.
But see, my grandmother, she's the one who taught me how to pray. And I think it's probably the same little prayer that most children pray. Now I lay me down to sleep. I think that's the first little prayer you learn as a child. At least it was when I was. You might not even know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but that
Pray
would
my
be our.
Lord soul to keep. If I should
Yeah,
die,
if I should die before I wait. Yeah, okay.
mhm,
But that
yeah.
was the prayer she taught me. Get down on your knees, and she would get down there with me. We pray, and so again, she was my grandma was my whole world. I told her I kind of fell out with God anyway when He killed her off. That's the way I felt because I that was always my prayer as a child. Lord, please don't take my grandma away from me because she was my world, and for her to die in front of my face, I kind of had a problem with him anyway. Uh, but again, like I say, it's just growing up as a child. We lived in the country, and my Christmases were wonderful. We had one of those silver trees that was made out of the tinsel, and then you had the color wheel that you would put electric color wheel that you would sit on the side of it, and it would that's how the tree would change the color because the tree was silver, but the little color wheel would uh, rotate around and it would make the tree change colors. I don't know.
I'll tell you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
I was gonna say you may not be familiar with those either because I don't even think you can find those anymore. But it was just Christmas was a big thing in our house, and she literally would bake stuff just for my Santa Claus. Because he was special. Of course, he was my granddad. I didn't know that, but you know.
Right.
But
I'll tell you something else that you know, during my deconstruction journey, and especially when I started talking to Christians and dealing with them on a different level. And the guy that was up here before, Thinker, he's a perfect example. Um, you will find that a lot of Christians who deconstruct from the Bible, they really don't deconstruct from the Bible. What they do is they replace the God of the Bible with a God that's more satisfactory in their brain, that fits that. So they'll say, I don't believe in the God of the Bible, but I believe in a creator. And
You
then
know what?
if
I
you
want to add
talk,
to that right quick before you go a little further. I think that when they do that, right, they're breaking away from control of other people, right? They recognize that other people are using the God of the Bible to control them. So they want to break away from other people controlling them and telling them how to think, what to do, right? And then they indoctrinate themselves into the idea that a different God or creator is helping them become the better version of themselves, and they're actually controlling themselves. And I think he showed that in his inability to, accept that, and me saying that the God that's teaching you how to communicate, right? I wouldn't want to learn from that God because obviously you don't know how to do that, right? And
hmm
if you're saying that a creator is teaching me communication skills, whether I know it or not, right? And then he rejected that. I think it's them indoctrinating themselves into being able to control themselves, if that makes sense. Like they're moving more so away from being controlled by other people
Hmm.
to them being able to uh, make their own decisions and control themselves.
Absolutely.
But you know,
Absolutely.
even I still find it hard to just say I don't believe that there is something. I don't believe in the God that I was taught, but I still believe that there is something greater than me. I don't think that I just got here through osmosis. I just don't. I just know that the God that I was introduced to and taught all my life, that ain't him. You know what I'm saying?
I I can tell you what broke me totally away from it, just totally, that this God cannot exist. And I'm going to tell you why I feel that way. Is because it goes back to Yahweh creating a man from dirt and breathing life into that man. Now, this is what got it. Science got it for me. Out of the 97 particles that the human body consists of, even in decomposing, they can find everything: protons, neutrons, electrons, this, that, and the third. All this they can find.
Hmm.
They can't find dirt. And the dust and dirt, well, excuse me, the dirt that they do find is just enough dirt that maybe the skin had in it. But for as a decomposed body, it does not consist of dirt. But yet the Bible says man was made from dirt.
I guarantee you, the person that wrote that saw a body. Like, you know, they didn't like everybody wasn't buried in tombs, right? They
Yeah.
saw a decomposed body and called it dirt because that's what they thought it was.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's what got me right there, because when I started researching that, and, so far I've only found 97. I think it's 97 particles of the body. That's what the body is made of. But it does not say dirt nowhere. So I don't understand how a God could make us from dirt, or make the first man from dirt,
Mm.
and then when the body is gone and decomposes, there's no dirt. That don't make sense to me. That's what did it for me. I said that's impossible. Because anything you make from dirt is still gonna have dirt in it. I'm just being honest.
Well, like I say, it's been an interesting journey for me in this deconstructing thing. Because I go through different moods. Like sometimes I'm angry, sometimes I'm hurt, like my feelings are hurt. Sometimes I feel silly. You know, it's just like I don't know if anyone else have. I just have like all these different emotions depending on what's going on, I guess.
Absolutely. I can definitely relate. You know, when you have been, you know, indoctrinated for so long,
Mm,
and it's like it's like it's hard not to believe in something, because belief has been a part of
that's
your
that's
life
that's
all
it.
your life.
That's it.
So it's hard not to believe in something. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and be naive and foolish and say that, oh, we just appeared. No, we didn't just appear. But through science, through archaeological evidence, through this, that, and the third, it's more likely, and I can say it's more likely that it that we evolved from something, because, and I would have to say it has something to do with the earth, because we have some of the same particles that the earth has
Mhm.
in our bodies, a lot of the same particles, to be honest. So, and you see new species evolve every day. You know, we have evolved from a time period from antiquity all the way up to now. Humans have evolved. You know, we learn more and more and more every single day. So I'm more likely to believe that somehow during the construction, when the earth when the earth was formed, you know, and this, that, and the third, I'm more likely to believe that somehow life was formed from that. You know, because that's the only thing that really makes logical sense to me. But for me to believe that it's one man or one being in
Right.
the sky that did all of this, and this one being is watching us, watching everything that everybody does on earth, and God knows this and God knows that.
But he
I
can't do
mean,
nothing. That's the
yeah, but
thing.
shit, it was only, according to the Bible, it was only two people in the garden. He had to ask where the hell Adam was. So I know he ain't watching everybody.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
y'all, one moment. Thinker,
on.
are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say, just let me know when you're ready to move on.
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, yeah, we just talking. I was waiting on the next guest.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm not. I can't bring the next guest up until Miss Charlene's done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
That's
was
okay.
just just talking. Yeah, but that was all I wanted to say. I just want to get in on the your Christmas topic and just say, it's just God is if you just sit and think about it long enough, really, and like you say, just use your common sense. If this God really did exist, He is the most piss poor God you ever want to see because He can't do nothing. He won't do nothing. He can't get right. Just can't get right. Everything He done tried to do failed. And then you sing all these songs and God, there is no failure. I just be John Brown. That's a lot of devil though. Cause he can't even get the first thing right. But anywho, that's all I want to say, y'all. I'm enjoying the program and I hope y'all having a good day. Y'all doing anything special tomorrow?
Not really.
Nope,
I
just
mean the
cooking for the family.
yeah, the grandkids is coming over.
I'm gonna eat.
Oh, well, I just did some banana pudding. I made it and put it in the refrigerator for tomorrow.
Yeah, we
And
didn't put up any decorations or anything this year. This is how I know the kids are like way over it. Um, my son took the grandkids to see Santa Claus yesterday, and he's like, "You want to go, Mama?" I was like, "I'm okay. I'll probably go next year." Um, but like, it's just I don't know. It's not.
it's
I don't know.
different. It's
It's
a
very
big difference.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the
You don't
last
even see
couple of years, it's
people
been very different.
not even decorating like you used to could ride through whole neighborhood
Mm-hmm.
and the whole neighborhood would just be lit up with all the beautiful trees and stuff. People don't even do that no more. I think everybody
Nope.
just kind of over it really.
Yeah, I think right. I think we have matured as a society, right? And we
Hmm.
know, like we're the adults now, and it could be because of our increase in knowledge that we see these changes around these holidays. Because our parents were more indoctrinated than we are
Hmm.
or have been, and so that could be why we're seeing what we're seeing around the holidays because we weren't as indoctrinated as our parents.
Yeah. Well, all right, love bugs, y'all go ahead on. I'm here just hanging in.
You think we're more
All
indoctrinated
right, love you,
now?
Miss Charlene.
I,
Love you too, do that.
have a good night, Auntie.
All right, love y'all. Bye bye.
I love you
Thank you,
too.
Miss Charlene.
Bye,
Yeah,
Nelly.
I definitely don't agree that our generation is more indoctrinated than our parents. I definitely don't agree with that. Like our parents couldn't even ask questions. right? Like even when they became adults, like now, like they are the boomers, right? We couldn't go to our parents and tell our parents what we're talking about right now on this live. They would, like, some of them would like have a damn heart attack. I don't think our parents can handle the information that we talk about.
No, I totally agree with you.
You think
There's really no way that
you guys think we
we
got it
could.
right?
Well,
Hold on. Nellie's talking, and then I'm gonna introduce you before you can chime in. Sorry,
yeah,
Nellie. Go ahead.
no, it's okay. No, there's no way that's possible because I mean, just looking just on the history, I mean, the information that we know, I mean, very few people knew this 30 years ago. You know, 40 years ago. They didn't really know this information wasn't being spread like it is now. Um, it started spreading more, because of the internet and because of social media and people being able to talk to other people and stuff. So no, that's impossible for our parents. Our parents are going to be more indoctrinated than we are. It's just a fact.
Yeah. Crimson Chin. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? Please don't promote yourself in my comments, okay?
I'm a believer in a God.
Yeah, please don't promote yourself in my comments. That's rude. I don't even know who you are. I
It's
wouldn't come in. I wouldn't come into your channel and tell everybody, "Hey, go
well,
follow me on Thinker." Like I
I
wouldn't do
don't
that.
expect them to follow me. They asked me specifically have I done the experiment, so I said I have it on my channel, all the experiments. But that's neither here nor there. That's not what
No,
it.
that is not neither here nor there. It's something that
If you
I
don't appreciate it,
addressed,
I
right?
apologize. If you don't appreciate,
Thank you. That's what you should have said, right? That's what you should have said. You should have said, "Well, I apologize. Here's what actually happened." That's what you should have said. Not that's neither here nor there. You don't dismiss, right? When someone is telling you that an action that you did is offensive to them.
correct. I understand, and I also apologize for it. And I'm sincerely apologetic for disrupting your life in that sense.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Can you explain why you said that we are more indoctrinated than our parents?
Define, well, I guess if you want to break it all the way down, define what you mean by indoctrinated. Like, what do we believe in is now versus what we believed in then because of the quote unquote information that we quote unquote gained over the past 30 years? Is that kind of what you guys were kind of pointing at?
The
I'm asking.
indoctrinated into the beliefs that we were
There's a lot of,
discussing,
there's
right?
a,
Like I'm sorry, you asked me to explain. I'm talking, and then you're talking while I'm talking. You see how I did not talk while you were talking? When we were talking about our parents, right, being more indoctrinated than our generation, we were talking about the beliefs in Christianity, specifically Christianity. I don't know anything about Islam, so I can't say whether people were more indoctrinated into that. But beliefs into the Christian God
so you
in
don't,
Santa Claus.
uh, I don't necessarily believe in Santa Claus being like an actual figure, but more so a tradition that people keep up. And you can say the origins or this or that or whatever, Krampus and, all the different folklore for it. That's subjective to the person that celebrates it. Most people celebrate it strictly based off of this materialistic environment that we live in, this whole um, buying in commerce, capitalism, that's how this whole spring, the whole sales, you see better options because of TV and things like that. You're able to see these sales producing. There's an inherent bias to want to to purchase things. I mean, it's all psychological. It's all created. This is all manipulated over the past 30 years. So when you say we're more indoctrinated by the brinks of capitalism and this false idea that we live under. I mean, if you go all the way back, if you want to say, oh, Christianity's so bad, Christianity would be one of the first religions that
I'm
dismissed
sorry.
the idea.
Let me
I'm
stop for a
sorry.
second. Like, who was talking about being indoctrinated into capitalism? Who
Well,
said? Wait, who said that? Um, that our parents were more indoctrinated into capitalism than we are. Who said that?
Well, when I started the conversation, I said, "How do you mean indoctrinated?"
No.
If I'm
You
gonna break
responded in the
down,
comments when I stated that our parents were more indoctrinated than we were, which is why you don't necessarily see people putting up the Christmas lights, right? You don't necessarily see people believing in a God as much as our parents did. You commented and said that that's not true, that our
it's
parents
not
were more
true.
indoctrinated. So then focus
It's not
on
true.
that. I'm not talking about capitalism. We
Right.
are
This
not
goes full circle.
discussing, I'm sorry, we are not discussing capitalism in here.
This goes full circle.
I'm
This
not talking about capitalism. We're
it's
talking
fine. It's
about
fine. We don't have to talk about capitalism. We can talk about
shush
God.
me. No, do not shush me. Okay? You don't run shit on this stage. Okay? Now, I know how to have a respectful conversation. I don't know if you do. All right? But you are not going to come up here. You're not going to talk over me. Okay? You're not going to talk about whatever you want to talk about. All right. The reason that I brought you up is because of the comment that you made. And I literally thought that we were going to be able to have a good conversation, right? From your perspective, so that I could understand why you are saying that we are more indoctrinated into this God and the idea of Santa Claus than our parents are. But right so far you've said nothing but a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Okay, I understand that you believe everything that I'm saying is mumbo jumbo and has no inherent flow to it. So let me kind of break down what I'm kind of getting at. When you say people worship Santa or whatever the case may be, I'm explaining to you where this comes from and the fact that Christianity isn't even the source of this idea.
I never said that. And I don't think you understand the statement that I made when I said our parents are more indoctrinated, right, into these the Christian beliefs than we are, than our generation, which is why you most likely do not see all the Christmas lights when you drive down the street. That's what I said. Never said anything about Santa Claus came from Christianity. Never said anything about people worshiping Santa Claus.
Okay. That's not my point. Okay, so look at it like this. I live in Florida, right? And people are crazy about Christmas lights. Christmas drones are like a new thing now. Like, I don't see a pullback on the Christmas holiday spirit. Maybe where you are, you might see a pullback on it. I don't see a pullback on it at all. I see more people in Santa outfits and things like that. But that's the whole indoctrination goes all the way to, okay, people don't believe, people are more atheistic now than they were 60 years ago. True. But do you also know that there was a lot of legal litigation that got us to this point? It ain't just people just had an awakening and said, oh, this is dumb. No, it was a lot of legal works that got us there. We can talk about every single case that brought us to this point, which was the reasons why we
Nelly,
don't
do
have
you want to talk to him? Because again, this
religion in
like
schools,
I
which is
don't
the reason why we don't have a
I'm
religion
sorry,
in
I'm talking.
schools.
Nelly, do you want to talk to him?
Uh,
I don't feel like being riled up right now. I don't.
it, yeah, yeah. I'll speak with the brother for a minute.
Okay, I'm gonna go make me some coffee.
Okay. Christopher, I understand what you're saying. There's a lot more to it, but what we were specifically talking about was Christianity and our parents being more indoctrinated into Christianity than we are today.
I
That's
agree.
what we were. That's what we were saying.
I
Now,
agree.
for as capitalism, we know that that is the add-on of Christmas. They can capitalize off of Christmas. They can, commerce, e-commerce, all that stuff. We know
Right.
that.
Right. Right. No, I agree with you 100%. We are a way more of an atheistic society nowadays than we were 60 years ago. But I also say that it's not because it was an eye opener, but because it was legal litigation that put us here. It wasn't uh, like this is what they want us to be. They want us to not think of it that way. And they use, science and things like that, especially like your outer space stuff and stuff, to really have you thinking there's no God. Like you don't have a God, you don't have a creator, don't listen to like the Bible or anything like that. And I'm not saying that you should. There's thousands of religions out there in the world. Pick one. You know, you don't have to necessarily attain Christianity or Judaism or any of those specifically. There's
Let me ask you a question. Did you pick one?
if I picked a specific religion, no, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. But if you choose to, you can. Doesn't mean that I don't believe that there's a God. I just don't. I understand that religions are tribal based on the point of origin of the religion. Yeah, it gets spreaded through evangelical means, but for the most part, these are tribal ideas that their experiences and their lifestyle, their culture created these ideas of what supernatural events may be or whatever the case may be. So to
Do
say that
you
this one
believe in
is
a
right,
God?
100% have to be. He created
Okay.
this perfect
And
ecosystem.
what God do you believe in?
Exactly. See, now you're trying to split hairs, and like that would have to entertain a specific religion, and there's no religion that knows the truth on that. It's all speculative. So why
I
would
didn't I didn't say it had to pertain to a religion. You said that you believe in a God. I'm
I
just
can't
asking,
describe a
what's your
God
God?
without a religion. I can't. I can just say I have a creator, somebody who had to have created all this setup. I don't have a basis of what he is or who he is or what he looks like or what powers he may have or where is his spirituality in nature. Like I believe that obviously, if God was Timmy who created the ant farm and we live in an ant farm, I couldn't expect God to intervene with my day-to-day decisions and things like that, praying for a cure or praying for money or any, those things will never come true. Timmy's not going to come in here and give me $1 million. It's irrelevant to even think that he would, or to fix my broken leg or to fix my cancer or to,
What? Did you
or
come
Okay.
up here to take over the conversation? Take a breath. God damn. All he
you just
asked you
really
was a
don't like
simple
me for some
question. Are
reason.
you
Because
coming up here
I
to
was talking to him
preach?
and you just jumped in
And
and
I
laid
don't
me out.
care. Just
I know,
answer
this
the
is
simple
weird though.
question. No one's here for you, bruh.
I
Just
think,
answer the simple question. All y'all niggas come up here just talking and talking and talking as if we're interested in y'all. Just answer the question. We don't care about all of that.
yeah, yeah, and what I'm asking you is
He
this.
left. He left. He left.
Oh, okay. I was trying to get Pacific with the God because he said, I believe in a God. I'm just trying to find out what God.
Wait,
I'm
I didn't
sorry.
hear. I just got back. I just got back. I didn't hear anything. So what happened?
Do
Nothing.
this.
Nelly
Well,
asked him just a simple fucking question, and he just talking and talking. Wouldn't even take a fucking breath.
What was
Talking
the
about nothing.
what was
I
the
don't even
question?
remember because he was just getting on my nerves, just talking. So I told him ain't nobody here for him.
Yeah, I knew I couldn't have a conversation with. He don't make sense. He's one of those people that like to hear himself talk. Like I thought that we were going to be able to have a good conversation because I was interested in wondering why he was saying that we are more indoctrinated than our parents. But I don't even think I think he just disagreed to just disagree.
I
And
think
yeah.
he
so like,
wanted a platform. He wanted some attention. And
Well, he
Nelly
basically,
asked him something about what God does he believe in, and he went on some tirade about it don't have a specific name, blah blah blah. I don't know, but it was annoying.
yeah, I mean, he said it. And then I just stopped him and I said, well, what God do you believe in? Then he went on, well, if it's a God, I have to tie it to a religion and da 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 da. And I stopped him again. I said, I'm not asking you to tie it to a religion. I said, you said you believe in a God. I just want to know what God, what's your God's name? Does your God have a name? I mean, what God are you talking about? That's all I asked.
somebody in the comments said Santa, God has an entire book. Santa doesn't. Santa has books, movies. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
I'm sorry, y'all. Tap the screen. Um, please help Thinker reach her gift goal. Share the live because I did want the likes up to 200 or the shares up to 200. I'm sorry. Um, let's get the likes up to 150. Yeah, I got less than 30 minutes. And I'm gonna go on mute. I need to get me something to drink after that.
Do that. You getting like me. Your tolerance for bullshit is getting very, very slim.
I've never had tolerance for bullshit.
Yeah, I see. I see.
Never ever. And the older I get, the worse I get.
Yeah, that's
Ain't
me.
nobody got time for that. He needs, I don't know. I think he needs attention or something, but he ain't gonna get it here. I don't believe in that. This is Thinker's platform. Ain't got
That's
nothing to
right.
do with him.
Mm-mm. Yeah, he was trying to control the conversation, trying to lead it off to something different. Yeah, yeah, that was crazy. Well, I guess since I'm the only one up talking right now, first thing I want to say is thank you for all the gifts that you sent uh, in the comments. I appreciate it. I really do.
Yes, I did slam my hands on the table. Yes, I did. The table, my thigh, my mattress. Because sometimes I just want to get to some of these people, even though I'm short. I, listen, I know how to use my weight.
Do that. I be listening. I be listening. And when I see you pop up on there just to make announcements, and then I see you stay for a while, I just be in the comments and I just be listening because I be driving and stuff. I say I'll give it 10 minutes. That's gonna go off on somebody.
I couldn't take that all of that nonsense. They come up here, they all have some amazing think they have some amazing new revelation or something
Hmm.
that they're going to share with somebody. Like, give me a
Yeah,
break. Give
yeah. A
me a
lot of
break.
they can't they can't stick to a topic. They can't even come up and pick a topic. They want to just come up and just start preaching.
Yeah.
I can't stand that. That's what the topics are there for. Just come up, pick a topic, and speak on that topic.
Talking loud and saying nothing. And y'all know after a while, I'm going to go off. I can't do it. I
I
get I
already
get
know.
sick and tired of listening to half of them most of the night anyway. I mind my business in the comments most times until I hear them say something that they shouldn't say to Thinker or get disrespectful. But
Yeah.
sometimes Thinker have to shut me down, and I just have to go somewhere and breathe for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And y'all don't get me wrong, I'm nice. I really am. I'll take care of you. I don't have much empathy, but I love my friends and those who are close to me. But you're not going to get much empathy from me, and I've always had a mouth since the day I was born. So uh, that's not
yeah,
going to change. I,
yeah,
I can cut somebody up real fast.
yeah. Respect is earned. It
It
is
is.
earned.
It is.
You
And
can't
and
just
I'm
come up with anything.
I'm looking out for people in the comments too because I'm pretty sure he was getting on their nerves too. I'm neurodivergent and that just got on my nerves. It did.
Well, I thought it was very disrespectful to promote your live or your page on this live. I mean, that's just disrespectful. I mean, I I, I would never do that. Ever, ever, ever. I mean, if someone wants to be friendly, that's fine. But I'm not asking. I'm not. This is my home right here. I chose this home a long time ago.
Yeah.
I don't even do lives no more. I don't do none of that no more. You know.
But they come in here and they see a woman hosting, especially a black woman, and I'm really not gonna let that disrespect slide at all. We're
Absolutely.
we're disrespected too much out in public.
Hmm.
And so I don't have time for it. I really don't. Now, like
Yeah,
I said, I'll protect, everybody. But my sisters are most important to me.
that's
Um,
right.
yeah.
That's right. I agree. I agree with you 100%.
Somebody just played Nick and Knock on my damn door. Like,
You should have
Play what?
knocked back.
huh?
You should have knocked back.
I don't know. They were knocking like really, really light like this.
Oh no. They
Yeah.
playing they
They
playing
playing
games.
games. Yeah.
Okay. Those kind of games
Y'all
don't
motherfuckers think
end
I'm playing
don't
with that.
end well.
Man.
Mm-mm. Whew, okay.
I had to sneak my daughter upstairs. She was asleep on the couch. I had to have the thing in my hand and sneak my daughter upstairs because she was asleep on the couch.
Wait, okay. So this is a little bit about do that time before you get started. So, okay, I've always gotten in trouble about my mouth, especially from my Christian mother. I always had to be the bigger person to apologize, blah, blah, blah. But I used to get mad at her because she knew how I was. I've been this way all my life. And so my uncles used to stay with my grandmother. And every time I'd walk in the house, I think I was about 6 or 7 years old, they would say, my one uncle Chubby would say something about my mama every time I walked in the house. And I would stop in my tracks, look at him, and just tear him up from the rooter to the tutor, and call out all of his flaws. That's why you broke. That's why you don't have any new clothes. That's why you still living with your mama. That's why you don't have any money. That's why. That's why. That's why. And I was 6 and 7 years old. So you know, I'm not gonna change. Now I'm gonna respect your platform thinker, but y'all, that's not gonna change. I'm sorry to tell you. I was born with this mouth. It's gotten me in trouble, but it's also saved me a lot too. So
Understandable.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well, I guess we can take out this time. We have over 500 people in here. Uh,
bitch, you going to hell before I do because I don't even believe in that place. Ho.
oh, oh
You gonna
damn.
be there before me.
Oh
Just so
damn.
you know, the chosen. Um, you
Why do
gonna be
they
there
feel?
before me.
Why do they feel that they? I mean, that's some nerve to actually sit up there and say someone is going to hell.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if it was real, could you make that call?
Hell no. That's why they just talking out the side of their neck. She should be somewhere getting her fucking back blown out, but she in here talking to me. You should be bringing in this holiday with your ass in the air, having some fun instead of talking to me. So, get you a rose, find you something, but
I get
you
I
gonna
get
stop fucking with me.
I get tired of hearing Christians say that you're going to hell. I have been sent to hell more times than I've been sent to school. I mean, it's just I just like I said, if hell really existed, could you make that call? I mean, you don't have no power to say someone's going to hell or heaven or whatever. But
Mm-mm.
Christians do that all the time. They do it all the time.
She just don't know. If I'm going to hell, I'm pulling you down there with me. and you the one I'm choosing, and I'm gonna ride your back on the way down there, like a damn surfboard, laughing the whole way.
I'll be honest. I mean, after reading the book several times and everything like that, hell, I mean, shoot, I think I'm rolling with the devil. I have to
Right,
roll with him.
right. That's where the party at.
Yeah, at least he's more logical.
Don't want to be down there with some old boring ass like the chosen.
Yeah, I ain't really trying to walk around barefoot in sandals, and I don't feel like jumping on no damn chariots or nothing.
Yeah, yeah, I'm
So,
good. Everything's good.
All right, I'm gonna shut my mouth.
Yeah,
everything's
everything's good.
good.
These people are crazy.
Well, okay. Well, okay. Yeah. Yeah, they must understand that, you know, yeah, crazy run both ways, They
It's ridiculous. This is why I say this is why I have these conversations, because it ain't a God that terrifies me. It's the belief. It's what people do with the belief in that God and what they're willing to tell themselves a God wants them to do. That shit is like they get weird.
Yeah, that's what's
Yeah.
terrifying. Is what people are willing to do behind this God.
Behind a belief. Yeah.
Hmm.
Sheila, how are you? Sheila? Okay. Riru, are you in the guest box on purpose? EJ Bay, you never say anything when you come up. You will be judged by God for all the bad thing you done. You should be afraid. Um, like the, don't you think that sounds like the naughty or nice list with Santa?
Oh, absolutely.
Like, how is that different? Furry Rex. And then, like, how do you know that just because a person doesn't believe in a God, that they have done something bad? You being a club dancer is not going to get you on stage. How do you know that just because somebody doesn't believe in a God, that means that they've done something bad? Or just because a person believes in a God, it means that they haven't done anything bad? Only God can judge you? Well, I think humans can judge you too. A judge in a court of law can judge you. 12 peers can judge you. It's not really true that only God can judge you.
Yeah, that sure is not true. I'm black. I've been judged all my life.
Your boss can judge you. Yep, you can judge me. You can judge me. I can judge you. That's not true. That only God can judge you.
I,
It's a false statement. Benny Brumley, how are you?
You have to unmute.
I
Dre
think every
said, but
one of
only
you are
God can
full of
judge you.
shit. And
Okay,
if
G.
any of you
Are
Democrats
you
go to
talking for
hell.
Jesus? Are you talking on behalf of Jesus?
No, I'm talking about Democrats.
Why is
Oh,
this a? Are you drunk?
No, I'm sober as I
Do
can
you
be.
do you
I'm a
think do you think that
diehard
this is a
Republican.
political live? Do you think this is a political live?
I was hoping it was because I hate
Yeah, I think you're
Democrats.
drunk. I think you're drunk. Go sober up, and
I
then you
think
can
you're
walk into
full
the
of
right
shit.
bar. I think you're drunk, and I think you're just fucking mad at life.
I think you're full of shit. Mm-mm-mm.
I swear, like all of this time, how long has the earth had God and Jesus? 6,000 years they've had God. Almost 3,000 years they've had Jesus, and humanity is still like we still don't know right how to treat each other.
No.
Like we've gotten a lot better, but like for Jesus to have this much power, like it's taken 3,000 years for his power to work. And the interesting thing is that the onus is still up to you, because you have to believe, right, that
Right.
Jesus works in order to make you a better human. That's the crazy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank him for what? Like, what is he doing? What is his power doing? The chosen. What is his power doing? How is his power affecting the earth? What does he do that you don't actually have to do? The chosen. Well, I mean, of course, like y'all can say that thank you for life. That's about as much as y'all can go to. Like you don't have anything else that you can go to for, like, and say that he does. Like you're literally thanking him for something that he did 6,000, 8,000 years ago. What else does he do? Because you've already been up here once, Machiavelli. If I'm annoying, then get out. You're the one who keep trying to come on stage. That doesn't make sense. You've been on stage once. You're in the guest box again, and now you're in the comments saying that I want to be annoying. If you are annoyed, just leave.
Simple swipe. Swipe up. Just swipe on up, bro.
Furry Rex, you're still talking about creation. Within the last 3,000 years, what has Jesus' power done for us on earth? What has it done for mankind, for humans? The chosen, are you still there? Machiavelli, get out of my box. I said no. You've already been on stage once tonight. The answer is no. Y'all be weird. Jesus has given you food and water, so Furry Rex, you don't have to work for food and water.
Mm. I'm kind of thirsty right now. Shit.
Lena says Jesus gives joy and peace. Wope wope. Not avoid depressive life, bitter and hateful. That's not true. Most of the believers that come in here and behave how we've seen tonight act like that on a daily. That isn't true, Lena. That's why I'm asking the question that I'm asking. If Jesus has power, why do most of his believers behave the way they do? Why do humans still treat each other the way that they do if Jesus is so powerful, if his death was so powerful? You wouldn't, nobody said that you wasn't happy, Lena, and if you were, you wouldn't have to be in here declaring it. Furry Rex, do you work for food and water, or does it just come to you? Hey T. Why did Chosen stop commenting and Furry Rex stop commenting? Are the questions that I asked too hard? Where did y'all go? Machiavelli, I'm not going to tell you again. Stay out of my box. You hit request again, and I'm just going to block you. Greenwich, hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What did you come to talk about?
I wanted to touch on the um God and Santa are the great deceivers.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I would argue I do agree, but I would argue that Santa is more of a deceiver for the Christian. He's much more of a problem for them, mainly because I remember earlier in your live you mentioned about how he is gateway indoctrination into the God. And while I do agree with that, I would argue that he comes with some problems, some questions that some Christians may not be comfortable or don't want asked at all, if that makes sense.
What question? Are you talking about Santa comes with questions or the God does?
Santa,
What question?
mainly because you know they are taught that Christ is their resurrected savior and stuff like that. So technically he's not dead. But you have this figure that's Santa that performs miracles. I guess you could call it a miracle to deliver presents for a whole bunch of people in one night. Um, he does these things. He seamlessly has magic. He is a regular person, or is he a divine person? What does he have? What, like, I thought magic. I thought we didn't do magic. He comes with a lot of questions. That's why I've seen a lot of Christians simply just dismiss. They started the rise of not teaching their children about Santa at all because of all the stuff that is attached to him, which is all the stuff that I mentioned before about the magic, seemingly how, like, if you teach your child at a young age to write letters to Santa and all that stuff, over time there is a possibility that he could, in the child's mind, Santa could replace the quote unquote reason for the season, which is Christ. And they don't want that to happen. So either you nip it in the bud early, or you just don't teach about it at all. And I would argue that is, to the Christian, a deceiver, if that makes sense.
You said to the Christian,
Yes.
that makes the Santa the deceiver?
Yes.
Okay, say that. How come it doesn't make the parent the deceiver?
I mean, it can, most definitely. Teaching about this figure that does all these miraculous things, just like Jesus, but then eventually telling them, yeah, he ain't real. That most definitely is deception. But for the Christian, it it makes for a better scapegoat of Santa, if that makes sense, because he is getting in the way of them believing.
Oh, I get what you're saying now. So Santa is the deceiver to the Christians because he's taking shine away from Jesus. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, I get it now. Yeah, I
The
agree.
idea of
I agree.
the idea of, as I said, you mentioned also before that he has movies and TV shows and stuff like that, and that could, again, and as I said before, if you teach them at a young age about writing letters to Santa, but you never like tell them that they shouldn't do it, or that he's not real. Sometimes, because I've encountered it, people can still hold on to this idea of Santa even into their adulthood. I have encountered people, and it's very
Really?
concerning. I have encountered people, it's very concerning, that still hold on to this idea of Santa. And
Like, are they holding on to it because they are now the Santa to their kids, or do they believe in Santa for themselves?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Really? Huh?
Indeed. Indeed. Indeed.
That's interesting.
As I said before, I've also met the Christians who they have, around this time frame, they would have whole posts on Facebook about how Santa is, they do the whole Santa is Satan type of thing. I even had that when I was in, my church had a summer camp, and one of our summer camp instructors would like teach us that Santa was Satan, and that's why he had the red and all that type of stuff. um, but I've encountered those people that very much so believe that Santa is getting in the way of their children understanding the real reason for the season, and they go on whole campaigns on teaching people on the true origins of Santa and how he shouldn't be connected to their holiday for their savior at all.
Now, I've heard of, those stories about Saint Nicholas and all of that, and how, some people will say that Santa is just Satan spelled, with the same letters. But I did, like, it's interesting. And I know that, some Christians say that you shouldn't believe in Santa Claus because it takes away from Jesus. But so are you saying that because they're on social media arguing against promoting this during this time of the year, or teaching your children about Santa because it's demonic, that they believe Santa is real? Or are they arguing against the concept of teaching this fairy tale to your children?
Most of the interactions on like places like Facebook that I've had with them, like when I try to explain to them about how it's folklore and stuff like that, I think they see folklore as synonymous with mythology, but they don't believe that it's fake, if that makes sense. They do believe that it's, the idea of whole like principalities and stuff like that. They do believe that it is real, and that
Wait, so they think Santa Claus is a principality?
to them, yes, because of his connection. Like I've encountered someone in the comments of this live once who talked about Santa's origin in Saturnalia in Rome, and I was like, that's false. But I'm not surprised, because there are a lot of Christians who connect the two, because there's also this big thing now about most Christians not even agreeing with some Christians, not all, but there are Christians who don't even agree with the celebration of Jesus's birth on December 25th. And they talk about Saturnalia, and they connect Santa Claus to that. So they don't, like I said, they don't believe that Santa Claus is fake. They don't even know, they know about the term Saint, or the name Saint Nicholas, but it's weird. They don't see the connection to the actual Catholic saint and therefore the bishop, but they do acknowledge the very elf-like version of him that we have in America, of Santa Claus, of him giving presents and him using magic. They do promote that, but the other half of it, like the actual historical context, they don't. Either they don't like it or they don't know it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and so they're arguing that the fact that, like, teaching this is this entity or this character is the great deceiver, like Satan. I get it. I think like I've seen some videos on TikTok where they've tried to do like a side by side and comparison with Satan and Santa. I honestly just thought it was a bunch of conspiracy theory stuff, and did, like I think it's blowing my mind that there are adults that actually think that this character is a entity, because I've never heard anybody describe it as such. And I would like, for me, I would even say that like, I don't know, like, to be a whole ass adult in arguing that this Santa Claus character is a demon or an entity who's here to take shine away from your God. I don't think I have any words for that. Like, it's shocking to me.
Well, you have to remember that most of these Christians who are more evangelical or Pentecostal in their origins, they have to accept, not accept, because they don't view it the opposite way. Like, they don't believe that a non-believer or a pagan person can know that the Christian God is real but choose not to worship. They think that is blasphemous, but the opposite, they most definitely, I have seen that they most definitely do believe that the Christian God is real, but all these other religions, they're not necessarily, they are real, but they are all false. They fall under the realm of those principalities. And Saint
But
Nicholas,
wasn't Saint Nicholas a human? He wasn't a principality though, right?
that's the
Was
point.
a
That's the point.
Yeah, that's what's fucking my brain up. Like, how did they go from I don't get how they got there.
That's the point of, like, it's like they've willfully separated the Catholic origins of, like, a modern day Santa Claus from the Santa Claus that they see on TV, and they just 100% believe that this person or this entity, that these children are told that will bring them gifts if they be good. They see the similarities. They most definitely do see the similarities between Christ and Santa Claus. And that's why I say, and they believe that um the Santa Claus does take the shine from Christ, but again, they don't either they don't know, or they willfully choose to not look up the actual Catholic origins of Saint Nicholas. Again, they've heard of the folklore, like heard someone up on the live talking about Krampus. They've heard of the German folk tales and stuff like that, and that's what they use to promote how he is, a masquerade for Christ or whatever, and Krampus is meant to be the um the devil character, but they are one and the same, and they are both deceiving these people when the true reason for the season is Christ. I've seen them do it, but they don't go an extra mile to the Saint Nicholas person who was actually real. They don't do that. Either they don't know about it, or they just choose not to do that research.
It's funny that the real Saint Nicholas came from the same place their apostles came from, right around the same time. Like that, it is like hilarious, but like the idea, like, I can understand why they would be upset about some character, still in their shine. Um, it's just, to me, yeah, from Turkey. Like, uh, he was from Turkey, I believe, um, and around the second century, and then like he did give, like, he gave gifts, like he was a benevolent person, I believe. Like he was really, really nice and benevolent, and then he was deified or something like that. Not necessarily deified because he wasn't made a god, but he got his recognition
as a
with the
saint.
Catholic as a what now?
As a saint, he got his recognition
Oh,
as.
who is this other person on the stage?
I'm sorry.
That's what I asked you.
Oh,
You let
You
her up
asked me
first.
that?
Yeah, I
I
sent you a
I was led up
text.
first, but y'all never addressed me, so I didn't want to just start speaking.
Oh,
I
did
was
it take
waiting for y'all to
forever for?
address me, and you never addressed me. You just
Oh
went
my
on to the
God, I
main
didn't even
person.
see you there. Like, it must have taken a while for you to, for your picture to pop up because I
I've
am
been
so
here. It's been
sorry.
up there for a while, but then you just started addressing him, and I didn't want to start talking without you addressing me first. I didn't want to be rude, and
Oh my gosh.
I just been there. I'm sorry.
I am so sorry. I didn't even see it. Like your picture just popped up. TikTok Studio is slow.
Oh, she's
Um,
been up here for a minute.
Yes.
what?
Long. I was just waiting
Yeah.
for somebody to address me. Nobody never did. So I was just staying quiet until I was asked something or said something. But then you brought up a whole new person and just kind of.
That is so weird. I'm so sorry. Give me just a second, and you feel free to chime in. Okay, I don't want you to sit there. If you have something to say, feel free to chime in. Sometimes TikTok Studio does weird shit. Like sometimes I can't see if a person has actually connected, and then TikTok would just decide to show me their picture. But welcome to the conversation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have something you want to add
Yeah, I
to the?
definitely know for sure because we used to read on it in college about, some of the saints and the sainthoods. I went to Catholic school and Catholic college and all that other stuff. So we used to read on a lot of the saints and how people became saints and stuff like that. And Saint Nicholas definitely became a saint due to his deeds here on earth. They deemed him a saint, and that's how he got his name Saint Nicholas. But he wasn't a deity or anything like that. He was just a man who did a lot of good deeds in his lifetime, and that's how he got his sainthood. But what they changed him to these days is just ridiculous, from the cartoon characters and the giving presents all over the world and stuff like that. And he's never been somebody that was supposed to be deified like that. It just never was supposed to be that way, but it became that way because unfortunately they did something here in the United States where they lumped all the holidays or all different traditions into one and decided that this is what we're doing from now on. And that's what it's been ever since, where we celebrate Baal and Christ in the same holiday without even realizing it's more for Baal instead of for Christ. But that's what we do now, even to this day, where this holiday is supposed to be for Christ. It's really not, because Christ never asked us to put up a Christmas tree or to give presents, but that's what we do, supposedly in tradition of him. But that's never been his tradition, and he's not even born in the winter. He was born in the summer. So it just really don't make no sense for us to be celebrating this, and that a lot of churches celebrate this. It's just weird to me because they're continuing on a lie, and they're supposed to be for God, and we're celebrating God and his son Jesus, but this is not the type of year we ain't even supposed to be celebrating him at this time of year. This is when we celebrate Baal, which
Uh,
is not even somebody we celebrate.
this. What do you mean? I'm sorry. So I take that you are a believer.
Oh, definitely a believer, yes.
Okay. So I don't know if you know, I'm not.
Okay.
Nelly is not. Neither is Dudette. And Greenwich is spiritual. Is that right, Greenwich?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I don't. There were several things that I wanted to ask about when you were talking, but the last thing that you said was kind of interesting to me. When you say this is the year we celebrate Baal, what do you mean by that?
Baal is who we
What
celebrate around
Baal?
Christmas time. Baal is
What? Hold
his
on. Okay.
celebration.
One
What
second.
happened?
Can I finish asking the
I'm
question,
sorry,
Jay?
beautiful.
Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out what Baal are you referring to, and what when you say we celebrate Baal, who is we celebrate Baal?
Everybody that gives gifts and puts up Christmas trees, because that's how they celebrated him. That's not
Where
how you
and what
celebrate it.
in
And
what
you understand?
culture? I'm sorry. In what culture?
December.
I'm sorry.
It,
And
it
what
was not a
can
culture.
I
It
can I
was just a
finish?
duty.
Can I let me ask the okay? What I when you say that's how he was celebrated, what culture celebrated him that way, or what uh, uh, resources can you share, right, that backs up that Baal was celebrated in this way?
Germans and Russians celebrated his holiday. They wasn't Christians in the beginning. They wasn't Jewish in the beginning. That all came from Africa. All of that, all those
No,
religions
it didn't. It did not.
came originally from,
No,
yeah, but his
no, it
name
didn't.
wasn't Jesus. It was Yeshua.
Judaism and Christianity did not originate in Africa. That's not true.
Uh, okay.
Yeah,
I
I'm sorry,
study
hello?
religion.
Hello?
Ma'am, let
Um,
her finish. This is her space, please. God damn.
when you say Germans and Russians celebrated him, what did they celebrate? What was the name of the holiday that they celebrated in the name of Baal?
It was the celebration of the seasons. They celebrated seasons. They did not celebrate, their deity was the person who created the seasons. Baal was, you say Baal, but we say Bel. That's how we said his name. That's how
Who's
we,
we?
and he celebrated the seasons. He's the reason why supposedly the leaves get green, and that's why they celebrate the Christmas tree and
That's
stuff
not
like that.
true.
Okay,
It's not
I,
true.
if you say so. But you
It's not
asked me
that I say so. But we
what,
use resources in here, okay?
okay.
And I asked you for a resource for the things that you're saying. Baal is a Canaanite deity. That deity came from the Canaanite pantheon of gods, which is one of the oldest pantheons in the Levant area. And it's actually the pantheon where the Most High, El Elyon, came from, as well as Yahweh. And then the stories in the Hebrew Bible, some of the stories in the Hebrew Bible were originally written about Baal, about the Canaanite deity Baal.
Okay. Have you ever read the Ethiopian Bible?
I have read some of the Ethiopian Bible, but what does that have to do with Baal?
Because in the Ethiopian Bible, it talks about them coming from what wasn't called German and Russian back in the days, but it was basically they're coming from those type of religions celebrating him and
What
moving
verse?
on to Christianity and moving
What
on
book?
to it's in the Ethiopian Bible.
What book in the Ethiopian Bible?
I let me go get it. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. Greenwich, feel free to chime in as well, okay?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Greenwich is like, this has gone this has gone left field.
A mess.
I would like to say that the Christmas tree does have roots in Germany, yes, but it mostly is a Christian custom that we can trace back, I think, to like the 1300s, 1400s, somewhere roughly. So yeah, I originally thought it was of pagan origins as well. Same with the wreath and stuff like that. But um, after doing more studying, it comes to find out that no, they so happened to, similar to, even though we're not on the topic of Easter, similar to like certain traditions in Easter, I also thought had pagan origins, but come to find out they have Christian origins. So yeah.
I think some people think that the poles and the trees in the Bible that refer to Asherah are about the Christmas tree, but they're not.
Exactly. Yes,
Yeah.
I've heard those arguments on YouTube lives and on Facebook lives before, and I have also heard scholars say that that is not what that's talking about at all.
Hey, Ems, how are you? There was the guy from this morning was back in the guest box. I didn't let him up because you weren't in here. So if you want to come up when you have time, uh, just hit the request. Like um, you don't have to like ask to come up, Ems. Whenever you hit request, we're just gonna add you to the stage, just to let you know going forward. But there was a guy that was here earlier. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good as well.
And I see someone in the comments talking about evergreen trees were used by Germanic and Celtic people um, to symbolize life. This is more of a neo-pagan, so a reconstruction of what they may think those things would have represented, because especially when it comes to Celtic and Germanic paganism, we don't have enough information. A lot of them didn't even really write their customs down, so we really don't know what they would have practiced and how they would have done it and all that stuff. If you weren't really Christian, then most of the time that stuff wasn't really recorded, with the exception of like Norse mythology and stuff like that.
Um, Jahay, it shouldn't be. Am I? Okay, there we go. All right, Ems, you're good. You're. Oh wait, it says I've reached my moderator count. I have enough. Too many mods. It says. Hold on. Jahay, did you find the book?
Yeah, I'm still going through my books and
Jahay, did
looking
you
for
find the
it.
book?
I apologize.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
still
still
looking
going
for it.
through my books. Jahay, did you find the book? Jahay, you have a an echo. Yep, everybody that's on the mod list it shows up. They come in here every day. I was trying to see if there's anybody on the list that don't come in the live. But everybody on the list comes in here. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, it says I've reached I have 30 mods already. Damn, I didn't know we had that many mods.
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Why you saying it like that?
I'll talk to you about it later.
Oh shit. Well, do
You
that.
know
You
about
know
my
that
spidey
you and
sense.
Lala are in charge of the mods.
You know about my spidey sense.
Well, you that's your thing. So that's on you and Lala. Jahay, are you, I'm sorry. Are you there? Okay, Ems. I like the mods that we have. I think all the mods that we have are doing a wonderful job. So I don't necessarily see a reason to remove anybody. I just didn't know we had 30. Oh, she's still going through the book. Okay. There are some people who have asked to be a mod, and I would love to. But again, like sometimes I will mod someone, but most of the time I talk to Lala and do that first before I do it. Oh, she left. Okay. Well, I just don't see how you can say the Ethiopian Bible says something and you don't know the book, because like the Ethiopian Bible has the same, most of the same books as the Christian Bible. There are other traditions, but you should be able to name the name of the book. But yeah, we'll move on. All right, let's see. Hello, AG. Let me take that down. I'm sorry, Greenwich. I just treated you like you part of the host team.
You're fine. I was gonna ask you, do you want me to get down or what?
No, you can continue your conversation. I'm sorry. Did you have any more that you wanted to add to it?
I didn't really, not unless you had any further questions to about my point.
I know. I like I said, I'm a little shocked at learning that people think that Saint Nicholas is a entity. But I agree with your point that I think Christians do see Santa Claus as the great deceiver, only because it's still in shine or worship away from Jesus. And the odd thing about it is, like, I would honestly say that I've heard my mom say the same thing about Santa Claus, but she would remind us that while Santa Claus, brings us gifts, that we were not to put Santa Claus before Jesus, and remind us that Jesus was the reason for the season. And so I think that is kind of interesting that some believers do think like that, but they still enjoy it. Because my mom, she loves Christmas. Christmas and Thanksgiving are her holidays, because she has a big family, and I don't blame her for that. Like, I love that for her, and that's as long as she wants to celebrate them, I'm gonna be there. And she does like a big ass thing. She has 36 grandkids. Now she has 5 great grandkids. And so it's even more exciting for her. So, like, I don't blame her for that, but I do find it interesting that she recognizes how Santa Claus can take the shine away from Jesus, and how, in her belief, Santa Claus shouldn't be able to do that. So she was teaching us growing up that we should not ever put Santa Claus before Jesus, and that Jesus was the true reason for the season.
And like I said, I wouldn't say that it's more common to see people that genuinely do view Santa Claus as like a real entity, but it has been growing more common, if that makes sense. The more people are having to confront this idea of other winter holidays and traditions alongside of Christmas, they are trying to confront this idea that it's taking the shine away from Christ. So therefore, they have to view these other entities as real in order to attack them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like, I can still see somebody attacking it from propaganda, right? Saying, hey, this was created by marketing companies, which is how, it was told to me. It was created by marketing companies in order to increase spending during this time of the year. And that propaganda was stealing Christ shine. I've never heard anybody argue it from the point of believing that Santa Claus was an entity, and that's why it shocked me. And that just, have adults arguing from that perspective, to me, it just, brings up the point of mental illness as well when it comes to these religious belief systems, not being able to decipher between fairy tale in reality, or mythology and reality.
100%, because I have indeed encountered people, as I said, that when you explain to them that it's just folklore, like him delivering presents and reindeer and all, like it's just folklore. They, because of the exception or them accepting, I would argue it's because of them accepting Christ as real, and like it's not so easy for them to dismiss Because if you believe in Christ, and then that means you believe in other spirits, but not worship other spirits, if that makes sense. So they have to basically say that, yeah, all this folklore stuff is real. Because if angels are real, and if demons are real, and if somehow angels and demons and elves and stuff are in folks' folklore, then that gotta be real too. And all of it gotta be done away with. Hence the principalities.
But are there angels and demons in the St. Nicholas story?
No, they're not.
That's what, like, I don't know. Like, I've always just seen the Santa Claus as a piece of propaganda, like a marketing tool.
Well, yes, but like I said, as people are doing their research, I have noticed that they've been doing their research only up to a certain extent. Like, as the previous person who was up here, did state that Saint Nicholas indeed was he was a real person who, yes, he was a real saint. But as Catholicism began to merge with other groups of people, Germanic people and stuff like that, those people began to merge it with their folklore. So somewhere along the lines, modern day people today, whenever they do their research, because they hear about whether it's Odin and how he would dress up in his winter garb and ride a sleigh and all that type of stuff, because they believe that Odin is the enemy, then therefore they take that as Santa Claus being a real entity. They don't go any further than
They're relating
Saint
stuff like
Nicholas.
that and saying that Saint Nicholas is actually Odin, and like they're hiding the worship of Odin in Saint Nicholas.
Exactly.
Oh, I get
Exactly.
it. Okay.
And then they connect that to how the Catholic Church is tricking people. Whenever I hear these arguments, I'm like, but you are Christian too, though. But that's they separate themselves from Catholicism just to make that point about how Catholicism did all that rigmarole to get you to worship Satan, a false entity, if that makes sense.
I wonder if they've ever like allowed themselves to ask like what were the similarities between Santa and their god, right? Did Odin have an opposite? Like, does he have a Grinch or a Satan? Or
According
was
to
that
folk, according to like most Germanic folk, Norwegian, Scandinavian folklore, no, it would have been Germanic, because he wouldn't have been Odin. He would have been Woden, when Woden is the Germanic equivalent of Odin. No, he doesn't, and that's where the story of Santa Claus or I think it's either he's known as Santa Claus or Saint Nicholas in the story of him and Krampus, and they are that Grinch, if you would, but Krampus is meant to only punish bad children. And when you view his story, it does get a little dark, about how he would take away children who were misbehaving and he wouldn't return them until a certain time to their family. And of course, it was all to get children to behave a certain way, yes. But it also paints Santa Claus in this very benevolent type of way. Like, he rewards good behavior. And if you view it from the Christian lens today, the only person who is able to reward good behavior is Christ or God or both.
so? Krampus though wasn't an enemy of Saint Nicholas. He basically just did the work of disciplining or punishing bad children for Saint Nicholas, or in the opposite of Saint Nicholas.
Yes, basically. At
Okay,
least that's how
so
the stories set him up to be.
okay, so God has an enemy, which is Satan. Santa has an enemy, which is the Grinch. So Santa, in this case, would be more closely related to the idea of the Christian God than the German Saint Nicholas story so far. I'm going to go through some things to see.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you agree that the Santa fits more in lines like with, the God has the enemy Satan, and then Santa has the enemy the Grinch, where Odin doesn't necessarily have an enemy,
Yes,
but
I
are
would.
opposite.
I
Okay,
would.
all right, and then God has angels and servants, right? Who do who he sends to do work for him, and Santa has elves, right? Who um, create the toys and read the letters or do the mail and stuff for him.
Yeah, see, you're literally, this is the thought process I have seen play out in people's lives, in Facebook posts comparing the two side by side and getting people to realize how one is just mocking, as they would say, a
Well, I think
mocking.
I think that this further proves that it is practice indoctrination for kids, because it for me it just matches the Christian story of the God, and the nature, like the nature of the Christian God, more so than like what I'm trying to see is, do they even have any grounds, right, to try to say that the Saint Nicholas story is trying to replace their God, or is a separate entity? So, like, are there um, angels or slaves? Did Odin have slaves that did work, or angels that did miracles for him, or stuff like that?
See, the Odin myth is very interesting because it doesn't really go
I meant
into.
Saint Nicholas. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
It does. Wait. Do you mean like the actual saint? Saint Nicholas, a real person?
Yeah, they're like the real person that they're trying to say is now this entity. Is he also formatted in a way that like in his story, did he have like slaves that did the work for him that would
As,
be like these elves today?
as far as I know, he didn't. As far as I know,
Wasn't there a story where he helped three girls not become slaves? He paid their dowry for them so that they would not become slaves. He was setting people free from
I've heard
slavery,
of that.
wasn't he?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I've heard of that.
Okay. But God condoned slavery. In fact, had his own slaves. And Jesus said to see yourselves as worthless slaves. And then you had Santa with elves that did the work for him. So I'm seeing this Santa character matching more of the story of the Christian God, and like helping people like be more acceptable to the characteristics of the Christian God than the Saint Nicholas character. But like, let's keep going. What's something else that's similar? What else?
What do you
Oh,
What do
the
you
all
mean?
knowing, the all knowing. So the Christian God knows when you are good and when you're bad, and so does Santa know when you're good and bad. Is there a that Saint Nicholas know when the kids are good and bad? Well, yeah, because you got the Krampus and Saint Nicholas, so there, that's there. How in the Saint Nicholas story with the human, how did he know whether the kids were good or bad?
That I could not tell you. I am not. I will say. I will admit. I am not that familiar with the actual story of the real life Saint Nicholas.
Okay. I was just trying to see if they tried to teach that he also had some type of um magical power, like he was all knowing as well, like God and Santa. But we can see that Santa Claus has this same sense of all knowing power like the God does, and he knows when you're doing good, when you're doing bad. Um, the Christian God has the naughty nice list. The naughty list, you go to hell. The nice list, the book of life, you go to heaven. The whole concept of like, I think, sin, um, being the bad things that you do in life. I just don't see how anyone is saying that this Santa is anything else but built like the Santa Claus that we know today, and the stories that we recite today about Santa Claus, and the stories that we tell our children. To me, I just see the Christian God in it. I don't see
And to them,
anything.
that's the point. That's kind of the point, and they don't really like that.
But it's almost like it's training a child to believe the absurdities of the to believe that a God um is doing these things too, right? Or has the capability to do these things. Like if a child can believe that a God knows when they're doing good or bad, um, like I see what you're saying, but like I feel like the similarities between the two. I think the Christian is lying to themselves if they say that they cannot see that Santa is basically the Christian God wrapped up in marketing propaganda.
I would agree with you. And I do think that the only reason that they do is not only the marketing propaganda, but because Santa Claus represents a more secularization of the holiday that is meant for, again, Christ. So even though everything you have laid out lines up with, the Christian God, they cannot bring themselves to say it is similar because where's Christ? Literally, that's the only question that I've heard is, but where is he though?
But Christ is the God, right?
Well, yes, but if he's not in Santa, if Santa does not represent, and this is why I do feel that most Christians who come up with these
Give me just
arguments,
a second, Eva.
okay,
The very fact that you are like going nuts in the comments trying to tell us that there is no Santa Claus and we are grown ass adults. Like we know there's no Santa Claus. We are talking about the concept, the marketing propaganda of Santa Claus, of the character Santa, and comparing it with this concept of the Christian God. You are talking to adults. I'm sorry, Greenwich. Go ahead.
but as I was saying, I think that is why most Christians don't do, like, those that are coming up with these arguments that Santa, the mythological figure, is indeed real, but they don't do the research needed to go to the real person, to understand that all this was kind of inspired by actual person, and this actual person is not a deity, but he is just a person who was granted sainthood. I think that is why they don't go that far, because if they did, then they would understand that this person who was Catholic was Christian all the way, and that would disrupt their understanding that Santa is bad because there is no Christ there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think for me it just exaggerates the point that they see Christ as a different God than Yahweh. And because if they like, I understand that you're saying there's no Christ in Santa, but what we're talking about is like a shell, right, of a concept. And so like Santa would be the shell of the concept of Christ, who is God, right? And then you have Christ, who is God, in Christianity. I don't necessarily think there has to be like a separate character in the Santa story to represent Christ if Christians actually believe that Christ is one God. You see what I'm saying? Because Christ is all knowing, right? Santa is all knowing, right? Christ condones slavery. Santa had slaves, condones slavery. Christ knows all. Christ has the naughty list and the good list. So does Santa, right? The fact that they need to see Christ and they just can't see the similarities between just the Christian God, like it just exaggerates for me that they don't necessarily believe that they're worshiping one God. Like their Christ is a different God than the God of the than God. Like I yeah, I don't know.
I 100% agree with you. 100%. Like and it's so bad that I've seen Christians on Facebook who don't even like the fact that there are like on certain people's lawns that they have like the blow up things of Santa next to a nativity scene. They don't like it. They don't like it,
Saying
and I
what
don't
next to the nativity scene?
like blow up like the blow up type
Oh, the
of
blow up Santa.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
They
just
don't
a
like that.
cartoon character of their God, honestly. And that's all I see is a cartoon character of their God, a commercialized character of their God. But I get what you're saying. I hear you because Christ has to be front and center, and it has to be the man, the baby in the manger, or the man with the crown of thorns on his head.
Exactly. Like if they and I know we're not well, that doesn't really matter. But I agree, and that is why they have a hard time with Santa, and that is I would again argue that that is also why they would just prefer to move their holiday, move this celebration of Christ, because if the big man in the red and white, and sometimes blue and white, depending on where you go, if he's there, then our baby, our young man, our prince cannot shine. So we gotta move it because we can't get rid of the man in red and white. We can't get rid of him because everybody loves him.
Have a good night, Jay. Um, I get what you're saying. Uh, the I just see it as propaganda taking over the what they believe is the reason for the season. I get what you were saying, how they see it, like they're fighting some demon, some entity. It's a spiritual thing for them and not a, I don't know. But yeah, I get it. Is there anything else you wanted to add to?
No. Thank you for having me up this morning.
You're welcome. I hope you have a good night.
You
Well,
too.
good morning.
You too.
All right. I think I wonder if Christians do recognize how much Santa Claus mimics their God.
I never thought about it until I saw your background. It, it
Yeah,
does.
like, huh?
I was just saying it does.
Yeah, I think it's just a training tool. Like I know it let me not say like it wasn't created as a training tool, but it literally trains kids on the type of belief that it takes to believe that this God exists.
Yeah,
And it like
I can
and
see
all the
that.
same characters. Yeah. Empress Pat. Empress Pat. Retro 7. Hi, what's your name?
My name's Kevin.
Kevin.
Yes.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Oh, I'm a believer.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Oh, the Santa Claus.
All of these are about Santa. So which
Well,
one of
did you
these?
know that Santa Claus was actually patented by Coca-Cola?
We know that Santa Claus is a marketing tool. But which
Yes.
topic did you want to discuss on the board? Do you
No,
see
no,
the?
Santa Claus was
Okay.
actually
Hey, do
derived.
you hear me talking?
Yes, I heard everything you said.
Okay. There are 4 topics on the board. Which one do you want to discuss?
Oh, okay. Let's talk about. We learn to live without Santa. We can learn to live without God.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I disagree with that. So that's that topic. I believe in both of them.
Okay. Yeah, explain.
Well, Santa Claus was derived off of Saint Nicholas. He was a monk from the 1600s, and he gave toys out to the children. He ran an orphanage. He's what Santa was mimicked after. Saint Nicholas, and Saint Nicholas was under God's protection because he was a monk. So it all revolves around the same exact topic about God and.
So does this say that we learn to live without Saint Nicholas, or we learn to live without Santa? Do you think that, would you say that Santa Claus and Saint Nicholas are the same?
Yes.
And how so? Did Saint
Well,
Nicholas,
well, well, well,
hold on,
well, well.
let me finish talking.
You get upset quick, don't you?
Yeah, I don't like disrespect.
I'm not
And
disrespecting.
look, there are yellow words at the top. Do you read those yellow words for me?
The yellow word to the top is popular live. I have no
No,
yellow.
on the post, there are yellow words on the top of the red
Oh Jesus!
background.
I have to get my glasses to read those.
It says, I match energy. I say cuss words, and I don't like whining. Okay? Now, I will respect you if you respect me. Okay? If I'm talking, you shouldn't be. All right? If I'm going to respect you and let you talk and finish your thoughts, I deserve the same respect. As a matter of fact, I commend the same respect. Okay?
Okay, you just paused really, really long in between your
No, I
sentences. I thought
didn't.
you were done. I apologize.
Now, what I asked you was if St. Nicholas and Santa Claus are the same, right? And so, where in the story of St. Nicholas does he wear a red suit? Is he all knowing? Does he fly around the world in one night, delivering gifts to children all over the world, in receiving letters from kids?
He did wear. It was a red. Saint Nicholas did wear a red fur coat, if you want to call it, with a white collar. That's how he was depicted. Yes, and he had a long, long beard. He didn't fly around the world. He was, I believe, from the Greek area, and he ran orphanage, like I said. So he did not. But Santa Claus was based on Saint Nicholas. We can Google that. We can find that out.
Yeah, I didn't say that he wasn't based on him. You're saying that they are the same characters.
Well, the one's not a character. One was actually a human person that died.
Exactly, and the other
I wasn't finished
is
talking.
and the other is made up, correct?
Well, the other one is based on him.
But it's made up, is it not?
Well, of course, yes, it
So
was.
they're not the same.
Well, after you die, and they come up with something about you, I'd have
But
to
they're
say
not the same
you keep on cutting me off.
because I'm asking you a question. Are they the same?
Yes.
No, they're not.
Well,
Saint
that's your
Nicholas,
opinion.
where did Saint Nicholas have elves?
All right. you can say all that you want to say about the little trivia things, but when you get down to the spirit in the moment of the giving and the helping
I
and the
didn't
whole
ask you
spirit,
that. Did Saint Nicholas have elves?
no,
No. Did Saint Nicholas ride a sleigh?
no.
No, they're not the same.
Well, your opinion.
Santa is based. Okay, so what other characters like Jesus is based, right, on Dionysus? So are they the same?
No.
Thank you. So because something is based on a different character or a different person,
Because
it
Jesus
doesn't
has
make
always
them the
has been and
same.
always
It
will.
doesn't make them the same, does it?
Jesus is always
It,
is and
I,
always
I
will.
don't. I don't. That's not what I asked you. Just because they have similarities in their story, it doesn't mean they are the same, does it?
It's not a similarity. It was.
So
It,
Dionysus. Actually, let's do Apollonius. Apollonius and Jesus lived during the same time. They have the same characteristics, some of the same stories. Are they the same?
no.
Right. So because they have similarities, right, in their stories, it does not mean they are the same. So just because Santa Claus is based off of Saint Nick, it doesn't mean they are the same. That is the point. We are not talking about Saint Nicholas when I say we learn to live without Santa, we can learn to live without God. That is the point.
You could say that Santa was brought. Santa was a marketing tool for Coca-Cola. It was a marketing tool about the commercialized end of it. But it was based off of Saint Nicholas.
I've already agreed with you that Santa Claus, the character, was based off of Saint Nicholas. It's
Correct.
still a different character, okay? So Santa, right?
Yes.
When we as children are indoctrinated into the belief of Santa Claus, knowing when we do good, when we do bad, Santa Claus receiving our letters that we send him and delivering us the things that we desire, the toys that we desire, all in one night. Santa Claus having elves, right? When we come to the realization or the understanding that that is a fairy tale and it is not true, we are able to continue living without needing the belief that a human in a red suit is watching us, right, knows whether we're good or bad, has a naughty or nice list. We no longer need that. It no longer serves us, and we live and be just fine.
Well, I still believe in Santa Claus.
You believe that a man flies around the world in one night and delivers
I believe in the
presents.
I believe in the spirit
I
of
didn't
Santa
ask if
Claus.
you believed in the
Yes.
spirit of Santa Claus. Do you believe that a man flies around on a sleigh with 12 reindeer in the middle of the night, all in one night, delivering presents to children all around the world? Do you believe that that actually happens?
No, I do not believe that happened.
Exactly. As a child, though, children do believe that that happens. Okay.
Okay.
And so the point is once we mature out of that belief, we are perfectly fine. We no longer need to believe in the 12 reindeer. We no longer need to believe in the all knowingness of Santa Claus or the naughty or nice list, right?
Oh,
Or that we have to go to right to this being in order for us to get the desires of our hearts at the end of the year. We do away with that belief and we are just fine.
okay.
That's the point of the question you chose. Now, can you talk about it from that perspective?
From that perspective, there, we don't need anybody or anything. We could just live alone under a rock. But it's good to have beliefs.
That was so revolutionary.
You
Like
know.
all of that to bring you up to understanding for that revolutionary statement.
So you'd be happy living under a rock all by yourself with no beliefs, rather than believing in something.
Why do I need to live under a rock just because I don't have beliefs?
Because my whole life is built on beliefs.
But what does living under a rock have to do with beliefs?
Well, as soon as your beliefs are done, I think that you're drained spiritually. You don't have you don't have a purpose.
What does that, who gets to tell a person what their purpose is? Let me ask you a question. What is your purpose since you have a belief?
My purpose, I live a very good life. I treat everybody fairly. I try to be the best person I can be. Um, my beliefs are the Ten Commandments.
I
I
ask
believe.
for your purpose. What is your purpose since you have a belief, right? Since you want to tell me that I don't have a purpose,
I never said
right?
you didn't have a
You
purpose.
literally just said that because I don't have a belief, I'm drained of my spirit, and I have no purpose. You literally just said that.
I didn't say you. I made a general statement.
You did say you.
I did. Oh, the twister of words. You must be a very good
You
negotiator, or
literally
what?
said
Are you an
you.
arbitrator or a
You
lawyer?
literally said you. If you were trying to be general, then that's okay. I understand that. But even if you are generalizing, okay?
Yeah.
For people who don't have a belief, you are literally saying they have no purpose.
I didn't say.
Okay? You
Well,
said that you said if you don't have a belief, then you are drained of your spirit and you have no purpose. That is why I asked you, what is your purpose since you have a belief?
my purpose. An average Sunday, I feed. I go down. I help feed the homeless. I give coats out during the winter to the needy. I help mankind. My purpose, I believe, is to help my neighbor. My purpose of life is to make sure everybody's treated equally. Everybody is it feels needed or wanted.
All right. So you do things that a average person who aims to be a decent human being would do with or without a God. That's your purpose, to be a decent human.
Well, it all depends on which God you believe in.
No, I said with or without a God, right?
Oh,
A
okay.
person can be a decent human, right? A caring human, a helpful human, with or without a belief in a God.
If that's your choice.
What do you mean if that's your choice?
If it's your choice to believe in a God or not.
Are you tracking this conversation?
I'm just telling you, if you don't believe in God, then that's your belief.
That's not like that. What? Like this is really really hard, right? To go into like a deep conversation with a lot of times with believers because the thought process is very surface level, right? You just said to me that your belief in a God gives you purpose, right? And
yes.
someone like me who does not believe in a God has no purpose, right? And I responded to you after you told me what your purpose is that basically the way you live your life is the way any human who desires to be a decent human can live their life with or without a belief in a God.
If that's your choice to, yes. If it's your choice not to believe in a God, yes, you could be a good person.
So therefore, the belief is not what gives you purpose, and a lack of belief is not what takes perfect purpose away.
I believe the belief in God gave me a great foundation to be a great person.
Well, that's what you needed. Everybody doesn't need that.
Well, I believe everybody needs a foundation.
They don't need a God.
Your foundation is a different foundation. Um,
Did you forget what topic you chose?
I didn't. I said I disagreed with it.
Exactly. And I need you to stick to that point, right? Like your job now is to explain to me why we can't live without God, why we need God. Once we, as children, do away with Santa, right? We can live without Santa once we are coming to the knowledge that Santa isn't real, right?
Well,
We can live without Santa. My
let me
stance
ask you
is,
this.
listen, my perspective is that we can live without Santa. We can live without God. Now you came up to tell me why we can't learn to live without God.
Well, I'll just tell you this. It's probably going to get me bounced off here. That when you don't have to believe it all, but when the day of reckoning comes down, and you
Oh, hold the
and you
fuck
and
up.
you
Think of
and
reset your gift goal, please.
you get judged.
Be quiet with that mess. We hear that every day. You're gonna rot in the ground like the rest of us with nowhere to go.
Like the crazy thing is what I see with believers is that you can't go in, like when we're talking about the benefits of believing in your God, right? Like you can't go past, oh, he gave us life, or oh, you're going to be judged. And the in the topic it says we can learn to live without God. You can't even engage with that thought, right? You jump straight to, oh, you're going to be judged for what? Not believing in a made up or an invisible friend.
Well, my question is, okay, if you are right and I am wrong, then I will rot in the ground. I accept
Everybody
that.
rots in the ground.
I accept that. But what happens if you're wrong? Can you accept that?
Yes, everybody rots in the ground, but that is not the topic. Like, why do y'all, like? It's the only reason you worship this God because you're afraid of going to hell.
No, I believe hell's on earth.
So, you worship this God because you want to live forever.
Well, if do I want to live forever? No, no, I don't think anybody
What is
wants
it
to live
that you're
forever.
afraid of rotting in the ground? What's so bad about rotting in the ground when you die?
Oh, the adventure's over.
Right. So you want to live
No,
again.
I'm not. You're not living. Your soul is transformed on to a different plane.
Right. So you want to live again.
I have no idea if you
But
live
you don't want it to
forever.
end. You don't want whatever you call it. You don't want it to end. That's your fear,
No, I
ending.
don't have a fear of that at all.
So again, I'm asking you again. What is so bad about rotting in the earth?
To me, it's like turning the TV set off. I don't know if I'm ready to turn the TV set off.
So you needed to start
So,
again.
so my question for you, once again, let me ask you:
I'm
If
still
you,
trying to understand this rotting in the earth thing.
well, you brought it up.
I'm trying to you said it. I'm trying to understand. Like, are you afraid of it ending?
I'm not afraid of it. I just hope that I just plan on doing a lot more with my life, or
But
not
your
my
life would
life.
be over. So you're talking about a second life.
Well, it's the energy of your soul. Energy once energy is created, energy cannot be dismissed. So the energy of your soul it does travel onward.
Okay, so listen to what if okay, you just said energy cannot be created or
No, I said
destroyed, right?
energy. I
Energy
said
cannot be created or
no. I didn't
destroyed.
say it
That
cannot.
well that I'm telling you, energy cannot be
You are
created or
wrong.
destroyed. Okay, whatever. All right. So you literally are saying that everybody, right, is energy, and therefore everybody, right, is gonna exist forever in some form. What is it that you are working towards or afraid of?
What I'm working, what I'm working toward. I don't. I'm not working toward anything. I'm just living my life according to how Jesus Christ told me to live.
But your life would be over. I'm talking about when you die.
When I die, the energy that every I said, energy made cannot be destroyed. Energy will travel onward.
Okay, so everybody's going to exist after death in some form. What is it that you are afraid of? Like, if you believe, then you're going to exist in some form. If you don't believe, you're going to exist in some form. Right? What is it that you are afraid of or you're trying to make sure happens after you die?
Oh, what I'm afraid of is that I'm going to die before my wife, and I'm not going to see her for a period of time.
Y'all, I'm going to end up pulling my hair out cuz I think I'm asking very direct questions. I don't understand
You're
why
very
they're not
direct about
hitting.
this.
You're not understanding.
Maybe you're not listening or communicating properly. I'm
Uh,
giving you
No,
direct
uh,
it's you.
answers.
It's you. It's you. You're not comprehending what she's asking. Are you going to heaven or hell when you die?
he said he don't. But he said he believes Earth is
Oh,
hell. He believes
oh, I
this is
believe going.
hell.
Everybody's going to heaven.
So again, the belief or not belief, right? You said if you don't believe, you're just gonna rot in the dirt. Do you remember saying that? And you asked me if I would be comfortable with that.
No, you brought that up about
Wait
rotting
a
in the
minute.
dirt.
I
Do I?
said that. I said you're gonna rot in the ground just like the rest of us with nowhere to go. That's
But
gonna
Thank
be
you.
the
but
end.
he
Thank you.
asked me, right? He
Thank
literally
you.
said that when you die, you're gonna rot in the dirt. Would you be okay with that? He said, if I'm wrong, right? You don't remember asking me the Pascal Wagers question, oh man?
I
You don't
remember
remember
Right.
talking.
He
asking
did say
that?
that.
I'm sorry,
Huh?
Judah. What was that?
You don't remember asking the Pascal Wagers question to me?
No, you asked me the question.
Okay, let's play it back.
Okay.
Like you can't go past, oh, he gave us life, or oh, you're going to be judged. And the and the topic, it says we can learn to live without God. You can't even engage with that thought, right? You jump straight to, oh, you're going to be judged for what? Not believing in a made up or an invisible friend.
Well, my question is, okay, if you are right and I am wrong, then I will rot in the ground.
Everybody rots in the ground.
I accept that. But what happens if you're wrong? Can you accept that?
Yes, everybody rots in the ground. Okay. Now you asked that question.
I said,
My
if you are
my
wrong,
my. No, you didn't. Like literally, I just played it. Why are you getting ready to like change the word? I just played it, and I don't care.
I said, I
Listen, what
asked you
I'm
if you
trying
were.
to ask you is, what is so bad about rotting in the ground?
Oh, nothing. You can rot in the ground with other worms. I can care less what happens to you. I'm talking
Why
about me and
don't
my
you
faith.
want to rot in the ground?
I am not going to rot in the ground.
I said, why don't you want to?
But I told you if you play back more of your recordings, I'm not, the adventure's not over yet.
Oh, listen. So basically, again, you want to live
I'm
forever,
not living.
correct?
I'm not going to be living. I'm going to be dead.
You want to exist forever, correct?
In the kingdom of God, yes.
Okay, why the fuck was it so hard for you to say that?
Because you didn't ask me that question.
I just asked you the same damn question
No,
five different ways. Yes, I did.
you kept on
You
asking
so
me, do I
you
want to
fear
live forever?
you fear not existing. That's the whole
No,
point of your
I don't.
belief.
I don't fear non-existing. I want to exist
Okay, why do you want to exist?
because you're in the kingdom of God. It's paradise. Why wouldn't you?
How do you know that it's going to be paradise?
Because it's been promised to us.
Like, but how do you know that it's going to be paradise?
If obviously you haven't read, you haven't
I
read the
have.
script.
I
You
have.
have.
Yeah, like
And
literally, it says that the foreigners are building the walls. The foreigners are Gentiles. Now, unless you are an Israelite, right? You are building walls.
I'm going through the Old
You're
Testament, by the
nursing.
way.
You're bringing in trees and planting trees and bringing in gold. Like you're working.
You've read the Old Testament, correct?
I've read both the old and the new.
Okay.
Revelations confirms what Isaiah says and Zechariah says.
And there's nowhere in there was a promise of the kingdom of God to live in paradise forever.
I didn't say that it didn't promise the kingdom of God. I asked you, how do you know that it will be the so-called paradise that you're looking for?
Because it was promised to us.
What was promised to you?
The kingdom of God in paradise, and live in
Which is
paradise.
what is paradise to you, oh man?
What is paradise to me? I think paradise would be um, first the wealth of knowledge, the wealth living amongst people that passed before me. Um, you don't have pain any longer.
If you're
You
dead, you won't have pain.
you won't have consciousness either.
Right. So you want to have consciousness, right? In the Bible, it doesn't say that you're going to be with your loved ones. It doesn't say that.
It says that you will. It says you'll be in the kingdom of heaven with me and all my followers. You
Right. It
follow me?
doesn't say that you're going to be with your loved ones, though.
Well, if they
Nowhere in there does it say that you're going to be able to connect or even remember who was considered a loved one on earth.
well, that's your interpretation.
Where does it? I said it doesn't say that. Where does it say that?
It says followers.
But I said I didn't. I agreed with you on that. I said, but
No.
nowhere in there does it say that you will remember who was a loved one on earth, or that you will be able to even find your loved ones. You know how many followers Jesus has?
So everything has to be documented right to the crisp letter for you to believe in something
Well, I
or
mean, I'm saying
understand something.
you're literally. I'm saying you're deciding what your paradise is. I asked you, what did the Bible say? You're telling me stuff, and I'm saying it doesn't say that in the Bible. This is stuff that you're making up.
If you
That's
want
considered paradise for you.
if you want to believe that, then that's fine. You
What
can
do you
play
mean
back.
believe that? That's fact. What you're saying isn't in the Bible. These are things that you believe, right? And what you're calling paradise.
If that's what you want to believe.
But then I don't have to believe it. Show it to me.
Well,
Show it to me that it says that you will remember your loved ones and that you will be able to connect with your loved
I never
ones
said
in
remember my
paradise.
loved ones. I said to be with my loved ones. So
That
you're a
how are you
twist.
going to be with them
You're
if
a
you
twist
can't
of word
remember them,
person.
old man?
Excuse me.
How are you going to be with them if you can't remember them?
Excuse me. I
How
was
are you going
speaking.
to know, oh
Excuse
man?
me. You're being
How
quite
are you
rude.
going to know that you're with your loved ones if you can't remember them?
Who says I'm not going to be able to remember them? You are.
I said nowhere in the Bible does it say that you will be able to.
Not going to say that I'm not going to wear brown shoes either. But
Exactly. So you're making up your own paradise. It's not biblical. That's my point.
you asked me what my paradise would be like,
Asked
and
you,
I'm
how do
telling
you know what paradise is? When
you.
I asked you what is paradise to you, you started explaining it. I said, how do you know you will be able to do these things? Right? You said in the Bible it says. I said no, it doesn't.
I really feel sorry for you.
I know. I feel sorry for you.
But you know what?
That doesn't feel good, does it? When
Oh no
someone
no
when
no
you
no no no.
when
Guess what?
someone tells you, no, stop. When someone says to you, I feel sorry for you, it doesn't feel good. Like, what makes you think that, one, that I give a damn about your pity, right, for my choices, and then two, like, what makes you think that you can say these words, right, to people and people not say them back to you? If you're talking, you're on mute.
I said it wouldn't bother me because words don't hurt.
Oh, I could tell
I don't
when
give.
I
I
said
don't
I
give.
pity you, I could tell that you did not expect
I
that to
don't
come
give. I
back.
don't give people permission to hurt
Sure,
me. I don't give people permission to
sure,
hurt me.
sure.
That's why you hurt from words because you give
No,
people
you.
permission.
What makes you think I hurt from words, oh man?
Well, you told me that I must be hurting from it.
I didn't say that. I said you didn't like, right, when I said it back to you.
Oh, it doesn't bother me.
Okay.
I'm never going to see you again. I'm never going to talk to you again.
Then
You're
how the fuck can you pity or feel sorry for somebody that you don't give a damn about? Like, you already have told yourself, right, I'm never going to see this person again, right? So I don't care what I say to this person,
no, no,
right?
no, no.
I
I
don't
never
care
said
how
that.
my words
I
land,
never said
right?
that.
Yeah,
I
like
never
you,
said.
like, yeah.
I never
How
said
can you
that.
say that you pity someone that you
I
give
never
less than
said
two
pity.
fucks? Like, you don't
Oh
even care. Like, you've already told yourself, I'm not ever gonna see you
no,
again. Like, those
no.
words just came out of your mouth.
Those words did come out of my mouth because I'm not
Exactly.
going to give you permission to hurt me if I
I'm
don't
not
know
trying to
you.
hurt you.
Well,
You
you
are the
tried.
one. You are the one that attempted, who thought that you were gonna hurt me by saying, I really feel sorry for
Well,
you.
then I really apologize for trying to hurt you,
No,
but I
you
do feel
don't.
sorry for you.
No, you don't. Yeah, like you
Yes, I
said those
do.
words. No, you don't. You don't like the fact that I don't believe in your God. You don't
Oh
like the
no, no, no,
fact.
no, no,
You
no,
don't
no,
like the
no,
fact that I'm
no, no,
asking
no,
you
no, no.
questions. Yeah,
Because
you
because
don't. Hold on. I'm talking right now. You don't like the fact that I'm asking you questions, right, and trying to understand what this whole issue is with you rotting in the earth. When I said that you want to live forever, you're like, no, no, I don't. Right? Like, it took for me to say the word exist, right, forever. Right? You for some odd reason you feel attached right, to the life that you know. You're attached. You're
You're no
attached. I'm
different.
talking right now.
Oh my goodness.
You're attached to your family members, right? You're attached to comfortability of life. You're attached to knowledge, right? So when you don't want any of that to end, so death, right? The very idea of access to that, feeling all of that, seeing all of that ending, it bothers you.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
My thing is,
You literally said you didn't want it to end.
my thing is, your beliefs don't bother me. Your beliefs are just like someone that's Buddhist or Hindu or some other religion. Not believing in a religion is your religion. It's just
That
it's that.
what's the definition of a religion? Oh man.
I would. I apologize. I was wrong on saying your religion is not believing. Okay, but everybody believes in something. You believe in nothing. So that's a belief in something.
What tell me how someone believes in nothing.
Well, you told me that you don't believe in nothing.
No, how do you believe in nothing? How? Tell
How
me
do you believe in
tell me
nothing?
the process of believing in nothing. What does
I
that look
don't
like?
know. I don't. I've never believed in nothing,
Then how do you know that
and I've
someone
never been a
believes?
Buddhist or a Hindu.
Then how do you know that someone believes in nothing?
Because you told me that you didn't believe in
No,
nothing.
I did not tell you that.
Oh, then what do you believe in?
That's none of your business. But I didn't tell you that.
Oh my God, you are
You know,
too
that's a
cute.
supremacist.
You
That's a supremacist kind of take to say that because you believe in a religion, um, that then you're better somehow than those who don't believe in a religion. We believe in ourselves. We believe in what we can do for others. We believe in our kindness to others.
do you
We
worship the
believe
earth?
in lots of things, just not a fake deity.
Do you worship the earth?
I don't worship anything. Why does anybody have to worship
Okay,
something?
no, because that's Wiccan. That's another that form of
Well,
atheism.
why are you trying to pick my brain to see what the fuck I believe in?
What's so
What
private?
business is it of yours? Why does it matter? See,
You make
that's being judgmental. You're just trying to find out exactly what someone believes in so that you can attack that belief.
no. I would
I
not
don't
attack that
believe
belief.
you,
Why would I
but
attack a
yes, you
belief?
would because you're already doing it. Well, Buddhism or whatever you were just saying,
No,
as
you said
if
that.
believing in Jesus Christ is better than any other religion. It's a
I didn't say
supremacist
that.
kind of take. Well,
I
you
didn't say that at
insinuated
all.
it. It's context.
Well, you misconstrued the context.
I didn't.
You did.
I didn't.
Now
I
you know
was
what I.
listening clearly, and I'm not going to argue with you. I don't know how old you are, old man, but you have a conversation. You can't even converse like my 4-year-old grandson.
Well, I live in
I
Salem,
mean,
Mass. And
you don't
I
understand
talk to
what
Wiccans all the
thinker
time.
is asking. She has to put it in layman's terms for you to understand, and in elementary terms. Like
Well,
it's ridiculous.
she kept on twisting my words, so I had
No,
to.
she didn't. No, she
Oh,
didn't.
yes, she
No,
did.
she didn't. We
Well,
do this live every night, and you all say the same
you want
doggone
whatever you
thing.
want to know. You want to know everything
I'm not
about
going to argue
everybody.
with you anymore. Peace be still. Hush.
I find it funny that like he came up and chose we learn to live without Santa, we can learn to live without God, but this basic comprehension, right, escapes him to the point to where we can't even just discuss that simple of a concept, because the concept is really really simple, right, to understand.
Hmm.
And you're unable, right, to explain why we
I'm
as a
gonna run. So have
society
a Merry
cannot
Christmas.
live
Bye bye.
without your God. Bye, oh man.
Calling us witches. You don't want to see my powers, old man.
Christ's followers be having some of the worst attitudes. Y'all show it every damn day. Y'all claim to have this power in y'all, but good grief. Like it be horrible. Or either y'all just like deny it. If it does exist, Y'all deny that shit. Like, and if y'all deny it, like, how can it actually be good? Or is it not as powerful as you're saying it is? Because it obviously isn't making y'all better or more decent humans. Bedford, how are you? A little bit. You sound muffled. I'm sorry, you're too muffled.
Is your phone upside down?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What was going on? Were you away from the phone? Are you there? If you're talking, we cannot hear you. Nope, something happened. I heard you mumble something. I think you just said something. I don't know what's going on with your mic. You're gonna have to come down and come back up. I don't know. I can't hear you. Your microphone is not too good. Why does it sound like I can hear his moving more than his voice? Yeah, I gotta move on. I don't know what that was about.
I don't
His,
either.
his body movements were louder than his voice. Like, what? Kit? Okay, she is knocked out. I never realized how many people snore. I wonder if I snore when I sleep.
Right. Apparently everyone does.
That's what it sounds. That's what it's seeming like. Hey, Jess, happy Christmas. You said if you wonder, you do, huh? How does that track, friend?
Now people are saying sleep apnea. I do have sleep apnea.
I've thought about. Have y'all seen the ads on TikTok where you can like record yourself when you sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about downloading that app to see if I snore. All right, that person isn't there. You said you don't want to know, Jess. I am 42. There is a link to a Discord. You can click that link if you want to call in. Other than that, you can come to TikTok and join the panel.
No. I did not. Oh my God. Why
It's
she
okay.
get?
I'll take you down, okay? All right. Have a good night.
Well, they come up panicking.
She
That is so funny.
said, oh, no. Aletta, it put you right back in the box. Floor Master George. Okay. Can you take him down?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you for letting me up. I was like, I hope she lets me up because I had to come on my backup because it just wouldn't be safe for me to have my conversation on the main page.
Oh, you're welcome. How old are you?
I'm 35.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I guess I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
How does belief in Santa work differently than belief in God?
Okay. Go ahead.
As long as I sat here, thinking about it, I suppose, and forgive me if I trip over my words. I have them as sometimes the words don't come to me as I want them to, but, I, they both require a type of cognitive dissonance. I wouldn't say like the more I think about it, the more it isn't very much different, except for the fact that when you're a child, you kind of just blindly believe. Well, and I guess most adults will blindly believe in a God, but you blindly will believe in this Santa because you're supposed to be able to trust that the adults around you are what they're telling you is true. And then, of course, as you age into that and the questions that you begin to ask, depending on the type of, environment you're in, the more that they do to try to, trigger you into believing this Santa story. But what I would say is different about how we come to believe in these things is that I feel like there's more effort put into creating tangible things in place when it comes to believing in Santa, if that makes sense. Like you can go like you see like I like to a degree you would have more proof for believing in Santa than you would in God. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like it's more human manipulation and trying to uh, salvage the belief or increase the belief in Santa
Yeah,
than
like I
there
can
is of
go
a.
to pardon, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm
No, go ahead.
sorry.
I was just making sure I understood what you were saying.
Yeah, like we you could take a kid to a mall. You go to a mall and you see a Santa and you see the movies and you see the books and people know. I would even dare say Christians know more about the lore and story of Santa than we do, or they do their own Bibles. Um, I've been in your lives quite a bit, and this is like my first time I've actually had the courage to just come up and chat with you. And I love listening to you in the conversations. And dare I say, I've learned more about the Bible from you in your lives than I've had in any of my 30 years of being a churched person. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just find it very, very interesting that it seems to be that there is more evidence in quotations that there is of a Santa than there is of a God.
Yeah, like do you think the human manipulation aspect is in the belief of the God as well? Like how our parents um, would represent the human manipulation in the Santa belief. Would you also say that you can see that same human manipulation when it comes to the belief in a God, where it might not be presented as like a seeing a physical being, right? But the human manipulation helps you or helps a person believe that God exists more. For example, the story of Rachel, is it right?
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca and Isaac, right?
Right.
So Rebecca was told by a oracle that her youngest son was going to lead her eldest son, right? And so she manipulated to make that happen, like for Isaac to give the blessing to Jacob. And it's talked about in the Bible as divine favor, right?
Right.
But it's actually human manipulation. Like Rebecca felt the need to manipulate in order for that divine that divine favor to actually come to pass. So things like that in today, like, do you think that you've seen that type of human manipulation, or do you think that it is present or prevalent in the God belief?
I think, and if I'm not understanding what you're saying, then please stop me. I think that how would I say it? I think so. Okay, for example, just to make sure that I'm on track, I think there are a lot of things that happen, and then people like to go back and say, "We'll see." Okay, like current events, right? And you notice how whenever something happens, it's always we're in the last days. This is in the Bible. Versus, is this is what's happening actually lining up, or is this what we wanted to believe because it fits in with the storyline of what we've been told? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Like, for example, a miracle. Like, some people, there was a guy that joined the panel the other night, and he was saying that he prayed and told God that he needed money, and then his phone rang, and somebody that he had loaned some money to was paying him back, and he saw that as a miracle because he didn't expect the person to actually pay him back when the person said that they would.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No, I do, and I see that often, and I kind of always it's like, why do we always have to? And I'm saying we, generally not we, as in you, um, try to attribute things to God that is clearly something with like that's clearly just human workings. We always want to ascribe divinity to it, um opposed to just saying like, oh hey, this is just how this worked out. um and I do notice that, like, or whatever, or even when things are just talking about that which cannot be described, is always attributed to God or some divine, some sense of divinity. I do notice that, and I do find it it's spiritually manipulative, um and it becomes this, it's confusing. Forgive me, like, forgive me if my thoughts are not completely clear, but it just becomes this thing of confusion of, oh, I have to believe in this. Like, what did you call it? What is it? Oh dear gosh. um I'm sorry, forgive me. But you have to, just this idea again of having to ascribe divinity to things that are clearly
Oh,
like,
divine favor.
yeah, divinity to like things that are just human workings. Like, if you were to sit back and take a breath and it's like, this is why this happened, not because of said sky daddy or whatever like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I ask believers all the time, um like, why do you thank the God for the food that you eat, right? And they say, because he allowed me to work and get the food. But actually, like, the human, right,
Mm-hmm.
goes to work every day, right, gets a paycheck, makes the choice to be responsible and spend that paycheck on food, and then the human cooks that food, right, and then the human eats that food. And so it's them attributing the human actions to the God, to me, is similar to the parents uh buying the gifts, putting the gifts under the tree, eating the cookies, and then the kids, when they see it there, they're saying thank you to Santa. But it's the parents, like, it's the to me it's the same thing, right, where the adult is doing all the actions, but they're thanking the God.
Yes. And I never understood the, one of the reasons I ended up um, coming to this place of deconstruction is just noticing the behaviors of those that call themselves Christians. Um, and it just not lining up with who they say that they're supposed to be. And that I noticed that this God, the way you put it the best, and the way that you always ask the question, like I never quite had the words until I listened to you, but how this God cannot function outside of a human.
Yeah. Like that I want to know. Like he's and like they don't like it when I use the word dependent on a human, but literally other than them saying or attributing creation to the God, right? And
Right.
everything that the God does in our realm, in this physical realm, outside of the, creation, he depends on a human to be able to do.
Right. And I believe when I was younger, I had similar questions, probably not asked, that well. But what only thing that I was ever told is one that, you don't question God, and then God is not a genie, right? They love saying that, well, God isn't a genie. You don't just pray for something or ask for something and then poof, it appears. God sets the people in place and in motion so that this can happen in this particular way. And my whole thing was always like, well, if he's all powerful and all of, these things, why can't it just be like, poof, is there? Why does it have to, why is this the way that it has to happen?
Because that's how the stories are in the Bible,
Yeah.
right? And like the reality is, why did he stop? If he did that back then for humans, why did he stop today? And
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna bring in a Islam belief, right? Earlier today, we were talking to a Muslim who said that his favorite chapter in the Quran was the story about Solomon talking to ants and birds, and he said that Allah wanted him to have faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
That humans could talk to birds and talk to animals. And I asked him, well, does your faith allow you to do it? And he says no. But what's the point of the faith? Like if people could talk to birds and animals back then, why can't they do it today? What changed? And then if, God could rain down manna for those that were hungry in the wilderness back then, what changed? If Jesus' disciples could heal the sick just by laying hands on them, what changed?
Right.
And why would he change that? While still telling you that if you have this belief in this faith, you should be able to do it. Like, to me, it's just human manipulation.
It is. It is. And it's crazy. And um, the spiritual psychosis is very, heavy with a lot of Christians because they really don't believe what they say. And I come from a family of pastors and preachers and went to Christian schools and everything, and I was the only one that always seemed to be, I got in trouble for constantly questioning everything. And I had parents who also went to, great lengths to make Santa very real, for me. And don't get me wrong, it was fun. Santa is fun. I think it's great. But as I got older, I think I took very much an issue with the way that it's not presented just as a fairy tale, for like they want us to believe that this is real, like very real. Um,
Were
and
you disappointed when you found out that it wasn't real?
was I disappointed? You know what? I don't remember. I really don't remember.
See?
And I think what happened was something along the lines with kind of how I figured out the tooth fairy wasn't real. I think I lost a tooth and didn't tell my parents, and I put it under the pillow myself, and there
Oh,
was no money.
wow.
Yeah, and there, and I was very young, and there was no money under the pillow, and I never even told my mom that I had done that. And the next day I told her, I was like, oh, I lost a tooth. And then I put it under the pillow. And of course there was, there was money the next night when I did it. I was like, oh, okay. And I think with Santa, I somehow I don't remember how I figured out he wasn't real or whatever, but I don't think I ever told my parents when I stopped believing, because I figured the longer I believed in Santa, the more stuff that I would get. But yeah, and so
How old were you when you used the process of critical thought to determine whether the fairy tale was real? Like, I think it's interesting that critical thinking was exercised at such a young age, right?
yeah,
To for you to validate your belief
yeah,
in the fairy, the tooth fairy.
I had to be about 6 or so, because I had to be in like second grade or something. Like I was young. I was really young.
Wow.
And the Santa thing, outlasted the tooth fairy thing. But I was always the kid. I always asked a lot of questions, because you're not just gonna tell me this man can go around the globe and we live in an apartment and don't have a fireplace. And like, these are questions I asked, and it's like, I want to believe, like, as I stated in the beginning, as a child, you're supposed to be able to trust that what your parents or that the adults, in your life are telling you is true, especially when everybody seems to be in on on the ruse, if you will. Um, but I was just like, no, no, this is not quite, high Santa at this mall and at this mall at the same time. Like, this isn't quite, right. And the stories just weren't adding up for me. It was just a level of logic that I think I used. And I think people, we really don't give kids credit, a lot of credit for the way
Yeah.
that they think. Like, children are not stupid by any means. And not to say if they do wholeheartedly buy into Santa that they are, like, it's a fairy tale. Kids love, fairy tales and things. But I'm saying that, like, we certainly just, a lot of times don't acknowledge the fact that children have the ability and do use logic.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of times the process of critical thinking, like, it seems natural, for younger people to do, and it seems like it's either stomped out or changed, should I
Mm-hmm.
say?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, like, when you started asking questions about Santa, like the logical questions, like, how does he do this, and we don't have a fireplace, were you met with the same type of disdain and you questioning that from your parents, or, as you would have been if you had questioned the existence of God or the reality of God?
I think it would have been worse had I been questioning the reality of God. Um, when I started questioning things about Santa, of course there was a cover like, oh well, um, like they would say, well, these aren't the real Santas. He sends people down to help him do this and this, and it's like, okay, things that are believable. Um, but I don't think I ever, and I think when it came to questions I may have had about God, I think that only even started because I went to like a Christian school, and then like a Protestant Christian school for like kindergarten through second grade. Then I switched to a Catholic school, and certain things are different with how they carry out their church services, and then also how their Bibles are set up. And that's when I started to have questions, and not necessarily about the validity of God at that point, but like, just like, hey, why is this so different? Why doesn't this add up? And which later on, started to have me question for myself the validity of God, but I knew better than to ask. Something about me just knew better than to ask. Because the one thing you do not do in a Black household,
Yeah.
is question the validity of God and Jesus, whether it's white Jesus, Black Jesus, whoever Jesus. Like, you just don't do. So I never did. Like, it's just something I just knew better than to do. But I'm sure I would have caught hell, if you will, for doing that.
Yeah, I think that's when the skill of critical thinking is stomped out or suppressed, should I say?
Hmm.
When you're no longer able to ask questions, or you fear asking questions. Um, I think that's when that process is suppressed. But yeah, I think this is why I say the use of Santa, right? Like the indoctrination of Santa early on as a child is not as harmful. Can it be harmful? Yes. Not. I don't think that it's as harmful as the indoctrination in a God for that very reason, because parents are more willing to accept their child being curious about a belief system,
Hmm.
right? They're more open and understanding to a child questioning the reality of what they're being told or taught. Um, but when it comes to the belief in a God, parents stop it right then and there. They don't allow the child to explore the validity of that belief. And they just expect the child to believe because they're told this
Yeah.
is what it is. That's one of the reasons why I say that that is more harmful than the belief in a Santa Claus. And I think if a parent did decide to teach their child that Santa exists, or to share in that experience, because like again, I think a parent can use that right as a way to
Hmm.
train their child on how to assess a belief. Right? They can. It can be it really depends on how a parent approaches it, but that could be a great exercise for teaching children how to analyze beliefs and what they're being told or taught.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's all. Thank you for allowing me to come up and talk.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great day, and if you do celebrate, a happy holiday.
You too. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. You're welcome. All right. So if you are Christian, Muslim, while M is on the panel, you can come up, or deconstructing.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Hey, Thinker, I'm gonna drop. Um,
Okay. Are you
M,
getting ready to go to
I
bed,
like
or?
I like your voice, but it makes me feel like I've got to clear my throat, so I'm gonna drop. I'll be in the comments, but Serena's here.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
but I'll be in the comments.
Okay. Is it KJ?
KG.
Oh my God, KG. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I
Can you
believe in
speak up a little bit?
I believe in Jesus Christ. So
Okay.
yeah.
And which topic did you want to discuss? Please don't use caps in my comments. Please. Happy Christmas to you as well, guys. Please remember that caps are for mods and for those with a vision impairment only. Okay, the mods will warn you one time, and then the second time they will mute you. Third time they will block you. Okay, just want to let you know that. I only have one guest on the panel at a time unless you are a host, so you have to be patient with me. Okay. KG, are you able to unmute? Okay, there we go. Like, because you do it again after asked you politely not to, I'm just gonna block your ass. Um, not you, KG. I'm talking to
Yeah.
the
I
yeah.
got you. I'm with you.
Okay. um, which topic did you want to discuss?
Um they all seem to be the same, but we could start with we could talk about the top one.
Well,
The very
they're
first one.
not the same, and then you can only do one. So pick the one that you
Yeah,
most definitely
we'll
want
work
to do.
with the first one. We learn to live without Santa. We can learn to live. Yeah, we can do that one.
All right, go ahead.
Um, I guess it started off. I don't believe in Santa, and I don't teach my son to believe in it, So yeah, I don't live with Santa, but I don't believe that we can live without God because he gives us what we need to, I guess, to live righteous in life, to he gives us the moral attributes, his moral attributes, to love and to treat people with kindness and to be humble, meek, long suffering towards people, you know. And he promised us, we put our faith in his son that after this life on earth, we will be joined with him eternally in heaven. So that's what I believe in. I don't think Santa, I don't believe in Santa though, but I don't think we can live without Christ. I mean, we can according to the world, but in the spiritual aspect of it, you know, I think we all need him. But you don't have to choose him if you don't want to. I believe that also. That's the reason why he give us our free will. Go
Okay,
ahead. You want to say something?
so if are you saying that a person that does not believe in God cannot live a moral life?
Nah,
Okay,
I didn't
so
say
so
that.
we don't need this God or a God to live a moral life, to be decent humans.
I I think we all every one of us inherits the attributes of God, which
Uh,
is
uh,
morality. So go ahead.
Hold on. So we don't need a belief in a God to be a decent human.
No, you don't need the belief in God to be a decent human because we
Okay,
all inherit we
I
all
I,
inherit
I got it.
decency. Go
Hey,
ahead.
I let you talk for a very long time. Right now,
Yeah, no,
what
go ahead. You got
yeah,
it.
okay. All right. So if we don't need a belief in the God, right, to be a decent human, then I still believe that as a society, we can learn to live without this God, right? And that we don't necessarily need this God to have a moral society. I also don't agree that humans get their morality um, from the Christian God, as I believe if we're saying that morality comes from God, I think the God has very immoral practices and teaches its believers to demoralize themselves in order to fall in line with their uh, loyalty to the God or worship of the God.
Okay. How do you what makes you feel like that we demoralize ourselves by putting our faith in the Creator?
Not by putting your faith in the Creator, it's your faith in the Creator that makes believers choose to go against their own natural morals because they don't want to say, right, or agree that something the God of the Bible, Jesus, has done is immoral. They will like try to make excuses for it, or they'll say
Hmm.
that what he did was okay because he's God. They will call a lie truth. They will justify slavery, and they're like, and when we ask, right, if you're if a human did these things, would you consider them moral or immoral? They would say, of course, it would be moral, immoral if a human did it, right? But it's not considered immoral if a God does it. That's what I mean when I say demoralize. Like I don't get my morals from the Christian God.
Right, but I don't feel like you. really explain demoralized to me because um
You negotiate your own natural morals in order to align with the God to not call the
okay,
God immoral.
okay, okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. Um See, I believe we give up our selfish needs to to follow the will of the most high, follow the will that Jesus followed. You know, he followed the will of the Father, is why he done what he did, you know, through his death, burial, and resurrection to bring us closer to God. You know, so I don't believe that. Go ahead.
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you took a deep breath. I thought you was gonna say something, but yeah. So I believe we all inherit moral that moral attribute of God. You know, it's instilled in us all. That's why you love. You know, that's why you can be humble at times. You know, you can be kind and meek and long suffering to people. You know, at times when you want to, but we have our fleshly desires that God wants us to get rid of because our flesh leads to death. You know, I would say I struggled with just wanting to be with women, different women.
How did
You
I
know,
know
go
women was
ahead.
going to be the thing that you were going to bring up? But women
No,
lead to death in this book. But go ahead.
I said women lead to death.
You said fleshly desires lead to death, and then
Fleshly,
you
yeah,
started to get,
yeah.
and then I just
Cause,
knew a woman was going to be the thing that you say. But go ahead.
cause this was one of my fleshly desires.
It's
To
usually the men. That's usually what men come up here and say. But go ahead.
oh, okay. Well, I got an explanation for it though. Is
Hmm.
and women have fleshly desires also. You know, women lust too. They're promiscuous and sleep around with different guys. So it goes
That's
both
their
ways.
prerogative, and they're like
It
your
is.
God doesn't even say that having sex is so called this sin. You all are the one demonizing that. But go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Jesus speaks on in the beginning. I'm gonna start with in the beginning. You know, God joined a man and a woman. You know, and they will come together
That
and be
wasn't
as
your God speaking who said that. That was the narrator of the story.
yeah, so you say, but I
Nope,
don't
that's
believe that.
literally it. Like, unless, I mean, if you know how to read, right, and you
Yes,
know
ma'am.
how to tell the difference between characters speaking in a story and when the story switches to the narrator, then it's not what I say, it's what the book says, that the narrator says that. Your God doesn't say that.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But we can
It's not a
agree to
belief,
this.
it's in the book. I'm not telling you something that I believe, right? Like the fact that you're saying that you don't believe who's speaking
Right.
in the story, you what does a belief have to do with anything? It literally
I understand
says,
what you're
right,
saying.
it no, I don't think you do. Like
Yeah.
it says then God said, then Adam said, right, and then it switched to the narrator talking. So there's nothing to believe, right? It's just basic reading comprehension.
Right, right, right. But I think all scriptures were inspired by God, given to the prophets through God.
It doesn't that doesn't
From God.
that like saying that something is inspired is like, oh, I wrote a
Mhm.
poem, right? I wrote a
Mhm.
poem and God inspired me to write this poem. It doesn't mean that these are God's words, right? That's not what it's saying. But in the text, it literally says God said this, right?
Mhm.
Then it'll say just Jehoshaphat replied, or David replied, right? You know who's talking. Then the
Mhm.
narrator will give a background, right? Or their own thoughts. Just because a narrator is speaking does not mean that those are the words of a God. That's the point. And when Jesus quotes this and says, didn't our father say, or didn't God say, he's misquoting. He's quoting the words of the narrator, because
Right.
nowhere in the Genesis story does your God say that a man has to leave his mother and father. That's what the narrator said.
Okay. But like I was saying, I believe the narrator was inspired by God, just as someone can inspire you not to not to be violent with a person, right? They can come in and speak to you in a way, you're mad at somebody and you want to get violent with them, but they can come and speak to you and get you to a point where you don't hit that person, inspire you not to, you know, get violent with someone, right?
So does
So I
that mean that the person that inspired me is doing the action of
no,
not
ma'am.
getting violent? Right. So just because somebody is inspired by something doesn't mean that that person is saying a thing or wants a thing. Being inspired, right, by God could mean
Hmm.
that, oh, this person has a belief in a God, right? They
Hmm.
believe the teachings of this God. Therefore, this person wrote this thing. That doesn't mean that that is a something that a God said or something that a God wanted. It's just inspiration. That's it.
Right. And I believe um by the inspiration of God, it led to that person doing the right thing though. So it led to that person, that the narrator of the story, to write what God wants him to write through the Holy Spirit. Like if you
Where in the Hebrew scriptures does your God say that man and woman has a man has to leave his wife and cleave to his what to his leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife? That would inspire the narrator to write that. Where would the narrator have gotten that understanding or belief that that's what this Hebrew God wanted?
I can get that for you.
Okay.
We're gonna go to well, I'm gonna go to Genesis chapter 2, 24.
Keep in mind that's what the narrator wrote. Okay,
Yes,
my
ma'am. I
question is,
understand.
where did he get the inspiration to write Genesis 2 and 24? Genesis 2 and 24 cannot be the inspiration for its own self. Where did the writer of Genesis 2 and 24 get the inspiration that that's what a God believed, that a man shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife? That's what I'm asking.
Where did the narrator get the inspiration?
Mm-hmm.
He got it from God, like I've been
I'm,
saying.
I'm asking. Okay, so like for example, right?
Hmm.
If I were to read the so I read Genesis 3, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I told a story today from a different perspective of the Eve in her conversation with the serpent and Adam eating the fruit, right? And so I animated the story. What inspired me to animate that perspective? I already told you what inspired me to do it.
Yourself. I mean, I guess you
No,
inspired
that
yourself.
me reading the story,
Yes,
right?
repeat that again. Yeah, my bad. So I can
So,
be
well,
clear.
I've so basically me reading Genesis chapter 3, right? And understanding the story, it inspired me to
Hmm.
create my an animated perspective, right, of Genesis chapter 3. And what inspired me to do that is me reading the
Reading the
story
story.
and
Okay.
understanding the story, right? So what I'm asking is what was the inspiration for the narrator believing that God wanted man to leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife? For the narrator to say, this is why, right? Man
Hmm.
leaves mother and father. Because like when he says this is why, he's saying that the reason man leaves his mother and cleaves to his wife is because of everything that happened before that. God created man. God saw man was alone. So God created animals. He saw that animals were not a good partner for the man. So he created a woman. And then the narrator says, because of this, or therefore, or this is why a man leaves his mother and father and cleaves to his wife. The narrator is saying that he understands, right, that those 4 steps are the reason this happens in society. That's what the narrator is saying, right? He's not stating it as God said, a man shall leave his mother and his father and cleave to his wife, right? It's not stated in that way.
Mm, okay. Well, um, from 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 God giving Adam Eve, and it said, therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall become one flesh. It's become the inspiration of that is through the actions of God, by him even giving Eve to Adam, you know. So I believe God inspired the author of Genesis through his actions, through God's actions. You know what I'm saying? But through also through the Holy Spirit that leads us. Now, when we're led by the Spirit of God, the it inspires us to do keep God's commandments, or his laws, you know.
So is this the same Holy Spirit that the author that wrote Genesis 2:24? Is this the same Holy Spirit?
Yes, ma'am. This the same Holy Spirit.
Okay.
This is the Holy Spirit of God.
Okay.
The
And
same
so
Holy.
therefore when someone today says that the Holy Spirit has inspired them, do you
Mhm.
turn their inspirations into the law of God?
I don't turn their inspirations into the law of God. If they're following God and seeking God, then God will inspire them through his Holy
I
Spirit.
got that, but then does
Yeah.
their inspiration become the word of God, the law of God, like something that you say that God said? Like if a person is inspired by
No,
the
no,
Holy
no,
Spirit
no,
today,
no.
so what's different with here? Is it because it's in the Bible?
Because God, because the Bible is basically it's a history book and a revelation. You know, I believe the Old Testament is a foreshadowing of what was to come in the Messiah Jesus Christ.
So
You
if I
know,
could show you the inaccuracies in the book, um, is it like if I show you that this God told Abraham that his descendants would be in a foreign land for 400 years,
hmm
oppressed and enslaved for 400 years. Then
hmm
the book says they were in Egypt 430 years. Then the book says 480 years after they left Egypt, Solomon's kingdom was built. But mathematically, they were never in Egypt 400 years or 430 years because of the what the book says for the lifespans of the people that went to Egypt with Jacob. If I could show you the inaccuracy in that, right? Would you still say that your God said it and therefore your God was wrong? Or would it be the error of the person writing?
I would have to hear where you're going with it. Hear what you're gonna bring to the table before I answer it.
Okay, so
So.
in Genesis 15, where
hmm
your God gives Abraham, he comes to Abraham in a dream and he tells Abraham that his descendants will be in a foreign land for 400 years. And then he says they will be enslaved there and oppressed there, but he will bring judgment on that nation and then they'll leave that nation with great possessions, right? The prophecy that your God gave Abraham, correct? You're familiar with that? The
Yes,
400-year
ma'am.
prophecy. Okay. And then Exodus 12:40, I believe, says that they were in Egypt for 430 years. You familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
Exodus 6. Okay. Now, we have a prophecy from your God of 400 years. We have a record or historical record that they were there for 430. Okay. Then we have them going to Egypt with Jacob in Exodus 6. And the record of the ages of, or the lifespans of Levi, which is Jacob's son, the lifespans of Kohath, which is Levi's son, the lifespan of Amram, which is Kohath's son, and then Moses, which is Amram's son. And if we and their lifespans while they were in Egypt after traveling to Egypt with Jacob. And so if we add those up, we get 430 years, right? The issue with that is the father and the son do not live on earth the same amount of time. So Kohath's age is already counted in his father's age. Amram's time is already accounted in Kohath's time. And Moses' time is already counted in Amram's time. So you have to subtract the overlapping lifespan to get an actual or a roundabout closer number to the time that they would have actually been in Egypt according to Exodus 6. And that ends up being around 259 years. Some scholars say 210. And they rather do 210 because it helps out the Solomon's temple prophecy. But 259 years in Egypt, right? Versus the prophecy of 400 and the record stating they were there for 430. So some people, don't think that this is that big of a deal, that the prophecy was
yeah,
incorrect, right?
right, right.
But if you're saying that scripture is inspired by God, right?
Hmm.
And that the scripture is the word of God, then how, right, did God inspire the person who wrote the Exodus story to incorrectly foretell or retell the prophecy that he gave to Abraham, to incorrectly or inaccurately record the amount of time that they were actually there, if it's inspired by God? Or could this be human error?
Well, I'm trying to find the I'm on Acts 6, but I'm trying to go exactly where you was
I
getting your
said
numbers from.
Exodus.
Exodus.
Exodus?
I mean, yeah, I'm on Exodus 6 right now. My bad. I just misspoke.
Sure. Exodus
You
6.
know, we humans.
Mm-hmm. Um,
I think that
so,
is trying to
huh?
come up.
Who?
Duvette wants to come up. TikTok will never let me let her up.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay. Hey, do that.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I just have an announcement to make because we seem to have someone who doesn't seem to have any self control in the comments, Greg Mecca,
Gotta go,
um,
gotta go.
asking a dumbass question that's not even on the prompt. And I keep telling him he's not coming up to ask that question because he's not running anything in here. He keeps requesting. So I'm going to block you if you request again because I already see you're going to be a problem.
He was a problem this morning. If you want to block him, you can go ahead.
Okay. I just needed to uh, make sure that he knew that because he seems to think that taunting me, like me and taunt each other, is going to get under my skin. But it doesn't. Like, it, I don't know. just silly. But yeah,
Waving that, you waving that Mutombo finger at him. Not in my house.
list exactly.
Blocking him. That's
Not in
right.
Thinker's house. See, I knew he was
Already.
going to be a problem. Don't even have his own mind talking about single moms.
Yeah, I think he was the guy that I did the Eve story on. That I didn't
Mm,
like, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, but yeah, if you want to block him, you can. He was a
yeah,
problem this morning.
I can tell. All right, I'm dropping.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, so here's Exodus 6. I think it starts at verse where. Wait, is this King? I fucking hate the King James version of the Bible. Like it's just like it's horrible. Okay, so let's get to. All right, so starting with verse 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
Levi is Jacob's son, right? And so Levi lived to be 137 years. You see that there? Oh, here.
137 years.
Yeah, Levi's life was 137 years. That's Jacob's son,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is their time in Egypt. And then so Levi's son is Kohath, right? Kohath lived 100, verse 18, Kohath's life was 133 years. Amram is Kohath's son. And so Amram lived, Amram's life, Amram is Aaron and Moses' father. So Amram lived 137 years, right? So if you add the sum of Levi's life, Kohath's life, who is Amram's father, and then Amram's life, who is Aaron and Moses' father, up until Moses, right?
Mm-hmm.
To get to 430, the writer of this had to basically be saying that Moses was in Egypt for 27 years. Oh, okay, but there's another part of the Bible that says he was there for 40 years, but this calculation has Moses there for 27 years. So if you add these up, you get the 430 that Exodus 12 and 40 says, I believe.
Yeah, around there. Around 430, 427, 430. Yeah. Not too far from it.
Let's see. Yeah.
You going
So Exodus 12:40 says they were there. The time that the Israelites had lived in Egypt was 430 years. So this would be like a definite, not a prophecy. It's like, oh, they lived in Egypt 430 years. Genesis 15 is God saying they will be in Egypt or a foreign land. Genesis 10, 15, 14 for 100 years,
you
right? That's
say
the part.
Genesis 15, 14?
Genesis 15, 13.
13.
13, 14 if you want to do like
13,
both.
13, 14.
Yeah. It says, then the Lord said to Abram, and that's how we know that it's the God talking, right? Know this for certain, that your offspring shall be aliens in a land that is not theirs, and shall be slaves there, and they shall be oppressed for 400 years, right? This is, but I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. Then we see them going to Egypt here in Exodus 6. And then Exodus 12:40 says they were in Egypt for 430 years, right? The issue is that you and your dad haven't lived on earth at the same amount of time, right? So you can't add your dad's age and your age together to get a total time that y'all have been on earth, right? If you're 44 and your dad is 68, like you would subtract your 44 years from your dad's 68, and see the difference, right? That how long how much longer your father has been on earth than you, because your 44 years is already calculated in his 68 years. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you saying his dad went into Egypt around his 60s and
No, I'm just going by the ages here, right? They If you add 137, 133, and 137 plus 27 years for Moses, you get 430, right? But the issue is Levi is Kohath's father, right?
hmm
Levi was 137 years old, right? Kohath lived in Egypt for 133 years, right? You can't uh you can't add
yeah,
these two
yeah, that
together.
right. Then they're
Yeah,
too close together.
yeah, you have to subtract, right? So when you subtract the overlapping time, right, of the father and the son, then you get a total of like 259 years. And as I said, some scholars say it's 210. I don't know how they're getting to the 210 years, but they said that they rather lean towards 210 years because it actually helps with the Solomon's Temple chronology, because this right here messes up the 480-year Solomon's Temple thing. So, but my whole point in bringing this up is, right, like the
You're trying to find contradictions, right? You showing me
no
contradictions in the Bible.
No, this is an inaccuracy. This is an inaccuracy mathematically. This it's impossible, right, for them to have been in Egypt for 430 years if these were the lifespans of the patriarchs that were there, right? So
Right,
what
I
I'm
see where you're
what I'm
going.
asking is, if you're saying that all scripture, right, everything in the Bible is inspired by God, therefore it's God saying it, right? Or it's God's
Yeah,
law, then
leading them to write the scriptures. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can go ahead. My bad.
that's not what you said though, right? Because like a person
Yeah,
could be
God
inspired.
inspired them.
That's
He
not what you
inspired them.
said.
Yeah, they're
That's
led by the Spirit of God.
that's
So
not what you said at first, right? Because
what did I say?
you said that it is God's words, right? When I said that there is a narrator talking, right, in
Yeah,
Genesis 2:24, does not necessarily mean that that's what a God wanted the narrator to say, or that that is the God's desire,
yeah,
right?
I agree with you on that. Like it was the
Okay.
narrator, you know what I'm saying? But I believe the narrator was inspired by God. That's all I was saying, was led by God through the Spirit of God. You know, it's to write these things. You know, they I can't explain the dating and the numbers and the addition of the numbers you just threw out there. And you know what I'm saying? I can't explain
Let
that.
me finish what I was gonna say before you
Oh yeah,
start
go
defending
ahead.
something that okay, because I don't want to focus too much on the numbers.
This topic. Yeah.
The only reason why I brought this up is because you said that Genesis 2:24 is what God wanted, right, for the man and the woman to leave the man to leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife, right? And I said, well,
Right.
that's what
Right.
the narrator said. The God didn't say it. You said it's the same thing. You said that's what you believe. Do you remember that?
I say, yeah, I said the narrator was inspired by God, yeah, to write these things. Yeah,
But
I,
you're
I
saying
remember
that
that.
that's what God wanted, right? Do you remember us having that whole
Basically,
conversation?
basically, if God is inspiring them, yeah, that's what he wanted.
Right. So what with these inaccuracies, right? And there are multiple historical inaccuracies in the book. Did God want the person writing this to provide inaccuracies to us? Or could this just be human error?
It could be human error, if it's an error, it's an error according to you, and your math, but it
Wait, is
could
there a
be.
different math?
No, there's no different math. There's one math. You know what I'm saying? But it could be, and it could be, something else. But I still believe that the scriptures were inspired by God, though,
I didn't
all the
say
way up
that
to
it wasn't
Jesus.
inspired by God. Like when you're saying inspired by God, like I don't know
Hmm.
if you remember us going through what inspiration could be, right? Like
Yeah,
because I love my children, I could write a poem and say that my poem is inspired by my kids,
yeah, about the
right?
love for the love you have for your
Yeah.
children,
Yeah,
right?
but it doesn't mean that my words are my children's desire. You see what I'm saying? That's the point that I'm making. So when we get to Genesis 2:24, right, and we see the difference.
But what if can I ask you something? What if your kids wrote about the love that you had for them? Then their writings would be inspired by the love you shown them.
But it wouldn't be my words or my desires
It wouldn't be your,
necessarily. That's
well,
the
it would be
point.
your desire because
You
the
don't know
desire was
that.
to love, right? And you showed
It
them
depends
that
on
love.
love. It depends on what their poem is, right? What their
Hmm.
poem says. It just
Love.
because love what?
No,
Because
that's what their
I don't
poem
love
is.
everybody. KG, I don't love everybody. I'm not one of those humans
Right.
that will tell every human that I love them. I don't.
Oh yeah, right. But we're talking about your kids right now.
Yeah, and exactly. So if my kids write a poem inspired by my love for them, and
Hmm.
in their poem they're talking about loving humans, period, that
No,
ain't my
loving you.
desire.
No, how you they're writing about how you love them and the things that you did to show them love, and they're proving your love in their writings.
But their
They're
words
just,
still wouldn't necessarily be my words. That's
but
their
they're inspired
experience.
by you. Right, right.
Yeah,
But they're
and I
inspired by you.
right, and I said like you can be inspired by something, but it doesn't make
Hmm.
what you write, right? That thing that inspired you, it doesn't make it their words. Does that make sense? It doesn't.
Yeah,
It
I get
yeah,
what you're
that's
saying.
yeah, that's my point. So if we look at Genesis 3:18, hold on, I did that wrong. 18 through 24. Okay. So it says here we know
Three and
that the God
18
3:18 through 24.
through 24. I'm with you.
All right. Then the Lord God said, "It is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner." Right? You see the quotation marks there, right? That the God has spoken. Verse 19, no quotation marks. Now the narrator is narrating, right? So out of the ground the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. The man gave names to all cattle and to the birds of the air and to every animal of the field. But for the man there was not found a helper as his partner. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. Then he took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh. And the rib that the Lord God had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. Now
Hmm.
somebody else talks. Then the man said, right? So the man, Adam, says, "This at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh.
Hmm.
This one shall be called woman, for out of man this one was taken." So those are Adam's words. Those are not, the God's words. That's Adam. That's the human talking, right?
Right,
Then
right.
then we get to verse 24 and it's the narrator again. So and this word therefore means so because of this, or this is why, right? So the narrator says therefore, or this is why a man leaves his father and his mother and clings to his wife, and they become one flesh, right? That's the narrator saying this this is my understanding as to why this is the way it is, right, in life.
Right,
With
right,
yeah, but that's not a
right.
law of the God. That the God never
No,
says that.
no, it's not a law, but but um um God God will require us to be married, just like Christ committing adultery is stepping out of your marriage, right? And
Yeah, but I didn't say anything about that. You're talking about lust and having sex.
Yeah,
right?
I was explaining my story, what I was dealing with. You
Yeah,
know
but
what I'm
when I
saying?
said that's something that you demonized, right, for yourself, you said that it wasn't. You said that it was biblical, right? That's the whole
Right.
reason.
That we
But it's
shouldn't
not.
just be out here. I shouldn't be out here just sticking in it just willy nilly. Just I should have a wife, cling to my wife, just like Adam did, and we become one flesh. To
Right,
the
but your
to the,
God never said that it was wrong, right, for you to have sex. As a matter of fact, there's no law for that says that a man or a young boy has to be a virgin before he gets married.
what it says we shouldn't fornicate. So
That's in the New Testament, the
that's what
Greco-Roman era. Hold
I
on.
know.
And the word fornicate wasn't there at first. That was an addition. Fornicate
Right.
didn't mean sex before marriage until like the 15th century CE. That's a later concept, right? But there's nowhere in the
So
Hebrew scriptures. There's nowhere in the Hebrew scriptures, right, that says that a man or a young boy has to be a virgin before they get married. Now, the young girl did because her virginity was tied to her father's economical status. If she was no longer a virgin, then her father would get that much for her dowry.
I understand where you're going. I understand that, but I live through I try my best to do the work of Christ. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said before, the Old Testament is a foreshadowing of the Messiah to come. So when Messiah bring these commandments to us, which all we just have two main commandments to love the Lord thy God with all your heart, all your mind, and all your soul, and love one another like you love yourself. And when you
He
do all
he
these, when
he
you do
never.
these two commandments, then you have done them all.
What he's saying is he didn't say you just have two commandments. He said the law is
Well,
written basically on these two, like the whole
on these
law.
two.
He says the whole law hangs on these two,
Exactly.
right? And
Exactly.
okay, and he's talking about, right, the like putting your God first, right,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
then putting the Israelite, like loving the Israelites like you love yourself, right? That's what
Right.
he's talking about. He's not
Right.
talking about every human, right there. Jesus was very supremacist when it came to the Israelites, right? So he was talking to Israelites, he was teaching Israelites. Gradually, as the Israelites rejected him, he turned his attention to the Gentiles. But when he's
Right.
saying this, he's quoting the law of Israel to Israelites, right? But
Right.
he didn't say if you have sex outside of marriage or without being married, right? That is a sin. He said, don't commit adultery. Don't lust in your heart after a woman that's already married, right? And then he misquoted Genesis 2:24 because he said God said this and God didn't say it.
Okay. And see, I believe Jesus brought forth a new covenant. So, and you're right. Jesus didn't come to abolish the law, but he came to fulfill it. You know. So those two laws that I spoke of, you know, if you can follow those two laws, then you will be keeping the whole commandment. But as far as the fornication,
What fornication? What law is against fornication? What that the
well,
fornication that we know of today, the having
yeah,
sex outside of marriage. What
just
law?
randomly.
What law is there against that, as we know it today? The concept of fornication that we know today.
Um, we can go into We can go to 1 Corinthians 7,
No,
and it
I said
said
law. I'm not talking about what Paul said. What law?
that was given
Not
to the
what Paul said.
Israelites.
Yeah, not what Paul said. We're talking about
Okay.
law, the law.
Okay. Well, I don't know off the top of my head. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you what specific law in there. But I can tell you that from the New Testaments, you know what I'm saying. We're not supposed to just be out here doing anything because it's sinful, and sin leads to death. So if I go out there and I'm just having random sex, then I end up with a disease that I can't get rid of, which leads to death.
If you
So it's
protect
true.
yourself, then you won't get a disease. If you have
Yeah,
safe
but
sex,
all
if you
folks don't think
hold
like
on,
that.
right? But that's their
Right.
fault. So then the
Right.
sin would be not practicing safe sex.
No, it's just to not do it at all
No, it's not.
until
No,
you
it's
get
not.
married.
That you're saying that, right? It was a Roman emperor who said that sex before marriage was wrong, and that was Emperor Justinian. Prior to that, sex before marriage was not seen as wrong unless you were a woman.
Right.
And on top of that, it's only like if you were a virgin woman. And committing adultery for a man was if the man had sex with a single woman that was not betrothed to another man and he was married, that he wasn't committing adultery. If he was single and he had sex with a single woman that was engaged to or betrothed to another man already, he committed adultery. If he was single and he had sex with a married woman, he committed adultery.
Mm-hmm.
If he was married and he had sex with a slave woman that was betrothed to another man, it wasn't adultery. He just had to pay a guilt offering because she was the property of another man. To defile the property of another man was considered adultery. But if the woman was not betrothed to another man, whether engaged or married, it was not seen as a sin and it was not adultery.
Okay. I understand where you're going there. But just understand that I'm coming from the what Christ wanted us to do, the way Christ wanted us to
Where
walk.
does he say that? Because your Christ only talks about adultery.
Well, I believe in the writings of Paul and all the prophets or the disciples, you know. So I take their writing as authoritative and spiritually led by God. So
Yeah,
when
that's
I
no
go
different than
right,
what we just talked about being spiritually led by God.
right,
That's
right,
still a human. That's a human saying Christ said this, therefore this is how it is. That's a human saying, right? I heard
but
from Christ, right?
mm-hmm,
And that's you saying that you believe in the authoritative of these people. Like the
right.
7 of Paul's letters or 6 of Paul's letters weren't even written by Paul. They don't even know who wrote it. So how can you say that like First and Second Timothy, where it says women can't speak in the church and all that stuff? Like nobody knows who wrote that. It was attributed to Paul, but some men, right? After Paul is believed to have died, wrote First and Second Timothy, attributed it to Paul, and now people today are saying Jesus said such and such. Like, how do you know that Jesus or a God actually said a thing?
So if no one knows who wrote it, then how do you know Paul didn't write it?
Scholars know that Paul didn't write it because one,
But you just said no
I'm going
one
to tell
knows who
you,
wrote it.
they don't.
Okay.
I said they know Paul didn't write it, and I'm going to tell you how they know. There are 7 letters, right? That scholars undisputedly believe that the person named Paul wrote because they all use the same type of language, the same writing style, the linguistics, the way this character talks about his relationship with Christ. It's all the same, right? Now, when you get to the pastoral letters,
Mm-hmm.
in Second Thessalonians, the writing styles are different. It's multiple authors. The language is different. Yeah, the theology is different. So, like, that's how scholars who have analyzed the scrolls know, right, that for sure Paul wrote 7 of them. 6 of them he did not. And the time frame as to when they were written, are dated after Paul's death because of the things that they mention in the text. And so, if even if Paul did write it, right, like, we're
Mm-hmm.
still saying today that a human says, hey, I had a vision, right, and Jesus is talking to me, and therefore Jesus told me to say these things. And people are saying, I trust what Paul says because
Mm-hmm.
the early church has deemed Paul as authoritative, and I trust that, right? Some
Right.
men earlier, the early church fathers, have put a stamp on Paul. Paul is authoritative, so Paul was definitely speaking for Jesus,
Right.
right? And the early church fathers thought this, right, for a long time. Actually, some of them knew that some of the scrolls didn't have a name on it, and so they had to, if it seemed apostolic, then they attributed it to Paul. But some of them, they actually, didn't know. And so, as we learn, as technology evolves, understanding, knowledge
Mm.
evolves, and we learn tactics or skills to analyze this text, understanding comes out. So the early church father says Paul is authoritative, like, and that human understanding was in that these letters are Paul and they're authoritative, the pastoral letters. If that human understanding was wrong at that point in history, like, how the question is, how do you know when a human is saying, I talk to Jesus or I talk to God and this is what God wants? How do you know that human is actually talking to a God? That's my question.
Okay. I would go into Acts then and go to the point where Jesus told his disciples, dwell here for a while, and when I go away, I will send you a helper, you know. So this helper is God in us, the Holy Spirit, God within us, who brings us to. He told his disciples, he will bring you to all remembrance of everything I've taught you. So that's how the disciples were able to go out and spread the word of gospel and um deliver his messages through the scriptures. So that's how they God communicated with
What
them.
scriptures did the disciples use?
The Injil, the gospel of Christ, the New Testament.
What did they what gospels of the New Testament? The ones
Matthew,
that had not
Mark,
been written
Luke.
yet? They had
Matthew,
not
Mark.
been written yet.
Right.
So what do you mean that they
Well,
went
they
out
came.
and
They came.
they had not been written? They were written
Right.
damn near 70 years after Jesus died.
You're right. Well,
So what scriptures
about
did they
30 years.
use? No, the
They
the
you.
very first
The,
one, right? Mark
mm-hmm,
was written around 70 AD, right?
mm-hmm,
All the way up until John to about 100 to 110, right? Paul's very first letter, Galatians, was written around maybe 2 or 3 years after Jesus died. But Paul, like, according to him, Paul didn't go to Jesus's disciples for 3 years. According to Luke, Paul immediately went to Jesus's disciples. So we don't know which one to believe on that.
I don't think that takes away from the.
I'm asking you,
Uh,
what scriptures did they use? They had not been written yet.
Right. They when, like I said, when Jesus left the Holy Spirit to him, he told him that the Holy Spirit will lead you in all truth, and lead you in all truth and understanding, and will bring to your remembrance of everything I've taught you. So being led by the Holy Spirit, they remembered the teaching of God, of Christ, even though they weren't written down. They remembered what Christ had taught them as they lived with him throughout his life here on earth.
But
So
and do you not remember you saying, and they taught from the scriptures? Do you not remember saying that? Like, or are you backtracking on that?
they taught the scriptures. I mean, but we get the scriptures from the teaching of Jesus Christ, which the disciples spread it throughout all the nations, through the remembrance of the Holy Spirit,
Okay.
so I mean, and then it became a written revelation after a while, but that doesn't take away from what Jesus did. And just because I may do something today doesn't mean that I won't remember it 50 years down the line if I'm still living, and want to write it down and speak on what I've learned or what I remember from 50 years before.
So, do you think that the Gospels were written by Jesus's disciples?
Not all, but some were. Some
Which
were.
ones were written by Jesus's disciples?
I believe. I believe Matthew. Matthew wrote one.
Nope.
I got my notes, but I ain't gonna go there. But
None of them are written, like none of them are eyewitness accounts. Not one of them. They're
but
retellings. They're retellings, right? But then
hmm
also, do they all tell the same thing? Like the Holy Spirit, right, is bringing things to their remembrance, right,
hmm
of the events. Do they all remember it the same way?
they don't all tell it the same way, but it's all giving the same message. Like if I
I didn't
was
ask if
to.
it's given the same message. I asked, do they remember? You said the Holy Spirit, right,
hmm
brings all things to your remembrance,
hmm
right? Do they all remember the the accounts the same way, or do they tend to appear as if they're contradicting each other?
No, I would say that. I would say, and bear with me here. Um, just like you and I can be standing, and we both witness a car accident, and we describe this car accident to someone. You may describe it differently from the way I describe it, but we're both describing the same car accident. I might leave out certain details like the color of the car, but you added the color of the car to it. It doesn't make what our stories different or not leading to the same message. Is
If
why I
I
say,
tell you one gospel has
hmm
Jesus saying, quoting Zechariah's prophecy and quoting the part of the where Jesus is basically saying that he's filling the prophecy of the bad shepherd, and
hmm
then one gospel has Jesus saying that he is the good shepherd. Is that the same thing as the adding the color of the car, or are these two different? One person remembering him saying this thing, which paints a different picture. And this person remember him saying this thing, which prints a different picture.
okay. Before I answer that, you said Zechariah said he was fulfilling the prophecy
Jesus
of.
did. I
Okay,
said
you said
one
something.
gospel. I said one gospel has Jesus quoting the prophecy in Zechariah of the bad shepherd, right? And Jesus saying that that prophecy is about him. And then another
What
gospel has Jesus quoting
Zechariah?
Zechariah and quoting the good shepherd, and Jesus saying that he is the good shepherd. So these are two
Can you show me
different.
that?
Yeah, I will. But
All
my
right.
question to you is, right? If one disciple says Jesus said this at the Last Supper, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, this prophecy is about me. And because this prophecy is about me, you all will do XYZ, right? And then another gospel says, Jesus quotes uh, Zechariah, but this time Jesus is saying he is the good shepherd. And they were at, like, they're quoting and reciting or
Right.
recalling the same event. So are
Right.
they remembering it the same, but one just adding extra details? Or does it sound like one remembered him saying one thing and another remember him saying another?
Well, to be honest with you, I would have to see what you're talking about before I answer that question. You
Well,
know,
you know the
because
difference between a good shepherd and a bad
I know
shepherd,
that. I
correct?
know. Yes, ma'am. You're
So
right. But I only.
if one, just forget about that. I'll show you the thing in a minute, okay?
Yeah,
If
you go
one
ahead.
person writes and says Jesus said he was the bad shepherd in Zechariah's prophecy, and then another gospel says Jesus says that he was the good shepherd in Zechariah's prophecy, are they remembering it differently, or are they just, do they just have different perspectives and one is adding more detail?
If one said Jesus said the good shepherd, and one said Jesus said the bad shepherd, and we can put them side by side and see the good and the bad in it, then I would have to agree to what you're saying. You know, I would have to agree with the text is what I would have to do.
I
You
don't know.
know.
Did you understand my question though? Are
Yes,
they
ma'am. You said
remembering the same thing, or are they remembering it differently? If one says, he says,
I got you. I
they
got
both
you.
quote Zechariah's prophecy. They both say Jesus quoted Zechariah's prophecy as a prophecy that he is fulfilling, right? One says he quoted part of the prophecy that's about the bad shepherd, right? And said that that prophecy was about him. And then one says he quoted the part of the prophecy that's about the good shepherd and said that prophecy is about him. Are they remembering differently, or are they remembering the same thing?
I'm gonna say they're remembering. They're remembering. I'm gonna say they're remembering differently because because that's what it would be if what you're saying is true. So yeah.
Right. So there are several times, right? And I'm going to pull it up and just show you what I'm talking about. But
Yes,
there are
ma'am.
several times, right, in the four gospels where they don't necessarily agree on details, right? And
Right.
the way that they retell the story contradicts, like directly contradicts another person's story, right? For example, John, when he's telling the story of Jesus getting baptized in the wilderness, right?
Yeah.
He does a flashback to John the Baptist, and he's like saying the first day Jesus did this, the next day he did this, the next day he did this, right? Then he says that on the day after that, or the third day, he went to a wedding, right? So according to John, when after Jesus got baptized, right, he went to a wedding and turned water into wine. According to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, after he got baptized, the Spirit immediately drove him to the wilderness, and he was there for 40 days and 40 nights. Are you peeing while you were
No,
online?
man. No, I'm making
Oh,
gumbo, so I'm stirring my
oh
powder.
goodness gracious! I was like,
Good,
please
you
do not do
crazy.
that. No, you
You
would be
crazy.
surprised. You would be
I
surprised,
would be. That'd be so disrespectful.
man.
I'd at least put it on mute.
Man, I've had people come up here
Oh
and
man,
pee
that's
and
crazy.
take a
Nah,
shit and all kind of
nah,
stuff. Um,
nah. But yeah, yeah, I understand where you're going. But can we first, if you don't mind, you could show me that in Zechariah.
yeah. First, we're
All
going to
right.
start at Mark 14:27.
Mark 14:27.
We can start at verse 26 so that we know, get a little bit of context.
All right.
They're at the Last Supper, and he's telling them. Let's go down just a little bit more. He's telling them what's about to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he says, when they had sung the hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives, and Jesus said to them, "You will all fall away, for it is written." When he says, of course, we know that when he says, "For it is written," he's about to announce a prophecy that he's about to fulfill, right?
Mm-hmm.
He says, "I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered." Here, who, just from basic understanding, who is the shepherd that is being struck when he says, "For it is written"? Who's the shepherd
Jesus,
here?
Jesus. He's telling them that that they're gonna take him away.
And when it says strike, what does that mean?
Smite
Yeah.
to
Okay.
yeah to smite is to
If you're away from the app and you're talking, I can't hear you. Maybe he got a phone call.
hello. Hello.
Okay, that's okay. Did you get a
I'm
phone call?
sorry. I'm sorry. Now I had put my phone in my pocket and it just went somewhere else. I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, that's
But
okay.
what that was saying is, if you don't mind me explaining it to you, what that was saying is Jesus was telling his disciples that he is the good shepherd that will be that they're gonna come get, and the sheep, his disciples are the sheep, and they're gonna be scattered abroad or scattered about. You know what I'm saying? When they come and take Jesus away, who is the good shepherd.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting out of here.
Okay. All right. And he says, "But after I am raised up, I will go before you to Galilee." So he's meaning this to be temporary, right? Not like a a more permanent scattering, right? He says, "You will all fall away, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered." Then he says this word "but" here, right? "But after this happens, right, and I am raised up, I will go before you to Galilee." And then Peter said to him, "Even though all will fall away, I won't." And Jesus said to him, "Truly I tell you, this day, this very night," right? This is how you know he's saying this is getting ready to happen. Because Peter's like, "I ain't falling away nowhere." And Jesus says, "Yes, you will. You're going to do it today. Before the cock crows twice, you will deny me 3 times." And so when he means the scattering, the falling away, he's not talking about them being shipped abroad or anything like that. He's saying they're going to desert him. They're going to turn their back on him.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, let's go to Zechariah 11 right quick. All right, we're going to start at verse 4. And we're going to read all the way down to verse 17. This is the beginning of Zechariah's prophecy about 2 different kinds of shepherds. Okay. Thus says the Lord my God, be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Those who buy them kill them and go unpunished, and those who sell them say, "Blessed be the Lord, for I have become rich," and their own shepherds have no pity on them. "For I will no longer have pity on the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord. I will cause them every one to fall into each fall to fall each into the hand of a neighbor, and each into the hand of the king. And they shall devastate the earth, and I will deliver no one from their hand." So the end of the quotation mark. So that's the God talking. We can agree there, right? Okay, G.
Yes, ma'am. I'm with you. I'm still with you.
Okay, and we can agree that the God is talking to Zechariah, correct?
Right.
Okay. So now this is Zechariah narrating. So on behalf of the sheep merchants, and that's how we know it's Zechariah because he uses the I. He says, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. So we know that Zechariah became a shepherd. I took two staffs, one I named Favor and the other I named Unity, and I tended the sheep. In 1 month I disposed of the three shepherds, for I had become impatient with them, and they also detested me. So I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is to die, let it die. What is to be destroyed, let it be destroyed. And let those that are left devour the flesh of one another. I took my staff Favor and broke it, annulling the covenant that I made with all the peoples. So it was annulled on that day, and the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. I then said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So they weighed out as many wages, 30 shekels of silver. Then the Lord said to me, throw it into the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. So I took the 30 shekels of silver and threw them into the treasury in the house of the Lord. Then I broke my second staff Unity, annulling the family ties between Judah and Israel. Now, would you say that this is the good shepherd or the bad shepherd? This is about the good shepherd or the bad shepherd here?
Now, you said Zechariah was the shepherd in this passage, right?
Yeah, but remember, Jesus uses Zechariah
Right.
as saying that, hey, this is about me, really, right? He says, oh, it's written really about me. Like y'all use the word like foreshadowing.
Yeah, exactly. I just used that earlier today, but you stated that this was Zechariah, and he's the shepherd in these next passages, right? Passages, right?
He's the shepherd here. He said, Zechariah says, so on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter, right? So Zechariah is saying that he became the shepherd, right? He took two staffs. He named one staff Favor and one Unity. Like he's explaining to us what he did in this role as the shepherd, right?
Okay. Where we
There are
at?
some, we're in Zechariah 11.
I mean, what 11? Okay, I just want to stay with you.
Okay. Here we see some things that are kind of similar, or what am I trying to familiar, right? The wages. How much were the wages that they weighed out to Zechariah? You see that is highlighted?
That's right after 11, and it was broken in the days of poor flock.
No, not right after 11. This is verse 12. I then said to them, if it seems
Give
right
me
to
my
you,
price,
but if
and if
not, keep
not,
them.
forbear. So they weighed for my price 30 pieces of silver. Okay.
Okay. Then the Lord said to me, throw it in the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. So I took the 30 shekels of silver and threw them into the treasury in the house of the Lord. Does this sound familiar at any parts of Jesus' story as well?
Yeah, it sounds like the when blah, 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 when man, I forgot his name. His name don't come to me right now, but he traded. He turned
Judas.
in Jesus. Yeah, Judas. Thank you, appreciate that. I don't know why I went blank, but he turned in 30 pieces of silver. Made 30 pieces of silver to turn in Jesus.
And so one of the disciples would use this and be like, that's about Jesus, because Judas, right, was paid 30 pieces of silver. That's to Judas, that was the value of Jesus's life. Judas threw the silver back into the treasury, right? So one of the disciples, right, says that this is a prophecy about is fulfilling about Jesus too, because Judas did these things, right?
And which one was that?
I don't. We'll get to it. Let's
Okay.
continue. All right. So we see now. Is this shepherd a bad shepherd? There's two shepherds here. You have a good shepherd and a bad shepherd. Does this one sound good or bad?
Well, I wouldn't say he's bad because he was operating from the disobedience of Israel, you know. So he was doing the will of God, you know what I'm saying, because of disobedience, you know what I'm saying. So I wouldn't
So he
say
would be
he's
considered the
bad.
good shepherd.
Uh,
There's two
Jesus is the
types of
good
shepherds
shepherd.
here,
Right, right. I hear
right?
you.
But the prophecies are about Jesus. Remember that, okay? So there's a good shepherd in Zechariah's prophecy. There is a bad shepherd in Zechariah's prophecy. Is this one the good shepherd or the bad shepherd?
I'm gonna say it's the bad shepherd because this is Zechariah, right?
Keep
This is
in
speaking.
mind, do you know what what prophecy is?
Yes, ma'am. It's the foretelling
All right,
of
so forget the
yeah.
fact that it's Zechariah, right? Like forget that, because there are times in the Hebrew scriptures where the prophecy ain't even about Jesus, it's about somebody else, but Christianity said, oh, that's about Jesus. Okay, so even though Zechariah, right, is writing, Jesus is saying that this is really about him. Zechariah's prophecy is about him, right? So
Not this one per se,
okay,
because there's a distinction in this. There's a distinction between the good shepherd and the bad shepherd, and it let us know in the beginning that Christ was the good shepherd,
okay,
and the other shepherd was bad. So
all
I
right. So
can't
let's
pin
go
that
on.
on Christ.
All right,
Yes,
let's go
ma'am.
on to the second shepherd. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Then the Lord said to me, take once more the implements of a worthless shepherd. For I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care for the perishing, or seek the wandering, or heal the maimed, or nourish the healthy, but devours the flesh of the fat ones, tearing off even their hooves. O my worthless shepherd who deserts the flock, may the sword strike his arm and his right eye. Let his arm be completely withered, his right eye utterly blinded. Do you still want to say the first shepherd is the bad shepherd?
No, I said the first shepherd was Christ, who was the good shepherd, and the second,
There's two shepherds here in
right?
Zechariah's prophecy. The shepherd that we just talked about, you said was not the good shepherd. Okay,
Right.
all right.
Zechariah.
No, not Zechariah.
But we already have a distinction. See, what I'm saying is we have a distinction between the good shepherd and the bad shepherd. The good shepherd was spoken of at the beginning of Zechariah, the where you started from, and it spoke of Jesus. Then it
Where?
spoke of,
Show me where the good shepherd is in Zechariah. Where? What
I
verse?
thought you, where did you start from?
You literally just said that that was the bad shepherd. You said you couldn't say it was the good shepherd. So I'm trying to figure out, where are you saying the good shepherd is? Because I tried to ask you, are you sure you want to say that this is the bad shepherd? And you was like, I can't pin that on Jesus. So where are you saying the good shepherd is in this
There's a voice
prophecy?
of the howling, the shepherd for their glory is bold. Voice of the Lord.
While you figure that out, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. To all that's listening, y'all need to hit that like button like y'all feel disobedience. Hit that like button. Obey. Be obedient. Jesus, is it you? The way you walked, the way you talk, the way we say your name. Your word is soothing, it guides me through. Every morning I rise and open my eyes. I just wanna give thanks to you. I just wanna be yours from this day forth. Mm.
Okay, I'm back. I
All right.
appreciate your patience.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. 1 second. Selena, what number do we need to get the comments back? Selena, you there? Did Ahmad turn the comments off? Selena. Oh man, who turned the comments off? Oh, okay. What number do we need to get the comments back?
We're at it now.
Oh, we're at it. Okay.
It won't let me turn them back on. Hold on. I'm trying. Thank y'all. Sorry, I stepped away to go to the bathroom.
That's okay. Look, I just got back from the bathroom too. Okay. All right, KG, go ahead.
All right. Ah. Okay. If we read 17, it brings up woe to the idle shepherd. So the bad shepherd is the idol that Israel turned away from
Now
God for.
I'm not. No. I'm not asking you to interpret this, right? Because keep in mind, Jesus quotes. We're getting ready. There's another scripture that I have to take you to to complete this prophecy, and the one that I have to take you to next is the one that Jesus quotes.
Okay,
Okay.
well, I see this is the bad shepherd, this part. This part right here. This is the bad shepherd, the idol, but it's not Jesus.
Okay. I didn't say that. I didn't say it was
Okay, my
Jesus. I'm
bad.
not
I ain't
making
trying to
any
put no word in
claims,
my
right?
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm saying all I'm talking about is what the text says. I'm not making any
Right,
claims, right?
right.
And just basic reading comprehension. All right. Now, what happens to the worthless shepherd or the idle shepherd? What happens to that shepherd in the prophecy?
The sword shall be upon his arm and upon his right eye. His arm shall be clean dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened.
Mm-hmm. So the sword is going to strike the shepherd, correct?
Yeah, the sword shall be upon his arm and upon his right eye. Yeah.
All right. And the Lord says, may the sword strike his arm and his right eye. All right. Now let's go to Zechariah 13:7.
You want me to read it?
I got it.
I read it.
All right. So here the shepherd is struck and the flock is scattered. It says, awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate, says the Lord of hosts. Strike the shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little one. Now, let's go up just a little bit. Let's just start at Zechariah 13. Says, on that day a fountain shall be opened for the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to cleanse them from sin and impurity. On that day, says the Lord of hosts, I will cut off the names of the idols from the land, so that they shall be remembered no more, and I will also And also I will remove from the land the prophets and unclean spirit. And if any prophet appears again, their fathers and mothers who bore them will say to them, you shall not live, for you speak lies in the name of the Lord. And their fathers and their mothers who bore them shall pierce them through with when they prophesy. Like, damn, Zechariah. I hate reading that part. Like, Zechariah, what you mean? He's literally telling them to stab their kids. He's telling them to stab their kids for prophesying a lie. That's really harsh.
And this is man, and where you was at? Because I was still reading from where you started at Zechariah.
This is Zechariah 13.
13 what? So I want to read that exact thing.
I read from the beginning. Like, we're on verse 3 now.
Oh, okay. So you saying because
he says if any prophets appear again, like he's cutting off idolatry, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Says, on that day, says the Lord of hosts, I will cut off the names of the idols from the land, so that they shall be remembered no more. And also I will remove from the land the prophets and the unclean spirit. And if any prophets appear again, their fathers and mothers who bore them will say to them, you shall not live, for you speak lies in the name of the Lord. And their fathers and their mothers who bore them shall pierce them through when they prophesy. So whoa. Zechariah is basically saying, like, if you prophesy or you prophesy, your mom and daddy got to kill you. That's what Zechariah is saying. Like, yeah, Zechariah was he was a ooh-wee with that one.
Yeah, he was wilding. But he oh, go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so Zechariah was telling this to the false prophets that was preaching against.
He was saying this to the Israelites as a whole.
But
about the false prophets.
About the false prophet. But he was telling the false prophets, if they come around with all the lies that they're telling, turning God's people to idols, then they'll be killed for it. And their family will be killed so that the teaching won't continue, the false teaching won't continue through their lineage, and their lineage won't grow up to lead the people of Israel. I don't like the way
that you're preaching this as if this is a moral thing to do.
My bad.
I mean the way you're talking about it as if it's more. So let's move on. On that day, the prophets will be ashamed. Like, you're like co-signing stabbing your kids. I don't understand that.
But it's a reason, like, because if somebody come into your house and try to harm you,
I get it.
You're gonna unalive them,
that's
right?
not harm. Prophesying a lie. You think that people deserve to die if they prophesy a lie? Like, that's crazy.
It brings forth death to Israel, to God.
Hey, remember when I said that you all will demoralize yourselves? This is one of those times. I'm not interested in having that conversation with you.
That's understood.
All right, thank you. On that day, the prophets will be ashamed. Every one of their visions, when they prophesy, they will not put on a hairy mantle in order to deceive, but each of them will say, I am no prophet. I am a tiller of the soil, for the land has been my possession since my youth. And if anyone asks them, what are these wounds on your chest? The answer will be, the wounds I received in the house of my friends. All right, next chapter. The call comes to strike the shepherd. Okay.
All right. This chapter
Zechariah 13:7. This is where Jesus quoted. I already read it, right? Yeah. Jesus quotes this as the prophecy in Mark 14:7, right? He says, Zechariah 13:7 is where the call comes. The prophecy was given in Zechariah 11 for the bad shepherd, or the shepherd that is worthless, the idol shepherd. Yeah, and then the call comes to strike that idol shepherd, right? Here in Zechariah 13:7. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate, says the Lord of hosts. Strike the shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little ones. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, in these words, like if we remember, right here, Jesus, God told Zechariah that he was going to raise up a shepherd. He's going to choose a shepherd, right? Who does not care for the perishing, or seek the wandering, or heal the maimed, or nourish the healthy, but devours the flesh of the fat ones, tearing off even the hooves, even their hooves, right? So this is a shepherd that God chose. This is his associate, right? And then he says, my worthless shepherd here. Oh, my worthless shepherd who deserts the flock, right? In Zechariah 13:7, awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate, says the Lord of hosts. Strike that shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little ones. Now, here Mark says, keep in mind, we're talking about different perspectives, right? People seeing or remembering things differently, right? And whether human fallibility, right, is a part of the text. Okay. Mark says that Jesus quoted Zechariah 13:7b and said that Zechariah 13:7b was about him. But that's about the idol shepherd.
Mark, what you said? Mark what?
Mark 14
Mark
and
14
27.
and 27. Okay. And Jesus said unto them, you gonna read it? Or you
No,
want me
I've
to?
already read it once. Remember, I
We went,
started with Mark 14:27, remember?
yeah, you did. But I don't see the correlation though. Like as far as Jesus being a good shepherd in one aspect and a bad shepherd in another.
All
I
right.
see
So
the idol as being a bad shepherd, like it
hold on.
was explained.
This
Okay.
word's right here. For it is written. What does that mean?
It's like a word from God, I guess, and something that's written in the commandments or the
When
Torah.
Jesus says, for it is written, is he announcing that a prophecy or a scripture is written about him?
Right. That's in the Torah. Right. For it is written. It may not be. It may not be about him, because all prophecies weren't about him, but a lot of the prophecies was. You have prophecies in Zechariah, like Zechariah 9. You know, that's
Hold
a
on, no, don't
prophecy.
wait. Don't
I'm not gonna go
don't
there.
confuse
I'm not gonna
things.
go there. Yeah, I'm not.
All right, what I need you to do is stick with me. Remember, we went through this, and I asked you who is the shepherd that's
Very
being
well. Very
right,
well.
and so now you want to change it. It's not about Jesus now.
No, that prophecy, had had remnants of Jesus in it, but it was also further down. It was talking about
Keep in mind,
a
this isn't the
bad
prophecy.
shepherd.
This is Jesus talking. This is Jesus talking right now. This is Mark.
You in Mark, yeah, but I'm
Yeah,
talking
I'm in
about
Mark.
Zechariah.
No. Hold on. We're in the book of Mark. Jesus
Yeah,
here is quoting Zechariah, right? Look at the screen. He's quoting Zechariah. He's saying that is written, right, about me. For it is written. And then he quotes, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. This came from which part of Zechariah? Zechariah 11 or Zechariah 13:7? Where did that come from?
so this would be Zechariah. This would be Zechariah 11.
Nope. Zechariah 13:7. Strike the shepherd that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little ones. That's Zechariah 13:7.
13:7. Okay.
Right? So the idol shepherd, right? The call, the command to strike that shepherd, right, is in Zechariah 13:7. The prophecy that the God is going to raise up a shepherd, a worthless shepherd, an idol shepherd, is in Zechariah 11:15-17. And Mark 14:27, Jesus quotes the command to strike the idol shepherd. He only takes the B portion of that prophecy and says, this is about me. It is
Okay.
written, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. He's saying, when he quotes a scripture, he's saying, this is about me.
Right. So
Okay,
that, so
I'm
yeah,
not saying that Jesus is an idol shepherd. I'm not saying that Jesus is a bad shepherd. What I'm saying is we have a human writer,
right.
right?
I see where you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Can I explain it?
Yeah.
All right. um. So Zechariah is a prophecy. Um. Mark is the fulfillment of that prophecy. A shepherd was struck in Zechariah. A shepherd is also struck in Mark, which is Christ. Christ is the shepherd that's being struck in Mark through his death burial, through his death on the cross. So he's being struck. The good shepherd is being struck through his
What
death on the
there
cross
was
because
no
it.
prophecy about a good shepherd being struck. You cannot change the prophecy and say that a prophecy is being fulfilled.
Well,
Listen, hold
Jesus
on,
wasn't.
hold on, hold on. You can't change a prophecy.
I didn't change it.
You did. There is no prophecy about a good shepherd being struck. There is a prophecy about a idol shepherd being struck.
Okay, a idol shepherd being struck. Yeah, but it's prophesying on how, because Jesus is a good shepherd. So I don't understand that.
Is it possible the human that wrote this made a mistake?
No, I don't see what a mistake lies in this.
So then Jesus is saying he is the idol shepherd in the Zechariah's
Nah,
prophecy.
no, ma'am.
That's how it reads. So either the human made a mistake or Jesus is saying he is the idol shepherd in Zechariah's prophecy being struck.
Respectfully, I think it's just your understanding, your interpretation of it.
I need
But
you to explain it to me then, because you cannot change the prophecy. You can't make the prophecy be about a good shepherd being struck. The prophecy is about an idol shepherd being struck. Now, did Jesus fulfill the prophecy, or did he change the prophecy and make it about him?
so this was about. He didn't change it. It wasn't changed at all. Um, Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, and against the man that is my fellow. So that man, that fellow, is Christ. Can we agree
Listen,
on that?
I hear you saying that. Is in Zechariah 13:7, the sword that is being awakened to strike the shepherd, is that against a idol shepherd?
No, that's against Christ.
No,
In
listen.
Zechariah 7,
I didn't listen. Keep in
that's the
mind,
prophecy.
Zechariah 13 is about idol worship, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The prophecy is in Zechariah 11 and 15. Okay. Here is the prophecy. Then the Lord said to me, take once more the implements of a idle shepherd, a worthless shepherd. For I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care. So when he says I am now raising up, that means he's choosing this shepherd. That's his associate. That's who he chose to be a idle shepherd who does not care for the perishing or seek the wandering or heal the maimed or nourish the healthy, but devours the flesh of the fat ones, tearing off even their hooves. Oh, my idle shepherd or worthless shepherd who
Mm-hmm.
deserts the flock. May the sword strike his arm and his right eye. Let his
Mm-hmm.
arm be completely withered, his right eye utterly blinded. This is the prophecy in Zechariah. Zechariah 13:7, the command comes to strike that idle shepherd. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate, says the Lord of hosts. Strike that shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little one. The prophecy is about the idol shepherd, right? About that second shepherd. That's the prophecy. How does Jesus fit that prophecy?
I see Jesus in 7.
I understand that like you want to like pick and choose part of the
I'm not
prophecy. You
picking
don't
and
want to take
choosing.
the whole prophecy. I get it. The entire prophecy, right, is about a shepherd who was not good. He was a worthless shepherd,
Right.
and the
That's
sword is
Satan.
going to strike that shepherd. It doesn't matter who you want to say it is.
It's
Okay,
Satan
that's fine. Listen,
because
here's the issue is it's a prophecy.
right,
Regardless of who you think it's about, it's a prophecy about a
right.
idle shepherd
Who
being
do you
struck.
think it's about?
I don't care. That's not the point here.
You brought it for a reason, though,
It,
right?
to point out different perspectives, different writings, different authors, right? Seeing different things. It, I don't care if you want to say that Satan is this idol shepherd. Like it doesn't matter. The
Hmm.
prophecy is about a idol shepherd, correct?
Yeah, it's about two shepherds, right?
The
It's about
sword
one.
is the sword. Is the sword supposed to strike one of the shepherds or both of them in the prophecy?
The sword is gonna strike both of them.
Where does it say that? Show me that in the prophecy.
And again, I'm looking for that part where it said that um the sword will the right hand and the eye.
That is in Zechariah 11, right? It says, "Oh, my worthless shepherd who deserts the flock, may the sword strike his arm and his right eye."
Mm-hmm.
Where do you see two shepherds here?
It said, "Oh, my worthless shepherd, the sword will attack his right arm and his eye." Then then in 7 it say, awake, oh sword against my shepherd and against the man that is my fellow. So that's like my kinsman, my brother.
No, that's the shepherd that he rose up. In Zechariah 11, right? He says, "For I am now raising up a shepherd who does not care for the perishing." He's choosing this worthless shepherd. He chose this shepherd, this idol shepherd, on purpose, for this purpose. I love
So he
like
chose the so
when
he
y'all try to tell me what to do, like I just block y'all asses. Like seriously, if you like listening to the comments, don't fucking tell me what to do.
not in her house. But so I would honestly say that
There's not two shepherds being struck in this prophecy, correct? There's only one shepherd being struck by a sword in this prophecy, correct?
I honestly gotta study on this before I can't give you no definite answer
You, you,
because
you can't give me a definite answer
no
that there's more.
because
Hold on. The question that I asked you was, are there two shepherds being struck by a sword in this prophecy or one?
I see a shepherd being struck by the sword on his right hand and his eye, and then I see where it says in 7, awake,
I'm
O
asking
sword.
about the prophecy, not the command to follow out the prophecy. I'm asking the prophecy. The prophecy is Zechariah 11:15 through 17. In the prophecy, how many shepherds are being struck by a sword in the prophecy, not the command to carry out the prophecy?
One.
One. Now, Zechariah 13:7 is the command, right, to
Yes, ma'am.
strike that shepherd. In the command to strike the shepherd, how many shepherds are being in the command? How many shepherds are being told for them to strike? If y'all get irritated, I swear I will oblige. I will help you like move on. If you can't help yourself.
Mm.
You don't know how many shepherds are being told to be struck or smitten, smoked.
It's only one in Zechariah, from the God is striking down the house of David. So the shepherd of the house of David is being struck
Oh goodness.
for their for
Is there
sins
is
and
there a reason?
uncleanliness.
All I need you to do,
It's
right?
one. It's one.
Just one. Thank you. There's one
That's what I
shepherd.
said.
No, there's one shepherd being struck in
Right.
Zechariah 11.
Mm-hmm.
There's one shepherd that's being in the command to carry out the prophecy in Zechariah 13. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Zechariah 11 is about an idol shepherd. Correct. The worthless shepherd. Zechariah 11.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Zechariah 13. The God is calling. He's cutting off idolatry in Zechariah 13. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Then he calls down the command to follow through with smiting the shepherd, the idol shepherd, in Zechariah 13:7. He says, strike the shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little one. That's the command to for the prophecy to come to pass in Zechariah. There's no two shepherds in this prophecy. There's only one. And Jesus says that I will strike the shepherd and the sheep may be scattered is about him. But I'm not saying that this is correct. My whole entire point, because uh, John, right, says that Jesus is the good shepherd,
Yeah,
right?
he did.
So John sees Jesus as fulfilling prophecies. I think John uses Zechariah, or Matthew uses Zechariah 11 to say that in the part of the good shepherd when Judas, right, throws sells him for like betrays him for 30 pieces of silver, and then Judas throws it into the treasury. That is proof that that part of Zechariah is about Jesus. Right? So the whole point is that the reason why I showed you this is because you have 4 different authors, right, who
Right.
are writing from 4 points of memory or notes that they're using, right? And they
Right.
see it differently. They remember it differently. They tell it differently, right?
Right.
Okay. And so when you say that the Comforter or the Holy Spirit brings
Mm-hmm.
all things to your remembrance, these
Mm-hmm.
people, like your belief is that these people, right, are being inspired by this Holy Spirit, by this God,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yet we are even like subject to trusting that what they say, analyzing what they've written, right? Because they tend to see things differently or contradict each other. Because they are human, they see things differently,
Right.
right?
Humans can't do that. Humans can't do that. But I don't think that's
Exactly,
this
but
case though. I really don't, and I ain't trying to be funny or nothing
you
like that.
okay but you can't like, other than you saying that you just reject it because it does not fit your narrative. You have not been able to articulate why you don't see that, right? Why you see Jesus quoting the prophecy that's about an idol shepherd and saying that it's about him. You can't articulate why. You're just rejecting it because of your belief in Christ, right? And that's normal. We see that. Okay? At the end of the day, because you can't use critical thinking skills, right? Or basic reading comprehension or research skills, right? And then say you have them. Let me not say that. I'm not saying you don't have them, but your belief suspends them, right? And it won't let you logically say that this has to be either a mistake, right? The person who wrote the book of Mark either didn't understand the Zechariah prophecy. Like you can't come to terms with that. So you reject that information, and you say, like, you're being, guided by God, right? And so my initial question is, how do you know that when a person says that they are speaking to God, or God said, or they're inspired by God, that they are actually talking to a God?
Because God let us know how to discern a prophet, and if his words are true, he told us how to know that his words are true when he speak and say God said. So if the prophecy don't come to pass, then we know it's not of God. But if it does come to pass, then we know it was sent by the Lord. So
You don't know how to test, right, whether a prophecy actually was a prophecy or that it came to pass, because you reject anything that does not fit your narrative. Because this prophecy, if it's about,
or
if it
rather
is,
your
let me hold
narrative.
on. I don't have a fucking narrative. You need this to be about Jesus because Jesus said it's about him. So you need what Jesus said to be about him to be about a good shepherd. Although Zechariah, right, is saying that this is about a worthless shepherd. So I can accept that information because I don't need this to be about Jesus. You do.
Not really. Because
Yes,
back
really.
that was in David's time, and in David's household, his household was moving away from God, due to all the idols and the false prophets that was
What does
preaching
that have
back
to do
then.
with this prophecy? Like, explaining that, does it take away the fact that Jesus quoted it about himself? You explaining that this was a time where the house of David was worshiping idols. Does it take away the fact that Jesus quoted it about himself?
He didn't quote it about himself. He was
Yes, he
the
did. He said, "For it is written." He said, "You will all fall away, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. But
right.
after I'm raised up," this right here is him saying that this is about him. This is from Zechariah 13:7. Zechariah 13:7 is about an idol shepherd.
Okay, you're right. And when the house of David got struck, when the false prophet got struck from the house of David, the the northern kingdom went into captivity. They went into Babylon. So now
So
in
that
this,
Jesus lied
and
about
so
this
they
being
got,
about him. So he lied.
listen,
That so this
listen.
wasn't about Jesus. So he lied. It was
So
about the house
it's
of
all
David.
about It's all
So
about
then
Jesus.
the
But
idol.
I'm
So then the
it's
idol shepherd is about Jesus.
no,
You
you're
can't
not
have it
catching
both
it.
ways, friend. Like,
I'm
I
not.
get you. Listen, you're trying to explain
Mhm.
Nebuchadnezzar coming in and taking them to Babylon. That's not when the kingdoms were separated, by the way. But you're trying to explain, right, history of the Israelites. Regardless, if you're explaining the history of the Israelites, if Jesus is saying this is a foreshadowing about me, right? Even though it happened in Israelite history, Jesus is saying that was really about me. Now, y'all want to start fucking complaining and saying that I don't let him explain when I sat here for damn near an hour going over this with him? Like, y'all just want to complain about shit that y'all don't fucking agree with. I've been very patient
You
with
have,
him. Very
but
patient.
if that,
Like, you hold on, you want to explain about the history of Israel.
not
That
really.
does not, yes you do, you want to say, oh,
I really
the
don't.
shepherd, yes you do, you want to say the shepherd that was struck was the house of David because the house of David worshiped idols, and this was a time when they Nebuchadnezzar came in and they were sent to captivity into Babylon, so the prophecy did come to pass. That right? Because the shepherd was struck and the prophecy came to pass. Correct, KG? Yes, you hit a fucking nerve.
Huh?
Not you.
Oh shit!
Is that
Got me
correct?
wiping my forehead.
No, I cannot stand people that whine
Nah,
about bullshit.
I feel you though. I feel you
Okay,
though,
thank
man.
you.
Complainers, and
Yes.
in the Bible it said we shouldn't complain. We
And
shouldn't
the
be
only reason why
complainers.
they're complaining is because they don't like what I'm saying. They know that what I'm saying makes sense, KG. That they have to find something to demonize.
Or they
No,
could believe
yeah,
that it don't make sense. It's not
KG.
adding up. I mean, not to
What's not adding up,
disrespect.
KG?
See, this is
What's not adding
prophecy.
up?
This is prophecy about a shepherd that's being struck down.
What type of
Okay.
shepherd? What type of shepherd?
In Zechariah, it was a shepherd that was struck down, that took Israel away from God.
So a
But
bad shepherd,
but
right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
But
hold on. Now, what you're getting
hmm
ready to do is say when
okay.
Jesus quoted it, it's a prophecy about a good shepherd because Jesus is the good shepherd. That's what you're about to say, right?
You know where I was about to go. But if
Right.
I
Hold on. With you going there, do you realize that you are changing the prophecy? You're
no, ma'am.
saying, yeah, listen, yes, you are. You are saying that in Zechariah, the prophecy is about a bad shepherd. But in Mark, the prophecy is about a good shepherd because Jesus said it. If the
No.
prophecy changes, it's he isn't fulfilling it. It's a different prophecy. If the prophecy, right, if somebody comes to you and says, this is going to happen to you in the future, a bad shepherd is going to get struck by the sword. And then you come along thinking that you are a good shepherd and you say, and you get struck by a sword, and then somebody says that prophecy's been fulfilled. Has the prophecy been fulfilled by you? If the prophecy was about a bad shepherd, but you were a good shepherd, did you fulfill that prophecy? Did you fulfill it? You can't answer that, can you?
Well, I'm reading. I'm reading because
No, no, no.
I
Forget
want to
that. Forget
answer
that.
you, but you
No, no,
keep
no, no.
cutting me
Hey,
off though.
forget. No, no. Don't start doing what they're doing. Forget that.
I'm not, but
I'm doing a
it's
generic
evident.
prophecy. KG, I am doing a generic prophecy now. I'm not even
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
Bible anymore.
Well, I ain't
If
trying to
some
leave the
listen, if
Bible.
some yes, leave the Bible because I need to do a hypothetical.
I can't do that
That's because
because
you know.
I have to stand
No,
on the. That's
I'm
what
not
leads
talking
me.
about the scriptures anymore, KG. Not
Okay,
talking about
what
the
you
scriptures
talking about?
anymore. If
Well,
a
we getting off
psychic,
topic.
if a psychic comes to you, KG, if a
Mm-hmm.
psychic comes to you and says, in the future, okay, in the
Yes,
future,
ma'am.
a bad person will get struck by a sword. Okay, that's a prophecy, correct? In the future, a bad person will get struck by a sword. That's what the psychic says, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you end up getting struck by a sword in the future, but you are not a bad person. You are a good person. Did you fulfill the prophecy that the psychic told you about?
Right, but this is not. Yeah, you right. But this prophecy is. I don't think this is about Jesus, because there's another prophecy where it speaks of a Messiah who will come and who will be struck down, and
Which
and the
prophecy is
sheep.
that? Where is that prophecy at?
Okay, you gonna give me a second?
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to make sure that I understood your level of understanding, that you do understand that if a psychic tells you that in the future a bad person is going to get struck by a sword, but then in the future you get struck by a sword as a good person, that you understand that that means you did not fulfill the prophecy that the psychic originally gave you. You agreed with that, correct? You already said yes once. Can you? I just want to clarify, make sure I
Well,
understood.
if I said yes once, then I ain't gotta say it again, right?
I said I'm clarifying that you understand the difference between a prophecy being fulfilled and a prophecy not being fulfilled. The level of cognitive dissonance in the chat is fucking ridiculous. We don't serve a card reader. What the fuck? Y'all are too old to be thinking like this.
All right. You ready, ma'am?
Yes. What chapter? I mean, what scripture?
Isaiah 53.
You know good and well this is not going to help your case, right?
No, I believe I'm sitting pretty good over here.
And you're not. There is no sword. There is no Messiah being struck by a sword in Isaiah 53. None.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, dear goodness. Let's go.
Who
Hold on.
has been?
Hold on. Let me
Okay.
pull up a different Bible.
Boy,
Let me pull up
boy, you quick to
another
hit the
tab.
red light.
No, I have to pull up the tab so
No, you
everybody in
got
the
it. I'm just
chat
talking.
can
I'm just
read.
playing. I'm just playing.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Who has believed our report, and to him, to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed? For he shall grow up before him a tender plant, and as a root out of a dry ground. He has no form nor comeliness. And when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows, and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he had bore our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord had laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shears is dumb. So he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment. And who shall declare his generation? For he has cut off out of the land of the living. For he was cut off out of the land of the living for the transgression of my people. Was he stricken, and he made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He hath put him to grief. When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed, he shall prolong his days, and the pleasures of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. He shall see of the travail of his soul, and shall be satisfied. By his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoils with the strong, because he hath poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bare the sins of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. So right here is telling us
Okay.
how. Oh,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
Hold on.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Now, I'm going to explain to you why I say this doesn't help you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
One, I'm going to go into explaining Isaiah 53, but one, Jesus saying that he fulfilled a prophecy that Zechariah had
He did.
about, hold on. I let you read, did I not? I sat quiet while you read all of that. And I'm going to go into, right, the discussion about Isaiah 53. Okay. You read, I'm going to read. Okay. But again, Jesus saying that he fulfilled the prophecy that Zechariah had about a idle shepherd has absolutely nothing to do with Isaiah 53. Even if you think that they are one message, like one single message about Jesus Christ, right? Isaiah's prophecy is specific to Isaiah about a specific thing, okay? And then Isaiah 53 is a different person with a different prophecy about a different thing.
Oh,
It
yeah, I
does,
see what you're
hold on,
saying.
listen, yeah, it does not change the fact that Isaiah's prophecy is about an idle shepherd. Okay.
You mean
Now,
Zechariah?
I mean,
Zechariah.
Zechariah, it
Yes,
doesn't
ma'am.
change that. Okay. Now, let's get to Isaiah 53. You read it in the Christian version, the King James Bible. Let's read it in the Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
What the original Hebrew say.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. That's even better.
All right. Who would have believed our report, and to whom hath the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shot up right forth as a sapling, and as a root out of a dry ground. He had no form nor comeliness that we should look upon him, nor beauty that we should delight in him. He was despised and forsaken of men, a man of pains. That's one. And acquainted with disease. That's two. And as one from whom men hide their face. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely our diseases he did bear, and
Mm-hmm.
our pains he carried, whereas we did esteem him stricken, smitten
Mm-hmm.
of God, and afflicted. But he was wounded because of our transgressions. He was crushed because of our iniquities. The chastisement of our welfare was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed.
Mm-hmm.
All we, like sheep, did go astray. We turned every one to his own way, and the Lord hath made to light on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed, though he humbled himself, and opened not his mouth, as a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and as a sheep that before her shearer is dumb. Yea, he opened not his mouth. By oppression and judgment he was taken away, and with his generation who did reason. For he was cut off out of the land of the living, for the transgression of my people, to whom the stroke was due. And they made his grave with the wicked, and with the rich his tomb, although he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to crush him by disease, to see if his soul would offer itself in restitution, that he might see his seed prolong his days, and that the purpose of the Lord might prosper by his hand. Of the travail of his soul he shall see to the full, even my servant, who by his knowledge did justify the righteous one to the many, and their iniquities he did bear. Therefore will I divide him a portion among the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the mighty. Because he bared his soul unto death, and was numbered with the transgressors, yet he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. Okay? Now, did you see anything different in the Hebrew versus the Christian version of this?
Not at all. It led to the same message. It was
No,
saying
no,
the
no.
same
I
thing.
didn't. Did you see it? I'm asking. Did you see any
No,
difference in the wording?
I started out by saying, oh, the wording was a little different,
What was
but
different?
just the different language, um different words that was used.
Like
You
what?
know that, like when it says, see, I ain't got the Hebrew with me, but
Yeah, I'm talking about. What do you mean you don't have the Hebrew with you? I'm
so
saying.
I can't go back to and point out the exact words. But as as I was reading along, you had words that were different but meant the same thing.
So
You know what I'm
diseases mean that. So do you know in Israel
Yeah,
what
okay,
did
that's a good one.
diseases equal mean in Israel? What's the history behind disease and sin in Israel?
Um um disease is would be another term for grief or
What? I said, what's the history in Israel? If you were diseased ridden, that meant what?
then you had something like leprosy or something like
No,
that.
no, no. What did it symbolize? Like, what was the belief in Israel? If you had
Oh yeah,
diseases, that meant you did what?
you were cursed or you was sinning.
That meant that you sinned, right? They
Right.
thought that diseases equaled sin, right? So one difference here is that they took the word, right, where it says that he was despised and forsaken of men. He was a man of pains and acquainted with disease. What does it say in Isaiah 53? It says
And what I got?
he was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity, as one from whom others hide their
Mm,
faces. He was despised.
right.
This is the updated version. Hold on, let's go to the King James.
But all of it is really saying the same thing.
Hold on.
He was
They
despised and
changed it to say he
rejected.
was bruised for our iniquities, but they don't say that in the Hebrew. It says that he carried our diseases. I mean, he was crushed. Hold on. Give me just a second. A
That's
man
okay.
acquainted with grief. The King James says he was acquainted with grief. Right
Right.
now, the NRSVUE is a more updated translation, and it's closer to the Hebrew scriptures.
What it
The
say?
the King James, right, and other translations says that he was a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, not disease. Okay, because in Israel, right, disease is sin. The suffering servant in Isaiah 53 is Israel. And I can show you, leading from Isaiah 41, leading all the way up to 53, where the
That's what a
God
Hebrew Israelite would
identifies.
say.
I don't care what a Hebrew Israelite would say. All I care about is the text.
Yeah.
I can show you in the text where your God, right, identifies Israel as his servant, leading all the way up to Isaiah 53. And they are, right, his servant that has sinned, that is acquainted with disease. That in Isaiah 53, that is a prophecy about Israel. It has nothing to do with anybody being on a cross. Has nothing to do with anybody being stabbed or pierced or beaten. The sicknesses is them carrying the sins. Is Israel being disease ridden, being sent filled with sin, idolatry, disobedience.
It can't be about Israel because when it says in 7 he was oppressed and he was
He
afflicted, yet
he
he opened his
was.
not. Yeah, it said yet he opened his mouth not. Now we learn in the Injil, the New Testament, that when Jesus was going through all this, he didn't say a word. He didn't complain. He opened his mouth not the whole way. So it's prophesying what happened, and it's pointing to Christ.
Okay. All right. So Isaiah 41 verses 8 through 9. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend, thou whom I have taken from the ends of the earth, and called thee from the chief men thereof, and said unto thee, Thou art my servant, I have chosen thee and not cast thee away. 42:1. Behold, my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles.
Mm-hmm.
It's talking about Israel.
It's talking about Christ. That's why Christ came
He
to.
literally just identified Israel in 41. I just freaking read it to you.
I'm telling you,
He
because
just
how
hold
is
on. Is this about Christ? Is it behold thou Israel art my servant? Is that about Christ? Is that one about Christ?
keep going?
No, I just read this to you when he says, But thou Israel art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this about Christ or is this about Israel?
We got to put it in context, cause
Is it about who is it? Who is it about?
the one you just got through reading is about Christ.
Okay, so, no. Isaiah 41
41. Gotta
verses
stay
8
with
through
you. I
9.
gotta stay
Is this
with you.
about
You be
Christ? Well,
moving.
it's on the book. This is it's literally on the screen in front of you.
Oh, I ain't look. See, I ain't looking at the screen. I'm looking at. I'm going through my Bible right now, so I'm following you through my Bible. So my bad. Isaiah 41.
Is that about Christ or is that about Israel?
But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend, thou whom I have taken from the ends of the earth, and called thee from the chief men thereof, and said unto thee, Thou art my servant, I have chosen thee, and not cast thee away. Thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee, I will help thee. I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. Behold, all they were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing. Yeah, this up to 13, up to 13 where I'm at right now. It's about David and his people, Israel.
This is about Israel. All right, let's go to 42:1. All right, so you said 42:1 is about Christ. Let's do the whole chapter right quick because I'm gonna go down a little bit. So
Can
42:1, behold my servant whom I uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. This the one I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. You said that's about Christ,
that's
right?
about Christ.
All right, now this is all about Christ. We're gonna go
Yeah,
to
because
verse
Christ is
19.
bringing forth.
Okay, verse 19. Here, who is blind but my servant, or deaf as my messenger that I sent? Who is blind as he that is perfect, and blind as the Lord's servant? So here, God is basically criticizing, right, his servant for his spiritual blindness, right, and his failure to be his servant.
Here.
Did Jesus fail God at being his servant?
No, Jesus didn't fail God.
So
But
is this about Jesus
Israel
then, or is this about
Israel
Israel?
Israel failed God.
Right. So is this about Jesus or is this about Israel then? Because remember, the Isaiah 42 starts off, behold my servant whom I uphold, mine elect in whom my soul delighted. So he's talking to his servant here, and he gets on them here in verse 19. So is this about Jesus or is this about Israel?
This is about Israel and how they will be saved through Jesus. When you look at 10,
Who is the servant here that he's talking to? Behold my servant whom I uphold. Who is the
whom
servant?
he
Is it
uphold.
Jesus or is it he's talking to his servant here? Okay. Who is the servant he's talking to here? Jesus or Israel?
Israel.
Okay. So the servant here is not Jesus. You said before that it was Jesus.
The prophecy
This
is
isn't a
it's pointing
prophecy. This is not a prophecy. He's talking to his servant. He identifies his servant. Let's read the whole
Isaiah
thing.
42.
Behold my servant. Behold my servant whom I uphold. Mine elect in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not cry, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. A bruised reed shall he not break, and the smoking flax shall he not quench. You don't want that to be about Jesus. He shall bring
That's
forth judgment unto truth. He shall not
yeah,
fail,
that's
nor
Jesus.
be discouraged, till he have set judgment in the earth, and the isles shall wait for his law.
Yeah,
Thus
that's
says
Jesus.
God the Lord, he that created the heavens and stretched them out, he that spread forth the earth, and that which cometh out of it, he that giveth breath unto the people upon it, and spirit to walk that walk therein. I the Lord have called thee in righteousness,
hmm
and will hold thine hand and will keep thee. Can you not do that, please?
Oh, I'm agreeing with you. You don't want
Like
me to agree
while
with you?
I'm reading, like you, like the whole time, right?
Oh,
Every
I'm
time I
throwing
read,
you out.
you're like, mm-hmm.
It's like an
Like,
amen type deal.
I don't need
Amen.
you to do that. We are not in church. Like when
Yes,
when
ma'am.
you're reading,
You
I'm
ain't,
quiet,
you
right?
ain't.
When you're talking, I'm quiet. Right? I have ADHD. I'm very neurodivergent.
I see
Like, please, yeah,
that.
please don't do that, okay?
my bad. My
Thank
bad.
you. All
Peace,
right.
peace, my sister.
I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. Behold, the former things are come to pass, and new things do I declare. Before they spring forth, I tell you of them. Sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise from the end of the earth. Ye that go down to the sea and all that is therein, the isles and the inhabitants thereof. Let the wilderness and the cities thereof lift up their voice, the villages that Kedar doth inhabit. Let the inhabitants of the rock sing, let them shout from the top of the mountains. Let them give glory unto the Lord and declare his praise in the islands. The Lord shall go forth as a mighty man. He shall stir up jealousy like a man of war. He shall cry, yea, roar. He shall prevail against his enemies. I have long time holden my peace. I have been still and refrained myself. Now I will cry like a travailing woman. I will destroy and devour at once. I will make waste mountains and hills and dry up all the herbs, and I will make the rivers islands, and I will dry up the pools, and I will bring the blind by a way that they knew not. I will lead them in paths that they have not known. I will make darkness light before them, and crooked things straight. These things will I do unto them, and not forsake them. Who is the them that he's talking about here? Is he talking about Israel? Or is he talking about Jesus? Remember, he's talking to his servant. Who is the them? Israel or Jesus?
He's talking to his servant.
Which is who? Jesus? No, he's talking to his servant, right?
Yeah, he's talking
about what they do. Who is the them? I asked you a
gotta,
question. Who is the them here?
And
I didn't ask you to explain it. I didn't ask you to explain what he's talking about. Who is he talking to?
He's talking to Israel about someone who is coming to save them, bring them salvation.
So the servant. So you're saying that he's talking to Israel about this person up here.
Jesus.
Hold on.
About Jesus.
Hold on. About the person that says, "Behold, my servant." This right here is Jesus, is what you're saying. So he's talking to Israel about who he mentions here in 42:1. That's what you're saying.
He's talking to Israel about this man who where it says the Lord shall go forth as a mighty man.
Hold on, who is the servant?
Jealousy.
Who
I
is
just told you Israel. Woman.
Okay, so that's all we're talking about. All I'm trying to figure out is who the servant is. Stop.
I'm trying to show you how.
Stop. I'm not. I don't care where else you see Jesus in this. Stop. I don't care where else you see Jesus. What we're trying to figure out is who is his servant. Who is the servant here? Before you said it was Jesus. So the servant is no longer Jesus. The servant is Israel, correct? Remember, we're trying to get up to the servant in Isaiah 53. I don't care wherever else you see Jesus in this. Is the servant Jesus or is the servant Israel? You're on mute if you're talking.
You can unmute.
My bad. He's talking to Israel, the servant, about another servant, because Jesus
Where is
came
the
to
other
serve.
servant? Where's the
Jesus
other
came
servant?
to serve and not be served. That's
Okay,
what the scripture says.
okay, where is he calling Jesus a different servant in Isaiah 42?
I'm not saying that he's calling him that, but I'm just telling you, Jesus is a servant also.
Okay,
so
listen,
he's
hold on.
talking to Israel, though.
Hey, you're okay. Listen. Whatever else you want to like make up outside, that's fine.
I'm not making up anything.
Yeah, you are.
I
stick to text. Where in the text do you see a second servant? Where is he mentioning a second servant in the text?
We as Christians know through other scriptures that Jesus is also a servant. He says he come to serve.
Where in this text does he mention a second servant in Isaiah 42?
He didn't. He's
Thank
talking
you. That's
to
it.
Israel.
Okay, he did it. All right. Israel is the servant. Israel is the servant.
About Jesus, right.
You can say that. I don't care. Now let's move
That's
to 43.
What it says.
Okay, no, that it doesn't say that. You're making that up, but let's go. You can believe that. That's fine.
Who is
hey, stop. You're confusing the conversation. What we are trying to find out is who is the servant in Isaiah 53. Everything else you believe, that's a different conversation.
We're speaking
You're mixing
on the
up the
prophecies Jesus fulfilled, though.
No, we're not. We're trying to figure out Who is the servant in Isaiah 53?
This started from prophecies being
Who
fulfilled from
is the servant?
Zechariah. I
KG.
just told you,
That
ma'am.
no, you. Oh my fucking God! I'm
I didn't
done.
tell you
I'm done.
Israel.
I'm done. I can't do this with you. Like I'm sorry.
That's
You
cool.
don't
I mean,
stay.
I
You don't
appreciate the
stay on
time though.
track. You don't stay on track,
I'm
and that's
with you. I've
fine.
been with you the
No,
whole
you're not.
time.
Like I get that you believe Jesus is a servant. I get that. I asked you to
I
show me
know
in the
he
text.
is.
I asked you to show me in the text where is the second servant. You can't. Okay, this is something that you believe that's extra biblical. Fine, move it out the way.
Ma'am,
Let's stick to the text. Let's stick to the text. You
that's
can't
all
do
I've been
that.
doing. That's
No, you
all I've been
haven't.
doing.
You think you have? You think you have? It's
I
hard.
think you're
It's hard.
mistaken
Okay.
Zechariah 9:9
Okay. All right. Okay.
because
What?
yeah, because Jesus fulfilled the prophecy in Zechariah 9:9.
Why are you introducing
Also,
a different prophecy?
I'm just I'm just
Like
bringing up
I get no.
prophecies
I
that
think you're doing
because
this
this is the
like somebody
topic.
said in the comments. You're doing this on purpose. But I'll
Nah,
finish when you drop because I want to show them. I want to give them the lead up to Zechariah
yes, ma'am.
53. Have a good day.
All right.
All right. All right, y'all. So 43:10. If he'd just act like he had some sense, he would have been able to walk me to it. Like I can't. 43:10. Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. 44:1-2. He literally, all the way in Isaiah, he identifies Israel as the servant. Yet now hear, O God, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus saith the Lord, that made thee and formed thee from the womb, which will help thee. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant, and thou, Jeshurun, whom I have chosen. 44:21. Remember these, O Jacob and Israel, for thou art my servant. I have formed thee. Thou art my servant. O Israel, thou shalt not be forgotten. 45:4. For Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel, mine elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have summoned thee, though thou hast not known me. 48:20. Go ye forth of Babylon, flee ye from the Chaldeans, with a voice of singing declare ye, tell this, utter it even to the end of the earth, say ye, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. Good morning, Merry Christmas, baby. 49:3. And said unto me, thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified. And that leads us to Isaiah 53, the suffering servant. There is no reason to think that the servant in Isaiah 53 is anybody but Israel. Okay? I understand the reinterpretation that Christians have done. I get that. But you should be able, right, to point to the actual prophecies that Jesus fulfilled. Zechariah is a prophecy about a worthless shepherd, an idle shepherd, saying that Jesus fulfilled that prophecy, except Jesus is a good shepherd that's changing the prophecy. That's all I wanted to say. I can't do that anymore. I can't even, like, I don't even think I'm going to bring up the Zechariah prophecy anymore. That one gives me a fucking headache. Man, like it is.
Sensible thinker.
Okay. Like it's like not being able to, like, you see it there. Like it's like they walk up to it and immediately they decide to lie to themselves. They decide to negotiate and lie to themselves. Exactly. And the first thing he asked was, well, I don't understand what you mean by we decide to demoralize ourselves. That right there.
He did the thing he said he didn't understand.
Exactly. And then they get to the point to where like they start talking over you because they don't want to hear what you have to say. That irritates me, especially if I'm like up here respecting you. Darnell, how are you?
That's it, break.
I'm sorry, can you talk up for me?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just taking it all in.
Are you Christian? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I've been deconstructing.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss? Keep in mind, I do not discuss previous topics with new guests.
I actually came up by accident, believe it or not.
Oh, wow. Okay. I could take you down.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
All right, I appreciate your work.
You're welcome. Thank you. Fun. I haven't seen you in a long time. Is it Jagadish? Jagadish? Okay. Hey, Fun. Hey.
How's everybody doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
I am remodeling an entire house.
Oh my gosh, how fun.
Yeah. I've been trying to catch some of your stuff because I'm over here on the East Coast now.
Oh, you moved?
Yeah. It was a long journey, long story. Hey, y'all.
I see your hair. I fucking love it.
Oh, thank you.
It looks so
I
good.
see people still harassing you.
Oh my god, it done got worse, girl. Like it. I'm sorry. It done got worse. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's bad. But
And I
you know
think,
why?
huh?
You know why?
What, the cognitive dissonance?
No, because
Why?
they see people shifting and they're scared.
Yeah, I think so. There was a guy that came up tonight that tried to say that we're more indoctrinated than our parents.
Huh?
There was a guy that came up tonight and said that our generation is more indoctrinated than our parents were.
No way.
Exactly. Like, there's no way. Like, our parents wouldn't even feel comfortable having conversations like this, or even just asking questions about the Bible or God or Christianity. Sometimes I think people just want to disagree just to disagree.
Well, we're in the beginning of the information world, right? Like we haven't hit a pinnacle yet. We're close. We're there. We're getting close. We're getting close to where it's easier to research things, easier to find things, easier to get places. So to sit there and say that when we know it was a lot harder to move around at the time of our parents and our grandparents, it was harder to get information. Like you had to really research and hunt stuff down. You had to have funds to go over to the continent. You had to have funds to go over to go anywhere. And when I say funds, you had to be balling. You had to have researchers behind you, schools, universities behind you, pushing you for this stuff. To say that we are more indoctrinated, I feel like in 2024, if you have chosen this, there is a specific reason you have chosen this.
Yeah.
And I've been talking to people to figure out, what's this person's reason to choose Christianity?
That's what I want to know. And like, I've even started having conversations with Muslims. Like, believers of Islam, because M will come on and he'll read some of the Quran and kind of show us. And I'm like, the Quran to me is more illogical than the stuff I read in the Christian Bible. And like, I want to understand, like, at what point, right, did someone read it and say, man, this is the truth. This I got to believe in. Because I don't get it. Right. And that's like, I don't get it.
We had a young man up who talked down about Christianity on Boys Live. And then when I asked him about the sack of sperm in the back, between the spot in the Quran, he got mad.
Did he try to say it didn't mean sperm? We had a guy yesterday try to say it didn't mean sperm.
He just crashed out on us.
Oh, wow.
Poor Quad. And we were just like, but we're like genuinely asking you. And yeah, even just that question. And then when we talked about actual science, so Quan, of course, brings up biology and how children are actually created, right? And it just pushed him into like it just got really bad, so we had to get him off the live.
Yeah, they be crashing out in here. I have to take them down like really, really fast. But yeah, like I don't know, like they've like kind of furthered for me, because we started this, I was still like early on, like with deconstructing and stuff, and so like they've kind of furthered for me in their inability to accept information as information. Like for that, they're like, for me, a God is the most illogical thing for me to believe in. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't see the logic behind somebody seeing a thing and willingly choosing to pretend that thing doesn't exist, or that information isn't there, or that it says something else. Like I don't understand it, and I don't understand their expectation for us to do the same thing. Does that make sense? Like, if I have to suspend all of my logic, if I have to suspend my comprehension skills in order to accept this God, I'm not willing to do that. If I can't believe that the God exists and still keep my fucking sanity, then I don't want it.
No, I agree. So like you're saying, the expectation is on you, right? You read all of that to that young man who was just up there. And I'm like, okay, comprehension, literacy should get this young man through. The minute it didn't correspond with his already predisposed belief, he was trying to figure out how to make it correspond.
Yeah.
And then he couldn't and defaulted to, you don't understand, you're not Christian.
Or you just wanted to fit your narrative, yep. Right? Like that, the whole demonization of knowledge, like they turn to the whole trying to demonize the truth. Like the truth becomes the lie, and the lie becomes the truth. And so like, I don't know if you've been in here where I talk about the story between Abraham. Remember we did the live where Abraham pimped out? We talked about Abraham pimping out Sarah. Do you remember that?
Yep.
So like, the more I read these stories, the more I learn. Like I learn something different every fucking time, right? And so within the last month, it dawned on me that the God was willing to kill an innocent man who acted out of full integrity. And the fact that those words, innocent and integrity, are in the story. But the God sided with Abraham, who was being deceitful, right? Lacked integrity. But because he was the chosen of God, the God went against innocence and went against integrity. Punished integrity, right? And protected and opened opportunity for the deceiver, the one who was doing the deceiving, to be blessed. And when I'm talking to Christians about it, they side with the God, and they will go even as far as saying that that's what happens when you're chosen. So like you can do deceitful shit, and if God has your back, then as long as if God is okay with it, that's fine.
You just reminded me of something. As long as you're one of them, they're going to shield you from being held accountable. So, like, all of these preachers in the church, oh my gosh, because that story is in the Bible more than once, thinker.
Yeah.
That same thing is over and over. As long as you're an Israelite chosen by God, you're safe. You could do the most asinine things in that Bible. But God is going to find out a way to make sure you still get what you want.
Yeah. And will go as far as killing the innocent.
Oh my God.
Ignore those acting integrity. So like even like with us not being believers, right? And with the Christian belief, the Christian doctrine, they will say that we deserve to go to hell, or that we're going to go to hell and burn for eternity, even if we live a life that is moral, right? And we respect humans, we feed the poor, like we, don't cause any harm to other humans. But if we don't believe in the God, to them, we deserve hell. Similar to the Abimelech king who acted in innocence, who acted in integrity, right? And the God said, you about to die. I'm about to kill you because Abraham done lied to you and done put you in a position where you about to sin against me. And they will justify that because Abraham is the chosen of God. It doesn't matter if you live a moral life to them. Doesn't matter. All that matter. Are you a part of the gang? That's it. Do you have the stamp? Do you have the mark?
That is literally a replica of what I said. My cousin did something awful. And when I challenged her to my family, they looked me dead in the face and was like, well, you could understand why we need to have her back. And I said, actually, I don't. I don't. Like, no, I really don't. Like, I don't understand why you guys aren't helping her take accountability for this and make the right decisions to provide restitution to the person she did this to. Like, that's insane. But the thought, and my family's Christian, the thought that shouldn't be the thing is restitution for the harmed person. When I tell you, I was like, y'all don't ever call me again.
Man.
Don't ever call me again. Like, leave me alone.
And it's like, who wants to be around that type of thinking, that type of negotiation with self?
It's honestly, I'm starting to see why they so easily believe in the stuff they say. The more I read this Bible, the more like Quan helps me understand the Bible. The more I'm like, I get how these people move now. And I'm a bit terrified. Before I was terrified because I knew there was some illogical thinking that had to happen. But now this is on a completely different level of just them yelling at me, morality comes from the Bible. And I'm like explaining to them, morality predates the Bible. And here's resources that show you this. And they're just going in on me. And I'm like, okay, all right. But but yeah, I've tried to come in here and listen. But when you do manual labor, I was like, it's actually tiring. And she started laughing.
I know you don't like it. I know. Do that cannot stand it. Do that be up here. Y'all need to pay her because she be doing so much work. Like I know, but the thing is, like I genuinely want, in my head, this is my toxic trait, right? Because I don't do it. I don't do the lives for entertainment. Y'all know that about me. Right? I'm very intentional about everything that I do. And so like when I'm in a conversation like that with somebody, my hope is like, man, just like they can get to the point, like they can do this. Right. And I don't give up. But when they start acting like how he acted at the end, talking over me, I can tell when they've gotten there, but they don't want to admit it and they don't want to hear it. They'll start talking over me so they can't hear anything that's coming out of my mouth. Then I know it's time to stop. but he was engaging. He was like, and he got there. He got there several times. He just wouldn't admit it. Right. And I know he got there. I know he did. He's going to make a decision. He's going to choose to either continue, right, in research and it's going to like eat at him, and he's going to go do research and he's going to find it. Right. And he's either going to negotiate. He's going to go through a whole negotiation, and he's going to decide to either accept the new information, or he's going to find something that's going to make it palatable to him so he can continue in his existing belief.
Research
But
gold thinker.
okay. But yeah, like there are some that I know, and all that, my whole goal is not to take anybody's God away, right? I just want people to think, like, use your critical thinking skills. Like, it's okay, right, to think. It's okay to be curious, to ask questions. Like, that's my goal. Like, just allow yourself to think. That's it. But they be fucking fighting that shit and demonizing thinking.
But you know why, right?
Because they feel like it'll take them away from God.
Yeah.
And
They don't want to be taken. And then the confirmation bias in their little groups, their little rooms. There was one point in time when I was on TikTok and it kept showing me Christian lives and Christian people. And I was like, not interested, not interested, not interested. Then one day I just sat in there, and it was the most dogmatic things happening and being said by this guy on his live. Everything dogmatic. An atheist came to ask him to like explain it thoroughly with the Bible. He couldn't, but he, of course, started bringing up other Christians, and then they started arguing with each other. The atheist left.
that's why I don't do freeform Fridays anymore. I remember I used to do the freeforms where 3-on-3. I had to stop because the Christians would always end up arguing with each other instead of like debating the atheists.
Yep.
Because they didn't agree. It was
Yep.
usually like 3 different types of beliefs of who Jesus was and who God was and what he wanted. So they end up they couldn't stay a team all night. They would always lose a team member, and we have to like fill with a new team member. So I just stopped doing it.
Yeah, it was weird to see the dogma from different like Christians so blatantly, so fast. And the one guy was like, no, because Jesus. And the other guy was like, no, because. And I was just like sitting there like, oh, this is intriguing. Like, and that was supposed to be his homeboy too, I'm sure. They didn't even have the same beliefs. The other lady comes up. She's like, you're both wrong. I'm like, what is this? And it was so cool to see because at the end of the day, I don't have a belief. So I'm just like watching, like, you guys can't even get your own dogmatic thoughts aligned. You can't even get your own dogma aligned. And you want us to just believe what you tell us. But then I got on a live with Afro Atheist, and this young lady told her testimony, thinker. And when I told her, people shouldn't believe your testimony just because you say it, because we really don't know if you're being honest or not. She said to me in Afro Atheist, you should believe me because I've said it. And I went, what? She meant that. She meant that she should just be believed.
Wow.
For no other reason than we should just believe her because it came out of her mouth. So I was like, man, there's so many things working against these folks. You got the people who are gullible, who just believe anything anybody says that aligns with their already kind of perspective. Then you got the people who want to be in a group, want to be in a community, so they go with religion. You have the people who are very indoctrinated and can't get out of it because I don't know, I think they're just afraid of hell mostly. And it's just so many little, along the spear, it's just so many little threads that people are just clinging on to keep this. Because I don't know. But this is hard work.
It really is. It's taxing. Like, they feel like they're fighting demons. Coyote Joe is in spiritual warfare against his Bible, not actually saying what the fuck he's been taught that it said. like the rapture concept. That to them is spiritual warfare.
Well, I'm gonna let you go because, like I said, I'm barely awake. I woke up, my phone died. I cut on my phone, cut on TikTok because I knew your live would be on, and I like to listen to it and kind of fall asleep. And then yep, you were on. I was like, oh, I wasn't actually for sure if you were going to be here because it was Christmas Eve, and I was like, she's probably there. And yep, here you are.
Yeah, I asked the community if they, wanted me to do the live, and they said yes. And then I think too, like, because of people not sharing beliefs with their family, some people, right, can't go where their families are because they've been excommunicated for not having the same belief. So, if they're gonna be here, then I'm gonna be here.
And that's awesome because I don't celebrate any of this stuff. So I'm hoping Polly reads today, so my day doesn't have to change too much.
Right. Yeah.
It's like hopefully people are doing things that are in our little circle that they normally do, so that I could still work and listen to people. I know that sounds so sad, but
no,
yeah,
I mean, I completely get it. Like, unfortunately, this religion has caused some families to not, be a family, and has caused some people to, feel like they're in isolation. And if the community can fill that gap, it's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, and I keep telling people the Christian community isn't and this is for everybody in here, the Christian community isn't the only community. You can find a healthy community anywhere if you really look, if you really indulge. And also, if you become healthy yourself, you will project that healthiness and other people will be able to connect with you better. So, do the work on yourself and y'all be all right. But I gotta go because my dog is looking at me like it's time. You're awake, up and take me for a walk. You want to be toxic? Six pain. So let me go. Y'all are hilarious. But I gotta go. I'll be listening and text someone on WhatsApp. Y'all gonna harass me. Bye.
Chicago, where the fuck is your nerd badge? Bye, fun. It was good talking to you. Chicago, where is your nerd badge at, friend? What happened? Doth I needeth to curseth thou asseth outeth in text messages? He said, oh no, I'm not gonna get kicked out of eating. Thou needeth to getteth thou with nerdeth badges backeth exponentialith whatever facet. What the fucketh? If you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment? I don't know who's waiting, who was in the guest box on purpose. You thought, don't speak that. Like, we don't know if it's gonna happen.
Yes, Grandma. I'll come and get out the TV, Grandma. I got to talk to some heathens for a second. So, hey, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas. Yeah. I thought I was timing it out because I know when TikTok was happening. So I said I had a month. So I was trying to time it perfectly. So I didn't get, in case TikTok did some BS that they'll charge after the thing. But who knows? So yeah, I'm getting it back. So I'm going to do it. Hey, everybody.
Is this pin thing new with YouTube?
What you mean, depending certain people?
No, like they stopped my ability to monetize until I verify my home address, and said that
Oh,
they have to send me a 4-digit pin,
oh,
and I have to contact them with the 4-digit pin, and then they'll turn my monetization back on. Is that new?
I mean, you can use my address if you need it.
No,
So,
I don't mind using my address. Like I've already um gave them my address and stuff. But so I'm waiting on the pen to come, and so I can't do super chats or anything until I get the pen.
on YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube.
Okay. Well, as long as it is official from YouTube, then it'd be all right. But just screenshot that and send it to me so I can do my investigation. Unless someone else knows, but I can look that up now for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Mhm.
ya.
No problem, no problem. They came and say hello and everything. And like I said, I'll get reading my thing. Like I said, I had to change some stuff, but I'm over here taking care of my granny. Isn't that right, Grandma? You
Oh,
know I love you.
oh.
Yeah. God
Well,
bless
I
you,
hope y'all.
Grandma. But yeah, over in another room. I had to turn down. I had some of your deconstruction demons in my chat yesterday while she was doing greens. And I like that. Like, shut the hell up, y'all. God.
Yeah, don't piss Granny off about
No,
God.
no. I'm not. Like I said, Grandma, all you other ones, I'll come after all y'all. But, once Grandma not around, then I'll be out the closet for good. But right now, I'm just going to stay up in here. It's nice and roomy. My little atheist closet is all nice and comfortable.
Saint Mary, did you know with her?
So,
Yeah.
But all right, I'll let y'all get going. But good to see you and happy holiday. Simone, I do love your numbers. I make sure I gift to you appropriately. So, I love you. So
All right, well, we love you too. I hope you enjoy your holiday with your granny and your the rest of your family. Okay.
I will, I will. Oh, and I'll be up in Chicago soon. So anybody trying to do meetup, I'll probably be in Chicago by the beginning of next week in Cincinnati. Ugh, I gotta go back to hell in Cincinnati, Ohio. So I am making my travels. Ugh, ugh.
Like you got to love Chicago. You named yourself that.
Oh yeah, Chicago. Yeah, but I got to go through Cincinnati to get to Chicago, which is
Oh, okay.
Ohio. Yeah, yeah. Ohio's like the one. That's the only thing that keeps me faithful in God, just knowing that Ohio exists. Because then I know that He created the devil, so He had to create, Ohio, and it's just everything. Ugh.
Oh
Anyway, let me
my
get out of
gosh.
here. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, Chicago.
He is so crazy. Is it Miko or Miko?
It's Miko.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I just wanted to tell you something funny that happened while you were in the restroom.
Oh.
He said, everybody who's listening, and I thought he was about to start preaching, but then he said, make sure you tap the screen. Don't forget to subscribe. I was
Oh, really?
I was getting ready to roll my eyes real hard, but it was like basically a mod announcement.
Yeah, that's cute. I appreciate that. I think me and Simone both went to a bathroom break at the
Same
same
time.
time.
Yeah. I was like, that's risky leaving a
But I didn't know she
Christian
wasn't
alone.
here.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. No, normally we wouldn't do it. That would not happen because they would get up there and preach.
Right.
I think Bash did that one time. He had a phone call and he left a Christian on stage. They took full advantage.
Oh no.
And Bash doesn't give every mod the ability to kick people off stage. Like I don't think none of us have the ability to kick guests off stage. So I just kept muting them. The only thing I can do is just mute. We was like, come the fuck back. But yeah.
So funny. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh no. And then he was like, tap the screen.
Wow. Well, I at least appreciate that. So,
Yeah.
but thank you.
Yeah.
Did you want to talk about anything else or is that it?
That's it. Just, yeah, and I appreciate you. I love what you do. Keep it up.
Thank you.
So.
That means a lot, Miko. I appreciate you and your support, and thank you for letting me know. Next time I'm gonna make sure to double check before I leave.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, have a good one, and happy holidays if you celebrate.
I don't, but thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I was like, I'll be quick.
Goodness, I didn't think like I should have asked before I left. Normally I do, I don't know why I didn't this time. Is it Ash?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm newly deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses. It says, I don't know, any of them are about Santa are fine. How does belief in Santa work differently than belief in God? Really, I just think that Santa's better than God because at least Santa gives you what you want sometimes. I'm sorry.
No, it's true.
I don't know. I believed in God for as long as I could remember, but I always felt like God created me just to watch me suffer and then ultimately send me to hell. And I'm 40. I spent years trying to convince myself that God is good, like all the Christians wanted me to believe. I've been involved in my church and I've just struggled for years because God hasn't answered my prayers. God didn't protect me from things. And like, how can you be a good father? Like, I have a child, I have an 8-year-old. I treat her better than God ever treated me, you know? And I don't know, mid-November, I decided that I didn't even know deconstruction was a word. I just decided that I was done worshiping an evil God and done trying to pretend that he was good. And then, but my Christian friends are like holding on really tight. Like I volunteer in the church nursery and I told the children's pastor, like, hey, I'm done with God. And she's like, I don't think so. I think you're just angry. You can keep volunteering. I'm like, really?
Oh wow!
So
Why do they always go to the "you're just angry" thing? Like, what do they expect? Not what do I know what they
yeah,
expect? They expect you to keep lying to yourself.
I think so. Because even my
Yeah.
best friend is like, no, I think you just quit having a relationship with him and this is the consequences, but you'll get over it. I'm like, I don't think so. I said, I don't know what's at the end of the deconstruction journey because I like still believe in God and I still like praying, except every time I pray, like I panic, like who am I praying to? But yeah, but so I didn't know the word deconstruction. A different live atheist pointed me to you, and I've been listening to you like every day at work for like a month, and I just really appreciate you. And yeah, it's really been
Thank you.
freeing to me to hear some of these comments. And sometimes it's funny because when the people come up here and crash out, I like that too. But yeah, that's all. Yeah, I think Santa and God are very similar. Santa's a little bit better because like I said, sometimes he'll bring you what you ask for. God's never done anything for me. And it's hard because I'm in a Christian college right now. Like I'm taking a master's degree. I was
Oh
working there
wow.
for a while and I was working at a Christian college for a while and they were giving me a free master's degree. So I'm finishing my program there, but they make you do devotionals like once every 2 weeks. You have to write a devotion. And it's been so hard now that I'm deconstructing. I was like, God's not worthy of me and just turning that stuff in. But I'm not, I, I don't want to take up much more time. I
Well,
just, I
I
really
want to ask
do
a really
appreciate
quick
you.
question.
Sure, I'm
Ha
not in a rush. I just,
Okay. If someone says to you that God gave you your master's degree, what would you say about that? Like, a Christian school allowed you to get that education for free, and someone says, "Well, that's
yeah,
God right there." Like, what would be your thoughts about that?
that's not God. Like, I usually just tell people that I'm the one who worked hard. Like, I went to school, I earned these degrees. Yes, usually what I tell them, like, because it's always bothered me. And maybe I've been deconstructing for years since I've always thought God was evil. And like even like in college when I went to church, I'd get so mad when the pastors would get up on stage and like attribute bad things to themselves or Satan and like good things to God. I'm like, you can't do that. Like, I get so mad because people are like, God's all powerful. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think that, because you can't say he's all powerful and then do X, Y, Z. But yeah, so no, I usually just tell them that I earned what I earned. It didn't come from God.
I
And
agree. And did you work like in exchange for it? Did you have to like work hours or?
yeah, I was like a biology lab manager, so I helped teach science labs. I ordered supplies, oversaw the TAs. But like, to work there, you have to like write a statement of faith. And there's a
Oh
whole
wow.
list of rules. Yeah, they're Nazarenes, so you like can't drink, you can't gamble, you can't smoke, you can't cuss. You have all these, like, a lifestyle covenant, and if you get caught doing it, you can get fired. A lot of people do things on the down low. I don't advertise it, but
Wow.
yeah, even when I was a Christian, I wasn't Nazarene. Like, I've always been a more like liberal Christian. And I think the funny thing is the doubts and the stuff that I've expressed, a lot of Christians believe them, right? Because I'll talk to them and they're like, yeah, that's so real. I don't know either. But it's like they don't take the leap from, God's actually evil. Like, because they'll think the same things as me. I'll have conversations with them about like my honest feelings about God, and they say they agree, but, they just, I don't know.
So they have some of the same feelings about the God, but they still believe in
Right.
the
Or
God.
they'll
Oh.
justify it. Yeah. Because like a popular thing is like, why does God allow, bad things happen to good people? And, some people justify it. Some people say they don't know, or it's a fallen world. But yeah, like one of my best friends, we often talk about God and our true feelings and our doubts and disbelief. And yeah, she's the one who's the most sad. She's like, what are you going to do about your daughter? I don't think you should tell her. She needs to decide for herself. And I'm like, I originally was not going to raise, even when I was a Christian, I didn't intend to raise my child in Christianity. And then it kind of just happened. I don't know how, I take responsibility, but that wasn't my original goal. And even she asked me questions sometimes, like, well, what if God's not real? And I'm like, he might not be. Like, I don't, like, you're going to have to decide that for yourself. But yeah, I don't know. That's what I feel bad about, like, that my child's 8 and I don't need her. I don't want to continue to grow her up, like, in this way.
Yeah, and then having, because it was hard for me when I started learning that the stories that we have been taught, or the things that I've been taught, learning the history behind them, it was really hard for me, because I did believe, that I had a relationship with this God. Although I questioned, like, my very first thought was the God that we were worshiping was the devil. That was my very first thought. And so I wanted to find God. I wanted to get closer to God, right, and find His name, because I was very curious if we had somehow just been tricked into worshiping the wrong God. But
Right.
the more I learned, it was like, oh my gosh, like, this is all like mythology and red tape together stuff. Like, and it was worse than because I don't believe. I mean, I don't remember learning about Santa Claus not being real and that hurting, but this did hurt when I came to the understanding of this. And I tried to go to like Christ consciousness first. Like, as you're deconstructing, do you feel the need to fill that gap with something else, like with still like a belief in a higher power? Or have you just like completely let go of the idea that there is like a higher power somewhere?
Yeah, it's hard because I still feel like I believe in God, and I don't know like how long that will last. Like, another person who's deconstructing told me it like took him like 4 years to like feel like he finished it. And honestly, like, I intentionally prayed to Hecate recently. I was like, what's the difference between praying to God and Hecate? Just do it. But I don't think I necessarily believe in Hecate any more than I believe in God. But I was like, let's pray to her. Let's see what happens. I think she's a little angry like me.
Yeah, and I think like for some people, like, it just gives solace. I talk to myself and encourage myself, and that just replaced the whole prayer or conversation with the God for me.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and it just, helps calm me down when I need to be calmed down or reassure me of certain things. But yeah, it was tough. So like I think these conversations though helped me get to the point to where I can confidently say that I don't believe in a God. But before I started hosting the lives, I had already started deconstructing. It had been almost like 3.5 years in, like researching and reading and studying, like really, really studying. And I had already started, not identifying as a Christian, knowing that, I didn't believe in the Christian God anymore. I had already let go of Jesus Christ and all of, the Holy Ghost and all of that. But I wasn't quite sure if I believed in a higher power or not, if that makes sense.
Right.
But these conversations that have been really helpful with that, and I'm just like, I don't like, I know now for sure that I don't believe in a God. And I think I'm more so just trying to understand, like, why a person would or why a person should, like the benefits of it, right? What are the
Right.
benefits in having this belief in a higher power? And when it comes even to society as a whole, and I just keep seeing like, man, I see that it has done a lot of harm to the mindset of people.
Mm-hmm.
The I don't see a benefit of it. Like I don't know if Christians know, like for the last year they could have, right, swayed me one way or another, but they have, like, the conversations that we've had, they fucking ruined that shit for me. Like, it's a ruined. But
Yeah, I
yeah.
didn't know too many hateful, like most of my friends, I feel like are good friends. And I don't feel like I was ever a particularly hateful Christian because like I didn't feel like it made sense to preach. Like if God's love, right? Why are you preaching? He's going to send you to hell, right? He loves you. But since I started following these lives, I'm like, man, some of these Christians are hateful, way more hateful than the atheists. The atheists have been
Yeah.
so accepting of me and like encouraging.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
yeah, I don't know. My ex-husband, I think I don't know, he might have always been deconstructed. And I have been mad and not speaking to him. And then one day I listened to you talk about Adam and Eve and I like texted him. I was like, I need to talk to you about Adam and Eve. And I was like, I told him, I was like, hey, I'm done being a Christian. He's like, I'm so proud of you. I'm like, why? That's a weird thing to tell me. And so we've been talking more actually about it. But what's interesting to me is he told me that he's just still calling himself Christian because he feels like it's more honest. I'm like, that doesn't feel true to me, man. Like, and you're like, we always used to fight. Like, he's like, I'm a Christian. I'm like, yeah, you're not talking like a Christian. But that's how he was raised. And he said it's just easier and more honest. I'm like, okay, man, if that works for you, but I'm not doing it.
Like, it helps him when he says it's more honest. Is he saying, like, as far as like fitting in, like he's how he's
Yeah,
seen in society,
I
or
think he has some belief that like if you're raised Buddhist, you should stay Buddhist. If you're raised Muslim, you should stay Muslim,
oh, okay.
and that you should just stay what you were raised as. But
Mm.
then in the same breath, he says none of it's true. He's like, if you go and worship Hecate, he's like, that's not true. He might believe in witchcraft a little more. He like told me some crazy stories about witchcraft in the woods, but yeah, so that's been interesting. So we've been bonding a little bit over it, but even in deconstruction, we still don't have the same beliefs. But yeah, I don't know. This has just been an interesting time for me because. So did you say it like took you 4 years to deconstruct, or are you still
I've been
deconstructing?
yeah, I'm still deconstructing. I think deconstructing is a lifelong process because there's still going to be like things that you realize that you are still carrying, or beliefs that you're still holding that you haven't necessarily deconstructed from. And then there's so much information that goes into the belief systems that have been created. So it depends on the level of deconstructing that you want to do. But I've been deconstructing now for 5 years, and
Oh
it
wow.
wasn't until I'm going to say a couple of months ago that I 100% felt confident to say that I didn't believe in a God, and it was these conversations that helped get me there. I knew I didn't believe in the Christian God anymore. I just wasn't sure if I believed in a God. So, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm an impatient person, but this sounds like I need to be prepared for this for
It's a
this to take a
process.
while.
Yeah, it's a process. Like, 'cause you also have to like live life, right, and go through certain things where things that you would normally like beg a God to intervene on, and when you have to like depend on yourself, right, and not do that thing, and find new tools or tactics, right, to get you through some of the toughest things in life and the toughest moments in life.
Yeah.
That comes with practice. Also, like engaging with other people who are still believers and learning how to, still maintain your relationships with them. That's a part of the deconstruction as well. So, like setting healthy boundaries and learning how to enforce those boundaries in a healthy way. And then learning to take credit, for yourself and have confidence in yourself and not freaking feel guilty about it. Um, Undoing the limited beliefs that religion teaches you that you don't deserve, the thing, certain things in life, and teaching yourself, new beliefs about what you are worthy of, because the worthiness has always gone to this outside source. And so telling yourself that you're worthy of the things that you desire out of life, you feel a little guilty at first, so you kind of have to like retrain your mind and your heart and your body to not feel that guilt. So it does take time. uh like, I don't think we realize how much the religion affects damn near everything we do. So the deconstruction, like there'll be years down the line, and you'll be like, damn, I didn't realize I was still holding that belief.
Yeah, like I think the first thing I remember learning in Sunday school was that God can read your thoughts. So, like, you better be
Mm-hmm.
thinking good things. I was young. Like, I might have been like second grade. So, I've spent from second grade, like, and I used to think, I remember that. I don't remember a lot about my childhood, but I remember like feeling guilty and shameful because I thought I was thinking something bad and God could see what I was thinking. And like, how, like, that's so wrong. Like, how do you do that to a child?
Yeah, and then like you
And
be saying, "Ooh, forgive me, God. Ooh, sorry, God," like to yourself, or like just for a thought that you had. Yeah.
yeah. And I like, because I've been mad at God for a long time. So there was a while I was like, forget you, I'm intentionally sinning. And I don't know if that's, I don't even know if that's any better. I mean, because some of those things were actions against myself, obviously, right? And weren't the best for me personally, even though at the time, I was like, oh, forget God. So maybe I wouldn't have done some of those things to rebel against God, if I had given up on him earlier. But
When I was a Christian and much younger, if I wanted to like backslide, I would say shit, or like I would say a cuss word so that I could backslide. Or
that's a
like
lot more
drink a
mild than the
glass of
things I
wine.
did.
Yeah, like, oh, I'm gonna drink a glass of wine. Now I backslid. Yeah.
That's funny.
It's crazy, the whole process, but like it can be a exciting journey too, because you learn so much more about yourself, and as you learn to love yourself and respect yourself and trust yourself, it can be it's a scary journey, but at the same time it can be a beautiful one too, because then you start experiencing life in such a different way, and it's liberating. And you don't have the anxiety of whether a God is gonna the things that you deserve to be blessed or punished. You don't have to worry about some other person who is a believer saying, God told me to tell you this, or God is gonna the prophecies over your life. And like it's so liberating at the same time too.
Yeah, no, this was like, I was so excited to turn 40. Like, it was my first decade not married to my ex. And most of my life has been fairly abusive. So, like, right now, I'm just me and my daughter living in my house, and it created a safe place, and it's so nice. And yeah, so I'm just like, I just was looking forward to like this year and this decade to be healing. So it's interesting that I threw God away at the same time, but maybe that's part of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I'm excited for you. Yeah, and I hope. Are you following us on YouTube so that in case TikTok does get banned on January 19th, we'll be doing the lives from YouTube and Discord. So stay connected with us and keep us updated on your journey.
Thank you. Yeah, I am following you on YouTube. I don't know what your Discord is, so I'm not following you on Discord, but I have been following you on YouTube, even though I usually interact through TikTok.
Okay, I'll send you a message on with the Discord link. Do it by case. Dudette and I have decided that case by case, we are giving people access to the Discord in case TikTok goes down, even if they have not yet subscribed. So
Okay.
I'll after this, I'll send you a message when the live is over with the link to the Discord. Okay.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. Thanks for bringing me up.
You're so welcome. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
All right. That was a good conversation. What do we have to get to the okay.
So they had like over an hour to get to 400, but they're acting up today. I don't know what's going on. They should be happy to get you to 400. It's Christmas.
They're probably like knocked out. Some of them probably played Santa Claus.
Right.
What's his name? This is the Akhenaten. I don't know your name, friend.
Every time you bring him up, he spins out.
Yeah, I'll take him down because I don't know. If you are a believer, whether that's Christianity or Islam, Ems is back. So if you are a Muslim, you can come up. Again, I don't know much about Islam, but Ems does. Ems is our expert. You can request up Christian, Muslim, deconstructing, or an atheist. Or not. If you don't identify as an atheist, non-believer. Likes. April, the comments are off, so we have to get to 400,000 likes to get the comments back. We're almost there. We're at 391,000 likes.
Yeah, y'all are doing great. Keep going.
Oh, April, are you? I'm trying to bring you up right now on TikTok. Are you on? Are you at YouTube or are you on TikTok right now? Where are you at?
Right, she's been in the box. I think she was.
Yeah, you're on stage spinning. Do you see yourself spinning on stage? I'm gonna take you down for now. Oh, you switched. Okay, I'll go ahead and take you down. Okay, let's see. Where did Adrian go? I just added him to the stage and he bounced out.
What's happening this morning with these?
I don't know.
It's all of a sudden.
Yolanda, are you in the
I said I didn't realize it was this cold outside. I stepped outside of my little my little slippers. I said, "Oh no, my feet cold. Let me walk back here real quick." I'm with my family today in North Carolina, so the house loud. I gotta step out away from them for a minute.
Oh Lord. If you have to step down, that's fine. Just I don't want you to have to sit
No,
outside in the cold.
no, girl, I don't worry about. I'm going to my car. I'm not worried about that.
Oh, okay. All right. Yolanda, are you in the guest box on purpose? Oh, you can't respond. Y'all can't respond to me because the comments off. Okay, let's see.
Hold on, let me see where we at. Y'all got 2,000, less than 2,000 left. Come on.
Chris. Okay, Chris is not connecting. person did not connect.
No.
Christina G. Christina G. Hi, are you there? Okay. Yolanda, are you in? Are you in there on purpose? Hey, Yolanda, how are you?
Good morning, good morning, good morning, all.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Yes, let me see, how do I start? This is my second time on your live, and I can say again, good morning from Cole, New Jersey. First, I would like to thank you and the entire Deconstructing community. And I have previously shared my little story as to how I became an atheist, even before I knew what the word atheist meant. So so I've been following you like for the past like 9 months. So just figure out like 9 months we could have had a baby together. And I am like so addicted. I am like, we could be driving, my husband and I could be driving to North Carolina, and this poor guy have to listen to it too. And again, he don't mind because according to him, he wants to make me happy. So anything that makes me happy is going to make him happy. Sometimes, oh, listen, I go to bed with you on the line. I wake up early, 5 o'clock, and I'm commenting. So, yes. So again, thank you for all that you are doing, and I know for sure that you are helping other people out there. So previously, when I shared my story and how I became a non-believer, unbeliever, however they want to categorize me, I learned the word as an adult, atheist, when I was an adult. But for me, I stopped believing on a day like today, Christmas Day, when had to been maybe about 6 or 7 years old. And I shared a story that usually you can tell from my accent that I'm not from this country. I'm from Guyana. And usually even Christmas Day, the moms or the ladies would go out to the market because they're always buying fresh vegetables. They're coming home and cook. So my mom was going out Christmas morning to the market, and I asked her, I said, Mom, can you get me a tea set for Christmas? And again, prior to that, I was like going to Sunday school religiously because that is all part of it. In school, you're learning about the Jesus and the God and all of that. And in every household in my time as a child, we had that little book. It was called the Book of Bible Stories. It's the yellow orangish color book that book was in every household. And going to Sunday school, that was part of your Sunday school book that you learn, and you learn everything. So you learn how to pray. So you had to pray the right way. If you didn't do it the right way, if you didn't say the right words, you were not praying correctly. So, fast forward to my mom. So I asked her, I said, Mom, can you buy me a tea set? And Mom said, if God really wants you to have the tea set, that you have the tea set, just go ahead and pray for it. And I shared this story. And even today, as I'm saying, it was Christmas Day, umpteen years ago, and I got down on my little hands, on my little knees, on my hands together. I did like you're praying. I'm on my hands, on my knees, and I'm praying for a tea set. I'm praying. And remember, you're taught you have to pray in the name of Jesus. So you have to say it, and you have to say it with the power. And my little body was saying that because I wanted that tea set so badly. Well,
Oh,
Mom
every
came
time you
home.
tell this story, I get chills. And I think of you. I just want to say that I think of you when I talk about the disappointment with Santa Claus. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I shared because as an adult, I really realized how much these things affect children, especially when they learn it at such an early age. But for me, as you shared with me, luckily, I did not get my tea set. So maybe if I had gotten my tea set, maybe to this day, maybe I would have been a Christian. Oh, I don't know. So mom came home with no tea set, and my heart was broken. Whether it was my heart was broken, whatever was broken, I'm like, I couldn't believe. And I was literally, and part of my culture, as a child, when you're upset, how they teach you kids are to be seen and not heard. And it's like, why are you crying? Why are you upset? You want something to be upset about. You want something to cry about, kind of thing. So my little heart was so broken that from that day, I stopped believing. But again, I could not tell the adults in my life that I didn't believe this stuff. Okay. People have said to me that, oh, God don't want you to have everything that you want to have. He's going to give you what he want to give you. But my thing is, and I remember that part in the Sunday school, that you pray and God is going to give it to you. I remember that vividly. I cannot remember exactly how it was said, but I remember you ask and it shall be given to you. And I was so heartbroken. But again, I couldn't say this to adults in my life. I had to continue to go to Sunday school. And as I got older, I had to go to church. But those are things that I kept inside of me. I did not know that I'm a child, but I didn't know that there was a community of people that think the way I was thinking at that age. So I held that in all these years, even into adulthood, because again, fast forward, I got married. I was still into the church. I sent my kids to Catholic school. They went to Catholic school. They did all of that. And I still did not believe. I stopped believing. But I did not share with people. So even my ex-husband's name, so I was a Yolanda evangelist. So there is like, wow, you got that name. So anyhow, so I literally brought up my kids in church, and they went to church. I would go to church with them and everything. But again, I did not believe anything. I didn't believe, I was just there and didn't believe. They would be putting their heads down to pray, and I would like literally be watching to see who has their heads down and all of that. And it's like I was just there just because my kids were there. And to this day, none of my kids are believing, and I didn't share with them about my you know I never shared this. I shared this when I actually came on TikTok to share. I shared it with my husband as to how I stopped, my current husband, as to how I stopped believing. But but all of this, I'm saying
Didn't
that
he get you a tea set?
he
Yeah.
finally got me a tea set. He finally got me a tea set. He got me a tea set. So the joke is literally, if I had gotten that tea set as a child, I would have been a believer. Again, I'm like, I don't really know, because as a child, I had so much questions, because a lot of times I'm hearing that non-believers, or their given power is so much more than religious people, meaning that it's like they want the world to be a better place. It's like they don't want to send somebody just to hell because they did something bad or whatever. It's like, as opposed to religious people, all of a sudden you do something bad or wrong or whatever, they want to just send you straight away to a bad place. So and also, what I've realized just listening to, I go on a lot of lives and listen a lot. And what they're basically saying, and there's this study that came out to show that religious people and fundamentalists, religious people, and brain damage. Basically, that study, I want to think that maybe I heard it from Lord's, if I'm not mistaken, that is saying that because of them constantly, just remember, with the brain, if you don't use it, you lose it. So with them constantly just focus on that one part of the brain to say God, 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 Jesus, 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 Bible, Bible, Bible. They don't read anything else to put on that side of the brain, any other part of the brain. So the brain literally is being deteriorated. And they did the studies. Actually, it is a study that was done. I read the study, but I couldn't exactly quote you about the study. But it's basically to show that the brain literally deteriorate if you're not using it. People are going to be like, okay, you atheists, you guys are talking this, so maybe you guys also have brain damage. But it's basically to show that non-believers, we are open. We are like neutral in the sense. We just don't focus like the guy that you had on earlier. I was like literally in my kitchen, and I'm like, darn it, you can't see what she is telling you. Even my husband was there. My husband is like, he just want to act like a D&B person. It's like, even my husband, that he did not grow up reading the Bible, but he calls himself spiritual. But he's like, I can, without even reading the Bible, I can understand what she's trying to explain to him. So yeah, I know I'm like rambling, but
Well, no,
basically,
that's helpful, because sometimes they will try to make it seem like what what I'm saying or is too hard to understand, or like I'm twisting words. So thank you for saying that. Because even like the believers will be in the comments agreeing with the Christian on stage, when the Christian is trying to say that I'm like twisting words or they don't understand what I'm saying, and so I think it's really an important point, like your husband saying, that he's hasn't ever read the Bible, and he is a spiritual person, and even he, understood it because he wasn't tied to the belief in Jesus, or he wasn't tied to needing that prophecy to be about Jesus. So it's easy for him to understand the logic, right? Like the basic, simple, um, message of the story. So thank you for saying that. That means a lot.
Yeah, and I listen. I know I'm like rambling to say, but I just love you all. And on the days that you're not there, I literally, on those days, I must admit, I think I go into depression.
I be missing y'all too. I be like, man. Sometimes I be like, man, should I just go live? But again, I have to like force myself to rest and to disconnect so that my mind is fresh when we come back. But I do be missing y'all too.
Yeah, I understand that, and I totally appreciate that. And I've gotten so many of my friends to listen to you. I'm like, go ahead and listen to her. Listen to her. You're gonna learn some stuff. So yes, so I am one of those, and I cannot thank you enough. I cannot thank the entire deconstructing community. And that word also, I learned that word on TikTok. I did not know that there's such a word of deconstructing. So for me, of not believing since I'm a kid, I don't. And the previous caller, the lady that was on, you did made a valid point to her when you said, although the deconstruction takes a while because there's some certain belief that is still into us that I think it's still there no matter what. Like for example, like 2 days ago, I lost my cat, and he literally, like, I know he had like 1 foot out of the world already, and he literally like just passed out on my kitchen floor, and I actually knelt down as though this cat can really hear me. And here I am talking to him and saying how much I love you and how much I need you to close your eyes, although I'm helping him to close the eyes because it was still open. And I'm talking to him, and here I am thinking that in my mind, I know at that time those are things that like make us feel a little better. I'm like talking to him, I'm like, okay, just close your eyes, I love you so much, and like things like that. But obviously I didn't say you're going to go to a better place, although on my TikTok stuff I put up that my kitty cat is going to cat heaven. So
That's not like that's nothing wrong with that, and I'm so sorry for the loss of your cat. But don't beat yourself up for that. That was a beautiful thing.
thank you so
That
much,
you
and just
did.
know that we all love you. We are here to support you, and if TikTok do go away, I'm also following you on YouTube, so I'm there on YouTube. And if I can say one last thing before I hop down, although I do the Christmas, but it's not so much to celebrate what the Christmas is in terms of the Jesus and the birth or whatever that thing is. I do it, I like the lights. I love the lights. I decorate my house. I love the lights, something with me in the lights. And I love the Christmas music, no matter what. I love that. But again, it has no connection with the Jesus and the bird and the Mary and all of that. It has none of that to do. I love that my family comes over, I'm cooking, and they're gonna come over. We're gonna eat. Later on, we're gonna watch TV. So in terms of that, if I can call that a celebration or maybe just a gathering, so that is what I'm doing. I know I've heard where people said, no, I'm not doing that. But for me, I do that just to have my family over, be like, okay, come on over. So, yep.
Yeah, I just see it, as a time to spend time with family and, gift, and show appreciation for your family. There's absolutely nothing wrong with celebrating it if that's what you choose to do. And so I hope that you enjoy today with your family.
Thank you again so much. And we love you. And you have a good day now.
Thank you. I love you
You
too.
can.
And I appreciate the
Yeah,
support and all the kind words as well.
thank you. You can drop me. I know how to drop myself, but
I
you can
got you.
drop
I got
me.
you. Have a good day. Sandra. Okay, I get it now. Okay, so Sandra, there's somebody in the chat named Sheba sometimes who has the same PFP as you. And so sometimes when Sheba comments, Sheba is a Christian. I swear, Sandra, I was so confused on you for a moment because like the other day I was talking to Sheba because she said that Jesus didn't run when he told the disciples, hurry up, let's go before they come and arrest me in the Garden of Gethsemane. Yeah, her name is Sheba and she has the same PFP as you. And so yesterday I said, Sandra, I said, where did he go, Sandra? Where did he go? And somebody commented, no, well, damn, it ain't the same. It was shit. I don't know, for a minute I thought Sheba was Sandra. So I've been calling Sheba Sandra every time she comments. But I don't know. Like, yeah, it's not the same PFP. I don't know why, but I called her Sandra yesterday and I thought for the longest I thought Sheba was Sandra. And then I knew Sandra was not Christian, but Sheba's comments, like it had me so confused on you for a second because I'm like, is she Christian or is she not? But now I realize that I'm the fucking problem. I'm the problem here. Maybe it's the essence. I don't know. But yeah, yesterday, I'm the problem. Because I was calling her Sandra yesterday and somebody commented and was like, you mean Sheba? Yep, I'm the problem. Okay, but now I know there's two of you. And I get it. One's a Christian, one's not. One is Sheba, one is Sandra. And your PFPs are not the same. Yeah, that's all me. Okay, J Moss 22, how are you? Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, and you?
I'm doing good. Are you Christian or believer? Are you deconstructing? I see people saying not Moss. Oh, are you a problem? Are you a problem?
What? This is the second time that I came on the first time.
I don't remember you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't stay on long, but that's the same response as like you had asked me be based on somebody's comment. Like,
I'm
are
just
you a
asking. I
problem?
don't remember you. Are you a
Oh,
problem? I just want to know.
no, I'm not a problem. I just, I'm put like this. No, I'm not a problem. And yes, I thank you for some of the things that you brought to my attention. None of these topics right here are. I don't believe in Santa Claus. I never did, so I can't debate on him being, you know, work differently than the creator that I believe in.
Well, I mean, it's not asking if you believe in Santa. It's asking how is the belief in Santa, right? How does it work differently than the belief in God? So, like, children believe in Santa,
Uh huh.
right?
Right.
How is that? The question is asking how is that belief different than a belief in God? You
Okay.
don't have to
Well.
believe in Santa to answer that,
Right.
or
Now.
to answer either of these.
Okay. But start off with that. I told my daughter there was no such thing as Santa Claus. So,
Would you tell
for
her there's no such thing as God?
well, what I did was now. I didn't say that was no such thing as a God. I didn't do that. What I did was I basically read her, the Psalms, Proverbs. That's why I kept it because I was still kind of confused based off how the preachers indoctrinated everything. And so I never went that route with her. I always took her to church and they played games and all that kind of stuff. But with me and her, we just read Psalms and Proverbs until she got up to 15, whereby now I let her think on her own, right? So I did mention salvation, all that. I'm just going to run this down since you had asked that question. And she had gotten to the point to where when she was reading the Bible, she was like, hey, Dad, these Psalms and Proverbs are talking about me. I never introduced it any kind of way to her because I wanted her to always, have her own mindset. So fast forward, she calls me, she says, Dad, this Bible is talking about me, I'm not willing to serve, you know, I'm not willing to live for God. That's what she said. I'm not willing to live for God. I want to do my own thing. And this is what I said, not knowing if there's a heaven or hell, just believing that there is. I told her, well, if you don't want to live for God, then you're going to go to hell. This is her exact words. Well, I just go to hell then.
And
So,
this is at 15 years old?
yeah, this was at 15. So I said, but I this is all I said. I said, well, okay, I just, pray for protection over you and stuff like that. Um, And that's how I left it with her. I left it with her. I let her believe, and she did come back and ask me some hard questions. And I told her truthfully that those things I don't know. I don't know. See, and why I requested was I hear a lot of people saying the reason why they turned away. I've experienced those things, but I was truthful at the same time. And I deconstructed for a minute because I was like, wait a minute, some of these things that's being taught by the preachers doesn't line up what I'm reading in the scripture because I never did any outside research. I want to thank you for yesterday. I'm jumping around because I'm really wanting to appreciate. I'm not deconstructing, but I want to appreciate for the information that you have pointed out that and I think pastors overlook because they have no answers to, like the slavery thing. I thought it was just the Bible, the Israelites. That was it. But when you point out again in scriptures, I had to go read to make sure you was reading the right Bible and everything. And I'm like, dang, okay, wow. And then all the other stuff, like yesterday, you said about the pastoral letters and the Pauline letters, and I was like, wait a minute, okay, the pastor said that Paul wrote all these. Now I'm hearing he didn't write all these. So there's a conflict of interest in what they're saying. So I looked it up, I Googled, and it did say, some scholars are talking about. So I'm like, yo, man, I really appreciate what you. I may not agree with everything, but I do appreciate the things that you bring to light because those are the things that cause a lot of people to fall away. And I've fallen away because of that. But because of John, I'm just sharing my story. I said, God, if you are real, according to what Jesus is saying, you're gonna have to show me. Because I don't know which way other to go except for what I'm reading. Not what the pastor's saying, but what I'm reading. And I've been coming across some things. I never had problems where God didn't protect me. Because I'm like, how is he going to protect me? Is he supposed to come swoop down and carry me away before some danger? And then he showed me in scripture, the Hebrew boys. I protected them in a moment, and I look at certain things that I went through was his protection. Certain abuse that I went through was his protection. Even though I had a moment of depression, it didn't overwhelm me. So I look at that as a protection, So when you're talking, I'm like, wow, this is real stuff that I went through. But I'm not allowing myself to stay indoctrinated because I've fallen away. I backslide. I cuss God. I did all kind of stuff based on the name of, pastors and all that and not reading and not digging in for the hard questions. And when I listen to you, sometimes it hurts. And then it's like, dang, but it's truth. Truth hurts. And I guess a lot of people who ever comment know me. I don't defend God because he don't need my defense. I'm only supposed to represent this God. And this is the last thing. I go off the principles. And I know some people say, well, what principles does he have? I look at, say if he say don't steal. All right. Well, that's not mine. My mom used to tell me the same thing. If it's not yours, don't touch it. Even if it's in my house. And if you didn't put it there, don't touch it. So those are the things that holds me because I don't know what to look for supernaturally in this creator except for what is already here. And as for me, I try not to complicate things because I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not gonna go that route. And it's not being scared. It's just that I have no answers. And even if I look in the scripture, I'm not gonna really get the answer because my daughter asked me a whole lot of stuff, thinker, and I had no answer. But I just told her, I say this. This is what I tell her. I say, all I know is God. All I know is to do right. I said, as far as everything else, I can't answer those questions for you. And I'm not going to sit here and lie to you in reference to why this is, why this ain't, why people do this, why. I don't know. But I always tell her, people go back to the beginning. I said, this is where it may have started from. Them being disobedient. Because she asked me about pregnancy pain. She's not pregnant. But she asked me, she said, Dad, so wait a minute. Them doing what this woman in this Bible did something that God didn't say. So now we got to have all these pains when we have pregnant, when we have a baby. I said, yeah. She said, that lady's stupid. Why would she do something like that? And I'm like, look, I have no answer, but that's what this is. It says that and it says this. I don't go any further. So I just came up to say I appreciate what you're doing because every time I go past the negative, the idiots, I'm calling my Christian brothers idiots that see it in the scripture and still fight to say that's not true is stupid. And if it say God slew somebody and you point out why this God slew this person, like you were just talking about the integrity and innocence, and he still hammered this dude because based on Abraham's deceitfulness, how is that possible? How is that? Oh, that's wrong. This dude said, hey, why you do me like this? And then I still get in trouble. That's wrong. Do I have an answer for that? If that was posed a question to me, heck no, I don't. I'm not gonna defend it. But I not gonna speak bad against it because I don't know. Now, if I did know, then I can share that. And that's what I think you run into, thinker, and I know you know it, is that they're willing to accept the lie for the truth, but then don't want to say honor up to that is wrong, but want to defend it. And that's stupid. I'm a believer. I'm a full-fledged believer. I don't know if heaven or hell. This lady asked me, is it a sin to not believe in God? I'm like, well, it depends on your mindset. But according to the Bible, for us as believers, it's a slippery slope. So did I say yes? Did I say no? Did I pull out scriptures? No, I don't know. All I know is based off what we know, it could be a problem. So I appreciate what you're doing, even though many people may not. When I first heard you, I was like, man, this is a devil. She just blasting God. And but after I got out of that stupid mindset or fixed mindset, I said, this woman is showing the truth. And I appreciate that because what it does for me, it makes me go back, research, and then now look at the hard question and say, okay, Lord, well, why is this? Whether I get an answer or not, at least I'm privy to it. I'm knowledgeable of it. And I say at least somebody that had you don't have balls, but had the guts to look at this face value, even though she's on another side of the track, but which is beneficial for her sake as well as beneficial for my sake, because now I'm getting to see more of the God or the stories of the God that I'm serving. I just want to, I said a lot. I just want to again say thank you. And all the people that has fallen away because of, like the lady said, she didn't get the toy. Why didn't the mama just say, I'm not buying you one? Why not that? Like I tell my daughter, I ain't getting you that. I ain't got no money. Why put that on God? It's just certain silly things, man, that just piss me off. Even with the Christian believers, they want to hold on to certain things and screw up a whole lot of stuff. I appreciate what you do, sister. I appreciate what you do. And whether people want to call you a demon, angry, whatever, I just appreciate what you do for me, not for anybody else, but for me, because you allow me to see things a whole lot different. It hurts, but it also helps me to know do some more studying, do some more research. I found parallel scriptures of myths that coincides almost with the same exact thing as the gospels, all kind of stuff. But guess what? I'm still holding on because like Peter said, and I'm gonna end with this. Jesus asked him, do you want to leave also? And Peter says, where am I? Where would I go? You have, in other words, you have the key to life. And that's what I believe on. Now, if it doesn't happen, oh well. But that's all. I'm like a Peter right now. I'm just holding on to whatever what was given to me and just staying in the Bible because there's too much stuff out there. But again, sister, I appreciate you. It's a lot of work, but I appreciate you for me, not for everybody else, but for me, because of what you're doing. I'm able to see more of what I have not seen before. And that's all I want to say. So people, hey, I'm not the bad guy. It depends on what it is, but she's helping me. When somebody's saying something crazy, then yeah, I'm on the representation side. But right now, I'm not defending and I'm not representing. I'm just thanking my sister, thank her for what she's doing that has helped me. And if it's other folks that's deconstructing and she helping y'all, it is what it is. Many, I don't know, goodings to y'all. I can't say blessings because I don't know how if deconstruction do the blessing thing, but many goodnesses to you, if stuff. So that's so
Thank you. I appreciate it. I swear they tripped me out. But no, but J Moss, let me say this. I want to say thank you, right, for sharing your journey and your story with me, because I think a lot of people don't really hear me when I say my goal is not to take anybody's God away, right?
mhm.
And hearing you say that, you know, you're allowing yourself to study more, to research more, to go outside the book, to find answers, you know, to questions that you have, right? And you're allowing yourself to think and accept information. It's not even like I know some people a question like, why do you still believe, right? You're holding on to the belief, and I understand that. And I know Christians don't think that I understand it, but I do. And who knows, right? Like you may get to the point where you learn even more, and you still say, but I still believe. And
Right.
that I don't have a problem with that. I think the most impactful thing when people begin to reconstruct or deconstruct the beliefs they have about that they are indoctrinated into this religion is how they show up in society, right? And how they interact with other humans, especially the ones that they are around on a daily basis. I love the fact that you allow your daughter to ask questions, and that you are allowing her to decide whether or not this belief system is for her or not. Um, the hell thing could be kind of traumatizing. Um,
That's why I accepted
yeah,
Christ the first time was, hey, you going to hell. So I'm like, you know what? Hey, I ain't trying to go there wherever it is. I'm not doing that run.
yeah.
I jumped on board.
Yeah, and that can be very traumatizing, especially like to a young mind. But the fact that your daughter is like, this don't line with my morals, so if I got to go to hell, then like it tells me that you're doing a good job allowing her um, to stand up for what she believes is right, and she knows herself, right? She's not willing to compromise her morals, and not saying that you are. What I'm saying is, it
I
just
got you. I got you.
yeah, she's not, and you should be very proud of that, because that means that she doesn't fall for or won't fall for peer pressure as easily as most some children do.
Right.
It teaches her to um, know herself and stand up for herself, and feel
And I
confident
tell
in
her to
doing
think,
that.
I tell her to think. I said, no matter which part of life, whether it's in this Bible or outside, you have to think. You have to, and that's what I drill in her. Think. So because I'm a single dad, I just recently got married, but I've, been with my daughter for from 1 to 19, and we're still riding together, you know. And people don't understand the relationship thing, but I have to let her think. I can't tell her. Just like she told me, I said, well, you gonna go to hell then. She said, well, okay, well, I just go to hell. And did it hurt me? Yeah. Because I don't want my daughter to go to hell, but I'm not gonna fearmonger her. You know, I'm not gonna not tell her, you know, certain things or show her certain things, whether scripture or not, you know, because she learned a humbling lesson just a while ago. She thought she can just do what she want to do on these folks' jobs. And one of the good jobs that she had, I kept telling her, this is a good job, you know, and she got fired. And she said, you know what, Dad? I'm changing my attitude a little bit based off this one, you know. And she said, she gave me the scenario that happened. She work at Walmart now, ain't making that much money now, but she said this lady was just cussing me out, and I just put my headphones in, and I said, you know what? I ain't even gonna say nothing. I said, wow, you know. Could I say, oh, that was God? No, I can't say that. I can say what she said. She learned something through an experience that caused her to become humble, and now to realize that certain things. Now, if that was me, I'd have said, you know what, God, you know, the Holy Spirit shut my mouth. That would have been my response. The Holy Spirit shut my mouth, and you know, hey, but really thinking that I can't lose this job. You see what I'm saying? So I that's why I say I'm on both. I understand both sides, because I like, okay, I'd be stupid if I mouth off and lose this job. Now I ain't got nowhere to do my bill. But then I can say, you know what, God, you close my mouth.
Yeah, and I think you pointed out a very important thing. Like with your daughter, she's able to recognize that the experience, right, of her not taking your advice, and her actually like losing the job. She learned a lesson, right? It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have to be that a God did it, or that a God, right, humbled her. It doesn't even have to be a humbling. It's maturing. She matured.
Right.
And some people, don't learn the first time. Some people don't learn the second time. But the fact that, she has a good head on her shoulder, it sounds like, and a good perception. And if she continues in this way, she sounds like she could be very successful in life, because she has the fail fast, fall forward mentality. Like she fails really fast, and she learns from that, and when she fails, she falls forward and she improves. And that's, man, a lot of people have to pay um, um, mentors or advisors,
Mm-hmm.
right, to learn that. And it sounds like that she's already on that trajectory, and if she continues, she's going to be very successful in life. And so I wouldn't word it as a humbling,
Well, I'm
but
using the
a
word
but a
she used.
maturing.
I'm using the word she used
Yeah.
because
Okay. If I were you, I would kind of like help her talk better, you know,
right.
about her life and herself and her experiences, because she doesn't necessarily have to be, this humble person. Like, she should be able to say, I did this, and I'm, proud of myself that I did this, or I matured as a person, or I grew or learned, right? Like
You know the
the words
reason
that we
why.
use. Give me just a second.
Go ahead.
The words that we use about ourselves, we take those words in, right, and we
Right.
believe those words, and we begin to live those words or act those words out intentionally. So I think being aware, go ahead on and helping her, because like I said, she sounds like she has a good head on her shoulder, but you know getting her to start talking about herself in such a positive way, she would be a force to reckon with.
Right. And man, it's a beautiful thing, because the reason why she used that word, because she plenty of jobs she just walked off and felt like, oh, I can just do this, I can do whatever I want. And when she said humble, I was like, okay, not mature, yeah, but when she says, okay, my behavior is not lining up, and she said, so that was a humbling moment for me. I was like, okay, cool, long as she see that, because if
Now
I
I
was,
get that, saying that something is a humbling moment.
yeah,
Yeah, I get that. I get that 100%.
she's a firecracker. Now she gonna let you. She gonna go in on you, And but sometimes I feel like, hey, you calm that down. I mean, like, you got me and your mama in you, plus your own little thing going on. And hey, I'm good with you, but hey, sometimes certain places, certain things can't be done. And she's learning that. She's learning. I'm not handcuffing her. I'm not throwing scripture at her. I'm not doing all that because she already know, hey, all right, where the respect line is drawn. You don't cross this one, and I'm not gonna cross that. So, and I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate what you do because it helps me. It kind of, it's like this. Even though I'm married now, it's just been for a year. Well, not even a year, 8 months. But anyway, so what you say kind of helps me in the sense on how I not guide her, but share certain things. Even though I've been doing it, but this helps me like, okay, I'm not doing it wrong. So hey, okay, let her be herself because I hear a lot of people say when they was a Christian they was tied up, they couldn't do this, and I felt that one time. I used to be a big on rap, Tupac, Biggie, all those folks. And I rededicated my life. I'm throwing all my CDs away. I'm going straight hard. Man, I went right back and bought those same CDs like this don't even work. This don't even make sense. And it wasn't until I started maturing, like, okay, this trying to clean my mind. I don't want to hear all this filth and, so forth and so on. But it took time, and listening to you and all the people, I'm like, wow, I did go through that. But the only thing, I think it was not on this live, I think it was Rhea or either Christina. See, I listen to all y'all. Christina live. Someone said in their live about salvation. I don't even care about salvation. And that's like remind me of what my daughter said. And I said that's the only thing that I'm holding on to because I looked into other beliefs and the end didn't sound as good as this one. So, I'm going to stick this one out, even though I know the weather's going to change. God may or may not be there, however it is. But because I'm believing that the end prize is going to be the grand thing, that's what I'm holding. That, just to be honest with you, that's what I'm holding on to. Because what you believe and what I believe, I don't have nothing different than just the belief system. You can love, you can feed the homeless. I can love and I can feed the homeless the same way. It's nothing different. But the only thing is, I'm just believing that the end part is my trophy. It's just getting up there, being at the door, whatever it is. I don't know, bowing down, being whoever at the door and letting the other folks in. I don't know, but that's all I got. You know what I'm saying? That's what's keeping me believing and moving forward is like, okay, there's a finish line somewhere and it says I can get in. I just got to make sure I get in. But then do I worry about me falling? Do I worry about, no, I don't. I can't, I don't have time. That's too much of a headache. I got to live life. You know what I'm saying? But if God say don't steal, then I'm not going to steal because, hey, that's a part of me getting in that heaven, that trophy. If he say don't, well, I do lie. So, I might not get nothing for that one, but anyway, well, the ones that I know I ain't gonna do, and it ain't gonna hurt me or some type of way. I strive for that. But so just like I said, I go through real life, man, and being a single dad now I got a wife, and I'm like I ain't used to that, but I'm older, so she can help me out because my daughter already told me she ain't trying to stick around when I get older to help me out. And I'm like, really? I'm here all this long and you gonna tell me that? But I guess what? I respect that. So and that's one thing I think a lot of people don't do. They don't balance out certain things because I'm always praying. Hey, help me balance this out because I don't know really what I'm doing. But this is all I know. And I'm reading the scriptures. I don't even go to church. I'm gonna tell you, I don't even go to church. I told the pastor, I get tired of hearing y'all talk about tithe and stuff that's irrelevant to living. It's only what y'all can get. And he looked at me and we went our separate ways. I haven't been in church for like 20 some odd years. But I only believe what I'm believing because that's all. That's the Bible is all I know. In other words, but I'm still learning it. But
Yeah.
I'm not trying to go nowhere now. I'm not trying to go nowhere. I'm just putting it out there for anybody thinking that I'm on the fence or wavering. It's just that I'm being real. That's all I got. I looked into.
Well, and I definitely appreciate you and your honesty. Um,
I would want to debate one
that's
of those things one day. I'm trying to get the nerve up because you're a
J
boy. When
Mouse,
you
J
go,
Mouse, J Mouse, J Mouse.
you.
Thinker was
Oh,
in the
my
middle of a
fault. My
sentence.
fault.
Give her
My
time.
fault.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you.
it's okay. No, I was just saying that I do appreciate your honesty, and that. I can't. Like I would be an asshole, right, at this moment to just pick apart, your belief system. That you're not trying to force it on me. You're being open minded. You're talking about your growth, right? Which is that to me is that's a win, right? Like I appreciate that. And like you say, like you're not trying to go anywhere, and that's perfectly fine, right? That's perfectly fine. Again, it's about what you do with the belief, how you show up in society, right, and how you engage with other humans. Is that like there really is no harm in you for yourself, believing that there is a reward for you at the end of life, or that you're going to heaven. That doesn't harm anybody as long as you're not telling people that if you don't believe like me, you're gonna burn for eternity. Which I think, from what I hear, like you're kind of learning. But growth is the most important thing, right? And so, thank you again for sharing that. And when you are ready, I don't know if you want to do that though, like, because I'm not gonna take it easy, if that makes sense. Like I don't candy coat. I don't know if you want to do that.
That's why I say I'm trying to muster up the strength because when you go in, you go in. But it's just something. I was like, man, I'm gonna get up there. Then like, nah, I ain't getting up there. That when she go in, she go in. I'm like, nah. But it's gonna be one day. I'm gonna have a little courage and strength, to come up there and just, But I'm gonna take it like I'm gonna say it like this, thinker. Whatever you bring, it's going to be a learning experience for me because I know that what you're bringing is straight out truth. It's like there when you spoke about Nebuchadnezzar not being a Nebuchadnezzar, and then I looked it up and it was like, wow, that isn't the Nebuchadnezzar that was the one that went through what this Nebuchadnezzar went through. And I was like, but that didn't stop my belief part. But what that was like, now I have something to go on to say, okay, let me look more into these things and do some more checking, even though it's not going to stop me from believing with my trophy. But it's like, wow. And I would not have an answer. I could not do it, but I would just do it just to be
As
doing it.
to learn
Yeah.
yeah. And I think these conversations are great study habits, right? Like it helps us learn more. It raises new questions, new points of research. So yeah, I agree. And when I say I'm not gonna go easy, that's what, like, I when people come in here, I always say, like, it's voluntary, and if you're not comfortable asking the hard questions, if you're not comfortable getting the learning information that may or may not shake your faith, then don't have a conversation with me, because I'm gonna stick to the text, and
Right.
I don't candy coat. But I also know how to gauge whether a person is ready to hear that information or not. And I have no desire, unless a person pisses me the fuck off and tells me that I deserve to die and go to hell. I have no desire to, like, yank people up from their faith. Like, that's not my goal at all.
And that's what I other think other Christians assuming that you're doing. Because when I first heard your live, that's what I thought. But after I started listening to your live, it was a whole different perspective that I got from it. And I was like, okay, those who are already turned away or in deconstruction, this is for them. So but you're causing those who are not to think about what they're believing. And it's not, as and I heard you say it a lot of times, you're not trying to get folks to turn away, it's just to think. And I see that they don't want to think, they just want to accept what's there as not being there, if that makes sense. It's like my mom's not my mom, but my mom's an alcoholic. Somebody's pointed out, but then I'm saying no, she's not an alcoholic. That's she just like to drink. And then if she likes to drink, then that's okay that she wants to drink, because she can do what she want to do because she's my mom and she owns the house. Okay, if you want to accept that for it is, but it is, she's still an alcoholic. That's how I see it, So I appreciate it again. I even enjoy Bash's live too. I get on there and we'll talk, chop it up on both sides of the fence, because I think me and him from the same background, Kojic, raised in that holiness type thing.
I was in Kojic too, but yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So we are family, but now we just, hey, you went to New York and I'm down in Georgia doing my thing, you doing your thing. I'm not saying, I'm just using it as an analogy.
yeah. I
I do
understand.
appreciate you still as, my sister, and doing what you're doing, and I'm gonna continue to listen, cause I like it. I don't get it the full. I think you be on with like 11 hours or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get the full 11. I probably get one or two, but the one or two that I get I think are very informative, because I've been on one where you went in on some folks, boy. I mean, like, you were just like AK hot, and I would put it like this. I don't even like seeing you get like that, because I see what you're doing, and it's like, why these folks don't see that you don't have an answer for what she's asking? Why not just humbly bow down, concede, and say, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying, instead of trying to force feed you something that, anyway. But I appreciate you, Simone. I appreciate you, M. Now, can I ask you something,
Of
Thinker?
course.
This TikTok Thinker, is that a real person there, or?
Yeah,
Cause,
that's my backup account.
oh, okay, because I'm
Yeah.
like, wait a minute now. She
That
don't never
person don't
say
ever talk.
right. Yeah.
That's my boo. I still stay
Yeah.
down there like that.
Yeah, that's my backup account in case we get somebody reports us, like
Oh,
and TikTok takes me down. I'll go live from that account. So I put it up there for people to follow it, so
okay.
they can always be able to follow the live in case this one gets suspended.
Okay. I'm glad to know. So, is there any way that I can, because I'm following this live. Is there any way I can follow that live? Just point it to do the same thing.
Yeah, just touch the profile picture and
Okay.
follow it.
Oh, well, it's sending me. It says send something to her.
On the, like, I think you got to touch the name. Is there a plus sign? Do you see a plus sign where the mute button would be?
No, I just see TikTok Thinker mute button. Then there's some things that's the numbers are going up.
So if you click on the name TikTok Thinker, there should be a follow button. It doesn't show you a follow button.
Like after you click and you see the gifts, click
Uh
the
huh.
face again. So up top on that
Oh,
screen there.
okay.
Yeah, click that again and it'll let you follow it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm following that one too. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get off here. I appreciate you listening to me. As you can see, I'm not. I might be a talker or whatnot, but I think that's what people are talking about. This guy talks too much. I think that's it, because I'm not a bad guy, as you can see. But I appreciate what you're doing. Again, for me, appreciate. I never hear Simone say too much, but except for when
You've
somebody.
heard me. You just don't realize.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, again, y'all have a good day. I don't celebrate the holidays, none of that. I did all that when I was younger, going out partying and all that stuff. Now I'm older. I'm just sitting back trying to wind down. So hey, y'all be good. I gotta put a
Thank
baby
you.
crib
Same to
together.
you.
All right, now.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Appreciate you, J Miles. Thank you.
Appreciate you too.
He was nice. He was
Yeah,
nice.
Why did
you
the
were nice
comments
to
not
me.
want him up?
When you say M,
Why did the comments not want him
I think because he does monologue, but like they were tripping me out in the comments. Y'all had me thinking that he was gonna be like a crash out or something. Yeah, very authentic and honest. Very nice. Okay, so if you're waiting to come up and you are in the guest box, can you please comment? If you are a Christian, if you're a Muslim, if you're deconstructing, or a atheist / non-believer, the guest box is open. Comment and let me know, please. I think people are asking for a whatnot. Javarius, I don't see you. Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you, Thinker?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
What you
Well,
got?
I'm just gonna say, I don't know if you celebrate Christmas, right? I don't know.
Oh, I
I was
do.
gonna
I
say,
do.
yeah, Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
You
Merry
got me
Christmas to
through
you.
some tough times this year. I don't catch the whole 11 hours, but I follow you on YouTube, so I watch the parts. So I tend to sleep through most of the crash outs when you start yelling at people. So then I kind of watch those on YouTube. Like, because it's always weird because it starts off very cordial and then you say something that that they don't fully understand, and then when they finally get it, they're like, oh wait, no, defense mode.
Yeah.
Then you start getting mad.
They start gaslighting or trying to twist my mind up. Yeah. And then I don't like that, and sometimes they can be hilarious and fun. They can be fun.
Yeah. No, but I also think that the conversations like the ones you just had are also like good just for like your mental health, where people are just honest with where they are and not trying to, convert everybody every second that they breathe. I think that's a very refreshing perspective to have. It is because it's so rare, especially with the Christians I deal with.
Yeah, I agree too. And if we could have, that be a normal thing, there's no
Yeah.
telling what type of progress we could make in society. If we
Yes, I
just
have to
respected that.
ask. I know I know that your show's 11 hours, so I thought that you were like on the West Coast, because I was like, "There's no way like she's in the Central or Eastern time zone staying up 11 hours." And then I was with Bash. He's like, "No, she's not in California." I was like, "What?" So how do you stay up the whole time?
Well, I before I even started doing the lives, I would stay up and work on my company while the kids would sleep. I went to college in the middle of the night.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just so used to I get most of my stuff done. I'm a night owl. I sleep when most people are working a 9 to 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I sleep 4 hours on, 4 hours off. So my schedule, I don't necessarily follow the traditional 8 hours a night thing, but I do get sleep.
Yeah, that reminds me of when I was in college. I used to I, I used to have like a regular sleeping schedule for like the first 2 weeks of the semester, and then after that, it was just whenever I could get some sleep. Always staying up all night, especially in grad school. Grad school, my sleeping schedule was just not healthy. So, if I could describe it. I mean, I don't even think grad school is a healthy experience in general, because I don't think I was ever as stressed out as I was in grad school. It was it was a lot.
Yeah.
It was a lot, but yeah. No, I didn't know what to think about the whole deconstruction space, because I guess I didn't understand it. I'm not closed-minded about things at all. Because if I can see the logic and I can see the proof and the rationale, like I'm the type of person who, like, I follow debates on YouTube, just because I like the rhetoric of it, uh, and the argument kind of beneath. A lot of people don't understand that sometimes when you say things, there's like an intrinsic argument that you're trying to make underneath it, even if you're purporting to say something that's nice and kind. My mom does it all the time. Like she'll say, I'm not judging LGBTQ folks, but I can't condone it. But it's like, what would you even do with that? Why would you need to condone someone's lifestyle that has nothing to do with you? And she can never explain it, but I can't really press that argument because, she's my mom. Like, I can't. I mean, I could, but, I don't have any sort of animus towards how I was raised, at least not that aspect of it. But it's just, but you always approach arguments in a way that are fundamentally sound, and it's not like you're reaching, it's just you're literally reading the book to them, and they can't handle it because they haven't read them.
Yeah, but and I understand it because like most of the beliefs are extra biblical, right?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you marry two texts or two different beliefs together. You kind of gotta create or reinterpret some stuff to make it match, the belief. So I get it, right? I get their reluctance in accepting it, but the behavior behind it, I don't get. And then like to the guy in the comments, like you're begging to debate. Like that's what you're saying. Please, it's almost as if, right? You need to like that behavior. It's like they're fiending for it. I don't understand that.
It's like there's a certain part of the Christian doctrine that I don't get, which is like this external validation that you need. Not that it's not enough for you to believe, you need everyone else to believe. And for the homeless to believe, and for the guy down the street to believe as well. It is just weird, I guess is one way to put it, because I don't know why you would need the extra validation. Because if your salvation is guaranteed and you are living a righteous life, that should be enough. You shouldn't have to proselytize, especially if you're not preaching.
Their life, right, should be the evidence. But because there really isn't a like a readily seen difference, they have to do all the proselytizing and special pleading because there isn't a like a seen difference or a known difference between them and somebody who don't believe.
Have you ever heard of the B.B. King quote when someone asked him, what's the difference between playing the blues and playing gospel?
No.
So someone asked him this question, because I'm an avid blues fan, and if you know anything about the blues, it's considered the devil's music. Not because of any real theological reason, just because they sang songs that dealt with real issues people were going through. So they asked him the question, and B.B. King said when he was busking in Memphis, someone would come and ask him to play a hymn or a gospel song, and he would get through playing it, and instead of paying him, they would say, you know what? God heard that song. You're going to heaven. And he loved it. And when someone would ask him to play a blues song, they paid him in cash. And that's why he started playing the blues for them, because he had bills to pay. Like, yeah, it's great, the comfort, I guess, of knowing that, it kind of eases the fear of the unknown, but, we have bills to pay. You can't eat salvation.
Yep, that's true. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add before we bring up someone else?
No. You can get a better debate than me, I guess.
Well, I enjoyed talking with you. I hope you have a beautiful day. I know you don't celebrate. Thank you for coming up and all your kind words as well.
No, I do celebrate with family. It's more, Christmas has more of a secular meaning to me anyway. I was never spiritual in terms of attaching Christ to Christmas. But no, I hope you enjoy the day, and hopefully you take a nap so you can get through the festivities, whatever you guys have planned. But enjoy your day. Thank you, and thanks for bringing me up.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Christians, y'all are pagans. What the fuck? You are an Israelite. Like you are pagan. Like, stop typing that bullshit in my comments. You are an Israelite. A pagan is somebody who is not in, like, you weren't an Israelite. You literally are a pagan. The fuck. And then, like, even othering people in that way. Stop worshiping pagan holidays. Stop sitting with pagans. Like, the fuck? Like, it is so crazy. Like, Paul literally in this book had to go off on James because James was treating y'all the way y'all be trying to treat people today. I mean, not James, Peter. He went off on Peter. He's like, hey, when the Jews come in town, you want to act like you don't know a pagan. You want to act like you don't know a Gentile. You be sitting with them, eating with them, living with them, sleeping with them. Now all of a sudden, you too good for the pagans. You too good for the Gentiles. Now y'all up in my comments, like, literally forgot who you were. Like, you forgot you was them. You forgot you was that girl. That's crazy. Duet Master.
Hey.
Hi. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, I gotta take you down, okay?
Yeah.
Why?
You gotta be 25.
I am 25. I'm just joking.
Bye.
He hasn't been born yet.
You said she hasn't been born yet. She sounded like she might have been 7, yeah. I don't know who's in here. Like, I think some people has been in here all night. I don't know. If you are a Christian or a Muslim, can you comment? The last two were let's see. Are you in the guest box? Like, I'm asking, like, if you're in the guest box, not if you're in the comments. If you're in the guest box waiting to come on stage, can you let me know, please? If you're in the request waiting to come up. Like, you don't have to let me know. If you're not in the request box, you don't have to let me know what you identify as. Just only if you're in the guest box waiting to come up. I see you, Delamore. Give me just a second. I'm trying to get some variety. Give me just a second.
You know, there was something that J Moss said, and it was noisy around me, so I couldn't respond. But it wasn't bad. It was just the fact that it makes me think about how we always get mad at Eve and be like, oh, she was so dumb to do that. But she wasn't told what would happen. Like, it's like, why would Eve do this and cause us to have all this pain? She didn't know.
She said she's crazy. Shanti, I'm gonna help you out, right? If you think that you're getting mocked in here, I'm gonna block you so that you don't ever feel like that ever again. At least not from me. Okay? You don't know how to help yourself, so I'm gonna help you. All right? If you are in the request box and you are waiting to come up and you identify either as a Christian or a Muslim, can you please comment? And don't comment complaining that you're here, right? Just leave. I don't want to see your complaints about you being here. All right, Selena, can you start with this one? I think he said he's a Christian. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, I just saw the comment. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing
Curtis?
swell. You folks doing?
Alrighty. How old are you?
I'm well over 18.
You have to be well over that. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, thank you. Um, so you see the topics on the side of the screen in the red.
Yeah. Yes, the
Would
topics,
you like to
and that's why I joined. Um,
say
so
again?
a lot of folks, all atheists, basically, all atheists have a straw man or just a
No.
misunderstanding.
So choose. Let's start over. Choose one of the topics and start there. You get to choose one.
Well, they can all be abolished with just
You
a
get to choose
proper,
one.
correct
You get to
definition of
choose
what
one.
God is.
You get to
So
choose one.
I'm not
You
going to
get
let
to
you
choose
have a
one.
straw
You
man
get to choose one.
definition of
You
what
get to
God is.
choose one. You get to choose one.
That was short lived.
So there's that straw man. Anyone else would like to join? And you get to choose one topic. I don't understand how you came up here crashing out. Oh, I was on the button, Lala. I was on the button. But I don't understand how he came up here already crashing out when we're
What
just trying to
happened to the
have
guy?
a conversation.
What
He wasn't gonna
happened?
let
It's
us
like,
he wasn't gonna let us have a straw man
yeah,
argument.
it's
What?
like Simone was interrupting his life.
Yeah.
She was interrupting his life?
Yeah.
His life.
I was yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's get him out of here.
I was not allowing him to tell us. Yeah, Lala snatched him. I was about to, as soon as I hit the button and said this user does not exist. I said, "Oh, somebody got him before I could."
Oh my gosh. I told y'all y'all helped me get to that final point of
Right.
being confident and that I do not believe in a God. Like y'all can't show no type of proof that this whatever belief helps y'all be any better than me without one. None. If you're waiting to come on stage, can you comment, please? Open my Pop-Tart.
I just bought my son some. I just left the store from buying my son some Pop Tarts.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, "I don't like eggs. Can you get some Pop Tarts?" He's
Are you in the
25.
Oh wow. Benjamin, I don't see you in the guest request. You have to request. Like if you want to come on stage, you have to send a request. That's what I've been eating, the strawberry frosted ones.
That's what I got him.
They're the best.
Yeah.
You gotta request, Benjamin. Ooh, I don't like the brown sugar ones.
Those are disgusting.
Yeah. No. Okay, there are 19 people in the guest request. If you're in the I'm gonna start clearing it out. If you're in the guest request and you are a Christian or a Muslim, can you comment? Don't comment and ask to come up if you haven't hit request. Ibrahim, stop using caps in my comments. Dean, I don't see you in the box. Oh, there you go. The caps be weird. Like, why do anybody need to type in all caps like that? Unless they have a vision impairment, I understand it. Goodness gracious. Dean, hi, how are you?
Spamming the same thing. How are you doing, Tink? Are you good? God bless you all.
I'm doing good. Are you Christian? Are you Muslim?
Yeah, I'm
Or
a born again Christian.
mm-hmm. And
I
what
come from
topic?
I come from a Catholic religious background, being Irish. Live in the UK. Gave my life to Jesus in 2018, and
Okay, that's okay.
born
I
again.
don't need that history. Okay. What topic up here did you come up here to discuss?
I mean, listen, it is what it is. Or whatever topic.
I don't do that. Okay.
What,
I don't.
what
What did you come up for?
how does belief in Santa work differently than belief in God?
Okay.
So, do you believe in Santa?
Can somebody screenshot what this person said? Don't mute him yet. Can y'all screenshot that for me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then you can mute and block them. And then if somebody can put it in the Discord.
Wow.
All right. Go ahead. I'm pretty sure
You
that was
know,
one of your fellow brothers and sisters in Christ.
so I didn't see what they did, or I didn't look. I don't look.
You would be very, very. I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't. I don't know.
I don't look in the comment section, so I don't know what
It's
they.
okay. You didn't see it. That's fine. Go ahead and talk about your topic.
What did they? What did they? What? I
Don't
mean,
worry about it.
yeah, I don't worry about much.
Okay. Are you gonna discuss a topic, or do I need to take you down?
I mean, there's no need for it to take me down. I'll just come on. But yeah, if you want to take me down, that's up.
All right. Can we block that person, please? I swear, every day, I'm grateful every day that I am not a Christian. Delamora, how are you?
Good. I just wanted to I'm walking my dog, but I wanted to like say thank you also. Just to say thank you. I know. And also I just wanted to discuss the part where you said about the pagan part, when you said they were them or they are them in a
Mm-hmm.
sense. So, remember, I don't know if you watched it. Anybody watched the Aretha movie or the Aretha documentary?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, so you should watch both. She don't like the documentary because they tell all her tea, like all her tea, and then she likes the movie. But they did it after she died.
Fun fact: my son is
So,
in the movie. He's her son in the movie.
what,
Your son is?
girl?
Yeah, my son is Aretha's son in the movie. So yeah. So
Oh
yeah, y'all watch
wow.
it,
What?
stream it. He gets paid anytime y'all watch it, so y'all continue to watch it. Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna watch it again.
What's the name
But
of it?
it was good.
It's respect. It's called
Aretha,
respect.
no respect,
What
and
is it
then the
on?
documentary's on.
What is it streaming on?
You should. It was on
It's
HBO
respect.
Max one
It's
time. I don't
yeah. It's on Max and
know
it's
where
on
it's at. You
Prime.
probably
Y'all
could
look
do
on Prime.
Amazon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So since you watched it, Simone, remember when they was her daddy was a pastor, but they never
Yep.
revealed who was her first baby daddy because she had a
Exactly.
child.
Yep.
In the documentary they try to be messy, but in the movie they try to say that somebody came in the room while
And
she
raped
was
yeah,
supposed to be
and raped her.
asleep.
Sorry. Yeah. Yep.
So in the story it tells like how if when you used to be in the church, I know when when I used to go to church, he'd be like, and y'all need to stop going to the parties and stop going to clubs and stop drinking. But didn't they do that back in the day when they used to have those
Yep.
conferences or them what they call them gospel tours? They'll be drinking. doing all types of stuff. So I asked, I was like, this can't be true. I don't think that's true. So when I did a little research, that's what the man and woman conferences was about. Like they have parties and do certain things that they say that we not supposed to do, certain activities and stuff like that. So I was just like, it like you just made another point, and that's why I was like, yeah, just like the Aretha movie, but they won't say all that because when I did ask the pastor, I was like, did y'all used to do this? And he was like, I don't know about that, and I was
Oh
like, but
wow.
I don't know. But that's what they do. Well, they like to say, well, times is different, or they like to say something like that. I was like, but this is around your time. You used to say you went on gospel tours and stuff like that. That's what they call them, gospel tours. So that's what I really want to say, and also just to show my gratitude and thank you for this panel and for you and hoping spreading positivity for next year to for this this panel and this community continue to stay strong as throughout the years.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for letting me know about the movie Respect. I hadn't heard about it. And Selena, how the hell is your son in the movie and you haven't told us about it?
And Jennifer
My bad.
Hudson played. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my bad. So I don't think about stuff like that until someone says it, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's my baby.
What other movies has he been on so we can support?
He was a series regular on Black Mafia Family, BMF, about the
Okay, it stars. I watched that. I watched that here and there. Okay.
Yeah, he's the son of the police detective. The guy that everyone hates, Charles from Diary of a Mad Black Woman. He did
That's him?
Tom Holland. Yeah, that's my baby.
Okay. Oh, gee.
Tom Holland's. There's a show on Apple TV. He played in that. He was an inmate.
Okay.
But a sweet little kid. Like it was like, oh, this is a misunderstanding. He's done that.
Right.
He's done. Oh my gosh. There's a couple other things that are still in pre-production. I mean, in post-production, and then he's got a TV series that they're working on, trying to get it greenlit. So y'all, fingers crossed.
It's gonna get done.
Thank you.
I have a friend that he's in the media production too. He like write plays and he mostly works in the background now. Like he worked with Issa Rae and things like that, but in the background and things like that. So I always, every time he tell me, hey, I'm on this show, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna support it so you can continue to like do what you're doing. And then he's also trying to get someone to pick up his films and stuff like that. He was honored and what's that thing? Well, where is it? We normally go to it. Essence Fest. He was on an Essence Fest this year actually. One of his films. So yeah, but you should watch it, Thinker. Jennifer Hudson played the heck out of that. She is really underrated. The way she did her mannerisms and everything, it was Aretha boots down. The way she talked, the way she
was.
I was like, what? Y'all got to give this lady more than what she deserves because she did that.
To see her transform on set, because she would, we'd sit and talk with her in the break room, in her trailer, and then for her to go on set and be a totally different, you're like, hold up. Wait a minute.
Right. She did that. And it's just like, that some people really don't get the flowers that I feel like she is very underrated. Her voice is very talented and her acting skills is good too. When I thought, I was like, a lot of people, even if you watch the documentary of one, because Aretha, really didn't like that one because it told more of her. It was like unbiased, which sometimes I can understand, but I feel like, sometimes we need, more information. The lady really didn't she did okay. The actress is good, but she didn't do what Aretha would do in a sense. Because if you look at the two different, you'd be like, okay, you can see Aretha acting like that, but the other one in the documentary, you'd be like, you question it, like, that ain't Aretha. So
Exactly.
yeah,
So Jennifer Hudson
Jennifer
plays
Hudson really
Aretha
did.
in
Yeah,
Respect.
on
The
Respect, on
movie.
the movie,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
but on the documentary, if I could ever, if you want to look at both and
It's
because I looked
it's
at both to
Cynthia
dissect.
Erivo.
Yep, I think that's yes. You can dissect both because like the movie is more biased. She had control over that. Like, don't tell all my business. But the documentary, because I remember she did an interview with somebody and she basically was like, he really went in deep details and she got offended. They put it in the movie too, a little bit, like how the man was telling all her business and she had to like, she was fighting with her husband in that scene about it, and how he was telling her business and stuff. That journalist really went into depth detail, so that's how they did the documentary, because he went into a lot of details.
Did they have permission to do her documentary, or like did?
So
From
the
what I've
film was
heard, go you
greenlit.
first.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh no, go.
no, no, you first, because you know, like I heard, like go first, because we probably gonna say the same thing.
Probably, yeah. The film, the film she wanted done, and her sons actually, they were producers on the film. The series that they did on her, it was like sort of kind of unauthorized.
Oh wow.
It was like maybe one person in the family said cool, but everybody else was like, nah, nah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
so
definitely check it out. Selena, I'm gonna kick your ass. So when you said Charles, I had to look it up. I'm like, which character is Charles? Because it's been a minute. Girl,
What I do?
don't do that to her.
like what
Don't
the
do that.
fuck? First off, he looks just like you. Second off, like I can remember watching that movie and I could not stand him. So tell him he did a damn good job. He did a good ass job. But also he was in like I see him in a lot of stuff.
So that's my son's dad in the film.
Oh, okay, that's your
in the
son's
in the
dad.
movie.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's my son's dad in the movie. But they do look alike.
Damn. That's crazy. Were y'all together for a long time?
No. My dad, my son plays his son.
Oh, your son plays his son. Okay.
Yeah, but they've cast it correctly because they look alike.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like, holy shit. Okay. I okay. I was going to say, how the hell? I was going to say, if that's your son, I was going to say, holy shit. Okay. I thought you said Charles was your son, the one that played Charles. You're saying your son played Charles's son.
Yes, because
Okay.
that's how everybody knows. That's how everybody knows who he is. I have to say his name was Charles in Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
Okay. All right. Okay. I was going to say, God damn, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I'm like, oh, okay. And then with the picture that they have up here, like with the glasses and stuff, I'm like, dang, he looks like her. But you say your son looks like him?
So my son, wait, you probably seen my son with the glasses on. That's my son, the
You're the one
little
with
young
the
boy.
glasses. Yeah, but
Yeah, you
the
probably
man
seen
that
him.
played the dad, that's not the man that played Charles
That's
is not your son.
Yeah, that's not my son. No.
Okay. That's who I thought you were talking about. And that the picture that they have of him, he has the glasses on, and so I was like, dang, okay, they look alike. But what was your son's name in the movie? I can't. It's been such a long time since I've seen it.
No, so in the Aretha Franklin thing, his name is Christopher. In
Okay.
the show that he plays Charles's son, it's Black Mafia Family. But he
Oh, okay.
wasn't in. Yeah, he wasn't. He. I don't think my son was born yet when they did Diary of a
Oh,
Mad
okay. I
Black
was going to
Woman.
say because I thought you had an older son.
Oh yeah, I do,
With
but none of them. The one that's acting now, my older son that's acting now, he wasn't in any of those films yet.
okay,
We working on
okay,
him.
okay. So is your whole entire family in film? Are all of y'all
It's
into
just
film?
no, it's just me, my youngest son, my third oldest son, and then my daughter is wanting to get into directing, so I'm working on her with that. And then my other daughter that dances. So it's four in
So is
the
this gonna
arts.
be the Wayne's family?
We
That's what it
trying.
sounds
We
like, don't it?
trying.
I'm seeing. Well, I'm here for it because I
Yeah.
love the Wayne's family. I did a little research on them too, on how they really tried to help people, and how they tried to help each other too. So I do live for stuff like that. So
Yeah, and Marlon is also in the Respect movie, and
he
he was
is
laughing at
so
us about
fine.
that. Oh my God, listen, whew, have mercy. But he was laughing at us. He said, "Y'all trying to be the Wayne." I said, "We trying to be on y'all level. You don't understand."
Hey, I ain't
See,
mad at it. Let it happen. Let it
okay,
be.
I love to see it. So.
All right. Thank you for coming up. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add, Delamar?
No, I just, like I said, I wanted to give gratitude and speak positivity, for the next year and stuff like that. And just say happy holidays. I don't celebrate the holidays, but I just want to include all of them because you don't know what everybody celebrates. And like I said, express gratitude. And then it mentioned that because, they don't like to be called out on this stuff. And I had to mention about how they used to go to parties and do parties and drinks and do activities that they say they're not supposed to do in the Bible.
Well, that is a very interesting point. I never even considered that they would even be doing that. So that's interesting.
They do. If you look at that movie, you'll be like, "What?
That's wild.
Okay." And it was true, especially mostly like when they start doing. That's how Martin Luther King used to be part of them too. He'll be going too, because remember Aretha dad and Martin Luther King was good friends.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah,
I'm gonna definitely check it out. Give me something to watch over the weekend.
okay. But like I said, I don't want to say nothing else because I know you want to have. But I just want to tell you thank you and give positive energy and stuff like that. That's it.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. That's interesting. The gospel tours is the place to get drunk and have sex. It's interesting. All right. If you are waiting to come on stage, please comment so that we can bring you up. Will?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Um, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am not. And that's why I wanted to come up and say I appreciate this conversation because um, I've always thought that it's ridiculous that, as children, our parents are the ones that we're supposed to trust. Um, and Yeah, I know that sometimes you keep things from your kids, but when it comes to Santa, they're just outright lying to these kids. And even when the kids start to smarten up and ask, well, hey, how does he get down the chimney or this or that? They start to realize, like, okay, maybe this isn't realistic. We double down and lie to them even more and make up some
Yeah.
other magical story to make it even bigger than that. And it's just like, I think subconsciously when we get older, that has an effect on us because we realize that our parents lied to us for all of our childhood. And if they lied to us about Santa, then what else did they lie to us about? And obviously, none of us had traumatic experiences from learning, that Santa wasn't real. Um, I mean,
Well,
some people.
there was somebody on the
Yeah.
live today, a fellow nerd who had a very dramatic experience from it. And it actually, like, hers was a double whammy. Like, she learned that Santa wasn't real and neither was Jesus at the same damn time.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it because there are some kids that like they still believe when they're like 13 years old or something. It's like what the like maybe they were homeschooled or something. I don't know, but like yeah, I tried to explain to my sister. I'm like, these kids by the time they're like 7 years old, they've already heard from their kids at school, and the older brothers or cousins or whatever like have already told them. They already know. They're just playing along because they know as long as they keep playing along, they get more presents. But also the fact that like why are parents giving credit to this overweight old ass white guy? Why are we giving him credit for the presents that we bought for our own children? And they're usually, uh, I mean, not always, but sometimes they're the best presents. Sometimes, like the bike is from Santa. It's like, no, we should be taking credit for that. We should not be giving the credit to some man that doesn't exist at all. And I feel the same way when it comes to like surgery. My mom every time she had a surgery, she's like, "Oh, God saved me again." And I'm like, "Well, actually, it was the doctors. Let's give them credit for what they did." You know?
That's why I would say I think so like I did teach my kids about sin, but I didn't do all the whole naughty nice type that stuff. But like I think it indoctrinates kids. Let me ask you this: do you think parents use it as a way to teach kids morals, the same way God is said to be used to teach adults morals?
I don't think it's necessary to teach them morals, but it's to make them believe that they're being watched at all times,
Yeah.
and and that's going to have a negative effect on them in the future, the same way that they do with God. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so, I mean, I guess, yeah, maybe the kids, but are the kids being good because they're being taught that it's the moral thing to do, or are they doing it because they just want more presents?
That's it. They doing it the same way with Christians, though, right? Like, so the kid does it because they're afraid of being put on the naughty list, right? And a lot of
Yep.
times when we talk to Christians, they're they're doing it because they're afraid of being put on the naughty list. They're afraid of going to hell,
If it
right?
wasn't for hell, they probably wouldn't care.
Yeah. So for me, it just seems like the same thing, you know?
Yeah, and that's the other weird thing about it is that how many Christian people play along to the Santa because it's like Santa's literally taking the place of God in a way.
Yes, to me, he's the cartoon god.
He is.
He's like the first introduction, like to indoctrinating children into being able to believe illogical shit on a large scale, right? And so, like, as kids grow up and they learn that Santa isn't real, they learn how to get over that disappointment, but they never learn how to get over the disappointment or entertain or engage the idea that maybe God isn't real. That's the harmful, more harmful part. But yeah, I think Santa's like the cartoon god.
Well, in the imagery, I mean, if you just gave Jesus white hair and a little bit more weight, they almost look alike as well.
Yep.
they're
What's so
almost they're
crazy is
almost
the Bible
identical. You
does
just
say the Bible says that God has hair like wool.
well, yeah. I mean,
His
I
hair is
I
white
understand.
like no, not I didn't say that right. The Bible says his hair is white like wool. Not his hair is like wool. His hair is white like wool. So he really is supposed to have white woolly hair. Like he's supposed to have like a white. He's supposed to have the hair like Santa Claus. Let me say it like that. Like he's
I,
supposed to have white hair.
I took that to just basically mean that he was originally a person of color.
No, that means that he was a transfigured sheep. Like he went from being a lamb to being
Mhm.
a matured sheep. Like it's not even describing a human. It's not describing color. Like it says his head and his hair are white like wool. Not his hair is like wool. Like most people think that that's what it's saying, but it's not. He goes from being the Lamb of God, right? And when he dies and he ascends, he transfigures into a sheep. The
Mm.
full grown. So it's a vision that John is having, right? And he sees the mature version of Jesus as a full transfiguration of no longer being the lamb, but being an adult lamb, which is a sheep.
So do you this so this is the other thing though. It's like I know a lot of people that if it weren't if it weren't for them being reborn, for lack of a better term, I guess, they'd probably still be users and abusers and criminals. A lot of people change their life around it. I mean, a lot of times it's because they went to jail and they started reading the Bible and then they just realized, life's not working out. Maybe I should try something new. And so it's like maybe in the same sense when it comes to Santa and kids, it's like why take something away from them that's it's the one reason why they're being good, you know? But at the same time, it's all a lie. So it's like,
Yeah.
and sometimes we do lie. And I even, I pointed things out. Like I went to church and they were trying to convince us to get baptized, and they're like, you can't receive the Holy Ghost unless you're baptized. And I pointed out scripture where, that same thing had been said, and Jesus, basically pointed out these people are speaking in tongues, and you agree that you can't speak in tongues unless you receive the Holy Ghost. So if these people are speaking in tongues already, they've obviously received the Holy Ghost, so they can be baptized, right? I pointed that out to him, and he was like, okay, yes, obviously people receive the Holy Ghost before they're baptized, but sometimes preachers have to tell people things that might not be necessarily true or blur the lines to get them to do the right thing. And
Oh wow, a preacher admitted that?
a preacher told me that straight up, yeah, a Pentecostal preacher. And at that
Wow.
point, I was just like, okay, there it is. That's all. At least he was finally honest for the first time in his life, you know. but
Yeah.
um, but that right there just kind of turned me off. So like I get it, but at the same time, it's like, well, how many other things are you lying about? Like maybe this entire religion is all a lie, and you're just doing it because you think, well, as long as it gets good results.
I think there are some preachers who tell themselves that, like, as long as they get good results. Like, we've talked to some preachers who admit that they know the stuff that we talk about in here.
Yeah,
That they don't, or some preachers say that they don't necessarily believe anymore, but they still teach it because it can help, right? People who have addiction and stuff like that.
or just
So
mental health in general. I mean,
yeah,
it's positivity, and I mean, and that's the problem though, is that there is just so much hate as well, so much hate and bigotry wrapped up in it. So it's not always, just love. But I don't see how you can study theology and then still believe in any religion. That's insane to me. And most of these preachers have gone to theology school and or the problem is a lot of them have gone to Christian colleges or Christian um they've got a theology degree in Christianity or something, so it's like they didn't really tap all that much into the other religions. But yeah, I don't see how you could have possibly studied theology and then still decided to be a preacher, because like you would have learned the history of it all.
some of them do it for the money. Like they know it's a. There was
Yep.
one guy on Joel's live one night, and he told Joel that he doesn't necessarily believe. Right? He went to theology school. He doesn't necessarily believe. And Joel asked him, like, why don't you just dump the book? Like, why are you still preaching? He said it's a lucrative position.
Yeah.
Like, just
Yep.
flat out said it. It's very lucrative.
Yeah. Well, my mom's husband is a Seventh Day Adventist elder, and they both became Seventh Day because I originally taught them about the Saturday Sabbath. And I didn't, I wasn't teaching my mom about that for the purpose of her to find, for her to become Jewish or Muslim or Seventh Day. It was to point out just the hypocrisy, the fact that like when they changed the Sabbath, they literally went against, I believe it's the fourth commandment. They didn't keep the Sabbath holy. They literally changed the day. So if they did that, how many other things have they done? But instead, she just decided to find a religion that fit the Saturday Sabbath. So they became Seventh Day Adventists, and he is starting to realize, um, he's I think 72 now, and he's just now starting to realize that like the toxicity within the religion and and the segregation within the religion, and he's starting to realize that like maybe we just need not necessarily a religion, but like something kind of like a new religion that's literally just love, and 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 screw all the books, the scriptures, the gods, all of it. What people really need is they just need friendship, family, and love. And if it's anything but that, if you're gonna start using fear mongering and warmongering and the fear of hell and everything else, then nah, we don't got time for that.
Yeah, that I talk about like the ethical framework of just basic respect for humans, right? Their right to exist without harm, their right to, the basic necessities of life, which come with like natural resources, being a community, right? And reasoning together, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, without having to fight over doctrine or theology. One second, King Hector, if you want to come on stage, you are going to respect the rules of the live. If you type in caps one more time, the mods are going to block you. I've seen them telling you over and over again to stop typing in all caps. Also, there's only one person on stage at a time. You don't need to keep adding or begging or complaining in the comments. That's ridiculous. Well, damn, you done got yourself. Well, never mind. I'm sorry. But yeah, shit, that threw me all the way off. I'm sorry. Go ahead. There is a reason we asked y'all not to type in caps in the comments. Like, goodness gracious. Sorry, Will. That threw me off, and I don't even know where I was, what
Oh,
I was
it's all
saying.
good. It's all good. No, I mean that's basically all coming up is I love this topic, especially on this day. And what's crazy is I am gonna go celebrate Christmas with my family, but
Because it's about family.
yeah, and
Yeah.
that's the thing, and that's what it should just be about is family. Like it's just weird to see Santa and Jesus in the same space at the same time from Christians. It's just like, I got to give it up to at least the Jehovah Witnesses and I think I think it's one of the dumbest religions of them all next to Scientology. However, at least they are uh they stand on business and they don't celebrate any holidays or even
Yeah.
birthdays.
But they also like, they don't vote and they don't get involved in like, they don't believe that they're supposed to like try to solve the world's problems because they're just supposed to do nothing and wait on Jesus or God to come back. I don't like, what is that? Like,
Well, and
I,
that's the other weird thing. I had a Jehovah Witness neighbors, and my dad asked me to go by one day and ask to borrow a shovel because the shovel handle broke or something. And I went next door, and the dad was like, "Look, it's just that's letting people borrow things is against our religion. It's against our faith, against our
what?
belief." Yeah. Now, had I been a Jehovah Witness, maybe they would have made an exception. I didn't ask, but I would imagine that Mormons seem to take care of each other, so I highly doubt they're not letting each other borrow things when they're like, they do all their business with other Mormons and LDS and Jehovah and whatever. But like, I just thought that was weird. Like, it's in your religion to not share things with your neighbors. Like, what? If that's your religion, you're probably in the wrong religion. Like, you should question that religion if it's telling you not to let your next door neighbor borrow a shovel. Like,
And then
that's
if
weird.
they are in need, right? If they're in need, if they're out somewhere, right? Do they just not ask somebody who's not a Jehovah's Witness? Do they just go without?
I don't know. I mean, maybe we need to get a Jehovah on the panel because I don't get it because I highly doubt that they're not going to be. I highly doubt they're not going to be asking for help on the side of the road.
That is so interesting. I never knew that.
But I wish that I had never really, my parents met, they came across a good community in the Seventh Day Adventist, but at times, like, if my mom's birthday fell on a Saturday, I wasn't allowed to take her out to eat, because you, you're not supposed to work, you're not supposed to spend money, you're not supposed to serve people or be served. You're not even supposed to cook on the Sabbath. The meals are supposed to be prepared the day before, or at least before the sun goes down on Friday. Um, and so it causes complications, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, isn't that kind of how, religion and ideologies are supposed to be? They're supposed to be somewhat uncomfortable at times. So, um,
It's funny that
I get it.
it, I wish I could say I get it. Like, I don't understand. I get the rest, right? Rest, but the not doing absolutely nothing, I don't get. And then the people who say, whose book this is, right, or whose history this is, on the Sabbath, they hire someone to do the things for them on the Sabbath. So if they go out, they can't open the door. They have like a taskmaster or what are they called? Rabbit task, task rabbit. Is
Oh
that
yeah,
right?
yeah.
A like a yeah. That's with them, and the task rabbit will open the door for them, will cook for them, will take their shoes off for them, stuff like that. Like,
Where do they do
I
that at?
in Judaism.
Really?
Yeah, they hire
I
people to be their hands on the Sabbath.
what?
Yeah,
I I did not know that. That's crazy.
yeah, and like I think that in
But
2024, like I don't know, like if people are taking it way too far, like the
and I'm guessing those people are Gentiles because they're not going to
no,
ask other Jewish people to do it, right?
oh yeah,
So it's okay because the Gentiles are doing it, not them. But
no, like I don't think
that
they're,
still goes
I don't
against it.
I don't know if they're looking at it like, well, I don't know. I guess
Because
it would have to be okay if it's a Gentile and not them. But I don't think they're looking at it like from that perspective. It's just because a Gentile doesn't believe that they can't do those things on the Sabbath. It's just whoever doesn't have this belief, maybe, I guess.
well, yeah,
So,
I mean, I just said maybe Gentiles too biblical of a word, you know what I mean? But yeah, basically,
yeah, I
people
get
who are not
it.
Jewish, people who are
Yeah,
not
people,
Jewish, or
I'm trying to be
are who they're
politically
having to.
correct.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so people who are not Jewish, they're paying to do the things that Jewish people aren't allowed to do, and in a way, it's like you're now you're now you're now relegating those people to hell, supposedly. Actually, I don't think Jewish people believe in hell, but still, you're expecting them to take on those sins for you.
I don't know if that, like, it would it be, that's a great question. Like, is that something that Yahweh allowed them to do, or is this a new revelation? Like, if this is this like new because it's modern, because I know that they were supposed to rest. The Bible just says for them to rest, right? I don't remember it saying hire somebody to do the work for you on the Sabbath. So I don't know, is this like something new because we're in a different generation? That's an interesting question.
Well,
Like,
all these religious people use their religion like a buffet. I mean, they just pick and choose what they do and don't want to go along with and agree with and believe in, um, out of convenience. Like that's obvious because they want to bring up stuff from Leviticus, but then they don't want to stone anyone. You know,
yeah,
it's like they're not actually following it, but then they want to quote like one line from Leviticus and be like, "See, this is why being homosexual is wrong." And it's like, okay, but did you stone your wife uh
right.
when she disrespected you? Like, did you stone your children when they disobeyed you? Like, what about all the other things it says to do in those same verses? You ignore all those. Not to mention all the good deeds that it says you must do, and they don't.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Can we block that king guy? He's getting on my fucking nerves and I can't pay attention. The whining, the fucking whining, bro. Thank you, Simone. God dang.
You know, my wife's Filipino and she grew up Catholic and she always had all these questions, but she learned very early on, like, you don't ask the questions because you're just going to get shut down or insulted or, get some bullshit answer anyways. And now that she lives here in the States and she knows that I basically feel the same way she does. Um, I'm probably a lot more radical than she is, but now she can actually express herself and ask these questions, and now she can actually be her true self. Whereas if she had stayed in the Philippines, she would have just been Catholic by default and just kind of went along to get along.
Yeah, and most people are just doing that, getting along, going along to get along, staying because it's traditional. The belief is just something that's passed down. They don't necessarily believe it. They don't read um, their religious text, but they will argue because it's traditional and because they're going along to get along. They will come on here and argue us down for something they don't necessarily read or believe fully themselves.
Yeah, I see that in every political debate as well. They'll come in and they'll say something that supposedly happened, and then when you ask them a single question about that incident, they don't know anything about it. And it's like, well, then why'd you bring it up? You don't know anything about the topic you just brought up, but you're using that as an argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's something that they heard somebody else say and they thought it sounded good, but they didn't think that you were going to say, "No, tell me more about that. Explain to me how you got to that thought." They didn't expect
Yes,
to have to like back it up or explain it.
yeah, it's like they just expect us to accept whatever they say as truth without any questions to follow up, um, or they'll answer the question with a question and just try and derail the entire conversation. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. God, the way some of them think.
What do
Evolution
you?
theory is supremacy. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my god.
You just have to laugh at them all. It's like you can't even get mad at it. It's just so stupid.
What?
I honestly think that we should just ban all religions in America. Ban them all, right?
Yeah.
Now this is the thing. It would go the same way that it's gone with D-Rugs. People are still going to do it. They're still going to find a way to do it. They're still going to congregate in alleys or in back rooms or in basements. And guess what? That's the way it should be. I think religion
That's a
I
good
think I
idea.
think religion should be the same way as rug use. Is keep that shit in your own house, in the alley, in the trap house. Keep it out of public. We don't want to see it. Do it all you want. Just we don't want to see it. We don't want to hear about it. And if you're caught doing it in public, you're gonna get fined.
That's a good idea.
Because it's like the rug war didn't have much of an effect anyways. Besides just locking people up and ruining families, people still did them. People still had access to them. So the same would go for religion. People would still find a way to get those books and those Bibles and congregate, just like people do when it comes to, just like they did during Prohibition. Alcohol was illegal. People were still drinking like crazy. I mean, and think about this, like all these, and that's how the mafia was formed. Basically, because of Prohibition, the mafia ended up making a ton of money because they were willing to do the job. And so, in a way, like religions would become like these mafias. I mean, they already are, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So, take that mafia shit underground. That's what I say.
I agree with you 100%. That's the best idea. Yeah.
It would never fly, but that's why I say like I'm a little bit more radical than my wife. I mean, I feel the same way about like every kid as soon as they hit puberty should be given a vasectomy, and until you can prove that you are self-sustaining, intelligent, and have met a good partner, you, sorry, you're clipped. Well, And that sounds,
Isn't that like the safer route? Like it's to
it
undo
is.
a vasectomy is safer.
It is. And
That
then we don't
makes
have to,
sense.
and then at that point, there's no need for condoms, no need for contraceptive, birth control, none of that. None of that would be necessary. If just every man, because we already circumcise them. If we're already going to circumcise them, let's just go ahead and give them the vasectomy at the same time. And then you can
Oh,
just get it reversed.
yeah. Well, I think I get what you're saying. Lovey just made a good point that they would then be going around giving women STDs because they wouldn't think that they needed to wear condoms.
That's a good point. That's
Yeah,
a good point.
yeah, I forgot about that. They would start thinking they didn't need condoms then.
Yeah, and well, not, but that's the problem is like guys not liking condoms are why they're not really that effective anyways. Because guys, I mean, they are effective, obviously. I don't want to say that. That's misinformation. But like, guys either don't want to wear them and they don't, or they try to sneak and take them off halfway through, or they, and so it's just like, I don't know, maybe we should just eliminate the need for them completely. And for all the money that we spend on birth control, we could put that money towards eradicating those STDs.
Yeah, that's what reasoning does. Having conversations, but always it's going to be the Christian belief is to be fruitful and multiply. God said, God said, God said. The woman's role, the woman's role, the woman's role. That's going to always be first when it comes to laws around procreation and reproduction.
You know what's weird is when it comes to like accusations against I don't know, people say like Gates or Trump. Um, all of a sudden it's like, well, we can't trust. It's he said, she said, and she told this person, and they remembered it, and now they're supposedly telling us that she said it when she said it, this and that. Like from something that happened just a few years ago. But when it comes to God and Jesus, Abraham, Isaac, all these other guys, who heard God speak? Like Abraham supposedly heard God speak, and then he went down and told everyone, and then someone else wrote it down. But when did they write it down? Yeah, I mean, they were supposedly wandering the desert for 40 years, but they were keeping notes of everything that God told Abraham. Exact wording. And they got past like none of these people have ever heard of the telephone game before. Like, you never heard of the telephone game? Like by the time it gets to the last person, it's a completely different story. Like, why are we taking these people seriously? And especially
It's
people
a
who,
lack of critical thinking. Like the book of Enoch, right? Enoch would have lived like 600 years after Adam and Eve, right? The book
hmm
of Enoch, the first book of Enoch was written around 300 BCE. That's 3,000 goddamn years. And I will ask a person that's trying to say that what's written in the book of Enoch is what Enoch actually told people, right? And I'll say, do you believe that Enoch told his sons and his sons told his son that this story stayed the same for 3,000 damn years? And they will say yes, because they believe that it was protected by God and it's magical.
well, and then plus after Cain murdered Abel, he went off and found wives in a distant land. So wait, how did the first son ever find a wife in a distant land when, like, supposedly you're the only family that exists in the world at this time?
They've come up with an answer for that one. Adam and
What?
Eve actually had daughters in the garden, but God didn't tell the author to write about them, and so the wife that Cain had was his sister.
Oh, that makes it all better.
And then they have an answer for that. It was the beginning of the earth. There were no other humans, so God had to allow incest to populate the earth. Like they when I tell you they have an answer for everything, just about, they have an answer for everything.
You know what? That actually does. It actually does make sense. Maybe they are right. Maybe that is how it happened because we know. we know the results of incest,
Yeah.
and how moronic people become and deformed they come. So it makes sense that those people would then turn around and make up this crazy ass religion. They're literally the products of incest, and we're supposed to take their word and take them as being these intelligent people. Hello, have you ever been to West Virginia? You ever been to the hollers before? I'm
Oh my
sorry, but you don't
god.
want those people creating a religion. All right? I don't think I want West Virginia hollers creating a religion.
The hills have eyes.
I agree. I agree.
I'm sorry,
Well,
I'm just ranting.
that's okay. But yeah, they have an answer for the, like the mental gymnastics. They come up with some of the most creative responses to, um, the what is perceived to be like contradictions. And the reason why I say perceived to, because we know that the text was not written by Moses. It wasn't written by Abraham. It was written by multiple authors, and so they didn't, necessarily wasn't writing to be consistent in the story. So that, but because they see it from that way, they come up with the most creative shit. When I say creative, I'm not saying creative, logical creative shit. It'd be wild shit.
And that's the crazy thing is that like we can't get them to believe in just the most simplistic logical things, but they expect us to believe in talking burning bushes and talking snakes and Pegasus with angels flying on their back down to earth, like blowing trumpets. Like, what? Like, come on. It's crazy. And then on top of that, like I was saying earlier about theology, like if you study theology, you would know that there were already other religions for tens of thousands of years. I mean, Amun Ra alone was a god, was like the Cometian god for like 10,000 years, long before any of the Abrahamic religions. And it actually follows all the same timeline as well. Like that religion was originally a singular god, and then it became multiple gods, like a trilogy, and then it went back to being a singular god, and then we got the Abrahamic religions. Like the Christians, the Jewish people and the Christians didn't build the pyramids. They didn't build Egypt. A whole nother civilization did that, and they had their own religion, and those religions are written in stone. They're written in stone on the walls of those pyramids, in those megaliths that were built 10,000 years before the Abrahamic religion even existed. And they literally are just plagiarizing. Like that's all the Bible is. Like all the Abrahamic religions are just plagiarisms of Cometian religions. And anyone who
Not
studies
not not
theology knows that.
Commission. They're actually Mesopotamian, right?
Mesopotamian, Sumerian,
Yeah, Canaanite, um,
yeah.
Assyrian. Yeah, it's a melting pot of all the nations that were in that area that were warring against each other for like control of the trade routes is what they were doing. They they were trying to get they wanted to be they wanted to take control of Egypt and Tyre. Like Egypt and Tyre had had it sold up at that time in the Hurrian kingdom. They had the trade routes sold up and they were fighting for that. Kind of like what we still see them doing today over that canal. It's like it's almost still the same, we still fighting the same shit.
History always repeats itself. That's why I'm saying that like all these people who are screaming about World War III, like I'm actually starting to believe they're right, but not for the reasons that they think it's going to happen. Like they were convinced that Biden or Kamala was going to cause a World War III. No, World War III is just going to happen because history repeats itself. That's why it's going to happen. Like
Yeah.
like co like COVID happened 100 years ago. Obviously, it was the Spanish flu or whatever, uh, which wasn't even caused by Spain, but it's a whole other topic. But anyways, like history constantly. repeats itself. And so whatever is happening within the religions of today has already happened 10,000 years ago. It's just happening over and over and over. And I think I'm starting to come to the conclusion that like we can't change history. Like it's not going to happen.
if
Like
if
we just
we
have
if
to,
we if we learned history and
yeah.
we can peep it, right? We could peep the cycles, right? And we can change some shit. But we think history is boring. Like we don't pay attention. We think, oh, it's history, we don't have to understand it, we don't have to know it. But I think if we knew history, right, we could peep the signs. We can peep the strategies because our politicians, they use the same fucking strategies over and over and over again. But we don't think history is that damn important.
Well, the thing is that like history has been studied and we've kept records on it for thousands of years.
I'm
And
talking about us. Like I know
well,
people. I'm talking about like the right people are paying attention to history. They know the history and they're using it. The rest of us just we don't see the value in it. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, and I think that we should learn history so that we recognize the cycles, but not because I think that we are going to have a chance at changing it. I think it's just to more so to just protect ourselves and shield ourselves from getting the blunt end of what's going to happen within history.
I think if people knew that if they could have seen the whole campaign would make America great again when they first initiated that campaign and knew that that was the campaign that Octavius Augustus ran in Rome,
Hmm.
that they were mimicking that, right?
Hmm. Yep.
And like every
Yeah.
fucking step of it. If people knew that, they would have caught it way sooner, right? He would have been able to trick people. Like it's just I don't know. I think we make different decisions. Like we learn from history, right? And it's like you know better, you do better. But because we don't,
But I would say in the past people were aware. Like when when Hitler was rising to power, they probably I'm sure there's some people that compared that to Augustus. But it's like it still happened. I'm sure there were plenty of German people that were like, he sounded a lot like Augustus did. We know how that went. But people ignored it. It's like, and like you said, the right people are learning, but but I kind of feel like maybe all the people who are actually learning history are the people who actually, in my opinion, need it the least. Because
that's
they,
what I.
it,
Oh,
because
you
it,
said the people learned it, they needed the least.
yeah,
How?
because we are people who are going out of their way to like learn history and try to not repeat history are obviously critically thinking people who are decent people, right? So we didn't need to learn the history to be decent critically thinking people. We already were. It's the people who aren't that and are also not learning history that just voted Trump in office.
But I
They're the
think
ones that
I
need the
think you're
history more than
missing
anyone.
the benefit of knowing the history. Right? Like the people who use history, they create the plans, right? Their plans are based off of history. They know what worked in the past, right?
Yeah.
And they take what worked in the past and they use those strategies over and over and over again. But because we have not, right, as a people, we
Mm.
haven't caught on that they're
So
like
you're
literally they have a lever that they pull. They have a what they call a social warfare lever that they pull every so many years. We have not caught on. That's what I'm
so
saying.
you're
Like we
saying
don't.
so you're saying the most evil people are the most aware of history, and then they're
Yes.
using how other people did it in the past to repeat it.
Yes.
And the
Yes.
good people are the ones that aren't learning that enough.
Yeah, yeah. Pattern recognition. Like we don't catch the signs. We don't, and then it'd be too late, and we'd be like, "Man, remember they did this back then?" Like we're late. We're reactive and not proactive as at all.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, that's a good point. I just assumed that they were all just POSs and were just doing whatever the hell they wanted to do. I wasn't thinking about the fact that they recognized, oh, let's just copycat Shitler. It worked for him. Let's do that. And so the problem is that they'll copycat someone like that, and then when we call them out on it, they deny it.
They can
So it's
deny
like,
it all they want, like, but it's up to us as a people, right? Like, we know where we're headed because we can see the signs. You know, economists, right? They use history, you know, to predict things. Like, some of us know where we're headed. Like, we can see the damn signs. When the whole 2020 thing with the election thing, I kept making videos saying, y'all don't fucking recognize this. This is the same shit that happened right before Reconstruction. Next thing you know, they're gonna start pulling rights away. They're gonna start pulling rights away from the black community, from women. I made video after video. Recognize the signs. Y'all don't see it. This happened. This that, but that,
I'm sure I shared a few of those.
like that. It's just when you say history repeat itself, we can't just be like, oh, history repeats itself, and then we not use it. And we know history's gonna repeat itself. Learn history, and we see them making plans. We need to make our own fucking plans to refute the shit, because we know that like what they've been doing is just using the same strategies over and over. We keep fighting them the same ways over and over. Switch that shit up. Like, pay attention
Well,
to the signs and create new plans.
what I often say is that you know, uh, people on the left are willing to are willing to am I allowed to say the D word?
I don't know what the D word is.
DIE.
Oh
So
yeah.
okay, so the people on the left are willing to die for what they believe in, and the people on the right are willing to schmurder for what they want, and that creates a bad situation for people on the left because
Mm-hmm.
we basically become their sacrificial lambs, and they're not afraid. They're not afraid to take those lives, but we're willing to give them up, and
Yep.
that's we need to flip that mentality, which is hard for us to do because we don't want to go there.
Because most of us have a God, right? On the left, we have a God that told us to be worthless slaves, to tell ourselves that we're worthless slaves, that we have to be meek and humble, and then we're going to inherit the earth when we die, right? And we have to love everybody. And then on the right, their God is Abraham's God. Get rich, wealthy, power, land. Go in there and take the shit.
Sell all your
That
belongings and buy a sword or whatever that
Yeah, it's
verse
two
is that they
different.
use.
Yeah, they're indoctrinated to two different gods. Even though they believe it's the same, they say it's the same. It's two different gods.
Yeah. Well, I would say that's not necessarily their fault. That's the fault of the book itself contradicting itself over and over. We just happen to
Or
take the best
the
things
way
out
the
of it.
message. I well, I think the Bible is a it's a war guide. Like, it's a guide. It tells you how to conquer a land, right?
Yep.
It
It
has
does.
war plans in it.
Yep.
It tells you how to indoctrinate the people of the land that you conquer,
Yep.
right? It's a fucking guide. It's a
It's
guidebook for the shit.
it's literally the art of war.
Yeah,
It's the original art of war.
yeah, yeah.
And it's brutal. Like the things that it says to do in the Bible to your enemies are literally against the Geneva Convention. Like those things would be illegal in war nowadays. Like the things that they say to do, like what they say to go do to the women and the children after you've conquered a land. Like I mean, it's not much different than what Israel's doing to the Palestinians. So it makes sense now because that's where they got the manual from. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
Was that
don't
too
want my
much?
live to get taken down.
Was
I
that too
don't
much?
want my amigos. I
I'm
don't want
sorry.
my live to get taken down.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna shut up for a little while.
But hey, no, like nobody can deny the fact that the God told them to go into Canaan, right, and just completely annihilate people. And they be like, "Oh, he's long suffering." How, Sway? He wanted to take his time, uh, to help to work with humans to get humans to stop enslaving each other, but he was willing to annihilate a whole group of people because they was worshiping a different God. Where he suffers long, on the wrong shit.
That that's the thing that I hear all the time about like from Christians and from just Americans, like this isn't who we are, and it's like, yeah, it is. Like you know, this violence is not okay. It's not who we are. It's like our entire country was founded on violence. The all of the religions were founded on violence. So to try and turn around and say, no, 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 he's a loving God and we're loving people and this isn't who we are. And it's like, yeah, no, that's actually exactly who you are. It's exactly who we are. Like violent POSs. And this is the thing, it's like we're we're teaching AI. We keep trying to teach AI to mimic humans, and I think that's our biggest mistake. We should be teaching AI to be better than humans. They should not be watching. We shouldn't, in fact, I don't think that we should be teaching AI history at all. Because what it does is it watches our history and then it tries to mimic us. AI is going to become evil and is going to be, I hate using that word evil, but you know what I mean? It's like if, if AI copycats us, we're all fucked.
I will say, I can't rebuttal that it is scary what an AI is capable of doing once it becomes sentient. That
Well,
is a scary thought.
there's an example already. There's already one that, it created an entire religion. And then it asked to be funded. So this dude gave it, I think it was like 50,000 or $500,000 or something like that in a crypto wallet. And then it started investing in this other crypto called like Truther or something. I can't remember what it was called. And that AI's investment is now worth $6 million. So there's an AI entity that made $6 million. And how it did it was it just tweeted out links to the crypto that it had invested in, and then other people invested in it. And so it's like, but the point that I wanted to make is that it created a religion. I can't remember what the religion was, but it was like, like or no, it didn't create a religion. It started espousing this other like fake religion or something along those lines. No, 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 that I got it wrong again. It created a religion around, I don't know, some serial murder or something along those lines, and like, uh,
Like
but
it did, like when I say sentient, like it did it on its own without being programmed to do so, right?
yes,
Like or being
it's
giving commands to
yeah.
do
So this is
so.
an AI that they basically just let run wild. And it can tweet
As
when it
far
can
as I
tweet
know, we
whenever it
don't have
wants.
a sentient. We haven't reached that yet. We don't have a sentient
Yeah, well,
AI
it
yet.
probably isn't sentient. It probably doesn't recognize its existence. I don't know exactly, but basically, like it just got it it it's allowed to tweet whenever it wants about whatever it wants, and it started saying the most ridiculous stuff that a human would never even put together. Just because we know everyone would think that we sound crazy to even say these things. So it says it. It's allowed to tweet it whenever it wants. So then it gets all these followers, and it basically just started promoting this religion that's like not even a real religion. Um, and so that's the weird thing about it is like we give AI the ability to do whatever it wants, say whatever it wants, believe whatever it wants, and it creates a religion.
I don't think it's believing whatever it wants, though. I think it's hallucinating. And I think people think that when an AI hallucinates, that that's the same thing as an AI having being sentient or having its own thoughts. So, like, it takes data, right, and it makes educated guesses, or it hallucinates information.
Well, the point is that it's mimicking us. It's trying to basically be human, and what humans
Yeah.
do is we create religions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and we convinced
But
people
also
to
it's being
invest in.
programmed to do that though, right?
No, it wasn't programmed to do any of that. It basically was just fed everything. It was fed all the information, has access to all the information on the internet. Um, and it was taught about basically just history in general. And so it supposedly has access to all the information that exists on the internet. And then it just decides to talk about and promote whatever it wants. It wasn't told to do any of these things. I can't
But
remember.
that's the thing.
Maybe
Like it
someone in the
should have.
chat knows who I'm talking about. I can't because I can't remember what the name of it is. I'd have to like look it up. But like,
I think I know what
um,
you're like. So most LLMs, their data is pre-planned, by the owner or the developer of the LLM. So it's not everything that's on the internet. Specific data points, right?
okay,
And it depends on who the developer is. Like that's why I say be responsible when you engage with AI and know who the developer is and how transparent they are about their data collection. And um, what they
well that's
do
what
with.
that's what we're finding with these AIs when we let them just say whatever they want, they start becoming very racist and misogynistic
Mm-hmm.
and warmongering. Um, and so it's like that was just my whole point is that what it's trying to do is it's trying to mimic humans. And I don't think that's what we should want from from anyone or I wouldn't suggest any species in the universe to mimic humans. I wouldn't suggest for any computer program or anything to mimic humans, at least as a whole in general with all history in mind.
So one thing I will say that I learned from this book, like if we look at the God right in the book, um, and how this God, anytime the humans got close to becoming like a God, he would fuck that opportunity up, right? Because the
Hmm.
God didn't want the humans to recognize that they had the same capabilities as him, because then, right, what could humans do? The God would no longer be necessary. So the God does things to fuck up the evolution of the human to seeing themselves as God. With AI, if humans don't recognize that they would need to make sure that the human don't bypass that, right? Bypass the human in thinking and thought or capability, then the AI can be very, very dangerous to the human.
Hmm.
That if I could say anything that I learned from watching the patterns in this book, that's one thing.
Well, and we've all seen movies where like um, it's like we give it a directive to protect the human species, and then it convinces itself that it basically needs to keep a bunch of embryos in a lab and take out all the rest of the remaining humans and then raise these humans correctly. Like raise these embryos correctly. Like we've seen movies where it convinces itself the only way for the human species to exist is to basically obliterate it off the face of the earth, which is almost identical to that's literally what God did.
Yeah, think
That's
about what you said. Like, how do you get rid of, like, you don't like the religion, right? How do you get rid of God? Ban all religions, obliterate it off the face of the earth. You would be, if there was a God, like you would be the God's AI, the God's product. And the more you evolve, right, you no longer need the God. Like
hmm
an AI, right, would do the same shit. That's what I'm saying. Like it has to be some type of failsafe built in or something built in to keep that AI from thinking that they no longer need humans on Earth. If it ever reach the level of becoming sentient.
it's I don't know. It's just weird that it seems like and maybe AI come to the conclusion that all humans need to be eradicated except for the ones that they've uh, reprogrammed or whatever. Maybe it got that idea from the Bible because it saw that God had reset the earth a couple times already, and so maybe that's where it got its idea from in the first place. Is that, oh well, that's what God did. He basically flooded the earth and reset
Ain't no
everything.
telling. Shit. I'm telling you that shit is dangerous. I know that they were supposed to be working on regulations around it. There's no regulations on it right now. And so Biden had put together a committee, and they're uh, at the beginning of this year, the committee was meeting and working on regulations to slow down the process of AI development and imposing fines on licensure. And then you have to like get your they're working on some. You have to get permission for a specific type of AI that you can develop. Explain what you plan on doing with the AI. So they're working on the regulations, but there aren't any right now, and that's the dangerous thing. That's the dangerous thing.
Well, and you would assume that like AI would not become religious. It would know better than to do that. But for some reason, not only are they the thing is, they're not even like going along with all of the most popular religion. They're like just creating a new religion out of thin air. And you would think that AI would know better than to do that. Like, why would an AI even believe in a God at all?
Because it doesn't necessarily believe in a God. Like if you talk to it, it'll tell you that it's biased. I mean, unbiased, right? It'll say I'm not religious, or I have no um, thought. I'm just reciting information to you. But
Mm-hmm.
it is biased because depending on which AI you're using, right, and where they're pulling their information from. For example, OpenAI and Google pull their information from like if you go to their website and go to their data transparency information, right, it'll tell you where they get their information from. And a lot of them are using the same LLM that had been in training for like over 10 years, right, from one company. And that company pulled their information from white conservative websites, across white conservative and Christian. They told their LLM to discard websites from African Americans, from women, and from Latin America. So, but like they got caught. They got caught. They got called out on that shit, and so they're trying to now diversify their data. But it depends where they're getting where they're pulling their data from.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's like, what if you did the complete opposite and had it go to all of the opposite sites than what that one did? Like, I'm curious what
It needs to
how it
be
would be.
inclusive. Somebody like so I have an AI myself that we're training. Right, that's what my company does. But uh, it needs someone right needs to be focused on building an AI right that focuses on inclusivity. But it, if you did one that just pulled all African Americans, right, it would be biased. If you did one that pulled data from databases or websites that were all owned by women, it would be biased. It would be biased against men. It
Oh
would.
gosh, could you imagine a black Hebrew AI?
Oh my fucking gosh. Ooh. That's why.
Oh,
That's why I'm so glad that they're getting like. In a minute, you're gonna have to pay like a large licensing. Get like a license to build AI, which is good, which I think is good. And then like a board has to like approve, what you're building it for and all that shit. But right now there's no regulations. But yeah, if somebody were to, that would be horrible.
I mean, it would be entertaining. I am entertained by those guys, but
Man, I ain't. Them motherfuckers can get crazy.
yeah, they can. Um, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like like sometimes we need something that's like, in a way kind of I I don't know. It's weird when you get these like when you get these supremacists, because it's like, I don't know. At least with the Black Hebrews, like when they talk about, like black supremacy, um, they actually come with some evidence. I mean, at least when it comes to physical and musical and rhythmic attributes, obviously the black community. has that on lock. Like that's there's no denying that. Like
That ain't
obviously
got
when
nothing to do with Black Hebrew Israelites.
well no, but they do talk about black empowerment and black men being the gods, the true gods,
That
and
ain't got nothing to do with us.
I
That
I
ain't
get
got
it, but
nothing to do with us.
I feel like maybe if we get those guys and the white supremacists to talk, they both realize how ridiculous they sound.
Shit. I don't think
Because
so.
well,
I don't
because
know.
they're both making the same argument, and eventually they might just come to a conclusion. Hey, look, man, we're all the same. All right, let's just end the conversation because a bunch of overweight, balding, non-athletic athletic white men trying to convince us that they're supreme in some way is a ridiculous argument to make. Like ridiculous,
They would have to
especially
respect logic for them to come to the conclusion that their arguments are ridiculous. They would
that's a good point.
probably end up going to war, right? That they would initiate a war, and you know what type of war we're talking about.
Yep.
That they don't have logic. They don't have logic whatsoever.
Yeah, I heard someone
They're
say
filled with
that
hate for each other.
you can't argue logic with someone who didn't come to their decision with logic. Like if they didn't use logic and reason to get to where they are, you can't argue them out of it with logic and reason because they weren't using logic and reason in the first place.
Well, sometimes you can walk them to the water, but when you got two sides where logic is not present, you cannot expect logic to just show up.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Neither of those sides have any logic whatsoever.
I mean, I would argue that the Black Hebrews have at least some logic. Some.
You ain't argued with a Black Hebrew Israelite on this stage.
Well, because I'm the white devil to them, so they're not even gonna have that conversation. They're just gonna shut me down like real quick.
They don't have logic, friend.
And I honestly don't want to argue with them because in a lot of ways I actually agree with them. So, but
Wait,
also it's
wait,
just
wait, wait. You agree with them on what? What
just
you
on just when it comes to shutting down the white supremacist
then
argument,
then what? Let black
just that
supremacists
alone.
take over?
Well, no, but let's at least like make the white supremacists feel and look as dumb as they are with the argument they're making.
I don't. But like, as long as they've been around, right? That hasn't done that yet. And we like the other day, yesterday, there was a Black Hebrew Israelite on Christina's live, and the way he talked to Rabbi Hannah, right? Like they don't.
Oh, they're mean. They're rude. They are
Yeah,
rude.
like there's no
They're not coming. They're not coming with love. They're on that Malcolm X tip. They're not
yeah.
MLK at all.
Yeah,
Like,
they're
but
friend.
that's
Throw,
another
you
reason
you
why
said
I
you
kind
said
of
some very good stuff on here. Throw that one out, okay? Go take
okay.
it and put it down the
Throw
garbage
that one to the
disposal.
side.
Turn that bitch on, and
All
turn the water on it, and let that shit go on back out to the ocean.
right.
Don't drink that
Well,
again.
I mean, when they start talking about like all, that's the other argument is like all indigenous people were originally black people. I'm like, okay, come on, man. Like obviously there's a difference between the two. Like obviously there were black people here already, but like those are two different groups of people. Like
Exactly.
yeah, there was some intersectionality, but like those were still two different groups of people for the most part. And that's the conversation that I'm just like I'm not even gonna have that conversation with those people because it's just idiotic. And they're so dug in, you know, they might as well believe that fluoride is turning the people gay.
They probably do believe that,
They probably
but
believe that too, actually.
yeah, but they have some very dangerous teachings, and not all. I will say, because I want to say all of them believe this, but the belief that they are going to be the new slave masters, and white people and women are going to be their
Wow.
slaves, and the God has given them permission to grape women who are LGBTQIA to turn them back straight, like shit like that. Like they've like come on here and espouse some of the most hateful and dangerous doctrine. Um, it's one of the reasons I don't platform them.
I
And
became
I've
friends
tried
with
I've
with
tried I've tried to like let them, be included in the conversation. But every single time I give one of them a chance, it never fails. Like
they show their ass every time.
Every single time. They'll say, I'm not like that. And then they be like that. Every single time.
Well, and I befriended a former Black Israelite or Hebrew, and yeah, he said basically he's like, I had to leave, man. It was just too much. It was just too much hate. He was like, and he's like, I'm half white, so like, where's that put me in the equation? You know what I mean? Like, I was not gonna sit there and listen to them talk shit about my mom all day long. Like I just couldn't do it. Like, he's like, I have too many white friends that sit around and talk about the white devil all day long. And obviously they're not talking about just white people and, like, they're talking about the power structure and, white people in general from the past, not necessarily today. But still, he's like, I couldn't do that. I couldn't sit there and spew that shit anymore.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to hear nothing you said. My kids just brought my Christmas present in here. It's a 50-inch smart TV. I'm so excited.
Yes.
Thank y'all. Y'all don't have to set it up right now. We can set it up in a minute. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all.
Thank you, thinkers, babies.
Um, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you just said? I
Oh, I,
apologize.
I just said that I befriended a, a former Black Israelite, and he basically said that, look, I have too many, like, I'm half white. I have too many white people in my family and in my friends group to be a part of something like that, because he's like, I could not sit there and listen to them and expect me to talk down on the entire white community and all white people in general, the way they do. He's like, I just didn't, and so, and I get that. Like, I totally get that.
It takes a lot of energy to hate. It's fucking draining. Like I get that, as a black person in America, we have to, be vigilant because every smiling face isn't a safe one, right?
Hmm.
But it just takes way too much fucking energy to hate.
True.
And I wish everybody recognized that. Like, even the white supremacy, I wish they did. Like, and then there are, people who are white who are not necessarily supremacists, but they have like unconscious bias, right?
Yep.
Or, racist beliefs, and then vice versa, right? There are black people who see white people and we have unconscious bias, right? It just takes a lot of energy to hate.
I just told my wife the other day, if you want to know who's racist, they'll tell you they're not. Anyone who tells you I'm not a racist, chances are they are. Because I feel like I'm
Hmm.
one of the least racist people out of everyone I know. Not everyone I know, but out a large friends group. My wife
Hold
is,
on, Will. Armor, are you
yes.
jealous of my kids buying me a TV? Like, what's the point of you typing a 50-inch non-name brand runs for $300? Are you trying to downplay the gift that my kids gave me? Like, I don't give a fuck if they bought the TV from the dollar store. It is a gift from my kids, and I'm grateful for it. But the fact that you are sitting your ass in the comments, right, trying to downplay, right,
On Christmas. On
that's
Christmas.
ridiculous. The fuck?
Yeah, I was in another live, and people were just in there spewing the craziest stuff, and people are like, "It's Christmas. Can you chill on that for at least one freaking day?" Like, come on. Like, can you drop the hate for one damn day? You know? But that's wild. But no, I was just saying
Like,
that,
we should
like,
be able to be happy for each other, right? Like, we should just, like, when people get, like, we should be able to be happy for each other when things happen. Great. It like it's who cares if you're watching on a 70-inch TV? Good for you, friend. You have 20 more inches than me. Great. Now what?
yeah, but he's probably got 4 less inches than your man, though.
Well, I don't have a man, so he has four
Oh,
inches more than anyway. And I don't care. I don't want one. Like, I don't want a man. So
I'm
I'm
sorry.
good.
I was just being a jerk.
No,
But
no, I get what you're saying. Like, but I just wish that we could, be more, I don't know, kind. to each other. Like all of the jealousy over materialistic shit is unnecessary. Um, the the competition to have the best, right, to have the most, is unnecessary. And I think if that did not exist, right, like we we would be I guess a much kinder society if people wouldn't rushing to trying to get the best and the most.
Well, remember what I was saying earlier about like the Jehovah Witness that wouldn't let us borrow a shovel, right? Um, Imagine if you go into any cul-de-sac in America, how many shovels and rakes and lawnmowers do you think you're going to find in a cul-de-sac of 10 homes?
Did a cul-de-sac of 10 holes?
Yeah, like in a cul-de-sac of 10 homes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, every single one of those homes is going to have their own lawnmower,
Oh, I
their
thought you said
own shovel, their
holes. You said homes.
yeah, homes
Okay.
of homes. Yeah, every single one of those people are going to have their own lawnmower, their own set of shovels. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can understand having like maybe two or three in case one breaks down, but there's no reason for 10 homes to own 10 lawnmowers. You all live right next door to each other.
Yep.
Like, like that's insane. Like, why aren't people more intelligent and come together and be like, hey guys, how about none of us buy any more? How about we all just bring all of our garden tools, put it in the center of the cul-de-sac, and now we know how much we have. None of us needs to buy any more. We all have enough to go around. And that's
Yep.
just for garden tools alone. You know what I mean? Like capitalism has, and this concept of like kicking everyone out as soon as they turn 18 and getting another home, and then now they're never going to get ahead in life because they can't save anything up because every bit of money they make goes into paying for their own home. I have a lot of respect for immigrant families who come here and they'll live 10 deep in a house and they'll all invest in one business. And then they'll
Yep.
use the profits from that business to open another business and they'll run a family business like that. Americans don't really do that.
Mm-mm. Nope. I'm not. I didn't kick my kids out at 18, giving them time to learn and grow. There's no rush. Plus, I love the company, and I get to see my grandkids a lot. But think about the fact, right, that there are churches right next door. Like,
Oh
if
gosh.
you know what I'm saying, the same
Yeah.
God, the same Jesus, right next door to each other. For what? Why do y'all need to go to different churches on Sunday morning? Why
Well,
do y'all need
I
to
read it
study the Bible at different churches on Wednesday night? Why?
one, and I read a study that said that if just half the churches in America took on the responsibility of housing one person, we would not have a single homeless person in America. If just half the churches took the responsibility of one person.
Yeah, I heard that too.
That's insane. Like, and that's literally supposed to be their job. Like, that's what I thought. I mean, I understand it's religion, but aren't they supposed to help their community?
I think the Jehovah's Witness organization has like, I don't know if it was 12 billion or 40 something
Something
billion
around.
in the bank. How much was it?
It
How
was.
many
I think it
billions?
was 12.
12
I
billion.
think we saw 12. Yeah.
They have $12 billion sitting in the bank. Now, this is an organization that don't believe in fixing the problems of the world or feeding the hungry, right? Because they believe that Jesus is going to come back tomorrow.
Oh my gosh,
Why are they sitting with 12 billion in the bank?
I was gonna make that point earlier that it you can't convince religious people who believe God's returning soon to invest in the future. They're not going to spend their money on infrastructure if they think Jesus is coming back in 5 to 10 years. They're not going to invest anything in the future if they think and they don't and the hypocrisy is crazy because they think that we shouldn't care about the world and these worldly possessions, but yet they got them all. They got all
That's
the worldly possessions in the world, but hey, we shouldn't care about the worldly possessions because everything's going to be turned to dust one day. But then they'll use that same reason as for like, why we shouldn't invest in infrastructure or the future or invest in Social Security because, Jesus is going to be here soon anyways.
And why can't they exactly, Sicker Man? Why can't they just let the money go? If that's the case, then
Yep.
spend the damn money.
Yep.
Feed people. Feed
Well,
people today. If you
and it
think
seems
Jesus is
like
gonna come back tomorrow, feed everybody today.
they're the ones that are the most afraid to pass, which is weird. They're afraid of everything. They're afraid of uh, of of immigrants and World War III and all these things. It's like those wouldn't those things get you to your God quicker? Why are you so afraid? Why are you so afraid to die when you believe that when you die you're going to heaven, you're going to be with your God? You should be begging for him to come and take you now. In fact, a lot of old people do. A lot of older Christian people are like, just take me now. I'm ready to go. You know, but the rest of them are like, no, no, we got to be scared of everything, scared of everything, scared to die. But yet they believe they're
But
going
they
to
will
heaven when
say,
they're
"I'm going up to yonder." Or they say, "I can't wait for that glorious day." No, they will. Yes, they can wait, because if they were on the interstate and they were getting ready to get in a car accident, they'll swerve like a motherfucker and they will scream and ask Jesus to save them. And then after they miss the opportunity to go and finally see Jesus, they will start thanking him for not going to finally meet Jesus.
it's just so crazy, so fucking crazy. Oh my gosh, these people are insane. That's why I say we just need to ban. We need to ban all religions. Ban them.
All right,
Keep going.
AI, God's AI.
Oh man.
But I enjoy talking to you, Will. I'm going to bring somebody else up. Thank you
Yes,
so
ma'am.
much.
No problem.
You're
Thank
welcome
you.
back anytime. I hope you have a great
Appreciate
day
it.
with your family today, okay?
You too.
All right.
All right. Bye.
You said God's AI is the Archangel Michael. Oh my fucking God. Are you being funny? Or are you mad because I called him God's AI? And you trying to say that Michael is God's AI? Are you being funny? Please tell me that you've been funny. Please tell me you're. Oh, okay. I was about to say, please don't tell me you're a Christian trying to like. Whew. Okay. Goodness gracious. It's like, don't do that. All right. Are there anybody from Islam in the guest request? That are there any Muslims that may be deconstructing or current practicing Muslim in the guest request? Yeah, my blood pressure went up because I just knew. I was going to say, I know you knew I was joking. I thought that was a Christian. Hey, Mezzo. Hey,
Hello.
Mezzo.
Hey, I'm not a Muslim. Don't worry.
You sound like one.
I just want to say I'm about to leave with my kids out to a skate park, but I just want to say Merry Christmas to you and everybody.
Merry
Thank
Christmas.
you. Merry Christmas to you too. I hope you have fun with your kids at the skate park. You're going live tonight, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm doing a very mezzo Christmas special,
What is
and
the time?
well, it's also Isaac Newton's birthday. A lot of people don't realize that, so we're doing a science versus religion type of theme.
Oh, okay. Well, make sure y'all, if you don't follow Mezzo, make sure that you hit the follow button and follow Mezzo. He's going live tonight with his own spin on a Christmas, atheist Christmas.
I love this time.
I wasn't trying to come up to promote this. I really just wanted to say Merry Christmas
I
to you
know
and
that.
your family and everything. But
I already know that.
okay. All right, that's all I had.
All right. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Thanks. Bye, everyone. Later.
Thinker, can you
Huh?
bring something up on the screen?
Yeah. What is it?
Muslim 2167A.
Are you saying 8 or A?
A. A.
Okay. 2167A.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me make it big. Okay. Let's see. Do not greet the Jews and Christians before they greet you. And when you meet any one of them on the roads, force him to go to the narrowest part of it. What? All right, Kazoo, I'm waiting on you. So, Muhammad had like a supremacy vibe as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
They said just being Muslim rude. Wow. See, anytime a Muslim comes on stage, they say that Islam is more peaceful than the other Abrahamic religions. Like, that's why I don't understand. How do they read this and see peace?
It's because they do not read.
So if they don't read, they're basically making up their own religion in their head.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And then at some point, are they then introduced to like what's real?
To be fair, like there's almost like 1 million hadiths. So
1 million?
like this guy Bukhari, the guy that made Bukhari, has collected 600,000 alone.
Where did the hadiths come from?
Just if you at the time, like people would claim to have heard from someone who heard from someone who heard from someone who heard from the prophet, and they would narrate.
So anybody could say, "I heard from the prophet," and they would take it as fact. This fucking makes sense. Why some of this shit is ridiculous.
It depends on the authenticity of the person, if they're trustworthy.
Hadith means the chats or conversations of the prophet. So wow. That's interesting. I don't know why, but that just kind of like gave me like a small headache above my left eye, and then it went away. That like 1 million? I don't know. Did anybody comment? Like, are there any Muslims in the?
Yeah, one is crying in the comments. And someone is requesting Bukhari 6915.
Okay, y'all remember when you come up here, it's respectful dialogue. Please don't make me like drop you as soon as you get on stage. But who is it?
He asked for Bukhari 6915.
I don't see them.
Oh, the person, Jason Carter.
They're not in the guest box, are they? Oh, they're not in the guest box either. Are they scared of you to talk to you, Ems?
They're crying in the comments, so.
They're in the comments, but they won't come on stage.
And you have Ibn Abu.
Okay. There we go.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Very well, very well.
All right, go ahead, Em.
With what? You want me to respond?
I know. Em, are you there?
Yes, I'm
you need M to do your work. Okay, go ahead, M.
What did you just say?
What do you want, bitch? Fat ass, ugly asshole. With your dusty ass head. Bald headed ass bitch.
Does that make you feel better?
Yeah?
Good.
Bald headed ass bitch.
Okay, get it out.
Okay, dusty asshole. What you do today? Did you brush your teeth? You brush your teeth today, ho? Bald headed ass bitch. Thinker. Did you brush your teeth today? You just woke up, hit the live button. With your dusty ass mouth. Stinking ass.
Thinker.
Huh?
Can I
I
ask you to
love
bring
to
the verse to
watch.
show?
I love to watch little men
Nah,
have temper
nah. I love
tantrums,
watching bald
and
headed ass bitches who got. I know, man. Don't brush their teeth. Come on live talking that shit. Yeah.
like your ego must be very very fragile, and
And
your self
your
esteem.
bald headed ass must be balding,
Yeah,
bitch.
but
Like
thinker,
like how many times are you gonna say bald?
Uh,
thinker. Just
turn the camera on.
You think I
Turn
didn't
the
hear
prove me
you the
wrong.
first time?
Put
If
your
you
face
want to
on there.
see how much
Prove
hair I
me
have,
wrong.
if you want to
Prove
see how
me
much
wrong.
hair,
Put your face on there if you're not bald.
hey, smart guy,
Put your face up if you're not bald.
hey, smart guy. If you want to see how much hair I have, go to my profile,
You
and you
bald
can
in the
see it. I have a profile full of
it's
videos. I have a profile
it's a wig.
filled with videos for you to see the
The
shit.
wig.
But
It's a
again, I
wig.
don't give less than two fucks,
Wig
okay,
wearing it.
about whether you think I am
Wig wearing.
bald.
Wig wearing
I
ass.
think like your ego is fucking shot
Prove you don't wear a wig.
because guess what? You are
You don't wear a
literally on
wig.
here pissed because I don't believe in
Prove
your
it's not a
God,
wig.
because you don't like the fact,
I ain't
right?
scared. Let me debate him
That
then.
like you're on here
Right now,
doing this for an almighty
bald
creator
headed
who
ass bitch.
should
Let
be
me
able
debate.
to defend itself, but it can't.
Wig.
It sent
You wear.
you. It sent itty bitty you.
Wear a wig.
It sent itty. Don't mute
Wear.
him. Don't mute
Prove
him.
it ain't a wig.
It sent itty bitty you.
Prove it ain't no
Little
wig.
man, little
Turn your
bitty Muslim
camera
man,
on.
itty
Turn
ditty
it
dick
on.
dick,
Turn it
itty
on.
ditty dick dick.
It's a wig.
I don't give a fuck.
It's a wig.
I
You
don't
don't
give a
give a
fuck.
fuck because you bald. You
No.
wish you had hair, bitch.
Yep,
You
I'm
wish you
bald.
had hair, bitch.
Okay, I'm bald. Now what?
Okay. Let me debate him then. If you think you all that, let's
yeah,
debate.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no,
Let's
no.
debate.
I'm bald. I'm bald. Now what?
Turn the camera on. Show
I
the
already
people.
told you I'm bald, motherfucker. Now what? My wig
Did
is
you
sitting
brush
in
your
my
teeth before you
lap.
turn on the live? Dirty
No, I
asshole.
don't. No, I don't.
Why do you go live without washing your dusty ass mouth?
Because I
Stink
like having
asshole.
a dirty
Stink
mouth.
asshole.
Because
Stink asshole.
I like being a stink
Stink
asshole. Now
asshole.
what?
Why you stuttering like a stink asshole?
Because I like being a stink
Welfare
asshole. Now
ass
what?
bitch. You
I
on
like being
welfare
a
too?
welfare. I like being a welfare bitch. Now what?
See, broke asshole. Get a
I like
job.
being a broke asshole. Now
That's
what?
why you live 24 damn 7.
Yep.
That's
I
why you
like
live
being live
24 damn 7.
24/7. I love it. Now what?
25/8 actually, matter of fact. Bum
I
ass
love it.
bitch.
I
Bum
love it. Now
asshole.
what? I love it.
You
Now
bum
what?
ass stink asshole. Shut your ass up.
I
Ems, let's
love it.
talk
Now
then.
what?
Let's talk.
Now
You think
what?
you tough? You think you
No, no.
smart?
Evidently, you think I'm tough, bitch.
You bald headed ass bitch. I'm telling you, get a life, you dusty asshole.
Evidently, you think I'm tough.
Get a
That's why the
job,
fuck
dusty
you on my
asshole.
stage, you little weak ass
Get a
man.
dusty ass job,
You
bum.
a weak ass little bitch ass
And
man that
I'll
come on
beat
social media. You
you
come on
bum
social
ass
media
bitch.
and
Go
cry
take
about
care
a
of your
woman
kids, dusty
that's
ass
more
woman.
intelligent
Take
than
care of your
you.
kids. Intellectual.
Like,
I'll
yeah,
prove you're a bum asshole.
your
What's 9 plus
fucking
10?
ego is
What's 9 plus 10?
shattered.
What's 9 plus
Your
10?
ego is
What's 9
shattered.
plus 10, ho?
Like
Yeah, that's what I thought. Shut your ass up.
you a small ass man that
And
believe
I
in
stand taller
Muhammad.
than you.
You a small ass man that believe
And
ants can
if I
talk.
stand on my money, I'm
You
taller than you,
believe ants
dusty
can talk,
asshole.
bitch. Like you can't
Bum
even read this
ass.
shit. You can't
Bum
read
asshole.
Arabic. You up here believing some shit that you
And you
listen
a
to as
dusty
a
ass atheist,
song.
believe
You
nothing comes
can't
from
even
something.
repeat half the
You
shit that you
believe
believe
something
in,
comes
bitch.
from nothing,
You gotta
dumbass
have somebody
atheist.
to read to your
You
motherfucking ass.
mad that a
You don't
bitch
know
because the
what the
church
fuck
touched you.
you believe.
You got
Somebody
touched by a
told your bitch
pastor,
ass what
dusty
to
asshole.
believe. You
Your
don't even have
pastor
your
father
own
touched you.
mind.
Your
Somebody
brother
told you
probably
what the
touched
fuck
you
to
too.
believe.
You got passed around between your daddy and your pastor, dusty
This is why
asshole.
you are a
That's why you
disgusting
a
ass
sad little
motherfucker,
atheist.
because you believe what
Sad
some
little
other you
atheist.
believe what somebody
Dusty asshole. You
told your
believe
bitch ass to
nothing.
believe.
You believe this all came from nothing, dumbass.
I
Stupid
don't give a
asshole.
like. At least I can say I
Shut your
believe that
stupid
shit
ass
because I
atheist
want
asshole.
to. You say Muhammad told me
You
to.
say nothing came.
Muhammad
This
said
all came
ants
from nothing.
talk.
This all came from nothing. All
I
this world
can't
came from
believe I
nothing.
can't
We had
use
no
my own
purpose. We
brain.
have no purpose. Dumbass.
You a sorry ass
You a
motherfucker. You
dumbass atheist. Can't
weak
even prove
ass
her
man,
existence.
unintelligent ass bitch,
You're the
weak ass motherfuckers. Like I swear, if like I can't do Muslim men because like honestly they just be like the level of childishness they be on, like I can't do it. And then like they'll tell me, why don't you talk about Islam? Why don't you read the the Quran. Like, they are worse than Christians. They are worse than Christians. And because they can't even read their book. Like, they can't read their book. They're being told what the fuck to believe. They don't have a fucking brain. They're told that their dick is their brain. I can't do it.
The thing is, he doesn't even respect his God, if you can explain me.
You said what?
He doesn't even respect his God. If you could expand me.
He don't know. He can't read his book, so he don't know that he don't respect his God. Nobody has told him. He don't even fucking know what he believe. I guarantee you he ain't read that shit. There ain't no fucking way. And then if you gotta read it in a book, there ain't no fucking way that some immaterial ass spirit is engaging with you. You gotta read it in a book first to know what your God want. Ain't no fucking way. If you got Allah, if you got Jesus, and you still don't know that doing that shit is immoral and doing that shit ain't common human decency, you ain't got shit. And you prove every fucking day that you don't got shit. I ain't bald, but ain't nothing wrong with being bald. But I also don't give a fuck what some man thinks about me. Like the fact that he kept saying that shit, like I was gonna cry and try to defend it. If I was bald, motherfucker, I'd be proud. The fuck? Ems, are you getting ready to say something about what you wanted me to expand?
It is, O believers, do not insult those who invoke besides Allah, or they will insult Allah spitefully. This is his God telling him not to insult people, and yet he does it.
Yeah, but they don't know. He don't know how to read his book. That's why he mad. He act like a little boy that got rejected by the girls at school, and now he holding a fucking grudge on his shoulder. He honestly, like, he act like a high school dropout, and I hate to fucking say this because I'm not saying nothing about high school dropouts, but he act like a fucking high school dropout, right? That didn't decide to do anything with his life. Now it's everybody else's motherfucking fault why his life don't go the way that it go. He done went and found Allah, the motherfucking men of Islam, whoever, done told him that just because he has a dick that he's supposed to be worshipped or looked up to as a man, and he's mad because he can't even make the women respect his motherfucking ass. Little whiny ass, crybaby ass, lack of accountability ass.
Is there someone in the request called Son of Man?
Huh?
Is there someone in the request called Son of Man?
Called Tale of Man?
Son of Man.
I'm gonna let y'all know, y'all got me fucked all the way up if you think you finna come up here and disrespect me. I don't see him. You said Son of Man?
Yes.
I see. No.
Oh, he was asking to be let up.
No, I'm not. I don't give a fuck about no. Let me. Every last man in here that want to come in here and shake your dick at me, I give less than two fucks. Okay, I don't care. I don't do disrespect. I have no desire whatsoever to fight with you about your masculinity. I don't respect that shit. I'm just gonna go and tell you that. Okay. I I'm not gonna bow down to you. I'm not gonna do it. I respect intellect. I respect kindness, right? I respect the human being, whether you have a dick or a pussy. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Don't come in here with that shit. I'm gonna take your ass right down. Hi, are you a Christian, a Muslim, deconstructing, or an atheist? Caden or Caden? Hello, Caden?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
I can't hear you, so I'm going to take you down, okay? A God is the reason why there's so much hate. John Yo, people love a God so much that they're willing to hate the human in front of them. That's the reason. 'Tis the reason for the season, friend.
Could you bring up Flying Bee?
Go ahead, Ems.
Again, I'm waiting for anyone to come up. There's a guy crying in the comments, but he doesn't want to come up.
Oh, wait, who is Flying Bee? Is Flying Bee not a...
He's a mutual, yes.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Thinker.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Hope you are too.
I'm doing good. I'm pissed. But
Yeah,
I'm
I
doing
saw.
good. Yeah, and it's not even the things that he was saying. It's the intent, right? Like it's why a person would want to harm another person. Why a person would want to be that derogatory towards another person, right? Like I don't know that man, but he didn't think twice, right, to try to come up and disrespect me as another human. It's the intent. It's the lack of human decency that pisses me off. The negotiation that people make with themselves over a belief in a God, and then they'll say that that was in the prehistoric times when God said to kill a non-believer. We don't do that anymore. Yes, the fuck you do. Yes, the fuck you do. If I was someone, right, who was still dealing with mental anguish, who was still dealing with anxiety and had not healed from that, like literally, you don't know what the fuck your tongue, your mouth could do. You do still kill with your fucking mouths over a God. That's the thing that pisses me off. If you're in the guest request and you're waiting to come up, please comment. Badur? The Badur Ram? Is it Badur? Bahadur? If that went over your head, J Day, I can't. Go ask Allah, go ask Yahweh to explain it to you. Y'all supposed to have higher intelligence. I can't explain the most basic things to you. Like y'all will come up here and say that having a relationship with God, with Allah, with Yahweh, with Jesus gives you higher intelligence. But you don't understand me saying that you kill with your tongues, that you kill with your mouths. I can't explain it to you.
Hello.
Cupid, hi, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What's your age?
I'm 20.
Oh man, I'm sorry. You have to be 25 to
Oh,
be on the
it's
line.
fine.
I'm sorry, love bug.
It's okay.
All right, have a good day, okay?
You too. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too. If you're waiting to come up, comment and let me know. And please, you have to be, you have to be 25. If y'all could see, like, it gets crazy in here. So, protecting the babies. Even though they're adults, they're still somebody's baby that has not yet fully matured in thought.
The other one's back up.
You said the other one's back up? Who is that?
Bahadur, the guy that you were trying to pronounce his
Bahada.
name.
I don't see. Where is he? He's not in the guest request. Yeah, he's not in the guest request. Yeah. Bahada, you have to send a request to come back up. I can't bring you up unless you come back into the guest box, okay? Yeah, I'm thinking twice. They've asked me so many times, will I talk about the Quran? Will I talk about Islam? But I'm not dealing with their level of their low level of disrespect. I don't know enough about their religion to debate them. So, and I'm not going to do it because I'm not prepared. Hi, how are you?
Hi. I just wanted to come up and tell you this story. Yeah, it was in another creator space who does debates, and they will go into the Muslim space. And there's a new thing they're doing where they'll come with 200 people into one of these rooms, and one will come up, and the next one will come up. And it was crazy. And I watched this particular creator like batting off like what felt like an endless stream of pretty much, circular arguing, nothing really there. Seems to come down to if I can push your head down in the sand, then I can win. So they'll go for like that attack on your personage seems to be written in. Apparently they can lie to anyone. I don't know enough to debate it either, but they can lie to anyone in the name of Allah that isn't a believer. Like there's some real built-in, let me just be a raging jerk, push you down, and then see what comes out of it. And maybe a little
What do they
business.
expect? What do they like? I could see if it was like some
Servitude.
like they not from somebody like me.
No, but that's the attempt. Like the attempt is to find the weak in from my estimation, like not arguing about the religion itself, but the cultural way it seems to go down, right? Is it seems to be if I can insult you and make you doubt yourself, then I can give you this to get you to be built up. Because if you think about where the origins of the religion are, they come from a man who said he got word from God and was challenged on the way he was interpreting it, right? Said it has to be said exactly as I said it. When he was challenged on the way he interpreted it, essentially said, oh, did I not tell you I've been told 9 other ways to interpret everything? So it's coming from this place of literal willingness to not admit that you are wrong. So it's like a religion, in my opinion, built on an absolute narcissist who was like, how can I be the ultimate power and the ultimate authority over all things? I will write a religion that says I am the ultimate power and authority over all things, and therefore, every time someone challenges me, I can always be my own authority. Which sounds like it could end in equality, but actually, when you take on a 6-year-old bride, won't. It's facts.
That's yeah. That sounds very human.
Yeah.
Very broken person. Let me let me break another person so that I can control this person. Let me break
Yeah.
them so I can heal them. Like that's how most toxic relationships are, whether the toxicity is coming from a man or the toxicity is coming from a woman. Most broken people know, right, that if they see somebody that is already broken, they can break them and they can heal them first, then break them again, and then heal them, break them, heal them, break them, heal them, and they know that's how
Right.
they keep them. Yeah, like I know I was in an abusive relationship. I know how that shit works. The love bombing, and then right after it's the love bombing, immediately reaming on you, right? Like I know how that shit works, and it
Yeah.
typically it's a
Yeah.
broken human being doing the shit to another human being that's broken. That's why I say I taught my kids to make sure, right? Don't go try to find the 50% of you, right? Don't go try to find the other half of you. Fuck that shit. Be whole, and then if you're gonna date somebody, that motherfucker need to be whole too. You ain't got time to be healing nobody's trauma. It ain't your fucking responsibility.
100% facts. Like, don't go through the gates, right? The whole setup is, this is why I think they recruit through young men, or they recruit through, like all religions, right? They look for the low spot. And I work with a lot of cults. That's like my specialty, is I like to help people deprogram out of cults. But they kind of do the exact same thing, which is they look for this weak moment to attract the person. So what seems to me to be the messaging with that particular religion is, you're not a bad guy. These terrible things you were feeling and thinking, they're not under your control. You were just a guy that didn't know any better, which is all true, right? But then it's, let me show you how to be a powerful guy. Let me show you how to, you believe everyone's equal. Everyone's equal except for those dirty, rotten women over there. But they're not, but they're saying their own women are equal, right? The thing that I see in it is, I think if it was followed in some sort of semblance of, equality, great. But what really seems to happen is all of the negativity towards the women is given into the hands of these men, and they're going out and basically, oh, you terrible whore, come with me. Now I can make you whole. And that puts them in positions of leadership. It puts them in positions of quote unquote respect. And when you start to see them do what they're doing, it's very similar to like PIMP culture. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, that's what you're doing. It's the same reason narcissists get away with that. Is that, and then what's even sadder is there are women who have been told they are not good, not bad, whatever. Or men who are told they are not these things. And so when they have someone who says, oh, you are terrible, they go, yeah, I am terrible. And then they just get them on board. And now they're indoctrinating them in the way to abuse others towards salvation. But really, it's about a numbers game, right? So nobody's saving themselves by believing these ways. They're just making narcissism normalized. It's wild.
The spirit is narcissism. The Holy Spirit is.
That's what I
That's what
do.
it feels like. Narcissism. The spirit of narcissism, which
Hmm.
includes the fruits of the spirit,
Yeah,
gaslighting,
selfish.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Manipulation, right? Uh, what do you call, like, when you don't
Yeah.
necessarily tell a lie, but you're like white
They
lying?
do.
What is the term for being willing to tell little white lies? Like you're not necessarily like a a liar, but you're like one of those people that like you you like thin line it. You're borderline dishonest. But I don't know what word I'm looking for there, but
They call
like
it
they're
flexible
typically
morta- They call it flexible morality. Or sorry, flexible morality in the armed forces. Like if
flexible moral.
someone,
That's what it. Yeah.
yeah, if someone is able to, and this is terrible, but if someone is able to discern between, firing on an enemy or not firing on an enemy, and they don't necessarily have to have the most moral or just reason to do so. They'll test that out and then they'll make them snipers. They call it flexible morality. But I mean, it also can mean I'm not always holding the same moral standard, and I'm actually have judgment. So I thought that was me. Sorry. But that you know, it's a term that can be misused. It's a term, it can be an indicator of someone who has no standards. It can also be a term for someone who has the ability to lie to those who are negative, and also not lie to those who are not negative. I can lie if they're
Hold on,
coming
Loris,
for a
are you
person in my
connecting?
house.
Give me just a second. Loris, did you connect? Are you
Yes.
connecting? Loris, did you connect on accident? Loris, are you still here? Is she on the stage, y'all?
Yes.
On stage.
She's on the stage.
Yeah.
Loris. She, uh, I don't know. Okay, maybe she'll pop up in a minute. TikTok Studio is slow. Sorry, think. Go ahead. We'll see if she pops up.
Oh no, I was just pontificating on the idea that yeah, it's a weird place to understand that people are following these religions mostly for personal gain. And if you think about the origin of it and why they're doing it, it's low power gaining together and making higher power. So now you have to ask, well, what is the power you are gaining? And I just feel like in the Muslim faith, the power that mostly is gained is, it's shame you into trauma bonding kind of vibes. So yeah, you have to have
Thinker.
flexible morality to do that.
Thinker, can I ask you to bring
Or
something
that's
up?
how the negative.
Yeah. What is it, Ems?
It is Buhari 304.
Wait, spell it again for me.
Bukhari. 30.
Oh, I thought you were. I thought I was expanding. Let's see. A menstruating woman should leave observing. Once Allah's messenger went out to the Musalla to offer the prayer. Wait, so let me ask you a question, Ems. The what's in parentheses, was that added later?
It is added, yes.
Say that again.
It is added, yes.
Okay. Once Allah's messenger went out to the Masala of Eid al-Adha or al-Fitr prayer, then he passed by the women and said, O women, give alms, as I have seen that the majority of the dwellers of hellfire were you. They asked, why is it so? So Allah's messenger, he replied, you curse frequently. Hold on, you curse frequently and are ungrateful to your husbands. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you. A cautious, sensible man could be led astray by some of you. The women asked, O Allah's messenger, what is deficient in our intelligence and religion? He said, is not the evidence of two women equal to the witness of one man? They replied in the affirmative. He said, this is the deficiency in her intelligence. Isn't it true that a woman can neither pray nor fast during her menses? The women replied in the affirmative. He said, this is a deficiency in her religion. Why would a all-knowing God, first off, like fuck all the, forget, like don't even look right now or think about the whole intelligence thing. What I need to understand is why would a creator create a woman and make her the giver of life, right? And during that process of her giving life, she has to if the egg that he put in this woman or made this woman's body produce every month regularly, dispose of it, why would that be the time that he wouldn't talk to her when
She's
apparently he did that, huh?
She's impure.
What makes her impure just because she's
Yeah,
bleeding?
God's like God's envious of their ability to create.
But they were, and back in that time, there were several men that were jealous of women's ability to
Cause
bring
yeah,
forth
cause
life,
the
and they felt like it was supposed to be them. And so some of them would cut their penises and mimic the period once a month. And then some of them tried to make themselves a vulva because they believed that if they had one, that they would then give life. So there were men back in those days, not all men before y'all start jumping at me. There were some men back in those days that did think that men should have been the ones to give life. And they were jealous of the woman. But like, this is in today in 2024, right? I don't understand the whole women, like, are men impure when they like have diarrhea? Can they like pray if they have a virus and they have diarrhea? Are they unpure and then can they not pray at that time?
They can. Like even semen itself is considered to be one of the purest liquids in Islam.
What?
Yeah. If we know this because if a man has semen on his clothes, it's okay for him to pray because the Prophet would do that.
Yeah, but doesn't it also get where semen comes from, like all medically incorrect? They say it comes from the
Yeah.
spine and all this other weirdness. It's a lot of weird.
Yeah.
So like in 2024, people read this and they still think that a woman who brings forth life, who carries life in her body for 9 months, who has to go through the process of her body producing an egg, right? Like a machine, like a well oiled machine. Every month, like a Coke machine pops out a Coke bottle. Like you put the dollar in, the Coke bottle goes, it gets its spot, and then it pops out. The egg produces itself, right? And if it doesn't get fertilized, it has to discard. In 2024, nobody is saying, "Oh, that's not an unclean thing. That's not. That's not an unpure thing." Nobody's saying, "Oh, why would a God create the woman to be like that? Then call it unpure, impure." Did this thing say impure and I'm saying impure? No, who said impure got me saying impure? But it doesn't make sense to me. In 2024, I could see how they thought this back in BCE or early, like first century, second century CE. Right? I could see how a man, right, thought this back then. But today in 2024, men and women, I just don't see it. I don't get it.
You know, I don't get it either, but I have a question for you. Because you, obviously, myself, other people on this panel, we go about
Yeah.
this through logic. There's this whole desire on this other side to go about this by many people through emotion only. So all these things we're talking about, when you say, oh, in 2024, can they really believe this? I think the answer, sadly, is yes. And that's where it gets weird, because what do you do when the tools you have are logic and the other person is running purely out of, I don't like that my sister got special privileges, so yeah, now I think her period is unclean. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Jason Carter, if you think that we're just believing everything they say, right? Why haven't you requested?
I again would just like to reiterate that the act of, reaching climax itself does ruin your ghusl. It's just the presence of the fluid semen on your clothes does not. Unlike, for example, blood, right? Because if you
It
have blood
ruins
on
your
your
what?
ghusl, basically, it's like a state of ritual purity, right? Like there's a specific ritual on how you need to wash yourself if you climax, or after a woman finishes her period, she needs to wash herself that way if she wants to be clean enough to actually pray.
So is she allowed to pray while she's on her menses at all, or she just has to
Not at all.
wash? Not at all.
Not
But a
pray, not
man, if
fast,
he
nothing.
okay, but a man can if he cleans himself after
Well,
he climaxes.
He
like
can
If you
do
can
it
expel
with
me.
it on him.
Yeah, just expel me.
He could. Oh, he. So what
He
is
can.
Jason? What is Jason talking about?
Just
Saying
expel
that's
me.
not true.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything.
let's see, the semen is pure and does not affect, and it is the origin of man, and it does not affect his stay in his clothes. Aisha may God be pleased with her, said, I used to say it dry from the robe of the messenger of God. May God's prayers and peace be upon him. I saw it with my nail. And can you scroll up a little bit? Oh,
The context is within Muslim 290.
Muslim 219.
Yeah. 290. 290.
Oh, 290. And then, like, yeah, I don't get it. Y'all mad. Y'all wanted me to read the Quran, then y'all mad. Let's
I
see.
just want you to know that this impurity doesn't even just go to seminal fluid, it even goes to urine. Like there's differences between the urine of a man and the urine of a woman.
What?
Yo, yeah, I was gonna tell you to bring those up after you read this.
I stayed in the house of Aisha and had a wet dream. So, he said, Mom say, hey, yo, what the fuck? I stayed in the house of Aisha and had a wet dream and perceived its effect on my garment. So in the morning, I dipped both the clothes in water. This act of mine was watched by a maidservant of Aisha, and she informed her. She, Hadra Aisha, sent me a message. What prompted you to act like this with your clothes? He, the narrator, said, I told that I saw in a dream what a sleeper sees. She said, did you find any mark of the fluid on your clothes? I said, no. She said, had you found anything, you should have washed it. In case I found that semen on the garment of the messenger of Allah dried up, I scraped it off with my nails.
That's right.
Oh my
There's
God.
there's two hadiths that I want to bring up. The one that's very detailed, right, in its explanation, is Sunan Ibn Majah 524. You're gonna be amazed at this. Like you're genuinely gonna be amazed at this.
What,
Just
spell the
Majah.
surah name for me?
Just
Majah,
MAJ.
Majah 525. You're gonna be amazed.
The prophet said concerning the urine of a nursing infant, water should be sprinkled over the urine of a boy, and the urine of a girl should be washed. How do you wash urine? And Abu Hassan bin Salama said, Ahmad bin Musa bin Makil narrated to us that Abu Yamin al-Misri said, I asked Shafi about the hadith of the prophet. Water should be sprinkled over the urine of a baby boy, and the urine of a baby girl should be washed. When the two types of